Huai River was one of the 4 great rivers, and also the source from which the 2 mighty waterways sprang. It descended from the far horizon, winding like a silver belt flowing straight into the primordial eastern sea. Threading its way between mountain ridges, it gathered in the eastern reaches of the great desolation into a vast expanse of water, mist-laden waves rolling on without end. Here spiritual energy was abundant, and the 5 elemental chi of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth circulated freely. The forests were lush, and verdant flowers shone in brilliant hues. The sandier spiritual materials could be found at every turn, and innate spiritual plants spread endlessly across the land. In the waters, aquatic grasses grew in profusion, white cranes beat their wings and rose into the sky, while gray herons skimmed low over the rippling surface. On the riverbank the sand was fine and dense, and under the touch of sunlight it glowed with a soft golden sheen. On both banks peaks rose steep and upright, ancient and solemn, veiled in drifting clouds that concealed and revealed them by turns. When the sun slanted westward, golden light danced upon the river's surface, shards of radiance dazzling the eye, as though the world itself had become illusory. A slab of blue stone lay by the water's edge, and upon it sat a young man in plain blue robes. No one knew how long had passed before his eyes suddenly snapped open, clarity and sharpness blazed within his gaze, with not a trace of hesitation remaining. It had been 18 years since he traversed into this world. In his early years he had cultivated according to the golden core great Dao transmitted to the human race by Taiching Laozi. Now at last he had stepped into the postnatal grand completion realm. What was called grand completion? It was the utmost limit that a human body could reach. One step further, shedding all turbid postnatal defilements to attain an innate true body, and one would become an immortal. The youth who had just broken through before him was Wenqi. In his previous life, he had been a 35-year-old programmer who lost his job after the epidemic, returning to his hometown to farm the land and raise chickens. Yet, that life of bowing to the soil with back to the sky was not something a body drained by 996 overtime could endure. After 2.5 years his health collapsed, he failed to catch a single breath, and his life simply ended. His soul drifted and wandered, finally falling upon the banks of this primordial Huai River, attaching itself to a postnatal living being. Why did the heavenly Dao not intervene? The reason was simple: innate beings were recorded by heaven, while postnatal beings were as dust, as grass seeds in the wind, who would lower their head to see whence an ant came or whither it went. Thus when she continued to live on in this way, even if a sage personally descended in the future, they would be unable to discern the slightest anomaly upon him. After all, when speaking of innate endowment, it referred only to the innate, not the postnatal. That he could cultivate to grand completion was not because the golden core great Dao was incomparably wondrous. In bygone days when Nuwa created humans, she had personally molded 129,608 humans, each born as an earth immortal. Yet among this first generation, those who by following the golden core method cultivated into celestial immortals could be counted on one hand. What had truly helped him ascend step by step was the Hanzhi Immortal of the Jia sect. That year when the Wu and Yao clans fought their final war, Zhu Wu Gonggong in his fury rammed Buzhou Mountain, the celestial river toppled and floodwaters inundated the wilderness. The Grand Master of the Heavens ordered his disciples to scatter across the great desolation to rescue all living beings. Hanzhi Immortal came from Janeo Island to the Huai River and happened upon Wenqi crouched by the riverbank, one hand supporting a seedling, the other packing soil, carefully tending dozens of spiritual plants. She herself had attained the Dao as an innate Lingji mushroom and understood the temperaments of plants and trees better than any. Seeing this postnatal being, neither harvesting nor plucking, neither refining nor taking, but only nurturing with single-minded devotion, her heart stirred, and she accepted him as her disciple, imparting to him the orthodox methods of the Jia sect. Obedient disciple, for you to reach grand completion with this postnatal body is truly rare. It has indeed won some face for your master. A clear, melodious voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Wenqi immediately rose and turned, bowing deeply. Your disciple Wenqi pays respect to teacher. Teacher, has the matter in the Eastern Sea been properly settled? Before him stood a woman of delicate, pure features and graceful bearing, clad in robes where Luan and Phoenix danced in paired patterns, draped in a resplendent phoenix mantle of colored glass, with glazed hairpins, luminous pendants, and shoes of shifting light upon her feet. She was none other than his master, Hanzhi Immortal of Janeo Island. Hanzhi Immortal lightly raised a finger. A strand of gentle radiance supported Wenqi's arm, helping him rise with a soft touch. A warm smile touched her lips. The war between Wu and Yao has ceased. We have fulfilled the orders assigned to us, Now that all is concluded, it is time to return to Geneo Island for seclusion. Since you have broken through this realm, you shall return with your master." When Shi felt a sudden heat surge in his chest, and quickly responded, "Your disciple respectfully follows master's command." After a brief pause, he added, somewhat abashed, "I must ask teacher to wait a moment. This disciple wishes to bring those spiritual plants along as well." Why was he so determined to bring those dozens of innate spiritual roots without even a rank among them? It was only because he came from a later age and had quite literally tilled the earth for 2.5 years. What others saw as utterly ordinary roots and grasses were to him the very means by which he could stand and survive. If he could keep them alive and thriving, they would one day become his path to livelihood. Hanzhi Immortal watched silently as he bent to dig up the soil. Each time he lifted a plant, he left a thick clump of earth around its roots. His movements were slow and gentle, as though tending an infant. Being a spirit who had arisen from grass, and which he understood this solemn care better than anyone. Throughout the great desolation, who was not seizing spiritual essence, refining roots and marrow. Yet he, a mere postnatal being, treated spiritual roots as living creatures worthy of reverence. In the span of half a day, each plant was wrapped tight, without the slightest gap. Straightening up when Chi bowed toward his master. "I must trouble teacher to employ her arts." With only the cultivation of grand completion, he could not move so many things, and could only rely upon his master at the golden immortal realm. Hanzhi Immortal nodded with a smile, and flicked her sleeve. Golden clouds surged up beneath her feet. When she stepped onto the cloud and rose into the sky beside her, speeding toward Geneo Island in the Eastern Sea. On the way, while guiding the cloud, Hanzhi Immortal spoke slowly, and at length, the origins of the three pure ones, parting ways, the reasons for the eastward move of the Jie sect, the crucial points of the great war between Wu and Yao. Her words were plain without embellishment, yet every sentence landed firmly upon fact. When Shi inclined his head as he listened, whenever he had a doubt, his master would casually answer a few lines, as if chatting idly, completely natural. She also spoke one by one of the 4 personally transmitted disciples within the Jie sect, the 7 attendant immortal officers, and the many outer disciples. At the end, she mentioned several Taoist friends with whom she often interacted, such as the 10 heavenly lords of Geneo Island, the Rainbow Cloud Immortal, the Sanshao ladies of the 3 Immortals Island, and Zhao Gongming of Mount Amei. When she listened, merely nodding in response. In his previous life, he had heard some old tales of the Great Desolation, yet the accounts were confused, truth and falsehood intermixed, and he had never dared fully believe them. Fortunately, now that his master Hanzhi was willing to speak in detail, holding nothing back, he was finally able to grasp the true foundation of the Jie sect and the pulse of the Great Desolation. In the Great Desolation, there was no counting of years by cycles. Even at winters, and one could not tell what year it was. No one knew how many days and nights had passed before the 2 of them descended upon Geneo Island. "We are almost there." As Hanji's words fell, when Shi lifted his eyes to look ahead. Beneath the golden clouds, an immortal island floated between sea and sky, its entire body warm and lustrous like jade, untouched by mortal dust. Its mountains were pure, and steep streams murmured clear and bright. Ancient trees drooped their branches, and spiritual herbs exhaled fragrance. By the water's edge, spirit girls born of Ganoderma chased one another's shadows in play. Within the forest, ginseng children clambered from branch to branch, their laughter clear and crisp, carefree and unrestrained. It is indeed the Tao field of the Jie sect. It is indeed unlike any other. This sigh welled up in Wen Qi's heart, but did not reach his lips, yet it sank heavily into reality. The 2 withdrew the cloudlight and landed, one before and one behind, walking toward Hanji's cave residence. Most outer disciples of the Jie sect dwell scattered among the many islands of the Eastern Sea, each establishing their own hall and hearth. As for your master, I first took shape here upon Geneo Island, so my Tao field is set in this place. So that is how it is. Wen Qi's heart suddenly cleared. Previously, he had puzzled over how his master Hanzhi, not being a direct disciple of the Grand Master of the Heavens, dared to place her cave dwelling so near Bio Palace. This single explanation laid everything bare, revealing the root. Obedient disciple, go and find a place beside your master's cave to reside. Wen Qi quickly bowed. I respectfully follow master's command. He was a postnatal being, a human body. In this Jie sect saturated with demonic auras, if he were to stray far from his master's side, he feared he would not even be able to eat or sleep in peace. To be able to settle down under his master's very eyes was already the greatest reliance he could hope for. Thank you, master, for your arrangement. Today's kindness this disciple will carve into his very bones. These were no mere polite words. The Tao was not to be lightly passed on, nor the law lightly imparted, Between even father and son, there was often something held back. Yet from the moment he entered the sect, Hanzhi had never once concealed anything. She taught attack methods, incantations, key points of refining qi. She even guided his sense of timing hand in hand. How could he fail to understand such affection? Hearing his words, Hanzhi's lips curved faintly. Her smile was shallow yet utterly genuine. A master leads one to the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. For now, all that ought to be taught has been taught. Your task is simply to cultivate in peace. Remember, this skill is refined by diligence and wasted by idleness. Conduct is formed through reflection and ruined by carelessness. The path of immortality is one that can neither be hurried nor allowed to slacken. As for your master, I must go to Bo Palace to report this matter to my own teacher. Arrange your affairs as you see fit. With that, she turned and departed, not sparing even a backward glance. This disciple had never needed to be watched. From the moment he entered Hanzhi's tutelage, when qi had rarely been idle. If he was not seated in meditation refining qi, he was by his master's cave, tending those innate spiritual grasses others disdained. Tender leaves curled, tight stems thin and weak, appearing like wild weeds, yet he watered them daily and caressed them at every turn. After Hanzhi left, when qi walked around to survey the surroundings, choosing a slope backed by mountain and facing water, then set to work building a small thatched hut. A postnatal being at the grand completion realm was nothing remarkable within the great desolation, yet compared to ordinary mortals, he already possessed hardened bones and sinews, sharp ears and keen eyes. Splitting bamboo, weaving reeds, tamping earth, thatching with straw. Within less than half an hour the hut stood complete. He stepped back a few paces, surveyed the open space beside it, and nodded. A fine spot. It faces the rising sun, lies near water, and the soil is soft and loose. He then drew from his sleeve several dozen spiritual plants. All those he had earlier dug up one by one along the banks of the Huai River. These plants and grasses were born with spiritual nature, yet without any rank. In the eyes of innate beings, they were no more than wild seedlings by the roadside. When she had tilled this plot of land for 2.5 years and knew every inch of it clearly, rice, proso, millet, foxtail, millet, wheat, and beans. The primordial 5 grains, not a single plant missing. He rolled up his sleeves, turned the soil first, then cleared the weeds, and planted the 5 grains separately according to the directions of the 5 phases. At last he crouched by the stream, scooping up water, and watered each plant drop by drop. The droplets rolled off the leaf tips, and catching the sunlight gleamed like tears. If a passerby saw this, they would likely frown at dignified cultivator actually doing such labor. But when qi understood well enough. Back then, when he planted them by the Huai River, it was because he had been driven mad by hunger and had to rely on himself to fill his stomach. With low cultivation, he could not defeat fierce beasts or demonic soldiers, and picking fruits and gathering wild berries meant depending on heaven's mercy. Only farming was solid and controllable, 1 meal a day, stable and secure. Only later, after he had formally become Hanzhi's disciple, did he truly see it clearly. His own Tao lay in these 5 grains. For post-celestial beings, changing their lot was harder than reaching the heavens. The 3 ancestors of the human race, the 3 sovereigns, and the 5 emperors had all shouldered vast fortunes, yet they were still trapped within the shackles of the human Tao. The immortal without roots or foundation, charging recklessly into the great Tao, was no different from slamming into a wall. It was better to open another path. The way of agriculture was a tributary of the wood Tao, and it suited his wood attribute spiritual body. Even more crucial was this: if the human race was to prosper, it must first have full stomachs. Whoever made the 5 grains take root and brought the 100 grains into the granary was acting on heaven's behalf, accumulating the fortune of the human race and amassing merit before the heavenly Tao. This was no retreat, it was the road of survival he had clenched tightly in his own hands. Besides, how could these 5 grains be a resource reserved for post-celestial humans alone? The remnant Wu tribes still surviving within the land of reincarnation could make use of them as well. In the days ahead, when qi would gain not only heavenly Tao merit, the merits of the earthly Tao and the human Tao would likely not fail to come to him either. With the merit of the 3 Taos, heaven, earth, and humanity, aiding him, his road to enlightenment was not necessarily severed, even for a post-celestial human. Moreover, the way of agriculture was the closest to Wen Qi's original heart. Agriculture belonged to earth below, and wood above, with water contained between them. During tilling, metal was used to sharpen tools, and fire to burn away filth. The 5 phases were complete, and flowed in their natural cycle. With this as his foundation, Wen Qi would take agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishing as his calling, gathering the merit of the 3 Taos and nourishing the qi of the 5 phases. As time went on, and his cultivation deepened, the 3 flowers would naturally become complete, and the 5 qi would at last turn toward the origin. If merit was sufficient, even the realm of the Hanzhi Golden Immortal was not out of reach. What was more important was that in the primordial world this path had yet to be recognized or cultivated by anyone. It was originally a hidden and subtle branch of the Great Wood Dao, so there was no need to worry about others fighting over it. After all, for a task that keeps one facing the yellow earth and turning one's back to the blue sky, innate beings would deem even a single bow beneath their dignity. How could they be willing to stoop to it? In the primordial world, contention over the Great Dao had always hung by a thread of life and death. When cultivators of the same Dao met on a narrow path, they would not stop until one perished. Fortunately, those below the Deluo Golden Immortal realm had not yet formed any concept of the Great Dao. They had not even understood how to write the character Dao, so how could they speak of contending? After finishing his work, Wen Qi found a green boulder, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and gathered his spirit. His urgency was not without cause. Post-celestial beings lived no more than 300 years, and that was already a blessing of the abundant primordial spiritual energy of the primeval age. Had this been a later era of Dharma decline, even 100 years of life would have been rare. For innate beings, transcending tribulation and becoming immortals was only a matter of course. They were born with immortal bones, and at the very least possessed earth immortal cultivation. Why should they worry? But for Wen Qi it allowed no delay. He was already at the peak of the Mahayana realm. The slightest stir of his mind would bring the mortal transcending heavenly tribulation upon him in response. But he had already died once, and in this life, he cherished his life with special care. Without complete preparation, how would he dare summon the tribulation lightly? Seeking stability in all matters, able to advance when attacking and retreat when defending, was the best policy. Besides, he was still a transmigrator. A thread was always taut in his mind: would the heavenly Dao be waiting for him in the tribulation of immortality? In the primordial world novels he had read in his previous life, how many transmigrators had barely shown their talent before being struck by heavenly thunder until not even ashes remained. At this moment, Wen Qi's heart tightened slightly. He could only guide primordial spiritual energy through his body again and again, tempering his flesh and nurturing his primordial spirit. As for becoming an immortal, he would only do his utmost and leave the rest to heaven's will. Where is my good disciple? Why not come out and greet me at once? After who knows how long, a clear, resonant voice suddenly came from afar, interrupting his breathing exercises. At the sound, Wen Qi immediately withdrew his cultivation and rose, not daring to delay. He adjusted his lapels, smoothed his hair, and hurried toward Hanzhi's cultivation hall. In less than half a quarter of an hour, he reached the gate of the cultivation hall. Men and women had their separate roles, elders and juniors had their proper order, so he naturally could not presume to enter. He simply bowed outside the door and said, "Disciple, Wen Qi greets master." Before his voice faded, a few unfamiliar laughs came from inside the hall. In a moment, 5 people filed out, 4 women and 1 man. Wen Qi recognized only his own master. The rest he was seeing for the first time. At the head was a girl in green who looked about his age. Seeing Wen Qi, she immediately said, "Hanzhi, is this your newly accepted disciple? His cultivation is rather shallow." Wen Qi understood at once these people must be his master's closest friends. Without waiting for Hanzhi to introduce them, he bowed again and said in a clear voice, "Your junior, Wen Qi greets all the martial uncles." The girl in green laughed behind her sleeve. "Not bad, not bad. Though your cultivation is low, your manners are perfect. You are sure to have great fortune in the future." A girl no older than himself, putting on the airs of an elder to praise him. Even Wen Qi, with his 2 lifetimes of experience, was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to nod or clasp his hands. "Little sister, mind your manners." A woman in white stepped out from behind Hanzhi and pulled her back with a smile. Only then did Hanzhi slowly step forward, a smile in her eyes. "Bixiao is right. This is precisely the disciple I have newly accepted. His origins are ordinary. He is merely a post-celestial human. But I observe that his nature is upright and his will firm, so I took him into my sect." Wen Qi was suddenly enlightened, so that was it. Hanzhi raised her hand and gestured, "Rise, disciple. This is my GS sect's outer sect Grand Senior Brother Zhao Gongming. From now on you must address him as martial uncle." She then pointed to the 3 women. "These 3 are Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao of Sainthood, all my closest friends. When you see them, you need not be overly restrained." Wen Qi greeted each in turn according to proper ceremony, addressing them all as martial uncle. Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, and Qiongxiao all nodded in return. Only Bixiao, the youngest, saw him bowing once more and actually turned to grasp Hanzhi's sleeve, saying crisply, "Hanzhi, why not give him to me? I have never taken a disciple before." Before the words faded, her ear burned. Yunxiao had already seized her ear and pulled her back. When Shi watched, shaking his head not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Only Bi Xiao could do such a thing. After brief pleasantries at the door, they entered the cultivation hall together. Once they were seated, Hanzhi finally stated her purpose. Disciple, you have already reached the ultimate peak of the post-celestial realm. All that remains is to trigger the mortal transcending thunder tribulation, and you can step onto the immortal path. But for post-celestial beings, this tribulation is extremely perilous. Because you have neither immortal treasures to shield your body nor mastery of immortal formations to borrow power, the full might of the thunder tribulation must be endured by flesh and blood alone. From ancient times to now, there have been post-celestial beings who attain the Tao, but not one whose name has ever spread to later generations. As the words fell, Zhao Gongming Yunxiao and the others nodded solemnly, clearly well aware of the stakes. Hanzhi saw when Qi's expression darkened slightly, and instead smiled. That is why your master has specially invited the outer sect Grand Senior Brother to help you survive the tribulation. Senior Brother is now a Deluo Golden Immortal wielding a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. It should take him no great effort to protect you safely through this trial. Only then did the heart hanging in when Qi's chest settle back down. He understood clearly that his master's words were not mere consolation, but rather an indication of the underlying cause and effect. This tribulation was destined to come and had been long arranged. He immediately bowed, offering his thanks to Fairy Hanzhi and Zhao Gongming. Sister Hanzhi, your disciple is too bound by rules. Why not let me teach him for a few days? Before she finished speaking, Bai Xiao chimed in with a bright smile. She was always straightforward and impatient with those cumbersome formalities. Little sister, if you keep chattering, I won't take you out next time. Yun Xiao frowned slightly, his words few, yet carrying undeniable weight. Bai Xiao pouted, remaining silent, merely twirling her fingers around the tips of her hair, clearly not paying attention. Thank you, master and uncle, for your support. I shall go seek the place for my tribulation. The group exited the venue, landing in an open area outside. Innate beings undergo tribulations during their transformation, but most are born carrying spirit treasures, making the lightning strikes feel like a mere bath. However, this tribulation faced by postnatal beings is something Yun Xiao and the others had rarely witnessed. They had heard that Hanzhi had taken on a postnatal disciple who needed to transcend, so they had all come to see the spectacle. When Qi paid no heed to the surrounding movements, sitting cross-legged and drawing in his breath, allowing his great ascension cultivation to naturally circulate, drawing in the innate spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. In a moment, winds rose and clouds surged, with dark clouds gathering ominously overhead. The entire sky turned as dark as ink. As the thunder in the sky gathered momentum, boom! A deafening explosion tore through the sky, brilliant lightning crashing down with tremendous force, striking directly above Wen Qi. He remained seated unmoving while Hanzhi and Zhao Gongming did not intervene. The first bolt of lightning couldn't breach the bones of a great ascension cultivator, who is undergoing tribulation in my Golden Ao Islands venue. The Tongtian patriarch, lost in thought at the Bo Palace, was abruptly roused by the force of the lightning. Calculating with his fingers the cause and effect became evident. A postnatal root can actually summon a transcending tribulation. Quite remarkable, he mused, then closed his eyes in meditation, continuing to comprehend the Tao. Such trivial matters were not worth his full attention. When Qi stubbornly endured the first bolt of lightning, the electric shock coursed through his body, the pain and numbness crashing into his limbs like a tidal wave. He gritted his teeth and held on, guiding the lightning's power to circulate throughout his body. This innate thunder was meant to temper his flesh and forge his spirit, driving out the impurities within. The postnatal tribulation was akin to the tribulation of transformation. It was both a trial and a gift. If one could endure, they could use the thunder to solidify their foundation and reshape themselves. Only by overcoming it could they refine their postnatal essence into innate spiritual energy, turning their mundane flesh into an innate body. Only thus could one truly step onto the path of immortality. Hence, the first realm after a postnatal being sheds their mortal shell is called the human immortal realm. As the lightning strikes continued, when Qi instead realized the benefits of the daily trials he had undergone to refine his body and spirit, the purer he became, the more resilient he was, the more stable he became, the easier it was to transform. After 9 bolts of lightning, a 7-colored glow emanated from his body, and his flesh and bones had quietly completed their transformation. However, this transcending tribulation consisted of 27 bolts divided into 3 rounds. When the demon court was first established, the demon emperor, in a bid to unite the clans and strengthen the demon army, vowed to the heavenly Tao, establishing the number of 3 nines. 1 9 refined the body, and the second 9 refined the spirit. The pain of the physical body could still be endured with gritted teeth, but the sensation of the spirit being repeatedly scorched by the lightning felt like being cut by 1,000 knives. Fortunately, he had lived 2 lifetimes. His soul was full and robust and comparable to ordinary cultivators. With another 9 bolts of divine lightning striking down the portion of his postnatal divine sense deep within his sea of consciousness finally transformed into a clear innate spirit shining like a pearl. With the second 9 concluded, the third 9 was already upon him. There wasn't even a moment to catch his breath. Deep within the dark clouds, 9 bolts of purple and white lightning slowly converged, their power surging like the sea, compressing the air into a standstill. Fairy Hanzhi's expression changed slightly. This was the obstacle she feared the most. The first 18 bolts came one by one, allowing for adjustments and leveraging, but these last 9 bolts came down bundled together. If one could endure, they would ascend to immortality. If unable, both body and spirit would scatter with no chance for reincarnation. As the lightning accumulated, it thundered down. In an instant, the mountains shook and the earth trembled, trees snapped, as if the heavens were furious and the cosmic order was in chaos. "Senior brother, I need your help," Hanzhi said anxiously. "Haha, don't worry, little sister, watch my skills." Zhao Gongming laughed heartily, flicking his wrist as 24 precious beads soared into the air, hovering above when Kai's head steadily supporting the 9 converging heavenly thunders. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Master Brother's treasure was of high enough grade to withstand the might of innate thunder while avoiding entanglement with the heavenly Dao. Hanzhi herself only had a postnatal spirit treasure in hand. Wishing to help her disciple, she felt powerless. The innate spirit treasure resonated with the heavenly Dao, sensing its existence, thus knowing that this tribulation had passed. Its might gradually diminished as the dark clouds slowly receded. Sunlight poured down upon the earth once again, and sweet rain fell, refreshing as milk, rejuvenating the grass and trees that had been scorched by the thunder, causing them to sprout anew. Naturally, when Qi reaped the most benefits. After transcending into an immortal, his physical form had shed the shackles of postnatal existence, not only greatly increasing his lifespan, but also utterly awakening the long-dormant innate with spirit within him. Green energy flowed, vitality surged, as if all the flora on Golden Ao Island were silently responding. At this moment, when Kai's physical body was solid, his spirit clear, his essence abundant, and his divine energy harmonious, having truly undergone a rebirth. Returning to simplicity unadorned, washing away the superficial, his radiance emerged naturally. With pearls and jewels in hand, he sought no external gain. After becoming an immortal, his appearance and demeanor had changed. His previous looks weren't particularly striking, just clear features and an even outline, not easily mistaken among ordinary cultivators, but also not remarkable. Now, after being tempered by the fire of tribulation, he stood taller, like a pine, his face like jade, his aura repressed yet sharp. His eyes were calm and deep, yet astonishingly bright, as if able to see the most subtle ripples of the human heart. The dark green Taoist robe he wore fluttered slightly with the wind, untainted by the mundane, exuding a sense of otherworldly grace. Immortal and mortal differ by just one word, yet the chasm between them is like a heavenly moat. One breathes the sunlight and moonlight from above the clouds, while the other gazes at the stars from the mud. Seeing her disciple safely transcend, Hanzhi's lips curled up, her smile warm and her eyes full of gratification. In just over a decade, this child had shed his mortal shell, stepped onto the path of immortality, solidified his foundation, and established a robust base, showing no signs of superficiality. Such talent, though not comparable to those mighty beings who existed since the dawn of creation, was still quite rare among postnatal beings. She felt satisfied within, though it did not show on her face, as she quietly observed. Meanwhile, when she was deeply immersed, meticulously sorting through the insights gained from the tribulation, absorbing every thread of heavenly secrets and profound principles into his sea of consciousness. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for enlightenment was not something he dared to take lightly. Yun Xiao stepped forward at this moment, her voice clear. "Sister Hanzhi, congratulations. Your disciple has attained the path of immortality. This lineage's flame is thus firmly secured." Hanzhi smiled and nodded. "Sister Yun Xiao, you flatter me." Without Master Brother's assistance, Wen Qi would have had a hard time overcoming this obstacle. Zhao Gongming remarked, smiling calmly, his demeanor unruffled. "As the outer sect's Master Brother, how could I refuse when you came to ask for help? No need for thanks. Between us there is no need for such formality." Though his words seemed straightforward, they reflected his true nature. Born as a pure breeze, with an upright character, he acted openly, never claiming credit or hiding his intentions. The Tongtian patriarch conferred the position of outer sect leader upon him precisely because of this sincerity. Seeing Wen Qi still in meditation, Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao did not linger, giving a slight bow before quietly departing. Hanzhi did not retain them, either turning back to her tranquil chamber to continue her pursuit of the profound. Only Wen Qi remained in place, seated cross-legged, his breath long and steady. In the primordial chaos where years are hard to measure, after an unknown number of hours, Wen Qi slowly opened his eyes. As he breathed in and out, the pure qi flowed, and his mind became clear. On Geneo Island, clouds and mist swirled, and immortal birds soared through the sky, yet he no longer glanced at the scenery. His heart was no longer in the landscape. After more than 10 years of arduous cultivation, he finally knocked on the door of immortality. Although he had only reached the initial realm of human immortals, he had already resolved the worry of lifespan. The lifespan of a human immortal begins at 10,000 years, enough for him to walk another journey and climb another step. He adjusted his clothes and robes, tidying his sleeves, formed a seal, and rose into the clouds, heading straight for the Hanzhi Dao Hall. Upon reaching the hall, he lowered his head, closed his eyes, and bowed 3 times, showing complete respect. Disciple, Wen Qi pays respects to the master. On the meditation cushion, Hanzhi sat quietly like a lotus. Seeing his return, her gaze softened slightly, and she nodded gently. You have broken through the mundane and ascended to immortality, which brings me great comfort. Pausing for a moment, her tone grew serious. But the path of immortality is long and arduous. Being a human immortal is merely the beginning. Do not become arrogant because of a moment of enlightenment, nor become disheartened by the long road ahead. Keep your heart as it was at the beginning, for that is the true path. Wen Qi with a solemn expression bowed deeply, his voice not loud, but sincere. Disciple will remember the master's teachings. Today's words will be engraved in my heart, and I dare not forget. Great is the universe, and my path is long and endless. Disciple will diligently cultivate and understand the Tao, without relent, never daring to fail the master's teachings and guidance. The words exchanged between the master and disciple came from the heart, bearing no pretense. Hanzhi hoped that one day he would stand atop the great Tao, and Wen Qi wished to live up to the expectations of the sect. His joining the Jie sect was not a coincidence, but a matter of necessity. Born of humble origins and with shallow foundations, no one was willing to take him in except Hanzhi, who granted him a sliver of opportunity. Having entered this sect, he must tread steadily with each step, guarding his original intention and never forgetting his path. This primordial chaos is perilous. The weak can barely secure a place to stand. Only by becoming strong can one dare to speak of tomorrow. Of course, he still remembered the knowledge from his past life. When the calamity of the gods begins, Hanzhi will surely make the list. As soon as the words fell, a glimmer appeared in Hanzi's eyes and a hint of moisture emerged at the corners. Hastily wiping it away with her sleeve, she smiled at him again. Now that you have become an immortal, the foundational methods I taught you before are no longer suitable. Today I will pass on to you the fundamental teachings of the Jie sect, the Hanzhi Immortal Sutra. This sutra is also called the Hanzhi Lingbao Classic, personally created by the sect leader, specifically designed for the disciples of our Jie sect. You should cultivate it step by step. Solidly advancing the realm of Deluo is not beyond reach. Having ascended to immortality, it is only right to impart the orthodox teachings of the sect. She emphasized its origin, fearing that Wen Qi might not understand the weight of this method. It is not an ordinary skill, but the essence of the sect leader's efforts. However, Hanzhi herself had only reached the realm of golden immortals, and what she could explain was limited to 5 realms: earth, immortal, heaven, immortal, true, immortal, mysterious, immortal, and golden immortal. Beyond that, it was beyond her capability. Even discussing it would be like looking through a fog. When she understood in his heart that being greedy leads to confusion, it was already fortunate to grasp these 5 realms. Hanzhi then explained them sentence by sentence, combining her own insights elaborately. Her pace of speech was steady with occasional pauses. Observing his expression, she noticed him deep in thought, and she would rephrase her explanations, striving for clarity. She was concerned that he might not have a solid foundation and wouldn't understand, as she feared that he might seem to comprehend, but actually misunderstand. The teacher leads the student in, but cultivation is a personal journey. If the first step is taken wrongly, correcting it later would require tenfold effort. When she sat upright, his ears attentive and heart engaged, missing not a word, his gaze focused like a blank sheet of paper, eagerly awaiting ink. The path of immortality was still an unfamiliar realm to him. To put it plainly, he was merely a newcomer who had just pushed open the great door, faced with words and books he had yet to recognize. Now, with a dedicated master willing to guide him word by word, he was naturally filled with joy, eager to learn for another moment. In the primordial chaos, many innate beings had already cultivated a foundation after listening to Hong Jun's teachings in their early years, but by the time of the journey to the West Calamity, their cultivation had not progressed a bit. Why was that so? Because no one was there to teach them hand in hand, guiding them word by word. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to grow a tree, 100 years to nurture a person. This matter of cultivation, without a wise person to lead the way, relying solely on oneself to stumble about, ultimately makes it difficult to achieve anything. Even figures like the 7 saints of the primordial chaos would not repeatedly visit the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings, would they? While imparting the teachings, Hanzhi also shared the basic rules of the immortal path and common sense of entry, explaining them to Wenqi one by one. These principles are already imprinted in the souls of innate beings by the Tao of heaven, needing no explanation from others. However, postnatal beings come to the world empty-handed, lacking both memory and foundation, and must start all over again. Hanzhi taught him every detail. As Wenqi listened, his heart gradually warmed. Those who gave me life are my parents. Those who taught me are Hanzhi. Though he did not speak these words aloud, they had already taken root in his heart. He silently vowed in the days to come he would repay this master with all his strength. Following Hanzhi's teachings, Wenqi gradually began to outline the path of immortality. The immortal path in the primordial chaos is divided into 8 realms: human, immortal earth, immortal heaven, immortal true, immortal mysterious, immortal golden, immortal Tai, golden immortal, and Deluo golden immortal. Deluo golden immortal is the end of the immortal path. Beyond that is the Hunyuan golden immortal, also known as the Quasi Saint. This realm not only requires the cultivation of magical power, but also an understanding of the laws of the Tao. Although it bears the name Golden Immortal, it has already transcended ordinary immortal paths. As for the realm above Hunyuan, the realm of saints, cannot be spoken of, guessed, or discussed lightly. Throughout the primordial chaos, only Hong Jun Daozu Yang Mei Dao Run and the 7 saints have ever stepped upon it. Human immortals have only heard of the name of the Tao, not knowing what it is referred to as hearing the Tao. Earth immortals, who embody the essence of immortality by receiving half of the qi of heaven and earth, are called approaching the Tao. Heaven immortals have achievements in the Tao and actions in the world, hence called confronting the Tao. True immortals understand the true meaning of immortals and the essence of the Tao, known as understanding the Tao. Mysterious immortals can recognize the subtleties of the Tao and the ultimate truths of the law, thus are called realizing the Tao. Golden immortals, who share the same lifespan as heaven and earth and shine with the same light as the sun and moon, establish themselves as they establish the Tao, hence termed establishing the Tao. Tai, golden immortal, collects the 5 innate energies within the chest, unifying the 5 elements, thus called gaining the Tao. Deluo, golden immortal, with the 5 energies converging, the 3 yang, gathering at the summit, transcending the ordinary and entering the sacred realm. Only then is it called achieving the Tao. Beyond that, Hanzhi did not mention, and Wenqi did not ask. She explained in detail, and he listened attentively, not missing a word. This lecture lasted a full 36 years, coinciding with a small cycle of the heavens. On the day of completion, Hanzhi happened to finish her last sentence. Seeing Wenqi still sitting in meditation, deeply engrossed, she quietly sat beside him, not disturbing him, patiently waiting for her disciple to awaken. 3 days later, Wenqi slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Hanzhi sitting as before. He hurriedly knelt forward and bowed deeply. Disciple thanks the master for the teachings. Hanzhi nodded, her expression warm, and said, Your previous dilapidated straw hut has long been swept away by the mountain winds. It was not a suitable dwelling. Senior brother Gongming knows I am not skilled in weapon crafting and has already forged a postnatal Dao Hall for you. After you go out, you can refine it yourself. Wenqi quickly bowed again and then took his leave. After the master taught for over 30 years, it was time for him to let her rest and recuperate. As he stepped out of the Dao Hall, he pondered. Senior uncle Zhao Gongming has shown concern for him time and again. Back when he transcended the calamity of immortality, if not for the uncle's intervention, how could he have landed safely? Alas, this favor is likely to be hard to repay. He did not rush to refine the Dao Hall, but instead headed straight for his own patch of innate grains. Seeing that the spiritual seedlings were unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking down again, he noticed dew condensed on the leaves, and the soil was moist and soft. His heart instantly felt clear. The master must have come quietly, personally watering and caring for them. Otherwise, who would dare to intrude upon this Dao Hall? Before he finished speaking, he had already arrived. Is disciple Wenqi here? Uncle has come to see you. Before her voice faded, Bai Xiao had already walked closer with a smile. She cradled a dark furry cub of a demonic beast in her arms, its paws resting on her elbow, its tail gently swaying. When she hurried to greet her, bowing respectfully, "Bai Xiao Shibua, have you come to find the master today?" Bai Xiao slightly raised her chin, her cheeks tinged with a hint of redness, her voice lively. "Xiao Shibua asked me to bring you a place to stay, and I came to see if you find it suitable." "I see." When Kai's heart warmed. It seems several Shibua had already seen that thatched cottage, prompting them to act. "Wherever I feel at ease is home. I must trouble the two Shibua." The disciple expresses gratitude. "I thank Bai Xiao Shibua and Gongming Shibua." Bai Xiao waved her hand, stepping around him, her gaze sweeping over the rows of verdant spiritual plants, tilting her head in curiosity. "Nephew, what are you growing these for?" "These are mere low-grade innate plants in the wilderness. They can be found everywhere with ease," when she replied with a smile, answering truthfully, "Shibua, you may not know. Though these spiritual plants are of no use to innate beings, they are the sustenance that our postnatal human race will rely on for survival in the future. I cannot be negligent." Bai Xiao was taken aback. The smile on her small face faded a bit, and a hint of moisture appeared in her eyes. This child born of the human race has now shed the postnatal body and joined the ranks of immortals, yet still remembers where he came from. Good. Little Wenqi does not forget his roots. That puts my heart at ease. She reached out to stroke the head of the cub in her arms and handed it toward Wenqi. The calamity of the witch and demon has long passed. Both races are exhausted from the struggle. This little fellow was secretly brought back by me from the wilderness long ago, and after raising it for a while, my elder sister discovered it and forbade me from keeping it, so I thought to pass it on to you." After hearing Bai Xiao's words, Wenqi suddenly understood. This was not a gift, it was clearly a burden being offloaded. "What? You won't accept it?" Seeing Wenqi hesitate to respond immediately, Bai Xiao raised her eyelids, her voice lifting slightly with an undeniable tone. Wenqi dared not decline. "Shibua, you exaggerate. This place is indeed in need of a guardian spirit beast, and its arrival is quite timely. Bai Xiao Shibua has thought it through thoroughly, always considering others. I am deeply grateful." As her words fell, both hands had already securely cradled the fluffy little creature. Before he could take a closer look, a booming voice resonated from the center of Jin Ao Island. "100 years from now, I will deliver a discourse at Baiyu Palace. All disciples of the Jie Jiao, whether direct or external, are welcome to attend." The voice of the Tongtian Jiao master roared like thunder, sweeping across the island and penetrating deep into the eastern sea, as if even time and space trembled slightly. Oh no, I must hurry back." With her words, Bai Xiao halted, her feet no longer caring about the little beast in Wenkai's arms, forgetting the rows of spiritual herbs behind him, and turned to dash towards Tongtian Island. When she smiled at her departing figure, it truly was a case of one thing overcoming another, much like the relationship of brine and tofu. This fearless Bai Xiao was only afraid of her two elder sisters. Once her figure was out of sight, when she looked down at the cub in his arms. Its entire body was covered with soft, shiny black fur resembling a layer of inky velveteen. Its ears stood upright, slightly moving as it constantly detected sounds. Its dark, moist eyes blinked, revealing a hint of cleverness. "Hey, isn't this a dog from the future?" With just one glance, when she recognized its lineage. Since it was a dog, he would raise it. Dogs are companions to humans, considered half family. After decades of wandering in his past life, he had seen through some words need not be spoken, some feelings need not be feigned. Dogs understand true feelings better than people. "Oh, you little black dog, you already possess the cultivation of a human immortal." His heart tightened, yet he smiled. After over 10 years of arduous cultivation, he was now outdone by a mere little beast that had just opened its eyes. Comparing oneself to others is a source of frustration. Comparing goods makes one discard the unworthy. "Forget it, you belong to the human race, and have a connection with us. From now on you shall follow me." Wenqi. As soon as the words left his lips, the little dog surprisingly stretched out its pink tongue and gently licked his palm. Wenkai's smile deepened softly, saying, "A true man should have lofty ambitions. The universe is vast, and one must strive ceaselessly. In the realm of immortals, one is called emperor. Among demons, one is called king. You are entirely radiant, shining darkly. From now on you shall be called He Huang." The little dog wagged its tail, sharply barking twice, "Woof! Woof!" with a crisp sound, its tail wagging like a rattle. At that moment, the voice of Xian Hanzhi came from within the Dao Hall, clear and steady. "Wenqi, my disciple, you heard it clearly. 100 years from now, the master will teach profound principles and true methods at Baiyu Palace. There is still time. You should prepare yourself calmly, and when the time comes, we will go together." Wenkai's heart warmed, and he immediately bowed deeply. "I will obey the master's orders." Who could have imagined that right after attaining the human immortal realm, he would have the fortune to hear the Tongtian Jiao master personally teach the great Dao? Who is that? In the wilderness, only Hongjun Dao Master and Taishang Lao Zi could be compared to him. Even if he only understood a sentence or two, it would be beneficial for a lifetime. For a novice entering the path of immortality, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He remembered clearly the 3,000 guests of Zishao Palace who among them was not listening, comprehending, and ascending. Those with lower realms often made the fastest gains. With no more distractions, when Qi carefully placed He Huang beside the cushion, turned around, and returned to the Dao Hall, immersing himself in rigorous cultivation. Xian Hanji stood before the hall, seeing him move with urgency, and his brows lit up, her lips slightly curling into a smile before she spoke. What was this child scheming in his heart? As someone who has been there, she certainly knew. Decades passed in a flash. When Qi first solidified his foundation in the human immortal realm as solid as possible, then took advantage of the abundant innate spiritual energy on Jinao Island to repeatedly refine his spiritual body and temper his primordial spirit. At that time, the innate divine beings did not regard this spiritual energy as anything of significance. It was everywhere, easily accessible, and no one cherished it. They did not know that once the calamity of the gods and demons had passed and the heavens and earth shattered, seeking even a wisp of it would become incredibly difficult. When Qi had endured hardship and witnessed poverty, what others discarded as worthless, he wished to swallow whole, leaving not a drop behind. Innate beings cultivated either by closing their eyes and pondering the mysteries or reciting scriptures to nurture their nature. To them, cultivation was a natural process. It happened effortlessly, like water flowing and fruit ripening. But when Qi was clearly aware his foundation was shallow, and if he learned to be leisurely like them, he feared he would never touch the threshold of the great Tao in his lifetime. To roll, one must roll to the end. Xian Hanji observed all this silently, never pointing it out. She herself did not have such determination back then, but seeing her disciple invest such effort, she was pleased. Expertise is achieved through diligence, neglect leads to ruin, success is born from thought, failure comes from carelessness. Her Dao Hall was on Jinao Island, so there was no need, like those external disciples on the island, to pack their bags early and trek here. Only as the day of teaching approached did Xian Hanji bring Wen Qi riding on clouds toward the heart of the island Baiyu Palace. Along the way, they encountered many Jie Jiao disciples rushing to Baiyu Palace to listen to the discourse. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the corners of their garments. As Wen Qi observed the increasing number of people on the island, he truly weighed the significance of the words Jie Jiao. It was not a hollow name, but rather, on Jinao Island the clouds swirled, and celestial shadows flitted about. Some held jade scepters, some carried blue lotus lamps, some wielded 9-section whips, their robes of various colors, their feet shining like clouds. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the corners of their garments. As Wen Qi observed the increasing number of people on the island, he truly weighed the significance of the words Jie Jiao. It was not a hollow name, but rather genuine popularity and presence. 3,000 worldly guests, 10,000 immortals rushed to Baiyu. After many years, Hanji has not changed at all, still as radiant as ever. Seeing my little sister brings me joy. Senior sister Hanji, your cultivation has advanced remarkably, truly admirable. Oh, is this person behind you? A newly accepted disciple. Having set off slightly late by the time Hanji and Wen Qi approached, there were already tens of thousands of Jie Jiao disciples gathered outside Baiyu Palace. The crowd formed small groups discussing principles or reminiscing old times, laughter ringing out. As soon as Hanji arrived, many rushed to welcome her, calling out without end. She was not pretentious, smiling and returning the greetings graciously. When asked about the person beside her, she smiled and introduced, "This is my newly accepted disciple of the human race who recently shed his mortal coil and ascended to immortality. Today the master is giving a discourse, so I brought him to meet all of you senior brothers and sisters, to become familiar faces." When she followed suit, bowing with clasped hands and addressing the master as Uncle Master, may you be well, his voice clear and his demeanor reverent. The crowd's gaze fell upon him in unison. The disciples of the Jie sect numbered in the tens of thousands, did they not? Yet all before had been innate beings, dragons, phoenix descendants, progeny of the Qilan spirits of grass and wood. Who had ever seen a mortal of common bone in a mere decade or so traverse the 8 postnatal barriers and forcibly squeeze into the ranks of the prenatal? Though the innate beings possessed deep roots, they also understood those 8 postnatal realms. Each step a trial of heart and bone could not be faked by mere fortune alone. In an instant, many hearts began to stir. Can mortals truly achieve this? Could it be that the saying postnatal beings in reverse attain the great Tao holds true? Lu Yu stood on the direction of Nine Dragons Island, hands tucked into his sleeves. Luo Xian stood by the side of Fire Dragon Island, his gaze heavy. Their thoughts converged unwittingly after the sermon. They too would take on a mortal or two to test. As for whether those pleasantries were sincere or mere formalities, Hanzhi and Wenqi did not dwell on it. It was Kai Yun who stepped forward with a genuine smile. Congratulations, Sister Hanzhi, on gaining such fine material. This child has light in his eyes and a steady heart. He will surely become a great vessel in the future. Wenqi immediately bowed deeply, his voice not loud, but each word crisp. This disciple does not dare presume. I only wish to cultivate diligently and walk with caution so as not to fail my master's kindness. In the primordial wilderness, face was paramount. As a third-generation disciple facing a hall full of second-generation elders, this bow was neither humble nor overbearing, just right. It upheld the hierarchy and granted them due respect. The immortals, seeing his propriety, felt at ease, and some immediately opened their pouches to gift him treasures. Spirit fungus, vermilion fruit, purple, marrow, dark vines, red blaze sand. All manner of spiritual herbs and materials piled up until Wenqi could barely hold them with both hands. Some unknown unclemaster, noticing his arms nearly buckling, chuckled and handed over a plain cloth pouch. Here, take this to carry them. It's a postnatal sumaru pouch, OITLL, serve you for a while. To these immortals, such things were merely a handful of fruit casually plucked from the garden, a blade of grass gathered from the cliffside. At this time, heaven and earth were tranquil, spiritual energy, abundant spirit roots, self-generated, and spirit fruits ever ripe. The Wu and Yao had retreated into seclusion, and the three sects had taken the reins, an era when the mountains and rivers were clear and the great Dao seemed within reach. Hanzhi did not stop him, only nodding with a faint smile. What should be accepted, accept. The kindness owed would find its echo in days to come. Wenqi also knew his limits, and his tongue did not idle. Thank you, Uncle Master, for your generosity. I am indebted to Uncle Master for your guidance. This disciple shall hold this in his heart forever. Spoken without slickness, without flattery, each phrase landing on the soft spot of the listener's heart. Several Uncle Masters heard this, and their brows unfurled, even their backs straightening a touch, as if they had just sipped half a cup of celestial nectar, warmth spreading from throat to heart. Hanzhi observed it, all the corner of her lips curving slightly. This disciple not only knew how to speak, but knew when to say what and how to say it so it pleased the ear. 100 times better than one who merely kowtows. To leave a good impression among the second-generation disciples would naturally broaden his path ahead. In the primordial wilderness, cultivation was not a solitary journey. A fence needs 3 stakes, a good man needs 3 helpers. Without a helping hand, even the loftiest Dao foundation could easily crumble. Before long, the 4 sages of Fire Dragon Island arrived, the 10 lords of Golden Ao Island came, and the 3 immortals of 3 Immortals Island, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao, arrived together. Not long after, the outer sect Grand Senior Brother Zhao Gongming appeared. The Waterfire Boy, attendant to Lord Tongtian, stepped forward slowly, pushed open the great doors of Bo Palace, and announced in a loud voice, "All immortals, please enter the hall." The disciples filed in according to rank. Direct disciples led the way, followed by outer sect disciples. In the inner hall sat the 4 great direct disciples, Duobao Doran Wudong, Xingmu Jinling Xingmu, and Guiling Xingmu. Behind Duobao stood Huling Xingmu, and behind Jinling stood Yu Yuan, a Wenqi immortal hailing from Penglai Island. Wenqi knew neither of them, only catching their names as others greeted them. At this time, Huling and Yu Yuan had not yet made their names known. With Xian immortal cultivation, they were not exceptional in the primordial wilderness. Their seats in the inner hall were owed to their lineage, not their achievements. After all, they were direct disciples of the GS sect's 3rd generation. Their status had long been fixed. After the 4 great direct disciples came the outer sect Grand Senior Brother, Zhao Gongming, occupying a seat of his own. At his side, the 3 immortal maidens Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao stood silently, robes, unmoving, expression serene. Last to enter were the 7 attendant immortals Wu Yun Xian, Jinggu Xian Pilu, Xian, Lingya Xian Qiushou, Xian Jingguang Xian, and Changer Dingguang Xian. These 15, 4 direct disciples, 4 outstanding outer sect members, and 7 attendant immortals, were all personally instructed by Lord Tongtian, their status extraordinary. In every sermon, only they were permitted to listen in the inner hall. The remaining tens of thousands of GS sect disciples listened in the outer hall of Bo Palace. The outer hall was vast beyond measure. Tens of thousands standing within it felt not the slightest crowding. Though Hanzhi Xian and Kai Yun Xian were outer sect disciples with shallow cultivation, they were born on Golden Ao Island and counted as native-born members of the GS sect. and thus stood in the very front row. Wen Qi, being Hanzhi Xian's direct disciple, followed behind his master, claiming a spot in that front row, a considerable privilege. He knew well in his heart, with neither deep roots nor the qualification to enter the inner hall, standing here was already a stroke of fortune. Others still had to queue for summons. He was spared that ordeal. The remaining disciples had no strict order, gathering in clusters of 3 or 5, seeking out familiar faces, standing or leaning at ease. Once all were assembled, the Waterfire boy closed the great doors of Bo Palace, turned and hurried into the inner hall, taking his place at the side of the high platform. As Lord Tongtian's close attendant, he was naturally entitled to stand in attendance during the sermon. Silence. The Lord of the sect approaches. The words had barely fallen when the entire hall fell silent. In the span of a breath, clouds gathered upon the high platform, condensing into a couch, and the figure of Lord Tongtian sat upon it, as if he had been there all along. Though his arrival was swift, there was nothing abrupt about it, as if he had always been there, never having left. His form was faint and elusive, shadowy and indistinct, seeming both real and illusory, the laws of the great Dao wrapped around him like mist and gauze, impossible to fully perceive. In an instant, heavenly flowers rained down, golden lotuses surged from the earth, prenatal spiritual energy seeped forth silently, Dao rhythm rose and fell like tides, myriad wondrous sounds were born from the void, unending and unbroken. The Taoist seated upon that cloud couch was none other than the Lord of the Jie sect, the supreme pure Tongtian sage. We pay our respects to the teacher. We pay our respects to the Lord. We pay our respects to the Grand Master. Within the inner and outer halls, 10,000 immortals knelt as one, prostrating in homage. Rise, all of you. Lord Tongtian's voice was not loud, yet it pierced straight to the heart. The rites concluded, he spoke slowly. The Wu Yao tribulation has ended, and the baleful energies have scattered. This is the proper time for quiet contemplation. Today I shall expound the great Tao of the Jie sect for you all. With that, he did not waste another word, and began directly. The great Tao is formless, it gives birth to heaven and earth. The great Tao is without emotion, it moves the sun and moon. The great Tao is nameless, it nurtures all things. I know not its name, and so I call it Tao. Now as for the Tao, it has clarity and turbidity, movement and stillness. Heaven is clear, earth is turbid. Heaven moves, earth is still. The masculine is clear, the feminine is turbid. The masculine moves, the feminine is still. Descending from the root, flowing to the branches, and thus prevailing over all things. When a sage expounds the Tao, it is no ordinary matter. With every sentence uttered, golden flowers bloomed from the void. With every word that landed, golden lotuses surged from the cloud platform. The entire Bo Palace was bathed in flowing radiance, auspicious vapor rising in waves. The prenatal Tao rhythm, carried by spiritual energy, dispersed from Lord Tongtian's form, transforming into golden lamps, golden lotuses, strings of tassels, and hanging pearls drifting down upon the disciples of both inner and outer halls. 10,000 immortals held their breath, eyes fixed, unblinking, fearing to miss a single word or phrase. When she was also hearing a sage's sermon for the first time, the torrent of the great Tao surged like a mighty river, flooding straight into his spirit, making every hair on his body stand on end, his mind quaking with awe. He was like parched soil, desperately absorbing this sweet rain, like a newly sprouted bud wildly growing in the embrace of the spring breeze. An unprecedented clarity. The Tao felt so close enough to reach out and touch, close enough that there was no need for conjecture or deduction, just a quiet observation, and it would naturally manifest. In an instant, a spark of enlightenment burst forth in his heart. Countless insights surged forth, as if the Tao was sitting right before him, self-evident. As he immersed himself in this experience, his internal power quietly surged. His nascent soul was cleansed by the laws, and his innate body was repeatedly tempered by spiritual energy. Time ceased to exist in the realm of cultivation, oblivious to the passage of seasons. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the Master of Heaven ceased his teachings. Yet the people in the hall remained deeply engrossed in the profound Tao rhythm, unable to awaken immediately. The Master did not urge them, simply sitting quietly on his cloud bed, waiting patiently. The first to awaken were the 7 inner disciples and 8 direct disciples. Having deep foundations and much experience in listening to the Tao, they woke the fastest. Next came those in the outer hall who were more advanced in cultivation, the 10 lords of Janeo Island, the 4 generals of the demon clan Lu Yue and Lu Oxian. One by one they opened their eyes, their expressions clear, their breaths deep. Among the tens of thousands, the last to rise was Wen Qi. No wonder. Among the entire hall, he was the one with the shallowest Tao cultivation, and this was his first time personally listening to the Tao. He slowly opened his eyes, a smile rising uncontrollably, his lips curling up, the corners of his eyes slightly bending, even the tips of his fingers were warm. His cultivation had leaped up 3 realms, from human immortal to breaking through the earth immortal, heavenly immortal, and true immortal, firmly standing at the level of mysterious immortal. This was not surprising. The first 4 realms on the path of immortality focused on refining spiritual essence without delving deeply into the laws. When the saint spoke, the laws of the Tao seeped in like spring rain, causing the spiritual essence to surge by more than 100-fold. At the mysterious immortal realm, it came naturally. At this moment, when Shi had relaxed brows, a clear bone structure, and his aura was calm, yet sharp, subtly revealing a hint of Tao intention. He had long known that this time of listening to the Tao would yield gains, but he did not expect it to be so bountiful. Not only had his cultivation advanced, but the foundations of his Tao techniques, the paths of divine abilities, and the secrets of formations and pills all became clear, each finding their place. It must be understood that these 3 paths of pills, formations, and artifacts were originally the fundamental legacy left by the Panga deity to the 3 pure ones. Laozi, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the Master of Heaven all received identical inheritances. However, to avoid conflicts on the Tao path in the future, the 3 agreed to each choose a path to delve into. Laozi specialized in the path of pills, Yuanshi focused on formations, and Tongtian took charge of the path of artifacts. Later, Hongjun Daozu opened a grand teaching session in the Purple Cloud Palace, laying out 3,000 great Daos, and only then did the 3 pure ones carve out their paths to enlightenment. Thus, the 3 arts of pills, artifacts, and formations became branches outside the main pursuit of the 3, also passed down to their disciples. As for how much the disciples could comprehend, it ultimately depended on their own opportunities. For when these 3 paths of pills, artifacts, and formations were the foundation upon which his agricultural practices could stand. Without them, the path would be unstable, and the Tao would be hard to shape. Seeing the disciples of the GS sect gradually returning to their senses from their enlightenment, the Master of Heaven slowly opened his eyes. As a teacher, one transmits the Tao, imparts knowledge, and resolves doubts. After 500 years of teachings, it was now time for questions and answers. There are rules for questioning: first the inner disciples, then the outer disciples, first the direct disciples, then the registered disciples, first the 2nd generation disciples, then the 3rd generation disciples. The first to rise was the Daobao Daoist, followed closely by the Mother of Impermanence, the Mother of Golden Spirit, and the Mother of Turtle Spirit. Regardless of the depth or difficulty of the questions, the Master of Heaven answered each one with a calm expression. When Shi sat on his cushion listening very attentively, the questions asked by his elders at this moment might one day be the ones he would stumble over, unable to get past. After the 7 inner disciples and 8 direct disciples had finished asking their questions, it was the turn of the outer halls, Kaiyun, Immortal, Hanzhi Immortal, and others. After Hanzhi Immortal finished addressing the doubts in her heart, she paused briefly, adjusted her garment, and respectfully said, reporting to the Master, "I took a postnatal being as my disciple during my previous travels in the wilderness. Several hundred years ago, under the care of Senior Brother Gongming, he has shed his mortal body and attained an immortal form. Today I specifically brought him here to pay respects to my master." Her report at this moment was not abrupt. The rules of the wilderness have always been clear: the Tao cannot be lightly transmitted, and the laws cannot be privately taught. The fortunes between master and disciple are intertwined. Although she had taken Wen Qi as a disciple, without the Master of Heaven's nod it could only be considered a registered disciple, not a direct one. Before Hanzhi Immortal finished speaking, Wen Qi had already risen from his seat, taking a step forward to stand half a step behind her, kneeling down with his knees touching the ground, his forehead pressed to his palms, bowing deeply. "Disciple, Wen Qi pays respects to the ancestor." Although his voice was not loud, every word was clear, the gesture was not elaborate, yet was perfectly proper. This respect was not feigned. During the Battle of the Wu and Yao, when Mount Buzhou collapsed and the celestial river overflowed, beings were swept away. All the saints went to the place of opportunities and merits, while only the Master of Heaven commanded his disciples to run across the lands, saving the common folk. Wen Qi was a sliver of hope, pulled from the muddy waves by the GS sect's disciples. If it were not for this, he would have long since turned to ash amidst the overwhelming waters, and how could there be an opportunity to kneel here today? On the cloud bed, the Master of Heaven's gaze swept across, seeing the youth bowing silently, his back straight, but not stiff, dust on his forehead, yet not in a hurry to wipe it away. He nodded slightly, stroking his beard with a smile. Now among the GS sect, apart from Wen Qi, all were born innate, with many from the demon clan. Born free, their characters were wild and etiquette was often seen as a constraint, who would willingly bow their heads. Wen Kai's kneeling was not just for himself, but also for heaven and earth, for the teacher's way, and for the path he had carved out under his feet. It would not be easy to find fault with this even in front of Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Of course, the Master of Heaven did not truly care for these superficial formalities. The philosophy of the GS sect was fundamentally to have teachings without discrimination and all beings are equal. What he truly paid attention to was the essence within Wen Qi. Years ago, when Hanzhi brought Wen Qi to Janeo Island, he had already known of this person. However, at that time Wen Qi was still a postnatal being with a shallow foundation, and he had not paid much attention. Who would have thought that in just a few short years he would break through from mortal to immortal, listening to the Tao for 500 years and leap across 3 realms? Such progress was beyond the reach of many innate beings. It must be known how many great demons and ancient beasts after years of hard cultivation barely reached the realms of mysterious immortal or golden immortal. A human youth without any backing, no accumulated merits nor luck to protect him, relied solely on genuine effort and determination. When the saints observe a person, there is no need for divine abilities. Just a glance, and they could see Wen Kai's years of dawn and dusk, of seasons cold and warm, of inhaling and exhaling, of closed-door cultivation, of stumbling and exploring, all as clearly as the patterns on their palms. Now, among the hundreds of GS sect disciples with over 10,000 pupils, those who surpassed Wen Qi in talent were numerous. Yet in terms of respecting one's teacher as a father, keeping etiquette as a ritual, and treating cultivation as life, one could hardly count them on one hand. The Master of Heaven's gaze fell outside the hall, landing on Wen Qi, his voice clear and steady. Decades breaking through the 8 realms of postnatal beings, over 100 years transcending mortality to become immortal, listening to the Tao for 500 years and leaping across 3 heavenly barriers. Such roots do not fall short of Daobao's disciples of the Fire Spirit, nor do they lag behind the Yuan of the Golden Spirit sect. Hanzhi, you have taken in a good disciple. As soon as his words fell, Hanzhi's heart warmed, nearly causing her to lose her balance. She herself was only at the golden immortal level. How could she have known when she had already reached this point? Only after hearing the master pointed out did she suddenly realize. It turned out that her cheap disciple had already quietly made waves on his path. What reassured her even more was that since the master spoke publicly, Wen Qi could be considered to have truly entered the direct lineage of the GS sect. Henceforth, even if there were dissenters, they would not dare to easily target a 3rd-generation disciple recognized by the master himself. After all, in this wilderness, the human race has always been seen as prey by the demon clan. Without a solid backing, one could hardly survive, let alone cultivate. Not only was Hanzhi overjoyed, but others in the inner hall, like Xiao Gongming and Yun Xiao, also looked over, both surprised and amused. This kid has been hiding quite well. At the next sermon, I fear I shall have to look up to him. Tongtian Zhaozhu observed the expressions of the crowd, noting all. The Wu Yao tribulation had passed. It was time for the disciples of the GS sect to focus on their cultivation. This 3rd-generation disciple before him was a living mirror, reflecting diligence and indolence, revealing true hearts and charting a path that even the human race could traverse. He slightly raised his sleeve, a thought passing through his mind. A streak of 5-colored light burst forth from his wide sleeve, arcing across the hall like a rainbow, swiftly passing the inner pillars and stopping steadily in Wen Kai's palm. As the light faded, an ancient sickle lay quietly in his hand, its blade gleaming with a green-gold hue, its handle wrapped in wheatstalk patterns. Before the edge was even drawn, the image of surging rice waves seemed to emanate from it. This treasure is named Harvest Sickle, which I acquired in my early years. Today I bestow it upon you. Though it is a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, it is versatile in both offense and defense, and it aligns well with your chosen Tao. I give it to you today. Before the words faded, Wen Qi was startled, and even Hanzhi Xian, standing nearby, widened her eyes slightly. He had not anticipated that Tongtian Zhaozhu would personally bestow a spiritual treasure. Hanzhi Xian was merely an ordinary outer disciple of the GS sect, not an inner disciple, nor did she possess a prestigious background. Among the people in the outer hall of Bo Palace, she did not rank. Compared to the 15 senior fellow apprentices in the inner hall, she was even further behind. Wen Qi was well aware that his status hadn't even been entered into the official registry. He wasn't a formal disciple, at best a nominal grand disciple. Being personally acknowledged by the saint before 10,000 immortals was already an immense honor. To covet a spiritual treasure as well would be overstepping his bounds. Moreover, Hanzhi Xian herself only possessed a single acquired spiritual treasure. Unexpectedly, the sect leader's words pushed both master and disciple into the limelight. Grand disciple, Wen Qi, thanks for the grace of the sect leader and grand master. I shall cultivate diligently and never fail the reputation of the GS sect. He did not decline, nor did he hesitate. He knelt, his knees hitting the ground, and kowtowed with proper ritual. Tongtian Jiaozhu, the supreme pure Lingbao Tianzuan, possessed countless spiritual treasures. Bestowing a low-grade innate spiritual treasure was for him a mere casual act. When she lowered his head in thought for a moment and managed to discern a hint of the reason among the tens of thousands under the GS sect, he had secluded himself for over 500 years untouched by worldly affairs, uninvolved in conflicts. His rapid cultivation progress was indeed rare among third-generation disciples. The sect leader's action was perhaps not solely for him, but more like setting an example, showing everyone that as long as one's heart is righteous, one's Tao is true, and one's conduct is earnest, heavenly light will shine upon them. Furthermore, the sect leader had always believed in the principle the great Tao has 50 heavens, mechanisms are 49, and one is left for humanity. All beings have their path. Even the human race can ascend to immortality. When she, born mortal without roots or foundation, step by step reaching the mystic immortal realm, was the most tangible testament to the phrase in education, there should be no class distinctions. That harvest sickle in the hands of others would be but a blunt tool, but for him who entered the Tao through agriculture, spring plowing, and autumn harvest, nurturing qi and cultivating essence, the blade's edge was not for cutting grass, but for severing distracting thoughts and breaking stubborn attachments. This treasure and he were like hand and glove, as natural as breathing. The sect leader never bestowed treasures carelessly. There was always a reason. The sickle chooses its master, and the master resonates with the sickle. It was a silent recognition. In Bo Palace, Hanzhi was first stunned, then a smile spread across her lips, her brows relaxing. She had never received an innate spiritual treasure, but her disciple had, and that brought her glory. Zhao Gongming, Sanxiao Tseyun, and others who were on good terms with her smiled and nodded sincerely, offering their congratulations. Some disciples standing in the back rows lowered their eyes, concealing the ripples beneath their gaze, their knuckles whitening as they clenched their fists in their sleeves. Joy, shock, envy, bitterness. All sorts of feelings silently churned within the hall. But no one dared to harbor any ill intentions. Firstly, this treasure was personally bestowed by the sect leader in front of 10,000 immortals. Causing trouble afterward would be a public slap in the saint's face. In the primordial wilderness, face is more precious than life itself. To tear it apart meant no access to the great Tao and no tolerance from heaven and earth. Secondly, a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure was hardly worth contending over for Tai golden immortals or De Luo golden immortals. Moreover, when she was young, humble, and courteous. The other day he had even guided and served tea to some senior fellow apprentices outside the palace gates, a kindness everyone remembered. When she accepted the sickle, and the sermon continued. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. As the final phrase of doctrine settled, Tongtian Jiao's form faded away. The immortals did not linger. After listening to the Tao for 500 years and questioning it for 500 years, the gains were vast. They needed to return to their abodes to meditate and digest. Exchanging pleasantries with fellow disciples could wait for leisure. The urgent task was to chew and swallow that trace of Tao rhyme and half a sentence of true words, turning them into one's own flesh and blood. The 10,000 immortals exited the hall in orderly fashion. Duobao Daoren walked at the front. As he stepped over the threshold of the inner hall, he noticed Wen Qi standing respectfully in the corridor and approached him. Junior Sister Hanzhi has a good eye, he said, his voice not loud, but each word clear. Though this grand disciple is of ordinary origin, his Tao heart is as firm as a rock, his spiritual platform clear and undefiled. Among the third-generation disciples, few can match his temperament. As he spoke, he produced a green seal from his sleeve, its base inscribed with seal script depicting mountain forms. This mountain suppression seal is a high-grade acquired spiritual treasure. I gift it to you for self-protection. A gift from an elder must not be declined. Duobao Daoren was renowned for his artifact refinement, having grasped the essence of Tongtian Jiao's techniques, earning him the title Duobao Many Treasures. Bestowing a treasure upon a junior was fitting for his status and common practice. On behalf of my disciple, I thank the senior granduncle. Hanzhi performed a bow. Grand disciple thanks senior granduncle Duobao. Wen Qi bowed again, his voice steady and clear. The figures in the hall gradually thinned. Huling Xingmu passed behind Duobao, her gaze sweeping over Wen Qi, pausing for half a breath. Jinling Xingmu walked to the palace gate with Yu Yuan at her side, also turning her head to glance at him. Among the tens of thousands of disciples, only a handful could be personally taught by the sect leader and publicly praised by the senior granduncle. He, a junior from the outer sect, had his name etched into the hearts of many as soon as it was heard. Zhao Gongming Yunxiao and Xiongxiao approached Hanzhi, and Wenqi pausing briefly to offer their congratulations with cupped fists. Hanzhi and Wenqi quickly returned the salute, maintaining the decorum of disciples neither humble nor overbearing. Bixiao, however, did not nod to Hanzhi Xian. She fixed her gaze on Wenqi, her eyes calm, yet seeming to hold a hint of inquiry. Wenqi felt his ears grow slightly warm under her gaze, lowering his eyes to avoid it for a moment, thinking to himself, this little senior grand uncle, is she plotting something again? The two then took their leave of the immortals and returned directly to their Taoist sanctuary, entering secluded cultivation to consolidate their insights. Time passed silently, and in the blink of an eye several hundred years had gone by. On Jineo Island in the Shenong Hall, suddenly a vast and mighty aura surged from Wenkai's secluded cultivation chamber, like a dragon's first roar vibrating the bronze bells at the hall's corners. Immediately innate spiritual energy from all directions rushed forth, gathering, without dispersing, all converging into the body of the figure seated cross-legged within the hall. Where the spiritual energy passed, a few old pines near Hanzhi Xian's Taoist sanctuary sprouted new tender shoots, and the birds on the branches sang, with clear crisp notes, in the mid-air clouds and mist-churned layers of red, orange, green, and purple interweaving, illuminating the entire island with a newfound brightness. Days later, when Qi opened his eyes, a light flashed in them like the first spring water, clear and translucent, with a warm spiritual intelligence. His entire aura flowed faint rays of light, appearing brimming with the essence of the Tao. As that sharp momentum slowly receded, and the anomalies vanished, the corners of his mouth lifted into a bright smile. His brows held no trace of youthfulness, only certainty and composure. His foundation was laid word by his master Hanzhi. His realm was guided by Tongtian Jiao's his personal teachings on the great Tao. Over 1,000 years his physical body had been tempered to be as pure as jade and as strong as steel. His primordial spirit condensed like a spark, his cultivation firmly settled in the mystic immortal realm with no sign of instability. During his seclusion, he had also repeatedly refined and sacrificed his two magical treasures, the harvest sickle and the mountain suppression seal. The former perfectly matched his Tao, and he cherished it dearly. The latter, though acquired, was a personal gift from Duobao Doran, fierce in attack, and not to be underestimated. In the future, traversing the primordial wilderness alone with these two treasures by his side, he could proceed with ease. The difference between an innate and an acquired spiritual treasure is more than just their origin. Innate treasures bear the talismanic scripts of the Tao's fundamental laws, carrying a spark of inextinguishable spiritual light that can aid its master in comprehending the origin of the great Tao. Acquired treasures, regardless of their power, ultimately find it difficult to touch the very marrow of heaven's laws. In the present age, the primordial wilderness remains clear. Spiritual energy has not yet thinned, and the laws are unmarred. The trace of Tao rhyme contained within a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure is but a drop in the ocean to a golden immortal. But for Wenqi, a cultivator at the mystic immortal realm, this harvest sickle was like a long-awaited rain after a drought. Innate spiritual treasures are divided into 5 grades: low, middle, high, supreme, and ultimate. The number of prohibitions increases sequentially: 12, 24, 36, 48, culminating at 49. The great Tao begets 50 heavens. Evolution manifests 49, leaving 1 to escape. Thus the ultimate treasure represents the pinnacle. The 3 treasures born of the primordial creation, the supreme yin-yang diagram, the Panga banner, and the chaos bell, are all 49 prohibition ultimate treasures, their might overshadowing all of eternity. For an ordinary mystic immortal, refining even a single prohibition is a considerable feat, yet Wenqi, with his sickle bearing 12 prohibitions, had managed to completely master all of them within a few hundred years. It was not due to any extraordinary talent, but rather that a karmic connection seemed to have long existed between the sickle and himself. The way of agriculture truly required such a simple, yet profound instrument. He lowered his head to gaze at the small sickle blade in his palm. The edge was faintly cold, the handle slender and resilient, its spiritual light flickering with his breath, colorful threads of radiance weaving through, and Tao patterns faintly undulating. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. The 3 words were spoken without any pretense, merely a joyful exclamation bursting forth naturally. The Tao runes within the sickle were in perfect harmony with his cultivated way of agriculture, encompassing not just spring planting and autumn harvest, nor merely the principle of a full granary fostering propriety. It also included the order of fishing, woodcutting, herding, and forestry, the utility of clothing, food, shelter, and travel, the principle of balancing martial and civil pursuits, the responsibility of carrying on the past and opening the future, and even how civilization endures and how clans thrive. At this thought his heart burned with warmth. He was no longer just a farmer, but a guardian of the land, a nurturer of the people, a sustainer of life, and a transmitter of the flame. Putting away the sickle and the mountain ceiling seal, he straightened his sleeves and rose, pushing open the door to step outside. His so-called cultivation abode was in truth a quiet and grand hall adjacent to Hanzhi Immortal's residence. When Zhao Gongming had sent it via by Xiaoback, then it was merely a written decree and a few incantations. Later on a whim he inscribed the words Shinnong Hall and hung them above the lintel. Not for grandeur, but to constantly remind himself of his origins. Outside the hall's gates, when she had just stepped onto Janeo Island when a dark shadow darted over, leaping straight into his arms. It was Black Emperor. This wolfhound had only been at the Earth Immortal realm when it first arrived, but after thousands of years nourished by the abundant innate spiritual energy of Janeo Island, it had steadily climbed to the celestial immortal realm. When the wind of opportunity blows, even grass and trees sprout and grow, how much more so for a dog that had attained intelligence. It possessed the most ordinary wolfhound bloodline among the demon races, born without any auspicious signs or ancient bloodline to trace. Its aptitude was mediocre and its comprehension unremarkable, yet relying solely on the unceasing innate pure energy of the island, it had managed to cultivate a certain presence. When she was inwardly startled at the sight, his own mystic immortal Dao fruit was forged through step-by-step reverence, breath-by-breath refinement of the spirit, enduring countless solitary winters and summers of meditation. But what about Black Emperor? The beast spent its days lounging under the eaves, basking in the sun, or scurrying around the island with spirit fruits in its mouth, too lazy to even assume a proper meditation posture. Yet its cultivation was more stable than his own. In that instant, the faint pride within Wen Kai's heart silently dissipated. He reached out and rubbed the furry crown of Black Emperor's head without a word, then turned to tend to the dozens of spiritual plants. These grains were innate seeds personally transplanted from the banks of the Huai River. Although they had not reached the innate grade, they carried the root lineage of the innate. Over 1,000 years they had fully matured. The wind passed silently, the ears of grain hung low like a gesture of humility. When Kai's fingertip brushed over the heavy seed, heads his smile serene. Today I resume my old craft. Fortunately, innate grain does not behave like mortal rice, which withers after a single harvest. The sickle need not be drawn. The ancestral harvest sickle, its edge still glinting with a green light, lay quietly within its case. The grain stalks were sparse, and he dared not harm their roots. He merely bent down to carefully collect the plump seeds one by one, sorting them into 5 colors, and sealed them securely within a jade box. Just then a surge of spiritual energy began churning from the direction of Hanzhi Immortal's cultivation grounds. Clouds swirled like a dragon breathing. Master has emerged from seclusion. When she smoothed his sleeves and headed straight for the grounds. The hall doors were half open, and Hanzhi stood before the steps, her plain robe unstained by dust, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders. When she tucked his sleeves and bowed with full propriety. After reporting recent matters, he stated his intentions. You wish to return to the primordial wilderness. Hanzhi's brows furrowed slightly. When she looked up, catching a strand of silver at his master's temple glinting in the morning light. His heart warmed, and his words came slower. What one gains from books is ultimately shallow. To truly understand a thing, one must experience it firsthand. The great Tao lies not within scriptures, but beneath one's feet. 100 years of seclusion cannot compare to a single month of worldly experience. 10 years of still meditation cannot rival 3 days of wind and rain. This disciple is a post-heaven born being with shallow foundations and meager knowledge, lacking in both old learning and true insight. Thanks to the guidance of Master and the sect leader, I was fortunate enough to cultivate to the mystic immortal realm. But this realm is not the destination, it is merely the threshold. For the path ahead, I can no longer rely solely on meditation and scripture recitation. I must venture out, experience the world's warmth and cold, seize opportunities, and take my chances. Every word was truthful, every sentence from the heart. Post-heaven born beings and pre-heaven innate beings are fundamentally different. The former enters the world empty-handed, having to painstakingly discover even who they are and why they exist. The latter is born bearing the imprint of heaven's Tao, with karma as clear as palm lines, and the great Tao as familiar as daily life. When she had already reached the mystic immortal realm, his Tao heart just beginning to solidify, and he was starting to perceive the outline of his own Tao. And within that outline, the characters 5 grains were clearly written. The seeds he had just collected weighed heavily in their box. Humanity was still in the age of slash-and-burn cultivation, struggling between feast and famine. The tribulation of the Wu and Yao races had long subsided, and Tongtian cult leader had already left the island to pay homage to Dao ancestor Hanjun at the Zixiao Palace. When she was well aware the heavenly court was about to be established with Haoyan and Yaoqi governing the three realms, humanity was about to rise, and the era of the three sovereigns and 5 emperors was not far off. Distributing grains to the people and teaching them agriculture was not a temporary measure. It was the path he had long since chosen. Now his cultivation had reached the necessary level, the seeds were in hand, and the time was ripe. On the meditation cushion, Hanzhi listened in silence for a long while, then let out a soft sigh. How could she not know? Those who seek the Tao fight for far more than mere cultivation level. They contend for a thread of fortune, a wisp of merit, a handle of spiritual treasure, a sliver of face, and that 1 in 10,000 chance at fate. She understood Wen Kai's words and heard them clearly. But she was merely an outer disciple of the GS sect with limited blessings and fortune. The protection she could offer was meager, and the guidance she could impart was already exhausted. In the end, she only gave a few detailed admonitions before nodding in assent. When a fledgling's wings are full, it must eventually leave the nest. When a disciple's Tao is accomplished, how could they forever remain at the master's side? Having come to this realization, she felt a sense of relief. Now that the Wu and Yao had retreated into seclusion, the world was clear and bright. With Wen Kai's mystic immortal cultivation, the spiritual treasure gifted by the sect leader at his waist, and the banner of the GS sect bearing his name. Even if storms arose, he would not easily be overthrown. The sea is vast, letting fish leap. The sky is high, allowing birds to fly. Over the eastern sea, a beam of golden light skimmed across the waves, weaving through the sparkling water, heading straight for the eastern shore. It was when before his departure, he had entrusted his master with the care of the grain field outside Shinome Hall. Now, accompanied by Black Emperor, he rode the golden light of would escape unhurried toward the human settlements along the eastern coast. He was a being of wood-natured spiritual essence, having cultivated for 1,000 years with a specialization in wood escape. The other 4 elemental escapes would require him to reach the Tai golden immortal realm when the 5 energies harmonize at their source before he could begin to master them. In the final analysis, pre-heaven innate beings are born knowing, post-heaven humans must learn to know. They are different, yet each carries their own significance. When the great goddess Nuwa molded humans from clay, she took the Jiutian Shirong as their foundation, blending the Jiutian Qingqi with the earth's turbid breath, fashioning bodies in the order of yin and yang and the 5 phases, and at last kindling true spirits by the law of creation. Because of this, the human race was born attuned to the ways of yin and yang, the 5 phases, and the order of heaven and earth. Every person could cultivate, every person could enter the path. Alas, their roots were shallow, and there were no masters to guide them. No one taught the techniques, no one awakened them. Immortal providence remained like flowers in mist, or the moon in water, seen but not grasped. Earlier still, the Wu Yao war raged with terrible ferocity. The Yao Emperor, to break the flesh of the ancestral Wu, bathed his blade in human blood and massacred 129600 innate humans. Countless postnatal people were slain or wounded. The innate people personally fashioned by Nuwa were nearly exterminated. Now only 3 remained, the Sueran, the Youchao, and the Zi. Beneath Wen Kai's feet, the wooden golden cloud suddenly sank, and his speed quickened by 1/3. Time would not wait. There was no moment to lose. Years later, he stood upon the eastern seashore. The flagstones grated underfoot, the sea breeze tasted faintly of salt. He gazed where water met sky, the corner of his mouth lifted into a small, sincere smile. Though he was only at the Xianxian level and entirely alone, he felt no fear. By then, the Wu Yao tribulation had ended, and 9 out of 10 of the 2 races' top masters were gone. On the day Buzhou Mountain collapsed, 11 of the ancestral Wu fell in battle. Only Hutu remained. Among the Yao Dongwang Tai, the Yao Emperor Dijuan and Shihuang Fushi, together with 8 of the 10 Yao sages, all perished. Those who survived either followed Hutu into seclusion in the nether realms, or were taken by Nuwa into the Nuwa palace to recuperate. A few innate greats who would not leave closed their grottos early and hid, deeply fearful that revealing themselves would invite retribution. After all, descendants of the Wu and the Yao still bore heavenly Tao merits. Whoever slew them would gain merit. Thus, when Kai's journey was comparatively safe, disciples of the Xian Gate continued secluded practice in their sects. The Dragon Phoenix and Xilan clans had long since fled, no longer entangled in the affairs of the wilds. This was the best moment for him to plant firm roots and establish a Tao foundation. On the flagstone, he gathered his spirit and finally fixed his destination, Kongtong Mountain in the Hongwang, the ancestral land of mankind. It was here that Nuwa pinched earth into form and gave life to all things, thereby attaining her sacred station. In gratitude, the human race revered this mountain as the source of their bloodline. Years passed, and among the nearby tribes of Kongtong Mountain, a quiet rumor spread: a human sage had arrived on the mountain several thousand years old, yet with the face of a youth. Stranger still, he had obtained a few exotic seeds from immortals. Within half a year's planting, they sprouted ears and filled with grain, abundant, fragrant, glutinous, and savory, far more sustaining than berries or wild greens. With those seeds, the tribes no longer needed men and women to cross mountains in search of food. The grain could be sown and eaten by all. It harmed neither body nor life, and elders and children who ate it showed no ill effects. The sage did not hoard his knowledge. He taught hand on hand how to reclaim land, select seed, raise seedlings, transplant, weed, harvest, dry, store, and save seed. Each step explained with care and clarity. The news ran like a mountain stream from one tribe to the next. At first, nearby bands came to look. Later, people from 10 li and 100 li away arrived, dragging their families along. At that time, the human race had only just survived the great calamity. Tribes were few, settlements scattered, mostly clustered around Kongtong Mountain. Word multiplied swiftly, and within years, everyone before and behind the mountain knew the name Wen Qi. Everyone said, "He is one of our own, teaching us the crafts of survival." Back then, humanity still lived in the Stone Age and was matriarchal. Women climbed trees for fruit, men hunted with spears, barely keeping body and soul together. Yet this was the wilds. Beasts that had absorbed spiritual energy for a century could take form as demons. How could unarmed postnatal humans possibly contend? A full meal followed by hunger. Many infants perished, young populations barely grew, and tribes remained weak as paper. With Wen Kai's coming, that had to change. Halfway up Kongtong Mountain, a modest farm courtyard of several moos stood quietly. A few earthen houses, gray tiles, and wooden pillars, plaster flaked, eaves slightly upturned, bearing the steady wear of many years. In the courtyard, tall pines and cypresses stood, bamboo shadows swayed and rustled with the wind. Before and behind the houses, dry plots where neat rice paddies lay like mirrors. Rows of grain marched in lines, their ears drooping like waves. Further on, a clear stream ran down the mountain, winding around the fields and tinkling. Fitting the old saying, a ribbon of water guards the fields and turns them green. 2 mountains open the gate and send forth verdure. At that moment, the houses were empty. Everyone was in the fields. Along the paddy edges and ridges, people stood, some in beast skins, some wrapped in leaves, some barefoot in the mud, some with sharpened bone knives at their waists. Their garments were threadbare braids, rough faces smeared with dirt, yet their eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. Wen Qi rolled up his trousers, bare feet sinking in mud, clutching a handful of freshly pulled seedlings. He bent to demonstrate how to tell seedlings, spot tillers, pinch the tips, and press the stems. At this stage, the human race had no script. Words could not convey the lessons, so they relied on doing, watching, and remembering. He stooped to show them once, and the watcher squatted to copy. He reached to straighten a crooked seedling, and 3 or 4 hands immediately reached out, competing to mirror that gesture. They were clumsy but not careless. They could not grasp the words, but they remembered the motions. For when they returned, the elders would ask, and hungry children would wait. The tribe's livelihood depended on this handful of seedlings learned today. Farming is a single chain from reclamation to seed saving, clearing, preparing ground, selecting seed, soaking, raising seedlings, transplanting, weeding, top dressing, pest control, harvesting, threshing, drying, storing. Each link indispensable. Grain ripened in 2 seasons, spring and autumn. A full cycle took 1 year. More and more people came. On the mountain paths, those carrying poles, bearing baskets, tending children, and supporting the old, came in an unending stream. Some had traveled from afar, others were local idlers drawn by the commotion. But curiosity turned to sitting down, and sitting down turned to joining the work. Mud clung to their legs, sweat stung their eyes, yet no one complained of fatigue. For beneath that mud did not grow merely rice, it sprouted a living. Wen Qi did not drive them away, caring little for why they came. He taught sowing, and also how to eat the grain, threshing, milling, grinding. Nothing was omitted. First, the threshing ground was built, then stone rollers and grinding stones were placed in the yard. Next came earthen stoves and kilns, pots and bowls, knives and chopping boards, chopsticks and spoons, ladles and skimmers. Even oil, salt, soy, and vinegar were prepared in turn. Fortunately, he had grown up in the countryside, had seen much, and used tools often. With his eyes closed, he could describe how each thing was used and how to repair it. Ask him to make a smoke hood or a gas cylinder, and he might not know where to weld the iron. Fortunately, the last time he heard Tongtian Jiaozhu lecture, he had taken down the art of pill refining and artifact forging passed down from Pangu. He had heard the higher techniques and gleaned the middle. He learned the middle and obtained the low. Not profound but enough for this newly awakened human race. He refined those agricultural implements one by one. Each gained a trace of spirit and became postnatal spiritual treasures. He taught them hand in hand how to fire pottery in earthen kilns, cast clay tools, and shape forms. In a few years, wave after wave of youngsters gathered on Kongtong Mountain to study farming. They tucked seeds into their pockets, took ceramic sickles, and shouldered dried ears of wheat, and returned to their respective tribes. Within 3 to 5 years, land reclamation, seed selection, soil turning, and grain storage spread like spring grass after rain, creeping from the mountain's base outward, then flowing down river valleys into the plains. Humanity no longer relied solely on wild fruits and roots to stave off hunger. Fewer children starved, more infants survived in swaddling cloths, and smoke from cooking fires rose ever more densely across tribal settlements. In the blink of an eye, when Qi had dwelled atop Mount Kongtong for a full century, countless people had come, studied, and carried away millet seeds and agricultural knowledge. Countless tribes had endured famine and established enduring foundations thanks to just a few grains he had sown. Gradually, when Qi of Mount Kongtong, the one who taught farming, became the most frequently spoken name among humankind, elders said he understood celestial timing. Children recited his verse, spring plowing, summer tending, autumn harvesting, winter storing. Even shepherd boys guiding their flocks would point toward the mountain peak and murmur, "Master," when Qi resides there. No one called him sage master, but every heart acknowledged him as humanity's guide in agriculture. When Qi himself remained unaware of this reverence. For 100 years he had never descended the mountain, not even halfway down the yellow earth path at its midslope. One crisp dawn, 3 figures arrived at the mountain's foot, clad in gray-brown Taoist robes, their hems damp, with dew steps, steady breaths, as still and deep as ancient wells. When Qi, grinding newly harvested broomcorn millet in his courtyard, paused and lifted his gaze toward the slope below. The great Luo golden immortals of humanity. He knew instantly who they were: Shuairenshi, Yukashi, and Ziyishi, the 3 ancestral sages of mankind. One drilled wood to kindle fire, one built wooden dwellings, one spun hemp into cloth. The day fire first blazed, humanity truly opened its eyes. The day eves first rose, humanity dared sleep whole nights beneath wind and rain. The day the first coarse hemp garment settled upon shoulders, humanity finally wore its own flesh and blood vessel. The celestial Dao recorded their merits and bestowed divine virtue, elevating these 3 primordial humans, by sheer grace, to the rank of great Luo golden immortals. That torch, that thatched hut, that rough hemp tunic thus became 3 postnatal virtue-imbued sacred treasures. Among all of Honghuang, only 5 artifacts bore such Dao-bestowed virtue, these 3, plus the Xianhuang Pagoda and the heaven-measuring ruler. During the cataclysmic war of the spirits and demons, when heaven itself cracked and earth shattered, humanity survived the crossfire only because these 3 sacred treasures held the line. Why did dozens of demon court perfected immortals deliberately bypass human settlements? Not out of mercy, but because they saw the torch blazing with golden radiance, the thatched hut shimmering with azure Qi, the hemp tunic glowing with silvery light, and knew the celestial Dao watched. Now across the vast expanse of Honghuang, only these 3 primordial humans remained. With a flick of his sleeve, when Qi alighted upon the flat ground at the mountain's foot, no more than 3 paces from them. Huaishui's when Qi greets the 3 ancestors. He bowed deeply, spine straight, hands resting solemnly at his sides, a gesture of utmost respect reserved for junior descendants of humanity. Shuairenshi raised a hand in gentle supplication, yet his gaze remained fixed upon him, a profound immortal. Yukashi narrowed his eyes, a postnatal being, yet attaining the profound immortal realm. Ziyishi spoke not a word, only gently pinched the fine tight stitching along his sleeve's edge, gazing silently at Wen Qi. Not disbelief, only profound astonishment. When Lord Taiching Laozi first imparted the golden core, Dao, his intent was to validate his own enlightenment through humanity's cosmic fortune. Yet that cultivation path proved arduous even for primordials, and utterly inaccessible to postnatals. Differing meridians, divergent lifespans, even the internal alchemical flame refused to ignite within their bodies. Even among the 3,000 primordial deities who attended lectures at Zixiao Palace, most still stumbled at the threshold of Great Luo attainment. That the 3 ancestral sages had ascended to Great Luo was already a rare blessing from the celestial Dao, envied in secret by many of Lord Laozi's own disciples. So how could this young man, dressed in simple cloth, fingers still dusted with millet chaff, already be a profound immortal? Astonishment surged, but their brows relaxed, softening into quiet awe. Shuairenshi's throat moved, voice low yet fervent. Excellent. Truly excellent. Yukashi clapped his shoulder palm broad and warm one who tills the earth has cultivated the Dao of profound immortality. This brings deeper reassurance than harvesting 3 extra dough of grain. Ziyishi finally spoke, voice clear as a mountain stream. You taught them how to eat. But have you ever truly eaten your fill? Before the words faded, a crowd, men, women, elders, children, rushed down from the village at the mountain's foot, bare feet, kicking up yellow dust, arms cradling freshly steamed millet rice, roasted tubers, and handfuls of sun-dried beans. From afar, they knelt, foreheads pressed to earth, chanting in unison, "We thank the 3 ancestors. We thank Master Wenqi." A breeze stirred, lifting cooking smoke, scented with new grain up the mountainside. Voices rose together, ancestral sages. Sage Master. Wenqi's cheeks flushed warmly, ears burning crimson. This matter requires lengthy explanation. I beg the 3 ancestors to accompany me to my humble abode, where I shall serve tea and recount it all in detail. Soon the 4 stood within Wenqi's modest courtyard atop Mount Kongtong. Scarcely seated, Wenqi could contain himself no longer, and asked, "May we inquire, worthy sage, of which tribe do you hail? And where did you cultivate your Dao?" "I once dwelled along the banks of the Huai River, belonging to a small tribe. A millennium ago, when the pillar of heaven collapsed and the heavenly river poured forth, my people scattered, homes obliterated. Yet fate spared me. Just then a senior elder of the GS sect passed by, discerned my latent spiritual potential, and took me as disciple. Thereafter I resided on Jinao Island with my master, practicing arts and refining Qi daily. Later I was granted the privilege of hearing Lord Tongtian lecture on the Dao, and by fortunate insight grasped fragments of profound principle, barely attaining the profound immortal realm. Upon learning he was a GS sect disciple, the 3 ancestors' expressions brightened instantly, brows lifting, faces suffused with genuine delight. Humanity had lost half its population during the spirit demon calamity, precisely because supreme cultivation methods were scarce and esoteric techniques elusive. Now a postnatal being had entered the GS sect's sacred gates and mastered authentic teachings. How could their hearts not blaze with fervent hope? First Xuandu joined the Ren sect. Now Wenqi pledged allegiance to the GS sect. At last humanity was no longer adrift beyond the great Dao. Its feet had found solid ground on a living path forward. As for the sage atop Shouyang Mountain, let that remain aside for now. But this GS sect disciple before them, he carried in truth the very spark that would reignite humanity's survival. The 3 ancestors, having endured humanity's greatest tribulations, had since retreated into seclusion within the holy hall, cultivating without cease. Yet over the past century, humanity's cosmic fortune had swelled day by day, so dense it nearly coalesced into visible form, rivaling the era when 12960 primordial humans gathered in unity. As bearers of dual human fortunes, they sensed this shift most acutely. Detecting the anomaly, they emerged from seclusion at once, following the resonance of destiny. Their investigation led them straight to joy. Humanity had begun cultivating fields and sowing grain. Myriad postnatal beings no longer wandered mountains, starving for wild fruit, nor raced thousands of li for a single morsel. Having conferred, the 3 ancestors set course for Mount Kongtong together. After formal pleasantries, Wenqi addressed the matter directly. His voice calm, earnest. Yukashi and Ziyishi and I traveled together, witnessing granaries brimming in every tribe, cooking smoke curling softly, elders and children settled in peace, laughter filling the fields. You have shared the art of cultivation openly with all corners, freeing humanity from the scourge of famine. Such grace and virtue transcend mere temporal benefit. Spirits have their patriarchs, demons have their sovereigns. We 3 have reached consensus. We invite you to ascend the throne of human sovereign, guiding our race from ignorance into the great Dao. Human sovereign. The words had barely left their lips when Wenqi's heart leapt violently, palms damp with sweat. He had come to the ancestral lands solely to disseminate grain seeds, accumulating merit in accordance with his inner nature. Born human in both past and present lives, possessing some ability, now he naturally extended his hand to aid kin bound by shared blood and origin. Yet human sovereign. That title weighed heavier than mountain ranges. He had never imagined it, dared not imagine it. He well knew the spirit demon calamity had just subsided, humanity's great flourishing was imminent. And the 6 sages' gazes were already fixed upon this land, some nurturing, others seizing cosmic fortune and virtue, some gathering those rich, inauspicious karma into their sects, others quietly laying out celestial strategies. When she understood clearly, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors each arose precisely in accord with destiny ordained by heaven. Especially the first sovereign, the sovereign ordained by heaven, was destined to manifest through the reincarnation of Fushi, elder brother of goddess Nuwa. Lord Taiching Laozi himself served as his guide, paving his path to enlightenment. As but a third-generation disciple of the Jie sect, and merely a profound immortal, how could he possibly supplant Fuxi? How could he ever transcend that immutable causality woven between heaven and earth? Moreover, the reason Fuxi was tacitly acknowledged as the emperor of humanity by the saints was precisely because he brought the remnants of the demon race's fortune into the human race, while also inheriting the abundant legacy of the witch clan. The rise of the human race relies entirely on the convergence and symbiosis of these two forces of fortune. With this thought, when Kai's heart became clear, he rose and adjusted his attire, solemnly bowing to the three human ancestors, speaking with a grounded tone, each word resonating. You three are overly kind. What I have gained is merely a stroke of fortune, having stumbled upon a few seeds of innate grain and coincidentally comprehended the principles of their growth. I am merely a member of the human race. To spread this method is my duty, not an achievement. It is tied to my bloodline, not a gift or charity. As for the position of the human emperor, I dare not accept it. The human emperor must establish teachings, discern right from wrong, and lead the people from chaos into civilization. I possess neither the virtue nor the courage for such a role, and I certainly cannot be the pivot for the entire human race's actions and decisions. Furthermore, I am a disciple of the Jie for 3 generations, bound by the teachings of the sect and obeying my master's orders. If I were to claim the title of emperor, what independence and autonomy would the human race have left? His words were simple, yet they struck like a knife, clear and unambiguous. Though coarse in expression, the reasoning was sound. If he were to truly sit on the throne of the human emperor, would it not mean declaring that the foundation of the human race had become dependent on the walls of Jie? The 3 human ancestors exchanged glances, their expressions gradually softening. Indeed, when Kai's identity was unique, and it was inappropriate for him to wield authority over the human race. Instead, his insight and fortune, if focused on cultivation, might enable him to reach even greater heights. Pushing him to become emperor would only hinder his future. With this thought, the 3 ceased their earnest pursuit. However, Swerin then said, "Young friend, you have tirelessly worked for a century, teaching agriculture, opening granaries, and nurturing the populace. Such merit and virtue cannot simply be dismissed with a casual duty. Clear rewards and punishments are the foundation of establishing a clan. Without rewards, would we not be seen as unprincipled and lacking in discernment?" Upon hearing these words, Wen Shi immediately rose from his seat, deeply bowing to the 3 human ancestors, his back straight, his voice steady, but not loud. To pass on the grain seeds is to comply with heaven and respond to the people. To impart agricultural methods is to do what I can. There is no kindness involved, nor any merit to be recorded. The 3 human ancestors truly need not worry about this. The 3 ancestors fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances, and a hint of warm smiles appeared in their eyes. Young friend, with your elegance and nobility, it is indeed a great fortune for the human race to have you. Your contributions to education benefit all beings. If you do not wish to be an emperor, then let us make you the teacher of our clan. Very well. Excellent. The 3 Hua Chao and Ji nodded in agreement, not saying anything in their eyes, considering Wen Kai's achievements over the past century concerning the human race. Opening paths, imparting farming, establishing seasons, distributing grains, crafting tools, and setting up granaries. His contributions were not inferior to Swairen's discovery of fire, Hua chaos construction of housing, and Ji's weaving of cloth combined. Yet the heavenly Dao had not yet conferred merits, leaving everyone puzzled. Had this merit manifested earlier, perhaps the human race could truly cultivate a great Luo golden immortal. The teacher of the human race. Wen Shi contemplated briefly, and then agreed. There is a saying in later generations, when 3 walk together, there must be a teacher among them. The position of the teacher of saints does not involve the power struggles of the 6 saints of the mystical sect, nor does it carry the stigma of usurpation of titles. He can sit securely and comfortably in this role. Moreover, with the 3 sovereigns yet to emerge and the 5 emperors not yet arrived, the human race was still in the initial stages of enlightenment. If he had no title, even with myriad brilliant strategies, his words would be doubted as mere folly. With a title, his words would have support and his actions would be grounded. With a rightful name, his words would be followed, and with words that are followed, matters would succeed. Once the title of Teacher of Saints is established, in the future, encouraging agriculture, setting up schools, issuing calendars, and establishing measurements would all proceed naturally. Furthermore, as the 3 ancestors arrived with enthusiasm and sincerity, if he were to repeatedly decline, it would be disrespectful. Seeing Wen Shi nod in agreement, Swerin and the others exchanged glances, then simultaneously raised their arms, their voices resonating across the land. Heavenly Dao above. We Surin Hua Chao and Ji now hereby establish Wen Qi as the teacher of saints for the human race under Mount Kongtong. May the heavenly Dao take note. May the multitude of people bear witness. As soon as this oath was made, not a soul among the human race in the East Sea dared to speak against it. For 100 years Wen Qi lectured at Mount Kongtong, imparting farming at the appropriate times, teaching planting with methods, passing down storage techniques, and teaching etiquette for food. All these deeds were witnessed by everyone, and every household had tasted them. If one were to ask who was worthy to be the teacher of the human race, the one who teaches the way of agriculture is none other than Wen Qi. As the echoes of the oath faded, the name of teacher of saints had already spread like the wind, reaching all the tribes in the East Sea. From then on, whenever the human race mentioned Wen Qi, they would either call him the god of agriculture, or refer to him as teacher of saints, all with deep respect and admiration. In an instant, countless aspirations of the human race surged forth like a tide, converging into a powerful force that directly penetrated Wen Kai's crown. His breath deepened, his form remained still, yet there seemed to be a flickering flame surrounding him as his energy subtly rose. Then a thunderous roar erupted, splitting the sky and scattering the clouds. In the ninth heaven, the innate spiritual energy surged, suddenly boiling like water. A thick purple aura rose from the depths of the East Sea, spanning the sky, like a dragon plunging into the abyss, heading straight for Mount Kongtong. The purple light was radiant yet not piercing. The purple brilliance flowed smoothly, moist yet not dry. In an instant, the entire Mount Kongtong was shrouded in mist. 5-colored auspicious clouds emerged from the ground. Between the rocks and trees, heavenly flowers fell like rain, and golden lotuses surged from the earth, each petal glowing. The heavenly music followed. Neither bells, nor chimes, neither songs, nor chants. It was like an ancient whisper or the gentle murmur of the Tao, each word entering the heart, each phrase imprinting upon the spirit. Could there truly be such a profound merit from the heavenly Tao? Although Wen Qi did not recognize this phenomenon, the three from Swearin instantly recognized it. It was indeed the innate merit granted by the heavenly Tao. Yet the three had not anticipated that the extent of this merit would almost equal the total they had received in their youth. The heavenly Tao has finally conferred its blessings. Hearing the murmurs of the three ancestors, Wen Qi felt a release in his heart. After a millennium of planning and a century of waiting, today, he finally saw a response. What was even more precious was that the heavenly Tao did not slight him because he was an outsider. However, this purple aura did not all settle upon Wen Kai's body. About 30% quietly drifted onto the various farming tools he had personally crafted. Those plows, hoes, sickles, winnowers, measuring buckets, and clay pots. Each item was touched by the light. Even his low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the harvesting sickle, which had harvested dozens of crops, unexpectedly received a share of the merit, instantly transforming into a low-grade, innate merit spiritual treasure. The remaining pots, bowls, spatulas, knives, cutting boards, and mortars. All the items he had created, used, or taught others to use were all tinged with purple radiance, each transforming into postnatal merit spiritual treasures. The three from Swearin looked on with wide eyes, their breathing quickening. Fortunately, these items did not exceed the grade of the three treasures in their possession, otherwise they would truly suspect that the heavenly Tao was showing excessive favoritism. What they did not know was, before the purple aura arrived in the wilderness, a strand had quietly split off, stealthily entering the East Sea's golden Ao island, directly falling into the Hanzhi Immortal Dao platform. Those dozens of innate grain spiritual roots, having flourished due to Wen Kai's planting, now received the share they were owed from the mother plant, their branches and leaves spreading their radiant splendor, reigning and subtly revealing the signs of high-grade spiritual roots. At this moment, Yunxiao, Bixiao, Qiongxiao, and Caiyun, the four disciples of the Jiejiao, had just emerged from their seclusion and were discussing the Tao in the Hanzhi Immortal Dao platform. As the purple aura suddenly appeared, the five were taken aback and hurried to the outside of the Tao platform. They saw heavenly light descending, the purple aura enveloping their heads, and numerous originally unremarkable spiritual plants, now shining brilliantly, the rosy light swirling momentarily, blinding all five. Bai Xiao was the first to speak, pointing at the patch of spiritual field with a voice that carried 3 parts disbelief and 7 parts astonishment. Hanzhi, is this not the few weeds the disciple tended to back then? How could such great fortune come today? She had seen merits before, but this scale and quality had always been reserved for monumental events like the creation of the world and the establishment of teachings. A few stalks of grain seedlings, what virtue and ability could they possess? Hanzhi had yet to respond when she suddenly felt a surge of energy within her body, as if spring thunder rolled deep within her dantian. Boom! Her breath suddenly soared, and a clear light erupted around her. In an instant, she quietly leaped from the realm of Tai, Golden Immortal, to the threshold of Deluo. Her aura and roots dramatically increased by a notch. This change caught even Hanzhi herself off guard, and Yun Xiao and the others were left in shock and speechless. In the primordial world, the roots, fortune, and blessings of living beings are typically fixed by destiny and rarely fluctuate. To alter one, there are only two paths. One relies on innate merits to forcibly refine and reshape. The other depends on the bloodline connection between master and disciple, with fortunes naturally intertwined. What Hanzhi experienced was precisely the latter. When she had already been acknowledged by the heavenly Dao, revered by the three human ancestors, and honored as a saint by countless people, firmly supporting a layer of fortune for the entire human race. And his relationship with Hanzhi as master and disciple had long been established. Their fortunes had already quietly interlinked. Thus, when she gained merits and absorbed fortunes far away on Golden Ao Island, Master Han, she also received the same blessings. Her roots grew thicker, her fortune more abundant, and her blessings more stable. Previously, Hanzhi's roots and fortunes barely reached the limits of a Golden Immortal comparable to the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect. In her past life, she couldn't even suppress the brilliance of Yang Jian and Neza. Insufficient cultivation was certainly one reason, but more importantly, she lacked suitable innate spiritual treasures. Disciples under the Chan sect were few, with each second and third generation able to obtain 2 or 3 treasures. Yet the Jie sect welcomed myriad immortals, and even the leader, known as the Treasure of Spirituality, found it hard to bestow treasures upon everyone. Hanzhi, you. Before Bai Xiao could finish her sentence, she blurted out, "Could it be? You stole from the heavenly Dao?" She knew that Hanzhi's previous roots were not as good as her own. But in an instant, Hanzhi had seemingly caught up to her eldest brother, Zhao Gongming's level. How could this not shake her heart? Bai Xiao, be quiet. Yun Xiao immediately admonished in a deep voice, raising her hand to press down on her younger sister's shoulder. The heavenly Dao cannot be something that can be stolen. Be cautious with your words. In the depths of chaos, 3 figures were breaking through the murky flow. Laozi, Nuwa, and Tongtian, Saint, almost simultaneously sensed a significant increase in their internal fortunes. Even the Earth Mother on her way to Zixiao Palace felt a stir in her mind, as if a glimmer of opportunity from the Witch clan had fleetingly passed by, but it was as indistinct as flowers in the fog. Laozi's fortunes surged, for the human race would henceforth be rich and populace thriving endlessly. As the leader of the human teachings, he naturally shared in this layer of fortune, with the population swelling, fortunes rising correspondingly. Nuwa was the same. As the Holy Mother of humanity, she firmly held 3 layers of human fortune, her gains surpassing even those of Laozi. Tongtian, however, was different. When she, being both Hanzhi's disciple and a third-generation disciple of the Jie sect, had his fortunes inherently tied to that lineage. When he prospered, the Jie sect benefited, and the leader naturally reaped rewards. However, the 4 saints were currently all in the midst of chaos, and the heavenly secrets were murky, making it difficult to deduce matters. Even if they sensed something, they could only temporarily set it aside, intending to investigate further upon entering Zixiao Palace. In the eastern part of the primordial world below Kongtong Mountain, the 3 ancestors of humanity saw that when Qi had ascended to the position of a saint, having received a vast amount of heavenly merits, and each retired. In their view, such merits were of great significance, requiring calm refinement, and should not be disturbed. Once the 3 left, there were no traces of humanity on the mountain. When Qi then gathered his spirit and closed his meridians. Heavenly merits were truly precious in the primordial world. They could refine the body, focus the spirit, and enhance cultivation, being capable of anything. Years ago, the 3 ancestors had stepped into the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal by relying on this one feat. It could also subtly reshape roots, nurture fortunes, and solidify blessings, making it a versatile treasure. However, when Qi came from a future life, and was well aware of its pros and cons, he was not in a hurry to use merits to break through. Firstly, if the foundation is not solid, it ultimately becomes a mirage. A misstep leads to a complete downfall. He had heard this too many times. Cultivation has always been about slow and careful work. Rushing for speed often leads to loss of true skill. Furthermore, it is easy to fall from frugality into luxury, but hard to go back from luxury to frugality. If one develops a reliance on merits, the Dao heart will eventually show cracks. Secondly, he had already determined the purpose before leaving the island. At this moment, he hesitated no longer, and slowly directed the immense merits towards his primordial spirit. If someone with great divine abilities were to focus closely here, they would see a circle of golden wheels slowly emerging behind Wen Kai's primordial spirit, shining brilliantly, causing the entire primordial spirit to glow with golden light, clear as crystal. Unfortunately, at this moment, there was only Wen Qi left on Kantong Mountain. He lowered his gaze and silently noted upon returning to Golden Ao Island, he must consult Master Hanzhi to inquire whether the key points of the GS sect's true scripture of spiritual treasures could be passed on to humanity. Without the master's approval and lacking the consent of the leader of Tongtian, he would not dare to teach the methods arbitrarily. After all, the leader of human teachings was his grandmaster, the Tongtian saint. If he rashly spread the GS sect's true teachings among humanity, the leader of Tongtian might laugh it off, but Laozi would surely frown. Sigh. Ultimately, humanity must rely on itself to stand firm. Wen Qi stood in the small courtyard on the mountainside, letting out a light sigh. Buzz! Before his voice had fallen, a deep, resonating sound rolled down from the mountain peak. A beam of golden light suddenly surged up and a seal floated at the peak, then swiftly descended, landing steadily in his palm. Fortunately, the three ancestors had taken all the humans away before leaving. Otherwise, this shock would have surely startled a commotion. At this moment, the anomaly at the top of Kantong Mountain had gone unnoticed by outsiders. As the spiritual treasure broke through the void, Wen Kai's heart trembled, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the treasure seal. The seal was square and heavy, interwoven with gold and silver, clearly resonating with the principles of the innate duality. The seal's edge was embedded with 5 divine stones, each of different colors: golden sharp, azure resilient, dark refined, crimson fierce, and yellow deep, each representing the source of the 5 elements. The seal's knob was coiled by a 9-clawed golden dragon, its scales made of star-like jewels radiating a restrained brilliance that could not hide its sharpness. The 4 corners were occupied by the 4 spirits: left azure dragon, right white tiger, front vermilion bird, back black tortoise, silent, as if alive. This seal had not yet been refined, but once it entered Wen Kai's hand, it felt as if they recognized each other by blood, and a silent pressure spread, heavy as a mountain, sharp as a sword's cry. Kantong Seal. It is indeed a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Kantong Seal. Wen Qi exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly. Indeed, this treasure that suddenly appeared at the peak of Kantong, and then swiftly landed in his palm, was precisely the Kantong Seal, which was tied to the fortunes of the human race. It contained 48 layers of innate prohibitions, only 1 layer less than innate supreme treasures, and its power was self-evident. More crucially, this seal inherently supported 3 layers of human fortunes. In his past life, it belonged to Laozi, who by virtue of being the leader of human teachings merged with the fortunes contained within the seal, firmly grasping 4 layers of human fortunes, rising to power and benefiting immensely. However, in this life the seal had come, without summoning, recognized its master without refining, actively falling into Wen Kai's hand. There was no need for ritual refinement, the prohibitions opened. There was no need for a contract, the fortunes had already merged. Deep within the chaos, the goddess Nuwa paused mid-stride, a subtle shift stirring her divine consciousness. The fate of the human race has surged again by 3 ints. Her fingertip stilled her gaze, sharpening with focused intent. This sudden surge originated from the emergence of the Kantong Seal. Yet trapped within the chaos, her divine powers were limited, and her divinations were like observing flowers through a mist, making it difficult to discern the truth. Taishang Laojuan, with a gentle sway of his sleeves, continued his steady pace, but paused for a moment midway. Oh, that destined opportunity meant for me has vanished. The calamity between the Wu and Yao tribes had just concluded. Humanity was destined to rise, and the supreme artifact of fate should have appeared. In his past life, when his incarnation went to the Feng tribe to enlighten Fuxi, he encountered this seal and conveniently claimed it. After a moment's thought, a slight smile touched his lips. Never mind. Fortune is not something to be forced. If it has not fallen into my hands, it is not my destiny. The Grand Pure One cultivated the path of detachment, and in action his thoughts rising and falling like clouds passing over a mountain peak, leaving no trace. Dismissing the matter, he turned his mind to the deeper meaning behind the Dao ancestor Hongjun's urgent summons for the 7 sages to the Zixiao Palace. Meanwhile, astride the Kuei ox, Tongtian Jiaozhu felt a warmth in his dantian, as the fate of the GS sect quietly rose by a notch. Remarkable. The fate of my GS sect has increased again. He stroked his beard with a smile, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. The Kuei ox beneath him raised its head and swished its tail, offering a gruff compliment. Master hasn't even entered the gates of Zixiao Palace, and has already received 2 great benefits. This trip is well worth it. You silly ox, you certainly know when to speak. At that moment on Kongtong Mountain, when Qi, having discerned the seal's origin, hesitated no more. He pressed a drop of his essence blood onto the seal's surface. When heaven bestows a gift, failing to accept it invites calamity. This seal is tied to the very lifeblood of humanity's fate. Its past owner is irrelevant now. From this moment, it belongs to Wen Qi, the holy teacher of humanity. He suddenly noticed faint patterns on the seal's underside. Looking closer, he saw lines of archaic script. As human writing did not yet exist, these must undoubtedly be primordial runes. Engraved on the seal's base were 12 names: Swirinshi, Yukashi Ziishi, the 3 ancestors of humanity, of Fushi, Yindi Huangdi Zhuanshu Daiku Yaoshunyu, the 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors. And in the final line, clearly inscribed, was Wen Qi, the holy teacher of humanity. Wen Qi was stunned. So the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were already destined by the heavenly Dao. But why have I never heard of the title holy teacher in my past life? The thought passed quickly, and he ceased his pondering, swiftly tucking the seal into his sleeve. An innocent man may be condemned for possessing a coveted treasure. If the primordial deities learned he possessed an artifact capable of stabilizing the fate of a race or a sect, even as a disciple of the Jie sect with heavenly merits, his life would be in grave danger. Wealth moves hearts, let alone a supreme, innate spiritual treasure that can dictate fate and alter destiny. When Qi resolved firmly, until he was powerful enough to protect himself, he must not reveal even a hint of this treasure's existence. Several decades passed in the blink of an eye. The titles Holy Teacher of Humanity and God of Agriculture had long spread across the land. More and more humans crossed mountains and rivers to ascend Kongtong Mountain. Some came to learn farming techniques, others to seek the art of immortality. To the former, Wen Qi opened his doors and taught them everything he knew. To the latter, he gently refused, saying, "The Tao is not lightly passed on. Your opportunity has not yet arrived." He knew well that the intentions of the supreme sage were not yet clear, and the task of spreading the Tao to humanity could not be rushed. But nothing is absolute. One day a young man appeared at the foot of the mountain. Wrapped in rough animal hide, barefoot on the stones, his gaze was clear and his steps were steady. In the small earthen courtyard on the mountainside, when Qi was sweeping fallen leaves, when he felt a slight tremor in his primordial spirit. Not from spiritual perception, but from the Kongtong seal in his palm, which warmed gently, as if in warning. As the man neared the mountain's base, the seal hummed, as if recognizing an old master. Wen Kai's heart skipped a beat. So this seal can also discern a person's fate. He finally understood why those with great fortune in his past life had all joined the Taishang Taoist sect. It was not coincidence, but the seal guiding them. Since he is one favored by heaven's decree, let me first see what his character is like. He put down his bamboo broom and quietly looked towards the mountain gate. A moment later, Wen Kai's mind stirred. The weather over Kongtong Mountain changed abruptly. The clear sky was torn open, black clouds churned like ink, a fierce wind swept up from the ground, thunder rolled deep within the clouds, and lightning split the heavens. A torrential rain poured down. Farmers working in the fields at the mountain's base dropped their hoes, grabbed their tools, and scattered, running for shelter in sheds, under trees, or in rocky caves. Only one man, draped in animal hide, stood in the downpour, neither dodging nor hiding. He casually plucked a large lotus leaf from a pond, placed it upside down on his head. Leaning on a thick wooden staff, he trudged through the mud, step by step, climbing toward the mountainside. Not bad. He has perseverance, knows how to adapt, and fears no hardship. He is worth meeting. With those words, Wen Qi withdrew his divine will. The wind and rain ceased instantly. The clouds parted, the sun emerged, and golden light poured down, illuminating the rocks and plants brightly. When the young man in animal hide reached the mountainside, he did not go straight to knock on the courtyard gate. Instead, he turned towards the kiln outside the yard. First drying his soaked leather robe, then shaking off the mud, smoothing his collar, and tying up his hair neatly before he approached with solemn composure. In the small courtyard, Wen Qi sat upright on a cushion, a faint smile on his face, his gaze warm and steady. He observed this behavior clearly and found it very much to his liking. To his earlier assessment of perseverance, adaptability, and fearlessness, he silently added another virtue, a sense of propriety. Of course, what he truly cared about was more than just manners. This young man carried a heavy, tangible aura of human destiny upon him, like a dragon lurking in the deep, like a fire hidden and kindling. As the holy teacher, how could he turn a blind eye to this? Soon the young man in animal hide stood before the courtyard. Ordinary students of agriculture would never dare to enter this yard uninvited. They would squat on the ridge outside waiting, and only when they saw Wen Qi stroll out would they hurriedly rise to pay their respects. But this man was different. He stood firmly outside the threshold, bent his knees, slightly bowed his back into a humble arc, pressed his hands together before his forehead, and made a deep respectful bow. Sangjia of the human race pays respects to the holy teacher. When Qi sat on his cushion in the courtyard, his expression unmoved, but his fingertip paused briefly on his knee. Beneath the calm surface of his heart, turbulent waves were already churning. It is Sangjia. In his past life by the Luo River, he looked up at the stars, studied the tracks of beasts, and carved out 3,000 characters stroke by stroke. On the day the characters were completed, grain rained from the heavens, and ghosts wailed throughout the night. Before the merits could settle the tribulation, lightning arrived first. The 3,000 Primordial Dao characters without their master's protection collapsed on the spot and degraded into mundane scripts. But when Kuanping created the demon script, his cultivation suppressed the tribulation lightning, and the script was firmly imprinted into the bloodline. Even the Kuanping nest which bore its form was elevated by the merits to a post-heavenly merits spiritual treasure. Comparing the two, when Kai's heart sank and an old saying surfaced in his mind, to forge iron one needs a strong hammer, to cast a cauldron one needs a skilled founder. Kangji's destiny was to establish the literary lineage for humanity, to open the gates of wisdom, and to enlighten 10,000 generations. As the holy teacher of humanity, Wen Shi could not merely stand by as a spectator. His mind, made up when Shi came to a decision: teach him. Teach him with everything he had. If Sangjia could truly survive the tribulation of creating writing, humanity would gain a living ancestor, the world would gain a merit spiritual treasure bearing the great Tao, and the fate of the human race would soar to new heights. And when Shi himself carried 4/10 of humanity's fate, every bit his fate increased, his path to the Tao would broaden. More critically, when Shi remembered clearly in his past life, Kangji's downfall was not because the characters were flawed, but because they had no durable medium. Carved on bamboo and silk, they could not withstand thunder and fire. Inscribed on metal and stone, they could not resist heavenly might. At this thought, a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth, a plan already forming in his mind. In the mountains there are no cycles of years, the cold ends without the knowledge of time. For 30 years Sangjia has always been by his side. When Shi has never opened his mouth to accept him as a disciple, nor has he passed on the teachings on behalf of his master. There are two reasons. First, he knows very well that he is merely a guide, not a teacher. The great tribulation that Sangjia will face in the future is not comparable to an ordinary Nine Thunder tribulation. He has no ability to shield others from that series of heavenly punishments, nor does he dare to gamble with the life of a future ancestor. He must seek another mountain, one that can truly support him. Second, he is acutely aware of his master Hanzhi's foundation and fortune. The blessed land is limited and the seedlings are too robust, the earth cannot support them. She alone can barely uphold the lineage of the GS sect. Adding another Sangjia would only become a burden. Although he has not named him as a disciple, Wen Shi has passed down the foundational methods of the GS sect one by one. After 30 years of unceasing effort, Kangji's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the great ascension, just a step away from transforming into an immortal. As the seasons cycle and the years changed, Sangjia has spent over 30 years learning the Tao in the mountains. Wen Shi has also spent 150 springs and autumns guarding the Kongtong and teaching agriculture. For more than 100 years, he has hardly meditated to refine Qi, focusing all his energy on teaching people to grow crops, distinguish soils, measure time, and cultivate seeds. The farming methods he taught by hand took root first in the ancestral lands of the human race, and then migrated with the tribes to the east. Along the Jing River and Wei River to the north, and down the Jun River and Luo River to the south, all the way to the shores of the Eastern Sea. On the eastern bank of the wilderness, human habitation is visible everywhere. Furrows crisscross rice and millet sway, cooking smoke rises and dogs bark, while chickens crow. The seeds of the 5 grains were personally selected, tested, and distributed by him. The vegetable and fruit seeds were gathered from deep mountains and sought from foreign lands, cultivated for several years. Even the seasonings like salt, ginger, pepper, and cinnamon were repeatedly tasted by him to determine their uses and proportions. And then there was the black dog. That old dog who loved to sunbathe on the courtyard wall, often bringing wild piglets and limping deer to his feet, wagging its tail like a broom. When she then took the opportunity to explain the methods of taming animals, how to select breeds, how to feed them, how to pair them, how to prevent diseases. Within a few years, all the tribes were able to raise livestock. Pigs, cows, sheep, horses, chickens, and dogs. He personally named them the 6 livestock. The abundant spiritual energy of the wilderness nourished the grains. The grains were full, and the livestock thrived, reproducing rapidly. In the villages, the cooking smoke rises daily and the lights shine brightly at night, Children chase chickens barefoot, ride on cows, and lead flocks of sheep, their laughter echoing against the cliffs on the ridges. The elderly point to the waves of wheat and say, "This year is indeed a time of abundant harvest. These days the livestock prosper." For the first time the human race stood tall in Wenqi's hands, living out their own prosperous age. At that time there was no written language among the human race, and this past was not recorded in later texts. One day Wenqi felt a tremor deep within his primordial spirit, the exquisite, innate spiritual treasure. The Kongtong seal slightly quivered, beating like a heart steady and clear. He was moved. Good fortune was approaching. He immediately rose, stepped out of the courtyard, and took out all the acquired innate spiritual treasures forged for agricultural teaching in his early years, neatly arranged them on the bluestone ground. Pots, bowls, ladles, basins, spatulas, spoons, scoops, sieves and knives, cutting boards, staffs, chopsticks, mortars, grinders, plates, and tables. Each item was simple, yet imbued with more than 100 years of effort and magical power. Wenqi stood firm, regulating his breath and focusing his mind. The mystical celestial power surged from his Tongtian, flowing through his throat. The human way is supreme. Now, as a disciple of the GS sect's third generation, Wenqi sees the human populace of the wilderness suffering from hunger and cold, living in uncertainty, struggling daily for survival. Therefore I dare to establish the agricultural path, dividing it into two professions, farming and animal husbandry, and personally imparting the methods for 150 years. Now the grains flourish in the fields, and the livestock fill the pens. The smoke of cooking is gradually rising. This path being established, I respectfully request the human way to bestow its recognition. As soon as the words fell, a sudden change occurred on Kongtong Mountain. Countless tiny golden lights silently surged from all directions, like tired birds returning to their nests, like rivers flowing to the sea, all gathering above the courtyard. In an instant, a golden light pillar thicker than a zhang crashed down, suspended in midair, neither scorching nor fierce, yet radiating an overwhelming majesty. Within the light pillar the sound of the Dao faintly echoed, like mountains murmuring, like all beings chanting in unison, not audible to the ear, but directly reaching the heart's source. Wenqi lowered his gaze, his hands and his sleeves clenched tightly, the knuckles turning white and his palms damp with sweat. He was indeed nervous, afraid that the human way would not recognize him, afraid that the merits would not descend. For 1,000 years he had been meticulous in his steps, first obtaining the merits of the heavenly way, then seeking the fortune of the human way, and finally aiming for the foundation of the earthly way. Previously the heavenly way had sensed his sincerity, bestowing upon him the purple chi golden wheel, which still hangs behind his primordial spirit, shining brightly. He had once worried in secret, the earthly way is obscure, the human way is hidden, fearing it would be suppressed by the heavenly way, ultimately becoming an illusion. However, it seems he had overthought it. Although the human way and the earthly way do not manifest outwardly, they truly exist between heaven and earth. 1,000 years of planning, 100 years of diligence ultimately did not go to waste. Indeed, not long after the golden light solidified and descended from the heavens, the first to be affected was the row of acquired spiritual treasures on the ground. These items had already received the merits of the heavenly way, having become acquired spiritual treasures. At this moment, as they were touched by the golden light of the human way, they hummed with a resonance, their spiritual aura abruptly rising. They seemed to be on the verge of transforming into acquired treasures of merit. What is even more rare is that they possess the ability to suppress the fortune of innate beings. It must be known that in the wilderness very few can suppress fortune. The three treasures of opening heaven, Taiji diagram, Pangabanner, chaos bell, the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong pagoda, the Hongming measuring ruler, along with several lotus platforms transformed from the chaos blue lotus, that is all. Wenqi swept his gaze over the treasures, quickly gathering them with swift movements. He then noticed that Black Huang had quietly sat next to him, back straight, eyes closed, a faint golden aura surrounding its body. It had also received a share of human merit. Even an innate spirit dog can gain the favor of the human way. Wenqi felt a slight shock in his heart. For 150 years he had toiled personally, treading through mud and wielding a plow, even finding no time to meditate and refine qi, just to exchange for today's opportunity. Black Huang merely accompanied him, occasionally bringing back wild seeds, driving away wolf packs, and guarding the night. And yet it also benefited. After a moment of thought, he understood. The method of creating animal husbandry was indeed gleaned from Black Huang's behavior of chasing beasts, protecting young, recognizing seasons, and selecting breeds. It had not wielded the plow, yet assisted in plowing you. It had not wielded the whip, yet understood the whip. Hard work may not always be visible, but the contributions are already there. No longer paying attention to Black Huang and the various treasures, the remaining majority of the merits all fell upon Wenqi himself. The previous merits of the heavenly way could refine the body, cultivate the essence, refine treasures, and suppress fortune. The merits of the human way are likewise. Yet Wenqi did not rush to refine them. According to the old practice, he drew the golden light into his spirit, slowly shaping it. Before long, a clear golden wheel appeared behind his primordial spirit, suspended alongside the purple light behind his head. One purple and one gold, one representing heaven and the other representing man. The purple chi swirled like mist while the golden light flowed like a river, illuminating his entire primordial spirit, making it clear and transparent, impossible to gaze upon. He did not deliberately urge the cultivation of merits, but under the nourishment of the two fortunes, day and night, the principles of the Tao flowed into his heart, like a clear spring revealing the previously incomprehensible keys, and the connections that once seemed impossible naturally appeared. It was as if he could reach out and touch the stars, lift his foot, and step into the clouds. His cultivation also advanced smoothly, reaching the realm of perfected immortal. Wenqi's lips curled up slightly, his smile, not yet reaching his eyes, but already falling upon his fingertips. As the human way briefly awakened and descended merits. In the depths of chaos, the heavenly saints, the supreme saints, and the Nuwa saints all sensed it. They each withdrew their spirits and turned to ponder what should be discussed at Zixiao Palace without probing further. Only one could not let it go. On Janeo Island, Hanzhi sat in seclusion, alchemizing the unexpected boon she had previously acquired. Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, Bixiao, and the fairy Kaiyun had already seen the strange manifestations about her. Knowing she stood at a crucial turning point, they dared not disturb her and had long since withdrawn. Unexpectedly, before she had fully assimilated the blessings of her former fortune, both her fate and her innate endowments surged sharply upward. She suddenly opened her eyes, her breath was slightly unsettled, her fingertips trembling. If Hanzhi by nature could once only hope to reach the Tai Golden Immortal, after this the Deluo Golden Immortal was all but certain. Even the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal was no longer out of reach. Hanzhi herself knew well that her foundations were deep, her blessings abundant, and her chi at its height. In the primordial world, how far a being may advance, and how great their attainment will be ultimately rests upon their root endowments and wells of fortune. In a past age, Yuding Zhenren would rather offend the Haoyan Emperor than not take Yang Jian as a disciple. Tai Zhenren risked the Dragon Clan's wrath to bring Neza into his household. Not for any other reason, but because Yang Jian bore a root forged from a chaos stone, and Neza was born carrying the supreme, innate spirit treasure, the Lingzhu. With such top-tier root endowments as foundation, could their future cultivation ever be mediocre? Thus the two second-generation Zhenren of the Chan sect vied to recruit disciples. The Taishang Shengren, taking Xuandu as a pupil, followed the same logic. At first glance, the old master appeared tranquil, indifferent, and detached, yet Xuandu was the first postnatal human of the primordial world. This realm values being first. The first is chosen by destiny. He who has the richest chi, the fullest blessings, and the keenest root of wisdom. The Ren sect's vast legacy was entrusted to him alone, with no branch heirs. The Jies sect was different. The lord of the Tongtian sect has always taught without discrimination. He understood that most of his disciples came from ordinary origins. Without fortune, they would struggle to ascend the great Tao. Yet he was willing to open a gate, to offer a path, to give people a hope, to defy fate and alter destiny. Who could truly surmount that mountain would depend on the depth of each one's wellspring of fortune. Wenqi was precisely one who would strive upward with everything he had, and one who could actually climb. On Mount Kongtong, the unusual phenomena had long since dissipated. He Huang and Sangjie returned to their senses from meditation and astonishment. When they looked at Wenqi again, their gazes were wholly altered, reverence shining through, awe laced with warmth. They all saw clearly this man was extraordinary. Especially He Huang, who had witnessed Wenqi in scarcely a few decades twice receive heaven's commendation and gain the favor of the human Tao. Such fortune in its bloodline memory, even the old generations of demon emperors, demon sages, and demon masters had never known. Now this master commanded its full devotion more than those great beings of old. When Wenqi received the merits of the human Tao, the human race's fortune quietly rose a notch. The three ancestors naturally sensed it. A few days prior, Suiren Shi, Yuchao Shi, and Zi Shi together had come to Mount Kongtong to pay their respects. When she spoke plainly, he would soon take Sangjie back to Janeo Island. Upon hearing this, the three ancestors could not hide their reluctance. They reflected that in recent years, when Qi had been busy among the fields teaching cultivation, passing on the knowledge of fire, fixing the seasons, his own cultivation had been put aside, and they felt both ashamed and full of respect. Fortunately, when she added, "This is not a permanent farewell. When I return, I may be able to secure for the clan the authentic cultivation methods of the Jia sect." The three brightened at once. Their cultivation had been built upon heavenly Dao merits. Without a rare opportunity, they feared remaining where they were. At the news that when she might bring back true scriptures, a weight fell from their hearts, and joy rose on their faces. One blossom alone does not make spring. When 100 flowers bloom, the garden is full of spring. The future of the human race must be borne up by generation after generation. After the three ancestors departed, Wen Qi set out at once. He took Songjie and He Huang, left Mount Kongtong, and pressed straight toward Janao Island in the east. He did not know that not long after he stepped out of the mountain gate, 3 shrines quietly rose at the mountain's foot: a human clan Holy Mother Nuwa temple, housing the divine tablet of Nuwa; a human ancestors temple venerating Swerin, Shi Yuchao Shi, and Zi Shi; and finally, a sacred teacher agrarian temple, its incense burning bright, honoring the human sage and third-generation disciple of the Jia sect, Wen Qi. Over the eastern sea of the primordial wilds, a streak of verdant escaping light skimmed the sea's surface. Within that light rode Wen Qi, Songjie, and He Huang, hastening their passage by the wood escape technique. Having left Kongtong, Wen Qi did not rest, even briefly, racing straight for Janao Island. For the future progenitor of the human race beside him now steamed with the breath of the Mayana realm, like boiling water about to spill. The thunder tribulation was imminent. Wen Qi had not expected Kangji's advancement to be so swift. Had he known, he would have departed earlier. Wen Qi himself completed the 8 postnatal stages in 18 years, relying on the steadiness of his dual life, primordial spirit, and unbroken memories. Songjie in 30 years stood on the verge of ascent, built entirely by his hand and brushstroke. Each character a revelation, foundations truly forged through endurance. A cultural progenitor is what he is, no more need be said. Years later, the silhouette of Janao Island finally rose upon the horizon. Returning home makes the heart more timid. One dares not question the travelers who arrive. Gazing at the familiar outline of the island and breathing in the rich spiritual energy that washed over them, Wen Kai's mouth curved. The smile was slight, yet sincere. The flash in his eyes was not excitement, but familiarity; not eagerness, but the feeling of coming home. Since entering the primordial wilds 18 years by the Huai River, he had scrambled merely to survive, and remembered little. It was the 1,000 years on Janao Island that truly comprised his whole course. From mortal flesh, refined from postnatal, to prenatal, from Mayana to the profound immortal. There stood his Dao Hall, his instructing masters, Jia sect elders who had aided him again and again, and the first spirit vine he planted as a youth, the first pill furnace he ever forged, the first lecture that filled the hall with fellow disciples. After all this was his first real venture alone into the primordial wilds. 100 years had passed, though the frost had not marked his brow, his heart had grown heavier. Janao Island, Hanzhi's Dao Hall, the spirit plant palace. While she sat in contemplation, a sudden warmth bloomed in her chest. She opened her eyes and rose. She was already of golden immortal cultivation, and having received the dual merits of the heavenly and human Dao, the Tai golden immortal realm lay within reach. Sitting upright on her meditation cushion with eyes that pierced the void, she immediately spotted the verdant escaping light drawing nearer. The corners of her mouth lifted, her smile was unguarded and genuine. As when she and his party crossed the Dao Hall's mountain gate, the spirit plant palace came alive at once. Prenatal spiritual energy surged like a tide, spirit birds beat their wings and cried, auspicious beasts raised their heads and cried aloud. Even the Pontao Ji and Langon trees that she and her master had planted trembled their branches and leaves as if to welcome guests. No need to ask. It fulfilled the old saying, when one attains the Dao, even chickens and dogs ascend. On the day when she first received heavenly and human Dao merits apart from Hanzhi, the spirit beasts and spirit roots surrounding the master disciples' Dao Hall, having been touched by human Dao fortune, were granted vast blessings. When she had not yet returned, they were like Hanzhi, puzzled and unaware of the cause. At his appearance, the subtle patterns of heaven and earth stirred, the minds of the spirits cleared. Causality revealed itself at once, leaving no shadow of doubt. Around the spirit plant palace and outside the temple of the agrarian god, joy swelled, spirit lights rippled, and even the wind carried a note of delight. When she and the two descended from the clouds, their toes about to touch, yet not quite meeting the ground. Kangji's sleeves still fluttered when a black shadow shot out like an ink arrow through the void, bearing straight for Hanzhi's Dao Hall. This was the little He Huang. Tempered by human Dao merits, he had long since opened his understanding. Though he could not speak, he grasped human affairs, his wit, far sharper than before, his cultivation, leapt to the celestial, immortal, his primordial spirit clear, and he could transmit speech by thought. This was both to deliver news and to display achievement. It echoed an old proverb: if one does not return to one's hometown in wealth, it is like wearing brocade by night. People are like that, and dogs are too. Since when Qi set the order of the 6 domestic creatures, He Huang had been transformed from a wolf demon into a spirit dog. With his rightful status restored, his fortune changed accordingly. After a moment, they were inside the spirit plant palace. Hanzhi sat upright on her meditation cushion. No sooner had her gaze fallen than when Qi bowed deeply and cowed out, "Disciple, when Qi pays respects teacher. 100 years and my teacher as well." Hanzhi's eyes grew warm, and before a smile could form, 3 parts of surprise surged forth first. A century had passed, and when she had climbed from the early stage of the mystic immortal realm to the late stage, a single thread away from knocking on the door of the golden immortal realm. She herself, a natural-born Ganoderma lucidum spirit, had cultivated for several kalpas, and had only reached the golden immortal realm. This convenient disciple with over 1,000 years of cultivation was about to catch up to his master. Was this merely profound fortune and deep karmic roots? It was clearly a collision with a great Dao opportunity. What made her heart tremble even more was that when Kai's body faintly emitted a layer of pale golden merit light, warm and not piercing, yet heavily pressing down on the meaning of destiny. After exchanging pleasantries, when Qi reported in detail all he had done over the past century. In the primordial wilderness, the Qi of fortune between master and disciple was inherently linked, sharing glory and loss with no need for concealment. Moreover, the heavenly Dao was clear, and great powers could calculate with a snap of their fingers, so hiding was futile. There was only one matter he remained silent about. The Kongtong seal resting quietly in the depths of his consciousness, not even leaking a sliver of its aura. Good, 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 Hanzhi said 3 times in succession, her brows relaxing. Your ability to see through your true heart and anchor your Dao path at this moment means your future achievements are boundless. Your teacher has also borrowed the light of your fortune to comprehend a few insights, counting as sharing in your glory. Before her words faded, when Qi turned to introduce the person beside him. Teacher, this is Tongtian of the human race. By human generational rank, he is a peer of your disciple. Your disciple saw his clear spiritual roots and taught him several volumes of post-heaven Dao methods. In just 30 years, he has passed through 8 realms, and now only awaits transcendence to ascend. Previously, Hanzhi's mind was solely on Wen Qi, but now she carefully examined Tongtian. Hearing that he was about to become an immortal in 30 years, her fingertips paused slightly, and a trace of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Does the human race truly receive the heavenly Dao special favor? How is it that every one of them ascends to the immortal rank in 30 years? No wonder she doubted. Wen Qi was extraordinary, but Tongtian was even more so. Post-heaven beings were usually short-lived, and had shallow fortune, mostly trapped in the mortal world, unable to glimpse the gate of immortality, even in old age. Yet this human youth before her had a clear bone structure and restrained inner energy, clearly having firmly set foot on the stairs to immortality. But on second thought, Hanzhi frowned. His Dao foundation is utterly incompatible with my path of spiritual plants. Even if I have the intention to take him as a disciple, I would struggle to help him realize his Dao, and I fear I might ruin his future. She was originally a natural-born Ganoderma lucidum that had taken form. Her dojo, named the Spiritual Plant Palace, with her great Dao roots lying precisely in the growth and cycle of vegetation. Unfortunately, in the current primordial wilderness, top-grade, innate spiritual roots were either destroyed by tribulation flames or long ago claimed by great powers. She held the path in her hands, but lacked the vessel to realize it, so she valued Dao opportunities more than anyone. Tongtian bore not a trace of Wood's spiritual energy. If she rashly took him in, not only would she fail to help him, but she might instead seal off his future path. Back when she accepted Wen Qi, it was firstly because he possessed a wood-type spiritual root, and secondly, because at their first meeting the youth's gaze was already glued to those grains and spiritual seeds. Though her cultivation was not deep back, then she could still guide him in the path of spiritual plants. Understanding this, Wen Qi stepped forward and said in a steady voice, Teacher has forgotten your disciple, now holds the humble title of human sacred teacher, and naturally has some sense of the human race's fortune. Tongtian's energy resonates with one of my disciple's direct line martial uncles. Your disciple presumes to ask that you recommend him. Direct line martial uncle. Hanzhi focused her mind slightly. The direct line disciples of the 2nd generation of the Jie sect numbered only 4: Duobao, Wudong, Jinling, and Guiling. Duobao had long taken Fire Spirit Mother as a disciple. Jinling already had Yu Yuan under her. The only ones left who could accept a new disciple were the two saints Wudong and Guiling. Seeing her deep in thought, Wen Qi took the opportunity to say, "Your disciple believes that martial uncle Guiling is most suitable." Song Jie had been standing quietly to the side, eyes downcast and breath restrained. On the way to Golden Ao Island, Wen Qi had explained the various elders of the Jie sect clearly. Now hearing the sacred teacher personally entrust his master to recommend him, his throat moved slightly, and without uttering a word his spine straightened even more. The name of Saint Guiling he had heard countless times from ancient songs in his clan. She was not a legend, but a living mountain. As the fourth direct line disciple under Lord Tongtian, Song Jie himself could not understand. What virtues did he possess to be worthy of entering the sacred teacher's school? He saw that Hanzhi's expression was calm with not a ripple in her brows, yet Song Jie's fingertips stiffened, his throat tightened, and his heart felt as if a heavy stone were pressing down. Good, since you think Senior Sister Guiling is the most suitable, your teacher will take you both on this journey. Before others, your teacher might not be able to speak up, but Senior Sister Guiling is different. She and I both transformed from Golden Ao Island, both being innate beings. We are not only fellow sect sisters, but also from the same origin. Come follow me. Wen Qi and Song Jie silently followed behind Han, Ji stepping on golden clouds, heading straight for Saint Guiling's dojo. So this was the connection between teacher and martial uncle Guiling. This matter might truly succeed. Wen Qi stood on the cloud, his gaze calm, yet his heart was like a stone dropped into an ancient well, ripples endless. His decision to have Song Jie study under Guiling was not a whim, but a plan he had deliberated over for years. In his past life, Saint Guiling and Song Jie had unfinished karmic ties. This person had a straightforward temper, could not tolerate any grain of sand in her eyes, would act against injustice, and would punish evil upon sight. Because of this, her actions often carried 3 parts of fiery anger and 7 parts of urgency. Back then, when Guang Chengzi stormed the Bo Palace 3 times, she was provoked into rage by a scheme set by Yuanshi Tianzuan, and with one careless move she incurred Lord Tongtian's wrath, who revoked her status as a direct line disciple. Once her title was gone, her chi of fortune was severed, and the Jie sect's destiny could no longer shield her. By the time the 10,000 immortals array was opened, her fortune was as thin as paper, and after being secretly ensnared by the Western guides, she ultimately fell to the mouthful of poisonous blood from the mosquito Taoist. Now he had personally brought the ancestor of writing Song Jie here. As long as Guiling was willing to accept him as a disciple, Song Jie would gain the identity of a third-generation direct-line disciple, and the great tribulation of creating writing would no longer claim his life, and if Song Jie were to become a Saint, Guiling, as his teaching master, would naturally receive the great Taoist feedback with merit as vast as the sea and enduring fortune. No matter how fierce the tribulation of enshrining the gods was, as long as she was complete in merit, who would dare to touch even a single hair of hers? Before long, the 3 arrived at the dojo's gate. "Senior Sister Guiling, are you there? Your junior sister Hanzhi has come to visit." Before the words faded, the palace gate opened silently. An immortal maiden walked out slowly. Clad in a robe of dark cloud patterns, with a tall, graceful figure, a face like a new moon, brows like distant mountains, and clear, bright eyes that commanded respect without anger. She was precisely Lord Tongtian's 4th direct line disciple, senior sister of Han, Ji, Xian, martial aunt of Wen Qi, and Saint Guiling of the Jie sect. "Sister Han, Ji, this is a rare sight. What made you think of visiting me today?" Guiling was different from others. Most disciples of the Jie sect came from ordinary origins, knew their foundations were shallow, and feared being looked down upon by the Chan and Ren sects, so they all buried their heads in bitter cultivation, closing themselves off in meditation, hoping to fight for a breath of pride. Duobao, Wudong, Jinling, and even the outer sect Yunxiao had all already attained the quasi-sage fruit. The 7 attendants, Zhao Gongming, Xiongxiao, and others were all at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Only she, who neither fought nor contended, neither refined nor cultivated, seemed to truly embody the grand supreme sage's saying, "Act without action, and nothing is left undone." Unfortunately, the grand supreme sect only kept Xian Du as a single disciple. Thus, among the 4 direct line disciples of the Jie sect, she alone remained at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. After exchanging pleasantries, Guiling led the 3 inside. After 3 rounds of tea and the formalities were done, Hanzhi finally brought up the main matter. "Senior sister, the reason I came today is to recommend a disciple to you." "Take a disciple, eh?" Guiling was taken aback, the corners of her eyes lifting slightly, and she muttered inwardly. Cultivation is a toil, who would willingly take on a disciple to invite extra trouble? Her face betrayed no emotion, yet had it been anyone else they would have thought themselves jinxed. But would Hanzhi and Wenqi not understand? Hanzhi remained composed and cast a look behind her. Wenqi stepped forward at once, lowering his sleeves as he bowed, his voice clear. Junior nephew, Wenqi pays respects to Master Guiling. Of course Guiling recognized him. A century ago at Bo Palace, she had spoken of the child who within 500 years shattered 3 realms, leaping from Ren-Xian to Xian-Xian. So remarkable that even Tongtian Jiaozhu bestowed a congenital spirit treasure in commendation. The impression had stayed with her. Decades ago my nephew-disciple encountered someone in the ancestral human lands of Kongtong Mountain. In that fated instant, I felt a profound affinity between that person and you, Master. He then took it upon himself to teach that person postnatal Dao techniques, and now he has mastered the 8th postnatal realm. Today I brought him here to ask Master Guiling to judge. As he spoke, Wenqi gently tugged Song Jie's sleeve. Song Jie immediately bent at the waist, dropping to his knees until his forehead touched the ground. Your junior Song Jie karaos before Guiling, Holy Mother. Only then did Guiling lift her eyes. For the first time her gaze fell upon Song Jie. A mere postnatal being with great ascension cultivation. He was dust in her sight, scarcely worth a stare. Yet the moment her gaze settled, her face altered abruptly. Hanzhi and Wenqi perceived only a slight pause in her aura and a brief tightening of expression. They did not know that inside her heart a storm already raged, greater even than when she first glimpsed the Tao. The great way is 50, the heavens unfold 49, and humanity conceals the one. This person is astonishingly that one in my fate. The thought rolled through her mind alone, none heard it. Among the myriad immortals of the Jie sect, each, high or low, carries upon their shoulder an inevitable calamity. If one survives it, the great way may await, and at least a Hun Yuan golden immortal might be hoped for. If one fails, even quasi-saint attainment will be reduced to ash. And now before her this unremarkable postnatal human carried within him the missing dun of her. From then on there would be no disasters or tribulations, the road ahead would be broad, and the great way luminous. No wonder the master treasured that nephew so highly. He bore within his bones an unfathomable great fortune. At that thought Guiling's expression quietly softened. She looked at Song Jie and finally spoke, her voice low but as steady as rock rise. Even her glance toward Wenqi grew a touch gentler. She quickly composed herself, yet the smile at the corners of her eyes could not be suppressed and spread to her lips. Turning to Hanzhi and the others, she said, Junior sister Hanzhi, you have chosen your disciple well. Among the 3rd-generation disciples of the Jie sect, Wenqi is truly foremost. She paused, eyes falling on Song Jie, adding solemnity to her tone, since Song Jie was recommended by you two, comes from the same clan as Wenqi and shares a bond with me. Before she finished, her voice had settled. I, Guiling, Holy Mother, today accept him as my direct disciple. Congratulations, senior sister, on obtaining such an excellent pupil. Your line will now continue. Congratulations, Master Guiling. As Wenqi finished, he lightly nudged the still dazed Song Jie with his toe. Disciple, hearken and pay respects to the teacher. Ha ha ha, excellent. I, Guiling, at last have a legacy to entrust. After Guiling accepted Song Jie, Wenqi first cupped his hands in congratulations, then produced from his sleeve a box of jade tablets, 3 shuangguang pills, and half a scroll of the star flux evolution diagram, handing them over together. These were gifts our seniors received in a lecture long ago. I kept them with little use. Take them to contemplate. Having merits to his name, opportunities came to Wenqi. Song Jie, however, being postnatal, with thin foundations and narrow prospects, would struggle to shoulder future burdens without solid resources beneath him. Human clan sage masters aiding this future progenitor of the human line was a natural and fitting kindness. With the formalities complete, Song Jie kowtowed and officially entered the sect. Hanzhi and Wenqi did not linger. They took their leave and returned straight to Janeo Island's training grounds. Both were propelled by the force of merits. A perfect time to seclude themselves, gather spirit, and refine their fortunes. The moment when she stepped onto Janeo Island, the taut string at Hanzhi's immortal heart loosened. She no longer needed to be constantly on edge, fearing he might suffer misfortune. With Song Jie settled under Guiling, Wenqi felt as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. Master and disciple each threw themselves into Lingji Palace and Shinnong Hall, entering seclusion. Hanzhi's immortal disposition had long changed. Once she clearly understood her own roots and the limits of her path, and had not pressed herself for higher realms. But now this disciple, though of shallower footing and not strictly orthodox, advanced by leaps. It was plain he would soon overtake, perhaps even surpass his teacher. She thought to herself that the boy had probably not devoted all his merits to physical cultivation and Tao practice. Had he poured everything in, he would already tower above her. A promising disciple must not be held back by his master. The urgent task was to first secure his cultivation at the Tai Golden Immortal rank. Thereafter, he must at least stand in the Deluo realm. Otherwise, who will shield him from storms and hold the vanguard? She knew she could not equal senior brother Duobao, but she would not allow Wen Qi to be half a head shorter in lineage than the likes of Yu Yuan or Hualing. With both master and disciple secluding themselves, the vicinity of Hanzhi's dojo fell utterly still. Even the usually meddlesome He Huang seemed to have disappeared. The Shinnong Hall lay empty, only the incense burner sending up its thin curling smoke. The human clan's ancestral land, Kongtong Mountain. Hundreds of years had passed since Wen Qi and Songjia left. Every 30 years the three progenitors of the human clan would lead promising youths up Kongtong to burn incense and honor Holy Mother Nuwa and the agrarian sage master. She who creates life is Nuwa. She who keeps the living is the agrarian sage master. On the mountain, 3 sacred temples stood with unbroken incense. The temple of the agrarian god flourished, most of all the villagers offering devotion every dawn and dusk. They had never seen Nuwa fashion humans, yet the fire in their hearths, the grain in their bowls, the ears in their fields, all were gifts brought by Wen Qi. Their gratitude was genuine and their reverence deep. As the human clan multiplied, and tribes moved westward and eastward, temple after temple to the agrarian god was erected, stretching from the foot of Kongtong to the banks of the Wei River and the shores of the eastern sea. The agrarian god's name ceased to be merely a statue on an altar. It became a murmur in the smoke of kitchens, a prayer beneath the plow, the first character a child learned to write when beginning to read. While Wen Qi secluded himself far beyond the 33 heavens of the primeval wastes before Zixiao Palace on Yujing Mountain. This place had long been a depth of chaos, eternally still. Today, however, it roiled and surged several times over. Chaotic currents boiled and tore like seething water. Suddenly a figure cleaved through the turbulence and sped in, a sword. Qi frosted his form, slicing the void, like a peerless divine blade whose edge blazed even before it left the scabbard. The figure halted in an instant, feet not yet set, and already someone stood before the gates of Zixiao Palace. I greet elder brother. Third brother, rise. Wait a little longer. Indeed, those two were none other than the Daoist order's leader Taishang Shengren and the Jie sect's leader Tongtian Shengren. Dao ancestor Hanjun had earlier sent word summoning the 7 sages to gather at Zixiao Palace to deliberate urgent matters. The 7 sages Taishang, Laozu, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Tongtian, Jiaozhu, Nuwa, Hutu, Jian, and Junti. The first to arrive was Taishang Laozu, among the 6, the one with the deepest Dao cultivation. To their surprise, the second to appear was Tongtian Jiaozhu. In the primordial expanse, when it came to levels of cultivation, Taishang and Tongtian had always been regarded as twin peaks. The two spoke little, standing quietly before the palace with eyes lowered as they regulated breath, awaiting the arrival of the other sages. After some time, the chaos surged again with even greater force. A celebratory cloud from the myriad heavens drifted in, and a 9-dragon agarwood carriage glided slowly forward. Atop the sedan sat a solemn Taoist figure. His appearance resembled that of Taishang and Tongtian, yet his imposing presence was akin to a deep abyss, causing the heavens and earth to hold their breath in stillness. He landed and raised his eyes, his expression momentarily dazed, especially as he clearly saw Tongtian standing at the door, his brow furrowed, a light snort escaping his nose, a hint of displeasure passing across his face. I greet my elder brother and my 3rd younger brother. This person was none other than the leader of the Xuanmen, Yuanshi Tianzuan. Despite the growing rifts among the disciples of the Pangus Sanqing, they still maintained the outward appearance of brotherhood. Yuanshi showed his displeasure, not intentionally targeting Tongtian, but he had always valued decorum and face. Today, being outpaced by his 3rd younger brother was clearly a sign of inferiority in cultivation. This breath was hard to swallow. The 3 exchanged nods and stood side by side, quietly waiting for the other saints. The surroundings fell into silence. Before long, 2 streams of light broke through the chaos, revealing Jian and Junti. Their presence was unremarkable, lacking the explosive force of Tongtian or the majestic aura of Yuanshi. Upon landing, they both bowed respectfully to the Pangus Sanqing and the 3 saints of the Xuanmen. We greet the 3 elder brothers. We greet the 2 younger brothers. The newcomers were none other than the 2 saints of the West. Jian and Junti, both registered disciples of the Shinmen. After the greetings, Jian and Junti lifted their eyes and scanned the Pangus Sanqing, noticing their slightly furrowed brows. This situation was clearly not to their liking. Before their words could finish, Nuwa and Hutu arrived one after the other at the gate of the Zixiao Palace. The 7 saints exchanged greetings, and without further words silently stood awaiting the opening of the palace gates. At this moment the 7 were divided into 4 clusters. The Pangu Sanchin gathered in one place, Jane and Junti stood side by side, Nuwa stood alone to one side, and Hutu also remained independently. Once everyone was present, Zunti's gaze slowly swept over the 5 saints of the east. In reality, he was assessing the 6 fellow cultivators including Nuwa and Hutu. Neither Nuwa nor Hutu responded, merely lowering their eyes and focusing. Back in the Zixiao Palace, surrounded by 3,000 great Luo golden immortals, Junti was able to choke up in public a testament to his thick skin and resilient spirit well known throughout the primordial world. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian, rarely in sync, both let out a light snort, their expressions indifferent. Junti paid no mind. He had long since crushed the concept of face and swallowed it down, or as long as there was profit to be gained, why bother with appearances? After examining the situation, Junti had already formulated a plan. The calamity between the Wu and Yao had ended, the repairs to the heavens were completed, and all saints had made progress in their cultivation. Currently, Taiji Laozu held the top position. At that time, by borrowing the fortune of humanity, he had successfully opened the path of heavenly merit, slashing through the 3 corpses of good, evil, and self. With his saintly position established and the 3 corpses present, his power was as vast as the ocean, unmatched by any. The spiritual treasures in his possession were also top-notch, the heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, suppressing the fortune, the Taiji diagram embodying the innate yin and yang, and the 9-dragon golden staff wielding the Zuanman's authority. Moreover, he focused solely on his cultivation, avoiding the trivial matters of teaching disciples, encompassing the paths of alchemy, duality, emotional detachment, and non-action within his heart. The position of the Zuanman's eldest senior brother was already a natural outcome. Looking back at Yuanshi and Tongtian, their cultivation was slightly higher than the 2 saints of the West. Junti secretly let out a breath. If the 3 clear ones were as unshakable as Laozu, the West would never rise. However, Yuanshi held the Panga banner and Tongtian commanded the Julian sword array. Their offensive power far exceeded that of their side. As for Nuwa and Hutu's saintly position was established through the merit of the earth, remaining within the domain of the heavenly path, with a realm still limited to quasi-saint. Nuwa had attained her saintly status through the merit of creating humanity, having only severed 1 corpse of good, her power less than that of Jane, Junti, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, who had severed 2 corpses, lacking innate treasures and tools for slaughter. Junti briefly overlooked this and no longer paid attention. Just then, the tightly shut gates of the Zixiao Palace were suddenly pushed open by 2 young boys, 1 male and 1 female. Haoyan called out, "Elder brothers, please enter." The 7 saints offered no response, merely adjusting their clothing and sleeves as they stepped inside in order. The boys showed no annoyance, simply retreating to the side of the door. On the high platform in the hall, a Daoist in a white robe was already seated. The rhythm of the Dao flowed around him, the principles emerging, revealing the Hongsu Daozu, who was in harmony with the heavenly Dao. Disciple pays respects to the teacher. We greet Hongsu Daozu. The former was called by the 6 saints of the Xianmen. The latter was spoken only by Hudan Yangyang. The heavenly and earthly paths belong to the 3 talents of the primordial world, with different rights and responsibilities, yet equal standing. Thus, although Hutu was in the quasi-saint realm, she could still address Hongsu with equal respect. Hongsu did not take offense. Once the voices settled, he slowly opened his eyes, his voice like an ancient bell. I have summoned you 7 here for 2 matters concerning the operation of the heavenly Dao. Firstly, the calamity between the Wu and Yao has ended. The 2 tribes have dwindled, and the primordial world is in disorder. The stars and constellations are chaotic and unorganized. We must establish a new heavenly emperor, rebuild the heavenly court in the 33 heavens, overseeing the stars, sun, and moon above, and governing the mountains and common folk below. This matter shall be deliberated today. The choice of the heavenly emperor shall be decided by you. Within the hall of the 7 saints, only Hutu maintained her usual expression, while the others showed signs of unease in their brows and eyes. The significance of the heavenly court was known to all. How did Tai and Dijuan reach the late quasi-saint stage? It was not solely due to their exceptional roots, but rather the fortune granted by the emperor of the demon court. Once one holds this position, the fortunes of all beings surge forth, and their cultivation naturally rises with the tide. They can also act on behalf of heaven, mastering the pivot of the primordial world. As long as one secures the position of heavenly emperor, at least one supreme being can emerge from their ranks. Moreover, they can direct the fortunes of all beings in the primordial world towards the paths of the saints. When that time comes with boundless fortune bestowed upon them, the cultivation of these saints will naturally become effortless. As the several saints were deep in thought, Zhuani was the first to rise. As saints, we have the responsibility to enlighten the beings of the primordial world. The three clear brothers each hold a great path. Sister Nuwa oversees the demon sect. Hutu's saint resides in reincarnation. Only our Western sect can be led by Jane alone. Among the 7 saints, only I, Zhuani, am the most free. This position of Heavenly Emperor would be better taken by me. What do my elder brothers think? What a bold Zhuani. His audacity truly left people in awe. While others pondered which disciple among them was fit for the role, he boldly reached out to claim it for himself. So shamelessly straightforward. What my junior brother said is very true, I agree. Before Jiayan's voice fell, it had already escaped. The two had cultivated through countless calamities and gatherings, no longer mere acquaintances. One transformed from the Bodhi tree, the other achieved enlightenment from the innate bamboo, yet they were even more in sync than biological brothers. As soon as Zhuani opened his mouth, Jane quickly followed suit, as if they had rehearsed this conversation 1,000 times. Those unaware would truly believe that the two had already conspired and agreed. Seeing the two saints of the West working in tandem, the typically decorous Yuanshi Tianzuan could no longer remain seated. You two junior brothers must not jest. Saints bear the great Dao, oh, how could they stoop to the position of Heavenly Emperor? Having remained seated with his eyes closed, seemingly disinterested in the disputes within the hall, Hongsu, Taoist, finally slowly opened his eyes. The position of Heavenly Emperor is not to be held by saints. You all should deliberate well. As his words fell, the energy in the Zixiao Palace suddenly sank, an invisible pressure surging like a tide. The expressions of several saints grew solemn, with even Zhuani losing his smile, lowering his head in focus. Hutu Nyang understood clearly the position of Heavenly Emperor was never meant for the Wu clan. The Daozu inviting her here was both a matter of respect and a formality, setting the tone for the greater scheme. This position of Heavenly Emperor is not something my Wu clan contends for. You fellow Taoists may discuss it among yourselves. She was always one to take and give up easily. Knowing there was no hope, she chose not to fight. Striving too hard only exhausts one's spirit. It is better to take a step back and cultivate good relations. Hutu Niang's nobility is noted. We shall remember this cause and effect. Several saints nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Hutu retreat, Nuwa immediately spoke. Though the demon cord is scattered, the son of the demon emperor still remains. In my opinion, the position of the Heavenly Emperor should be inherited by the 10th son of the demon emperor Liya. Although she became a saint through the merit of creating humanity, her roots lie in the demon clan, and she was the one who pioneered the way of the demons in the wilderness. Now that she speaks, she naturally protects her own bloodline. Though Dijuan has fallen, his 10th son Liya has survived and has now reached quasi-saint cultivation. Before the great war between the witches and the demons, Donghuang Tai personally held the swaddled Liya and entrusted him to her. How could she as his aunt stand idly by? If Liya can truly ascend to the Heavenly Emperor's throne, the demon clan may have hope to revive. As the leader of the demon sect, she can also take advantage of the situation to expand the Dao lineage. A win-win situation, why not? As Nuwa finished speaking, Taishang Laojun remained silent, and Hutu also did not voice her thoughts. The two saints of the West looked down and said nothing. Only Yuanshi Tianzun let out a cold laugh and refuted Sister Nuwa's suggestion is inappropriate. In the Witches and Demons' Great War, both clans suffered tremendous casualties entwined in cause and effect. Since Dijuan and Tai have already fallen in the calamity, the old debts need not be further pursued. But now that the Witch clan has retreated to the underworld and no longer appears in the world, and the Demon clan has diminished to this extent, what foundation is left to govern the heavenly court? If we allow someone from the Demon clan to ascend to the 33 heavens, where would that leave the dignity of the saints? Before Nuwa could speak, Hutu slightly paused at her fingertips. Without waiting for Nuwa to speak, Zhuani chuckled and continued, "What Brother Yuan sure said is very insightful. Now the Demon clan has neither real power nor fate, and even guarding a territory is a struggle, let alone ruling the 3 realms. Even I, Zhuani, do not dare to easily occupy that position, but what does a little golden crow rely on? If he truly wishes to climb to higher branches, he may as well join my Western sect. Today I and my brother Jane will grant him the title of a great disciple. It all depends on whether he is willing to bow and enter." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's heart brightened. The two saints of the West have always been united. Since Zhuani has denied it, Jane will not relent either. Among the 3 pure ones, Taishang remains indifferent. Tongtian has yet to speak, and Yuan Shi has clearly stated his opposition. The intentions of the three are already evident. She simply hummed lightly in response, and then fell silent. Seeing this, Taishang Laojun could only step out slowly to mediate. Though Luya has Saint cultivation, he lacks the supreme treasure to suppress the fate of the world, making it hard to command the seas. Moreover, the demon clan now consists of merely one demon master and 2 demon saints unable to even operate the celestial bodies of the Zhoutian. Sister Nuwa, why not allow the demon clan to settle in the North Julu and West Nyohi continents, recuperate and contemplate their long-term plans? Upon hearing this, all the saints nodded slightly. The celestial bodies of Zhoutian are not merely thousands, just the 365 main stars require 365 Tai golden immortals to take turns guarding. Now how can the demon clan muster that many hands? Nuwa raised her eyes to glance at Taishang, said no more, and simply closed her eyes, sitting quietly as before. He believed he had done all he could. Since he could not compete with the saints, Nuwa also put away her thoughts and merely observed the changes. Seeing that she no longer spoke, Taishang knew she had no intention to contest further. His gaze swept over Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian Jiao Master, pausing slightly before speaking. In my humble sect, only Xuandu has inherited the Dao lineage. In the future, the teachings will surely be continued by him. As for the position of the Heavenly Emperor, I shall not contend with my fellow brothers. With that, he closed his eyes and fell silent once more. These words were all true. He indeed only took Xuandu as a personal disciple and had no intention of opening a school or accepting disciples in recent years. Though there are some outer disciples and attendants, in terms of foundation cultivation and qualifications, none could bear such heavy responsibility. The Heavenly Emperor is no ordinary divine position. It must be able to suppress the 3 realms, command the hearts of the people, and support the fate of the entire teaching. Hearing this, the saints nodded slightly. Taishang, as the first disciple of the Shuangguang sect, would have no one to challenge if his disciple were to ascend to this position. Everyone knows Xuandu's Dao attainment's character and conduct. But therein lies the problem, he only has one disciple. If Xuandu were truly to sit as the Heavenly Emperor, the human teaching would be equivalent to cutting off its inheritance. The establishment of a teaching relies on the succession of masters and disciples, ensuring the continuity of the Dao lineage. What kind of great teaching can exist with only a master but no disciples? In the blink of an eye, among the 7 saints, 3 have already withdrawn: Taishang, Yuwa, and Hudu. Only Yuan Shi Tianzun, Tongtian, Jiao Master Jane Doran, and Zhuanti Daoran remain on the scene. Zhuanti has only one disciple, Methriya, whose name is indeed renowned, but his cultivation is stuck at the Tai golden immortal level, barely crossing the threshold of Deluo. Even if he has a thick skin, he cannot bring himself to push this person into a position of power. Jane had to speak up himself. My disciple Yaoshi has profound attainments, a gentle nature, and a broad heart of compassion. My humble self and brother Zhuani have repeatedly discussed this and indeed confirmed that he is the most compatible with the position of the Heavenly Emperor. Brothers, follow heaven's decree and cease this strife. As soon as these words came out, even the usually quiet and unassuming Laojun opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness flashing through his gaze. Nuwa and Hudu had originally resolved to remain neutral, but at this moment they couldn't help but exchange glances. That look was not one of surprise, but of sheer absurdity that they could no longer contain. The two immediately averted their gazes and no longer looked toward the 2 saints of the West. Since Jane had already spoken, Tongtian naturally could not remain silent. With a raised sword-like brow and a voice like gold and iron, he declared, "Jin Zhuanti, the position of the Heavenly Emperor is a matter of our Eastern affairs. Why must the West interfere?" Yuan Shi immediately joined in. "What my third brother says is true. This matter can be settled in the East. You outsiders need not intervene." Zhuanti hurriedly replied, "Brother, your words are incorrect. Although the wilderness is divided into East and West, it is governed by the Heavenly Dao and ultimately falls under the jurisdiction of the Dao ancestor. In the future, the Heavenly Emperor will oversee the 4 continents and 8 extremes, ruling over all spirits. Does he only concern himself with the East and not the West?" This statement is not unfounded. The responsibilities of the Heavenly Emperor indeed encompass the entire wilderness, with the 4 great continents under their rule. Their involvement does hold some legitimacy. Yuan Shi sneered. "Your great disciple Yaoshi is currently just at the initial level of Deluo, yet you wish to stabilize the heavenly court. Are you not afraid of being laughed at by cultivators across the world?" Jiayin's face turned slightly red, leaving him momentarily speechless. The Western land's veins had collapsed early on, leading to a depletion of spiritual energy, and beings were born with insufficient innate qualities, making cultivation difficult. Yao Shi Dizong and Methre Yao are already the rare elites of the West. But compared to the East, they may not even match the inner disciples of the Changjie and Ren sects. Seeing the two speechless, Yuan Shi stroked his beard and laughed, speaking calmly. In my humble opinion, the position of the Heavenly Emperor should rightly belong to my disciple Guang Chengzi of the Chan sect. He is now fully realized into Luo, and only needs to sever one corpse to knock on the gate of Hunyuan. With both virtue and talent and great prestige, he is indeed the rightful candidate. Just as Zhuanti was about to speak, Jane lightly tugged at his sleeve. He immediately fell silent, lowering his head and saying nothing. Seeing this, Yuan Shi felt a slight relief in his heart. Believing the two sages had been subdued, he felt his face had been saved. However, before he could finish speaking, Tongtian had already replied loudly, Guang Chengzi's attainment into Luo is nothing extraordinary in my Jie sect. Many treasures Wudong and Jinling have all broken through early on. Even the outer disciple, Yun Xiao, has now stepped onto the threshold of quasi sainthood. He may be outstanding in the Chan sect, but in my Jie sect he is merely ordinary. Among my disciples, Duo Bao is solid in his cultivation, respectful to his master, kind to his fellow disciples, and has been in charge of sect affairs for many years. Who else but him could take the position of the Heavenly Emperor? This statement is not without merit. Guang Chengzi does possess some ability, but if we solely discuss cultivation and qualifications, he truly does not rank among the top few in the many esteemed disciples of Jie sect. In his past life, if it weren't for the spiritual treasure forged from half of the unturned mountains supporting him, he would likely have been unable to withstand even one move from the Holy Mother of Jinling. Yuan Shi's expression slightly darkened upon hearing this. Niuhua and Hudu had already withdrawn. A Taishang also took the initiative to step back, and the two saints of the West were silenced by his words. This opportunity should have securely landed in the hands of the Pangu, three pure ones of the I Ching lineage. Who would have thought that Tongtian would insert himself, clearly not taking his second brother seriously? The primordial supreme being has always valued face and reputation. Apart from the Dao master Hongjun and his elder brother Taishang Laoju, and others are hard to catch his eye, especially regarding his third brother. Tongtian, he has always considered himself the second brother, believing that Tongtian should respect and listen to him. However, the primordial supreme being did not think deeply. The position of the Heavenly Emperor is related to the fate of the Honghuang, to the rise and fall of all beings. How could Tongtian easily relinquish it? Moreover, it must be noted that Tongtian's disciples are already great Luo golden immortals, while there are others among his disciples whose cultivation surpasses them. This position is not something that can be given up by anyone. It is determined solely by strength and fortune. Thus, within the Purple Cloud Palace, the words of several saints grew harsher, and the argument became more intense. Taishang Laojun stood in the middle, being the elder brother, the head of the Xuanmen. Transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, he intended to intervene and mediate. But his lips moved slightly, yet he ultimately remained silent. He was caught in a dilemma. Primordial is his brother, and Tongtian is also his brother. Siding with one would hurt the brotherly bond, while remaining neutral would mean neglecting his responsibility. He did not consider deeply the three clear ones jointly uphold the great Dao, and the Xianmen governs the Honghuang. It should have been his responsibility. If he were to push for Xuandu to ascend, why would the saints need to argue? Why must there be a split? However, he ultimately did not move. Was it out of fear of disturbances to his understanding of the Dao, concern over the continuity of the Dao lineage? Or was he worried that once Xuandu took control of the heavens, humanity would break free from the regulation of the Xianmen? No one knew. All that was known was that this silence sowed the seeds for future tribulations. Witnessing the heated dispute, Dao Master Hongjun finally rose, sweeping his sleeves as he stood up. Enough. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder, silencing the entire hall. Saints quarreling in discord, making a commotion. What kind of decorum is this? The position of the Heavenly Emperor, since it has been discussed but not settled, shall be personally determined by this old Taoist. Before his words fell, he cast a glance at the rear hall. Two young attendants responded and stepped forward, moving gracefully to kneel at the steps, simultaneously saying, "Lord up high." Hongjun nodded, his tone calm. "You two have served me for several tens of yuan meetings. Now that I have merged with the Dao, there is no need to attend to me closely. This opportunity is meant for both of you. Hao Yin, today I bestow upon you the title of Heavenly Emperor of the Honghuang, to oversee the heavenly court, to govern in place of heaven, and to command the heavens. Yao Shu, I bestow upon you the title of Heavenly Empress of the Honghuang, to assist in the heavenly court and support the Heavenly Emperor." Hao Yin and Yao Shu were originally young children. Upon hearing this, their eyes became warm, tears rolling down yet they still prostrated on the ground, their foreheads touching the earth with a sound. The 7 saints were all momentarily stunned. Just moments ago they were engaged in a fierce debate, and in the blink of an eye the titles of Heavenly Emperor and Empress had fallen upon 2 children. After arguing all day in a futile manner, they ended up allowing others to pick the fruit. Hongjun lightly swayed his robe. Rise. Now that you are the Heavenly Emperor and Empress, do not act like children. In an instant, a wondrous transformation occurred. Haoshin's figure grew taller, his muscles stretching, and in a moment he transformed into a majestic young man striding forward with the aura of a dragon and tiger, exuding a dignified presence. Clad in a golden-threaded robe adorned with 9 dragons, his crown reflected the sun, moon, and stars, and between his brows there was an inherent pressure. Wherever his gaze fell, those around held their breath. Yaoshu also underwent a transformation, her hair flowing like a waterfall, her skirt billowing, and in an instant she became a dignified woman. With a phoenix design as her ornament and yin-yang hairpins adorning her hair, her elegance radiated a noble aura that was unassailable. She stood still like a deep pool, her spirit refined and profound. Hongjun gazed at the 2 and spoke directly, seemingly unaware of the varied expressions among the saints in the hall. Since you have taken on the roles of heaven, how could you be without treasures to secure yourselves? He raised his hand without moving, and 3 streams of light landed in Haoshin's palm. A small sword of about an inch, an ancient bronze mirror, and a delicate pagoda. This sword is called the Haotian sword. The foremost in attack, the blade of the emperor. Wielding it can sever karma, slay evil spirits, and suppress small calamities. This mirror is called the Haotian mirror. It reflects the star chart of the 33 heavens above and penetrates the cycles of the underworld below, monitoring the 8 desolations and safeguarding the fortune of the heavenly court. Its other marvelous uses are self-evident. This pagoda is called the Haotian pagoda. It provides unparalleled protection, suppressing demons, quelling evil thoughts, and collecting negative energy. Through all tribulations of the heavens, peace remains as long as the pagoda is present. Haotian held the treasures with both hands and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you for the generous gifts, Lord." Hongjun then looked at Yaoshu, his tone unchanged. "You share the same origin as Haotian, born from the Chaos Stone. Your fate belongs to the Lesser Im, thus the position of Heavenly Empress is rightfully yours." Before his words had fallen, a flag, a hairpin, and a peach tree quietly appeared before Yaoshu. This flag is known as the Western Plain Colorless Cloud Flag, also called the Gathering Immortal Flag. It is one of the innate 5-direction flags. When it is unfurled, all phenomena become clear, evil spirits retreat, and all methods are rendered ineffective. This hairpin is called the Chaos Golden Hairpin. Its edge is sharp and fierce, capable of cleaving the rivers and stars, and severing the veins of the earth, as if slicing through cloth. Use it with caution, do not misuse it. This is the innate peach tree, born of the northern Rin water, its roots entwined with the fate of the heavenly court. It blossoms and bears fruit, extending life and nurturing spirits, guarding the heart of heaven, and is most crucial. Yaoshu gathered her robes and bowed again, her voice clear. "Thank you for your grace, Lord." The Hall of Saints fell momentarily silent. In the past, when treasures were scattered on the cliff, everyone believed that Hongjun had exhausted all his possessions. Little did they know that today he casually produced 6 pieces of exceptional innate spiritual treasures, as if taking them from a pouch. Especially the 2 leaders of the Western sect, Jane and Juni, wore slightly somber expressions. In the past, they had only acquired a 12-grade merit golden lotus, while the others were merely a few ordinary high-grade spiritual treasures, just for embellishment. As they witnessed Hongjun bestowing all 6 treasures to Haotian and Yaoshu, the hearts of the 7 saints in the hall sank. No one spoke, but their brows slightly furrowed, fingertips paused, and sleeves fell silently. The discontent had long slipped from their eyes into their breaths. Someone murmured in their hearts, "The Dao Master is biased." Others clenched their teeth tighter, and when they finally released, their lips bore no trace. Hongjun surveyed the expressions of the crowd, did not expose their thoughts, and slowly spoke. "The Hongwang has 4 directions. East, west, south, north, divided into upper and lower, collectively called the 6 harmonies. The authority of the Emperor Dao should correspond to this number, establishing the system of the 6 yes. Haotian shall be the supreme emperor of the golden threshold, the natural marvel of the supreme, true Jade Emperor, taking the lead. Below him 5 emperors are needed to assist: the eastern extreme, Qinghua Emperor; the western extreme, Goqing Emperor; the southern extreme, Chongqing Emperor; the northern extreme, Ziwei Emperor, along with the heavenly sovereign modeling the earth sovereign." As he paused, his gaze fell upon Hudu. Huda lowered her eyes, said nothing, only nodded. The 6 saints of the Xianmen remained silent. No one spoke out against Since Hutu transformed the underworld, she has held absolute control over the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the interplay of yin and yang flows as usual under her command. This imperial position rightfully belongs to her. Seeing this, Hongjun continued, the remaining 4 yes have clear responsibilities. The East shall establish Qinghua, governing the myriad beings of the 3 realms, assisting Haotian in nurturing all things. The West shall establish Goqing, controlling the pivot of all thunder, assisting Haotian in regulating the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity, and overseeing matters of war and conflict. The South shall establish Chongqing, governing the lifespan of all beings, assisting Haotian in measuring fortune and misfortune, life and death. The North shall establish Ziwei, overseeing the stars of the surrounding heavens, aiding Haotian in regulating the sun, moon, and the 4 seasons. The 6 yes stand together, upholding the heavenly Dao above, while stabilizing the underworld below, and nurturing all beings in between. None can be missing. As for the selection, it shall be discussed with everyone after Haotian assumes his position. He paused, lightly lowering his dust whisk, his voice neither hurried nor slow. As Haotian first takes charge of the heavenly court, all matters are yet to stabilize. If he can sort out the Honghuang among the 5 teachings of the Xianmen, Chan Jie Yao, and the Western 4 teachings, each shall be granted a U position. Disciples of the 4 teachings shall all fall under the jurisdiction of the Jade Emperor, collectively managing the Honghuang. Hearing this, the 6 saints felt enlightened. The Dao Master's action was not about dividing power, but about sending them up, allowing their own disciples to tread this new path of the heavenly court, embedding themselves into the very fabric of the Honghuang. Though the heavenly Dao belongs to the Dao Master, ultimately this realm still relies on the support of the disciples of the saints. Taishang Laojun was the first to rise, bowing his head. Just follow the teacher's orders. The other 6 saints followed suit, their voices steady and unified with no hesitation left. Hongjun nodded lightly, raising his dust whisk. The first matter is concluded, now for the second. The 6 saints felt invigorated. In the previous contention for the position of the Heavenly Emperor, the order was disrupted, allowing Haotian to seize the initiative. This time no one wished to lose a step. The moment Nuwa's fingertip trembled, Huda's sleeve felt heavier. One had once controlled the fate of the demon race, while the other had transformed into the underworld to protect the remnants of the witch clan. Hearing the words, to rise, it was neither joy nor delight, but rather a sense of gloom. However, Taishang Laojun suddenly opened his eyes, sitting upright, his tone serious and earnest. What you say is absolutely correct. The human race is to prosper under the blessings of heaven and earth. But how shall they rise? I ask you to clarify, Master. He did not dare to wait, fearing that if he did it would be like last time, where before he could speak the Dao Lord had already selected the candidates. Hongjun did not respond, merely waving his whisk, causing strands of dust to flutter. Now the human race is thriving, the ancestral lands can no longer contain them. Within a few years they will surely spread in all directions. Nuwa and Taishang were both taken aback, suddenly understanding why the luck of the human race had been rising steadily of late. But why did it surge so suddenly at this moment? The reason remained as elusive as flowers seen through fog. Yuanshi Tianzuan sat, as before, not even lifting his eyelids. Just mere beings born of the postnatal era. Their roots were shallow, and even with luck bestowed upon them in his eyes they were, but would waiting to be carved, hardly worthy of entering the orthodox sect. Tongtian Zhaozhu was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the human disciple named Wenshu under Hanzi's celestial seat. Among the tens of thousands of disciples of the Jie sect, he was the only one born of the human race. Yet at this moment, being in the Zishao palace, his divine sense could not reach, and he knew not where that child was, and what circumstances he faced. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, their expressions slightly pained. At the end of the Wu Yao tribulation, the two joined forces to abduct a large number of demons, intending to use their power to strengthen the Western teaching. Yet who knew that as the tides turned, the demon race's fortune had ended, and the witch clan had also become a distant echo. And at present, there was not a single human settlement to be found in the Western lands. This game had indeed fallen to the rear. Hongjun's gaze swept across the entire assembly, his voice resonating like a bell. The human populace has reached its limit. The tribes cannot support them. The human emperor must emerge. The witches have their witch ancestors, the demons have their demon emperors. How can the human race be without a leader once they stand? This person shall unite the clans, teach the populace, awaken civilization, and open the great path. But how many human emperors should there be? And who should take the seat? As the holy mother of the human race, Nuwa immediately turned to Hongjun Dao Lord, inquiring. For the human race to flourish, 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns must be established, totaling 8 human emperors. The first 3 emperors should correspond to the heavenly, earthly, and human trinity, while the latter 5 sovereigns correspond to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. All 8 must teach and enlighten the populace in the mortal realm, and on the day they achieve success, the fortune of the human race shall surge tremendously. At that time, the 3 ancestors will stabilize the foundation, and the 8 human emperors will manage the order, their fortune as steady as a rock, everlasting. Upon hearing this, several saints felt enlightened, so that was the reason. Since the human race was not born from the innate, they lacked roots, heritage, and cultivation, relying solely on the continuation of bloodlines and the rise and fall of fortune. Since the heavenly path has determined them as the main characters of the world, naturally someone must lead the way. But who should this leader be? How should they be chosen? The 5 saints of the East were still weighing the pros and cons when Junyi Daoist had already stepped forward. Master, fellow brothers, the rise of the human race is only natural. But given that all of you are busy with your own affairs, let me, Junyi, take on the matter of the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns. As a holy being of the wilderness, it is my duty to enlighten sentient beings. To enlighten the postnatal human race is even more my responsibility. In my view, let all 8 human emperors be taken on by me alone, to spare you brothers from having to worry repeatedly in the future. Before his words fell, the 5 saints of the East frowned in unison. This was not sharing the burden, but clearly snatching the opportunity. And he did so with an air of righteousness, without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, Jane pulled Junyi back, cupping his hands in a gesture of humility. Junior brother is merely joking, merely joking. The Western teaching has no intention of intervening in this matter. It is entirely up to you, fellow brothers, to decide. His words were calm, his demeanor modest, and with just a few phrases he extinguished the flames of dispute. Knowing it was futile to argue, he refrained. Being weak and not pushing against the current was the way to survive. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted lightly, his gaze sweeping over the 2 from the west, saying nothing more. The implication was clear: a holy position does not equate to face. Being too thick-skinned would only lead to losing one's sanctity. Once the scene quieted down, Hongjun Dao, Lord, slowly added, the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns are ultimately matters of the human race itself. What those of the Xianmen need to do is to send disciples to teach and enlighten the 8 human emperors. One is to guide their cultivation, and the other is to assist in governing the world. Since the Western teaching has no intention of participating, then let this matter be decided by you, the 5 saints of the East. As these words left his mouth, Jane and the others were slightly taken aback. It turned out that being the imperial teacher was indeed a coveted position, yet it had not been mentioned before. He exchanged a glance with Junyi, feeling a tightness in his chest, yet there was nothing he could do. When the Eastern saints heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. If the human race truly became the main characters of the world, the fortune so immense it would likely surpass even the combined might of the demon and witch races back in the day. If one of their own disciples were to secure the position of imperial teacher, once the human emperor's merits were fulfilled, that blessing, that fortune, could not be compared to ordinary opportunities. Reducing 10 years of arduous cultivation on the path of practice, increasing the faith of the masses during the journey. Not to mention leveraging the name of the human emperor to establish roots and spread teachings among the human race. Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian exchanged glances, their hearts understanding one another. This position could not be missed. Huta still sat quietly, her expression calm. The witch clan, now either hidden in the underworld or guarding the northern regions, had neither the leisure nor the inclination to meddle in the affairs of educating the human race. Moreover, witches place emphasis on strength over words, and with their fierce temperament, if a witch were truly sent to be the imperial teacher, they would likely upend the lecture before it even began. Jane and Junyi stood silently, only able to sigh long and hard. Watching as immense wealth slipped through their fingers, they could hardly blame others. The earlier declaration of, "I wish to take on the labor," had now become a rope binding themselves. Only Nuwa sat quietly in a corner, her demeanor distinctly different from the others. Although she established the demon teaching, it was solely to gather the dissipating luck of the demon race. She had not widely recruited disciples, nor passed down the teachings. With no disciples under her, it was naturally difficult to contend for the position of imperial teacher. More importantly, back in the day, the demon race killed 129,008 humans to forge the slaughter, which sword drawing their pure essence and staining Kunlun with blood. Since then, between humans and demons, the heavenly path drew a line, vowing not to coexist. Those of the demon teaching could not even touch the edges of the human race, let alone sit in the seat of the human emperor's teacher. Yuanshi and Tongtian had many disciples under them, all eyeing these 8 positions, yet at this moment none of them rushed to speak. After all, Taishang Laojun held the reins of human teaching, and Nuwa was the very source of the human race's creation. Given the propriety, it was not their place to speak first. Once the surroundings quieted down, Taishang Laojun slowly spoke. Sister Nuwa, you are the holy mother of the human race, and you attained your sacred fruit through the creation of humans. What do you think of the arrangement of the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns? The eyes of the saints then fell upon Nuwa. She let out a slight breath. That the 3 pure ones would ask her first was already a considerable honor. Immediately raising her gaze, her voice clear. I shall not compete for any of the 8 imperial teachers, but for the head of the 3 emperors. The position of the heavenly emperor belongs to my brother Fushi, without a doubt. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Before Fux's name could even settle, a storm of wind and thunder began to brew. The expressions of several saints grew solemn in unison. Yuanshi Tianzun had always despised the demon clan, and at this moment his brow furrowed slightly as he spoke in a cold, hard tone. Sister Nuwa, Shihuang Fushi personally slaughtered the human race during the calamity of the Wu and Yao, and his hands are stained with the blood of the vengeful souls within the slaughtering Wu sword. Dying in the calamity is fate, but now that humans and demons clearly walk separate paths, how can he still sit upon the throne of the human emperor? If Fushi can be the human emperor, can the members of the Wu clan also ascend to the throne? Is he to be regarded as the human emperor or the demon emperor? As these words fell, they struck like nails, resonating firmly. He was not speaking up for the human race, nor was he defending the Wu clan, and he was certainly not targeting Nuwa. He simply held a deep-seated disdain for those who donned fur and horns and those birthed from eggs. Tongtian Jiaozhu, who was usually impatient yet valued justice, immediately replied, what second brother says is absolutely correct. Shihuang Fushi is indeed unqualified to hold this great position. Otherwise, where would we put the faces of us saints? What place would there be for the majesty of the heavenly Dao? The heavenly oath of humans and demons shall not coexist was approved by all the saints in person. Nuwa's expression suddenly darkened. The 2 saints from the western sect remained seated, their gazes bright, quietly observing. The previously contentious Zishao Palace had fallen into silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Among the 7 saints in the hall, Jin Juanti and Hudu had remained silent throughout. Taishang had initially thought that the 4 saints from the east would quickly reach a consensus, but unexpectedly his 2 younger brothers clashed with Nuwa on the spot. He suddenly recalled the previous contention among the saints over the position of the heavenly emperor, which had led to missed opportunities. This cannot be allowed to happen again. He could only step forward slowly, his voice calm, yet steady as a rock. Sister Nuwa, it is not impossible for Fushi to become the first emperor of the human race. However, he must experience the cycle of reincarnation and cleanse the memories of his past life. From now on, there will only be Fushi of the human race, and no more Shi Huang of the demon race. If you agree to this, sister, then the Pangu 3 pure ones will recognize him as the human emperor. As for whether he can gain the support of the human race and stabilize his throne after reincarnation, that is a matter for the human race itself and has nothing to do with us. What is your intention, sister? Upon hearing this, Yuanshi and Tongtian fell silent. Their earlier remarks were merely an expression of their pent-up frustrations, and they held no ill will towards Nuwa, who would take on the roles of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, was not their concern. Oh, what was crucial was that the position of the imperial teacher must be firmly in their grasp. Taishang's words were not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had calculated long ago the matter of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could not avoid Nuwa's approval. She held the fate of the human race tightly in her hands. Meanwhile, as the leader of the human sect, he only held a fraction of it. However, if Fushi were to ascend directly, the bloodline, fate, and legitimacy of the human race would all come into question. Whether he was human or demon would likely confuse the foundations. Nuwa naturally understood the stakes involved. What the saints truly feared was that once Fushi ascended, the 2 siblings would together occupy 4 layers of the human race's fate, and the influence of the other saints would inevitably be overshadowed. But what she was concerned about was never about the abundance or scarcity of fate. She only hoped that her brother could use the position of the human emperor to gather true spirits, complete his Dao foundation, and ascend to the realm of quasi-saints once again. Currently, Fushi had only a trace of true spirit remaining. If he relied solely on hard cultivation, it would take several yuan meetings. Without substantial resources to support him, it would be an even more distant prospect. Yet the position of the human emperor could yield results within a mere century or 2. Weighing the priorities, she was clear in her mind. All right, I agree. Seeing her consent, the three pure ones felt a slight easing of their shoulders. Taishang then gently reminded Sister Nuwa Fux's entry into reincarnation still requires discussion and agreement with Sainthood. After all, reincarnation had been established and true spirits in reincarnation must pass through the 6 paths. Huda held this authority and could not be avoided. During the calamity of the Wu and Yao, although the Wu and Yao were mortal enemies, Nuwa and Hudu had no past grievances. By that time, Nuwa had already become a saint by creating humans, and Hudu had also merged with the Dao of the earth. Under the prohibition of the heavenly Dao, both could not interfere in the calamity, and naturally the feud did not extend to them. But Fushi was different. He was one of the 4 emperors of the demon court, and back then he had fought bloodily with the Wu clan, taking countless lives from them. Now for Nuwa to plead for him was truly no easy task. All eyes in the hall silently fell on the 2 former adversaries. Everyone wanted to see how these last 2 decision-makers in the aftermath of the Wu and Yao calamity would make their move. Nuwa focused slightly, deeply bowing to Hudu, her posture proper, and her words sincere. Sister Hudu, although my brother has formed a bond with your Wu clan during the calamity, his physical body has been destroyed and his Dao fruit shattered, leaving only a trace of true spirit to survive. I hope you can grant him a line of life and allow him to enter the cycle of reincarnation. If you agree, this bond between the Wu and Yao will be erased in one stroke. Logically, Hutu would be unwilling to relent. How many disciples of the Wu clan had died at Fux's hands on the battlefield and under his blade? Yet the calamity had ended and the main roles in the heavens would shift. The demon race still had several quasi-saints, while the Wu clan's ancestral witches had all fallen, leaving only a few great witches at the Deluo Golden Immortal level to hold up the facade. If conflicts were to erupt again in the future on the northern Julu continent, the ones who would suffer would undoubtedly be the Wu clan. Weighing the pros and cons, she finally stood up, slowly returned the bow, and spoke with a clear and resolute voice. If Fushi is willing to sever his demon body and shed his past connections, I will allow him to enter the cycle of reincarnation. From now on, between the Wu and Yao there will be no more bonds. Nuwa and Hutan nodded in agreement, and the hearts of the Eastern saints that had been in suspense finally settled. Fushi was to be established as the first human emperor, and subsequent arrangements were naturally placed. Taishang spoke, his voice gentle and without ripples. Since Fushi is to be the human emperor, it would not be appropriate for the position of the heavenly emperor's teacher to be held by the second-generation disciples of the Xianmen. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi and Tongtian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Fushi was originally Nuwa's brother, and back then during the teachings at Zixiao Palace, he was one of the top figures among the 3,000 Deluo. If the second-generation disciples from the Changjia and human teachings who had yet to achieve quasi-sainthood were to teach him his reincarnated form, wouldn't that be an affront to Nuwa's dignity? Taisheng's voice paused slightly before continuing, I will personally take on this role. After Fushi is born, Xian Du will naturally go to enlighten and guide him. As for the remaining positions of imperial teacher, the human sect will not take them. You two may discuss among yourselves. Elder brother's words are indeed correct. We shall obey the decree. Yuan Shi and Tongtian immediately responded decisively. With Taishang personally taking on the teaching position, Nuwa had no objections. This relationship left no room for error. Nuwa also gently stated, I have no objections either. Her tone was calm, yet it carried a sense of certainty. With Taishang presiding, Fux's position as the human emperor was as solid as a rock. The saints rarely united. Saw Hongjun Daozu finally lower his gaze and speak. Now that it has been decided, the matter of the heavenly emperor is thus settled. Moreover, the remaining 7 of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must come to be through the fate of the human race itself. You saints shall not interfere. The 2 saints from the west paused slightly, exchanging glances before lowering their gazes in silence. The thoughts they had just entertained, to select candidates from the Western sect for reincarnation to succeed the throne, were lightly extinguished by this statement, leaving no room for maneuver. The Daozu closed his eyes, no longer speaking, leaving a profound silence. The meaning was clear. The matter had come to this. It was time for you to divide it yourselves. Yuan Shi Tianzun's gaze sharpened as he spoke. First, my disciple Guang Chengzi possesses great fortune and virtue, with a pure foundation lasting fate, and his cultivation is nearing its peak. He can undertake all 7 positions of imperial teacher alone. His tone was steady, yet each word carried weight. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall had quietly tightened. In his view, the 4 personal disciples of Tongtian Duo Bao Wu Dang and Jin Ling had all stepped into the quasi-saint realm, and the merits for them were merely icing on the cake. The mother of tortoise spirit, being born of the demon race, had even less qualification to compete with the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Although Randang was a vice leader, the other disciples lingered between Tai, Yi, and Deluo, desperately needing this opportunity to solidify their Dao foundations. He calculated clearly in his heart occupying all 7 seats is not easy and 6 must be contended for. As for the remaining seat, giving it to the Jie sect is already a concession. The Jie sect needs to borrow a person of virtue to prove the Dao, and only Gue Ling is suitable, while the 12 disciples of the Chuan sect are all waiting for this fate meal. Even if he only gives 1 seat to the Jie sect, he feels it's a loss. But he forgot. What the saints compete for is never the abundance of virtue but the height of their faces. Except for the 2 saints of the West, how could Tongtian respond to such a wide-open mouth? If he truly followed what he said, with countless immortals coming to pay homage to the Jie sect, it would be better for the Chuan sect to monopolize everything. Wouldn't that be slapping his Pangu Supreme face? Tongtian's gaze turned cold, his voice not high, yet every word was like a blade. Second brother, your words are misguided. You know well the cultivation of your disciples. Perhaps even my ordinary disciples of the Jie sect are still not as good. Why should all 7 seats of the Imperial Masters belong to your Chuan sect? In my opinion, with countless immortals gathering in the Jie sect tied to fate, 4 seats is just right. Once the words were spoken, Yuan Shi's expression darkened slightly. The 2 were at loggerheads, and the tension grew thicker. The 2 saints of the West observed with crossed arms, their eyes glimmering with a dark light, hoping for deeper internal strife in the East. Nuwa and Hutu sat quietly, their brows unmoving, as if the dispute in the hall had nothing to do with them. Laozi seemed hesitant to speak. Should he advise? Both sides are difficult to refute. If not advising, he fears losing harmony. Ultimately, he lowered his gaze and remained silent. Yuan Shi felt publicly rebutted, his face difficult to maintain. Tongtian was convinced the other was bullying the weak and pressing hard. Neither was willing to retreat, even a half step. Just as the standoff continued atop the cloud bed, Hongjun Daozu suddenly opened his eyes. Enough. With these 2 words, Yuan Shi and Tongtian immediately fell silent, bowing their heads and calming their breaths. Laozi slightly raised the corner of his eye. His heart stirred. The expression of the Dao ancestor was surprisingly different from before. Previously, Hongjun seemed like an incarnation of the heavenly Dao, imposing and unyielding. At this moment, however, he appeared like a teacher in the hall, with displeasure in his eyes, but no intent to reprimand, instead revealing a hint of helplessness and understanding. Hongjun scanned the crowd and slowly said, the heavenly mechanism has changed. Among the human race, a saint teacher has emerged. This person holds the treasure of human fate. Although their Dao practice is still shallow, yet they have already gathered 40% of the fate. The position of Imperial Master will be divided with 2 seats each for the Chuan and Jie sects, and the remaining 3 seats will be arranged by this saint teacher. Upon hearing this, both Taishang and Nuwa were momentarily taken aback. The fate of the human race has always been divided into 3 parts. Taishang, holding the human teachings, occupies 1 part. Nuwa, as the holy mother of the human race, occupies 1 part. Hutu, the ruler of the underworld, also claims 1 part. Combined, the 3 add up to merely 30%. Now, unexpectedly, there is a person who quietly and unassumingly monopolizes 40%. No one anticipated that this human saint teacher would rely on a treasure of fate coupled with the genuine support of the entire human race, firmly holding 40% of the human fate. No wonder previously in the chaos, Yuan Shi and Tongtian repeatedly sensed their own fate quietly rising. The root cause was indeed this saint teacher. Truth be told, he should thank Wen Qi this time. Although the 4% of fate they received was currently dead weight after the human population surged, this 4% became even more substantial than the previous 10%. With more people, the pool of fate naturally filled up. Yuan Shi and Tongtian felt reassured, seeing that the Chuan and Jie sects each received 2 positions of Imperial Master. But who exactly is this saint teacher? How will they consolidate the 3 positions of Imperial Master and distribute them uniformly? This matter remains uncertain. Before Hongjun Dao's words fell, he slowly spoke again. Among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the first heavenly emperor and the last human emperor bear the heaviest burdens and merits. The merits of the 5 emperors are slightly inferior. As soon as the words were spoken, Yuan Shi Tianzuan stepped forward. Master, I am willing to lead the Chuan sect, assisting the last emperor among the 3 sovereigns and the first emperor among the 5 emperors. Hongjun Laozu didn't even lift his eyelids, merely nodding granted. He then turned to Tongtian. The remaining 5 Imperial Master positions you can discuss with your disciples at your leisure. After a pause, his tone sank. Remember, the grand trend of the Honghuang cannot be reversed, while small trends can still be adjusted. The rise of the human race is an ironclad rule. No one shall obstruct it. The day the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors prove the Tao will be the time for the human race to leap forward. You must devote yourselves to teaching and must not be perfunctory. After these words his figure suddenly vanished, leaving only an empty cloud platform before the 7 saints. Taishang and Jane exchanged glances, their sleeves slightly moving. In that moment the overwhelming pressure that swept through was like an abyss, silent, yet causing a jolt in their hearts. Master has improved again. As Laozi and Jane reminisced about that lingering resonance, the other saints had already begun to ponder the last few sentences of the Tao ancestor. Especially that sentence, discuss with your disciples, which puzzled many. Logically, it should be Tongtian seeking out that saint teacher for discussion. Why did it turn into a closed-door meeting among themselves? Just as he was pondering, Hao Yin stepped forward. He had donned the crown of the heavenly emperor, his robe neatly arranged, first bowing deeply to the various saints in the hall. Before speaking, brothers, before the master departed, he entrusted me to ask each of you for some capable and usable personnel to help the heavenly court operate. I wonder when it would be convenient for you to send someone. The saints had already set aside the matter of the heavenly emperor, and upon seeing him approaching their expressions turned dull. Hotu, unfazed, lightly tapped the jade table. The witch clan is bound by the contract of tribulation, and the underworld must be guarded by our clan, so it is difficult to comply with the dispatch from the heavenly court. After speaking, she stood up, her robe sweeping as she directly exited the Zixiao palace. Nuwa smiled lightly. Although I established the demon sect, I have not accepted disciples, and there are only a few cleaning boys around me. What my junior brother seeks, I fear I cannot assist. After saying this, she also turned to leave. She needed to hurry back to the Honghuang to see what exactly had changed among the human race. As for the 2 saints of the West, there's no need to mention. With only Yaoshi Dizong and Methria under their command, Hao Yin didn't even bother to speak. The 2 had already stepped out of the palace before he could ask, their figures vanishing. Appendix: record of the fate of the human race. Nuwa created humans and became a saint revered by the innate human race, accounting for 30%. Taishang established the human teachings and transmitted the golden core, Tao accounting for 10%. Sueren, Youchao, and Zi opened wisdom and were called the 3 ancestors, together accounting for 10%. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors guided the human race towards prosperity, together accounting for 10%. When Qi taught grains, established agriculture, fishing, husbandry, and pastoralism, determining the 5 constants of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, respected as a saint teacher by the postnatal human race, accounting for 10%. Kontong seal, the treasure that suppresses the fate of the human race, accounting for 30%. After listening, Taishang Laozu didn't even lift his eyelids, merely rolling up his robe sleeve and drifting away. At this moment his thoughts were no different from Nuwa's. Hurry back to the Honghuang and see clearly. Yuan Shi Tianzuan had been holding in a belly full of anger in the Zixiao palace, and upon seeing Hao Yin come again for personnel, his expression grew colder. The matters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are still under evaluation. This trivial matter can be discussed another day. Before his words were finished, he had already stepped out of the hall. Only Tongtian, with a warm smile, appeared relaxed. In his past life, he had treated Hao Yin coldly, due to not obtaining the position of the human emperor's teacher. Today, with the Jia sect genuinely obtaining the title of 2 imperial masters, his mindset was naturally different. Our Jia sect is known as the gathering of countless immortals, but the leader cannot just name someone for a task. We must ask our disciples who is willing to serve in the heavenly court. If anyone is willing, I will definitely not obstruct. Upon hearing this, Haoshin's eyes immediately brightened. Thank you, senior brother Tongtian. Hao Yin will remember this. The Jia sect has far more than thousands of disciples. If they truly respond, even the Lingxiao treasure palace may not fit them all. After Tongtian departed, he also hurriedly made his way back to the Honghuang. He had already sensed the quiet changes in the fate of the Jia sect. How could he sit still? Inside the Zixiao palace, only Hao Yin and Yaoqi remained. The 2 exchanged glances for a moment and sighed together. To them, the positions of the heavenly emperor and empress are an ancient millennium opportunity. Yet this opportunity feels like a scorching imperial seal, one that no one dares to offer, and they hesitate to grasp it tightly for fear of getting burned. Several saints were displeased by this. If the heavenly court lacked their support, it would struggle to function. The 2 bowed deeply to Hongjun Daozu in the depths of the Zixiao palace, then exited the palace and headed straight to the 33 heavens. With this, the matter within the Zixiao palace was settled. Centuries passed in the blink of an eye. On Janeo Island in the agricultural deity palace, when Qi slowly opened his eyes from his epiphany, his gaze bright, and a smile spreading across his lips. As the human race flourished, he, as the saint teacher of humanity, presided over 40% of their fortune, naturally enjoying boundless blessings. His cultivation was now nearing the threshold of the golden immortal realm, just a step away from ascension. This joy was felt equally for himself and for the human race. Seeing his kin proliferate and thrive across the land warmed his heart even more than his own breakthroughs. For innate beings, 100 years is merely a fleeting moment. As the saying goes in the mountains, there are no cycles of years. When the cold ends, one knows not the time. A single moment of quiet sitting, a moment of comprehension, a thread of daydreaming, and time flows by like water over stones silently passing. But for the postnatal human race, 100 years is enough to give rise to 5 generations, centuries, see populations surging, settlements forming, and life flourishing. Since when she left Kongtong Mountain, the human race no longer confined themselves to their ancestral lands, but began migrating in all directions. Of course, these directions were merely those within their sight and reach. How vast is the primordial wilderness! Even a quasi-saint requires thousands of years to traverse it. In the eyes of immortal beings, the human race still huddles in a corner of the East Sea like a grain of sand in a vast wilderness, small yet resilient. The teacher hasn't emerged from seclusion yet. Scanning the spiritual plant palace of the immortal Hanzhi with his divine sense, sensing its silence when she chose not to disturb her. Balancing work and rest, stillness and thought. After calming his emotions, he adjusted his attire, feeling refreshed, and stepped out of the palace. He neither went to the spiritual plant palace nor intended to return to the human settlement, but instead turned towards the orchard. There he had planted the innate 5 grains that helped him ascend to the position of the agricultural deity. Ultimately, a postnatal human's achievements today rely entirely on the support of these spiritual grains. With some leisure time on his hands, visiting them was only natural. Good. You have also contributed to the merit. Looking at the dozens of flourishing spiritual plants before him, Wen Qi felt a warmth in his heart. Since the human race can feed on ordinary grains, what harm is there in my tasting the innate 5 grains as an immortal? The thought arose, and he became genuinely interested. After becoming an immortal, he had long since refrained from eating, drawing in spiritual energy. Instead, he hadn't touched food in ages. Since he entered the realm of abstaining from food, the taste on his tongue had become a distant memory. Now, seeing the heavy rice ears and plump grains, a thought suddenly struck him: why not chew on the grains condensed from merit? Thinking it, he acted. He did not use any magical power, but like in his days on Kongtong Mountain, he personally picked the ears, washed, dried, shelled, and ground them, not missing a single step. Fortunately, the garden had not only 5 grains, but also melons, fruits, and vegetables, ensuring that there was enough variety, so he wouldn't end up with an empty table after cooking. He initially planned to prepare a single serving, but thought if He Huang returned it would likely not be enough. So he decided to prepare more. Better to cook half a pot extra than to have one bowl too few. This saying has been passed down from the fireside of the human race. In no time, the open space outside the agricultural deity palace was filled with the agricultural treasures Wen Qi had refined in his early years. Mortar stoves, cutting boards, pots, bowls, knives, ladles, and oils and sauces. All were present. If chefs from later generations were to encounter this scene, they would surely rub their eyes in shock and ask, whose grand feast is it that the entire set of tools has been brought out? After a busy half-day, the ingredients were finally ready. Fortunately, immortals do not eat. Otherwise, 3 meals a day, just lighting the fire and washing the rice would be enough to keep one busy for half a day. Wen Qi chuckled to himself. Before long, a wisp of blue smoke rose lazily, swirling above Janeo Island. In the earthen stove, the innate rice was bubbling away. Though he was not a master chef in his past life, he grew up in front of a rural stove and was familiar with starting fires, controlling flames, steaming rice, and stir-frying dishes. With a clear hierarchy: first cook the rice, then prepare the dishes. The rice must be fully steamed to be fragrant and soft, and during this time, it was just right to cut the vegetables, heat the pan, and adjust the sauces. The menu was already organized in his mind. It would be called a farmer's meal. As the fire ignited and the cooking smoke began to rise on Tongtian Island, He Huang, who was joyfully digging in the soil, twitched his nose, perked up his ears, and wagged his tail with a crackling sound. A dog's nose is not keen for no reason. It had already gained human merit through its pastoral skills and was deeply connected to agriculture. As the cooking smoke rose from Janeo Island, it didn't need to think, its legs were already moving. The stove was lit, surely master was at work. Before Wen Qi entered seclusion, he had pondered where He Huang had gone. He never expected that this rascal had slipped away to Tongtian Island. To speak of it, He Huang was originally brought back from the wild by Xiao, who had kept it in her training ground for a month. Later, when Yun Xiao encountered it, she frowned immediately. Bai Xiao was already lazy in her cultivation, and with an additional beast clinging to her, how could she have the mind to sit and refine Qi? so she insisted that she send He Huang away. Coincidentally, at that time when she had just stepped onto Janelle Island, a lonely postnatal human with mediocre talent who had left his homeland and was without kin. Bai Xiao, soft-hearted, unwilling to throw it into the mountains to feed eagles, thought for a long time and decided to give He Huang to this disciple. At that time, she only felt at least it would be a companion, so this child wouldn't be too lonely. Who would have thought that this child would later become the saint teacher of humanity, revered by the masses as the agricultural deity? Currently on Janelle Island, among the many immortals of the Jiejiao, only immortal Hanzhi understood Wen Kai's actions. However, the three celestial maidens never anticipated that once just a small beast in the human immortal realm, it now gathered the merits of the Tao and humanity. Borrowing from this merit, He Huang leaped through the realms of Earth Immortal and Celestial Immortal, firmly stepping into the ranks of true immortals. Indeed, it now stood only one major realm beneath Wen Qi. More notably, its entire body was swirling with purple qi and golden light, the two types of merit energy entwined and unyielding. One could not tell if it was intentionally showing off, but it chose this moment to dash toward Tongtian Island. Though its form had not grown, nor had it refined an innate Tao body, its primordial spirit had solidified, true spirit had awakened, and its consciousness was clear, far beyond that of ordinary beasts. At this moment, it was being held in by Xiao's arms, its head being rubbed until its fur was fluffy. Elder sister, I sensed this little fellow was extraordinary long ago. Initially you found it too wild, and I was the one who handed it over to my disciple. Look, merely 1,000 years have passed, and it already possesses true immortal cultivation. The merit energy surrounding it cannot be suppressed. This fortune has all benefited disciple Wen Qi. Bai Xiao didn't mention you were mistaken back then, but how could Yin Xiao not hear the underlying tone? As the eldest of the three celestial maidens, how could she not know what her sister was scheming? With He Huang returning, disciple Wen Qi must have also returned from the human race. Yin Xiao did not refute her, merely responding faintly. As her words fell, He Huang's nose twitched, suddenly catching a whiff of smoke and food wafting from the direction of the agricultural deity palace. The enticing aroma captured his soul, and without a second thought for Bai Xiao in his arms, he kicked off and darted away. Yin Xiao and Xiong Xiao exchanged knowing glances. Now that our junior nephew has returned, let us pay a visit to our junior sister Hanzhi and see how much progress Wen Qi has made over the years. Yin Xiao spoke, her tone calm, yet authoritative. Years ago, when Hanzhi's fortunes suddenly changed, the three of them were present. Later, it became clear that it was due to Wen Kai's influence. But how did this disciple manage to alter the heavenly will? They were genuinely curious. It is known that the root of innate beings is forged by the heavenly path, and only immense fortune can change it. Moreover, the changes in Hanzhi happened right under their noses. They had no choice but to investigate thoroughly. Yin Xiao was originally the first cloud formed at the dawn of creation, with a foundation rarely seen in the primordial chaos. Later, when the red cloud ancestor was besieged and fell, the luck of the Yun clan entirely fell upon her, aiding her in reaching quasi sainthood. Unfortunately, lacking a supreme treasure capable of severing the three corpses, she found it difficult to advance further. As for Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, although both were born from the same cloud energy and took form as one, most of the fortune was concentrated on Yin Xiao, resulting in their slightly inferior foundations. Xiong Xiao remained at the Tai Golden Immortal level, while Bai Xiao was still circling in the Golden Immortal realm. Yin Xiao often thought how wonderful it would be if both sisters could undergo a fundamental transformation like Hanzhi. Just as the three Xiao set off, and He Huang dashed towards the agricultural god temple, Hanzhi, within the spirit plant palace, also opened her eyes from her insight. It was not an epiphany, but rather a fresh and fragrant aroma from outside the palace seeping into her nostrils and disturbing her peace of mind. As a mere golden immortal, having not severed the three corpses, and with her 5 energies yet to be pure, she still retained perception of external matters. The aroma disrupted her, making it useless to remain in seclusion. Stepping out of the palace, she raised her eyes to see her disciple busily working in the open space. She, being an innate being, had never seen a human stove in operation, so she could not immediately discern what Wen Qi was tinkering with. All she could see was his focused expression, calm brow, and thus chose not to disturb him. As for Wen Qi, his entire focus was on the stove, paying attention to the oil, salt, sauces, and water vapors, each detail meticulously considered. He was so absorbed that he didn't notice his teacher standing at the steps, nor was he aware that the 3 uncles had quietly arrived behind him. When the 3 Xiao arrived, they did not make a sound. Though they were esteemed immortals, they truly did not recognize what fire burned in that stove, or what flavors simmered in the iron pot. Only the He Huang lying at their feet understood. It had followed when she at Kongtong Mountain for over 100 years, familiar with farming, gathering firewood, washing rice, and setting up stoves. Though when she had never tasted the farmer's meal of the primordial chaos, He Huang had enjoyed it plenty. At that moment its belly pressed against the ground, drool pooling into a line, and even the postnatal spiritual treasure that when she had refined for it. That dog bowl was clutched in its mouth, dragging it over. When Kai's movements were swift, grains washed clean, vegetables, sorted spiritual fruits, pitted mushrooms, shredded flames leaped beside the red counter, and as the oil in the iron pot danced, several handfuls of greens were tossed in. With a sizzling sound, a fragrant breeze surged forth, quickly filling the entire dojo. Before long, 8 plates and 1 bowl of soup were placed on the low earthen table, steaming and vibrant in color. Just as when she extinguished the stove, he ladled half a scoop of clear water into the oil pot. When she, what exactly are you making? As soon as Bai Xiao's words fell, when Kai's whole body shuddered, nearly dropping the long-handled spoon from his hand. Fortunately, he wasn't holding any bowls or chopsticks, or he would have spilled everything. He had long sealed his cultivation, focusing solely on experiencing the mundane life. At that moment he was truly an ordinary person, with his 5 senses intact and no alertness. It was not until he heard the voice that he suddenly turned around, only to see 4 elders standing before him, quickly putting down his spoon and bowing deeply. Teacher, 3 uncles, I greet you. Earlier I passed down farming methods among the human race, and upon seeing the fields outside the dojo filled with rice and millet, I was inspired to prepare a table of farmers' meals to experience the flavor of human life. As soon as when she finished speaking, all 4 elders understood. Cultivators emphasize balance and harmony. Besides meditation and refining qi, engaging in Hansen work that warms the heart can indeed cleanse distracting thoughts and lighten the spirit. Some enjoy fishing and sitting in silence, some like boiling water and brewing tea, while others often tread clouds and visit mountains. Such small matters, though unheard of, are not out of place. Since what you made is fit for human consumption, can we also taste it? Bai Xiao's eyes lit up as she spoke. She loved new experiences and knew that all the ingredients were innate spiritual plants and grains. Even though she had fasted for many years, she couldn't help but want to try the flavor. Hanzhi Immortal and Xiong Xiao listened, their brows raising slightly, and their expressions relaxed. When she smiled and invited them to take a seat. Fortunately, that long table was a postnatal spiritual treasure, expanding at will, accommodating 5 people. Even better, he had anticipated that He Huang would have a big appetite and had prepared an extra 30% of the food. If it truly wasn't enough, wouldn't that tarnish the agricultural god's reputation? As everyone took their seats, when she served the rice one by one and demonstrated how to hold chopsticks, the table was laid out. Innate beings have exceptional comprehension. Within just 2 or 3 attempts, the 4 had already mastered it. At first, Yun Xiao and Hanzhi remained somewhat reserved, their movements slow and their wrists tight. But when she presented a jar of fruit wine brewed from innate red fruits and mysterious frost pears, and opened it, a refreshing sweetness wafted out instantly, lifting the atmosphere. They had long sealed their cultivation deep within their Tongtian, and at this moment, as a few cups of wine went down, their heartbeats quickened and a faint blush appeared on their cheeks. The atmosphere shifted from quiet to lively, with laughter and conversation rising. In less than a quarter of an hour, all 8 plates of vegetarian dishes and 1 bowl of rich soup were completely emptied. Bai Xiao ate the most. Despite being the youngest, her chopsticks moved with great speed. Once she tasted a bite, she couldn't stop scooping up vegetables like the wind, filling her bowl to the brim. While the 3 Xiao were initially concerned about their manners, she, on the other hand, simply buried her head in her food, not even bothering to dust off the grains that stuck to her chopsticks. When she did not forget about the He Huang squatting beside him. Nearly half of the food had silently made its way into its jade green dog bowl. All vegetarian dishes, yet it ate heartily and with great enjoyment. After the meal, everyone followed when Kai's lead, lying back in the bamboo and rattan recliners he had prepared, basking in the sun. The light of Jinao Island was warm without being scorching, gentle, without dispersing, enveloping them like a layer of soft fluff. Bai Xiao rubbed her round belly and smiled with her eyes squinted. Nephew, staying on this island truly seems like a bit of a waste for you. With the master so close, being restrained and unable to fully enjoy yourself. How about moving to Tongtian Island? It's quiet there, and you can cook every day while we come to eat. When she shook his head vigorously, not knowing how to respond. To say such a thing in front of Master Han Ji was clearly digging a hole for oneself. Fortunately, everyone knew her nature was like a child, straightforward and unguarded, so no one took it to heart. Only Yun Xiao gently pulled her sister's arm and led her back behind her, causing Bai Xiao to lower her head, her fingertips twirling around her hair, reverting to that little girl who listened to her sister. After a brief pause in the casual chatter, Yun Xiao finally inquired about Wen Kai's experiences among the human race over the years. Wen Qi did not hold back. It was an inevitable matter that would eventually spread. Moreover, from his calculations, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race was already standing on the threshold, tiptoeing. At that time, every single event, no matter how small, would be a significant matter in the vast primordial world. He elaborated carefully, teaching people to till the soil, select seeds, draw water, and practice crop rotation during years of disaster, distributing porridge, drilling wells during droughts, further using merits as a guide, encouraging the spiritual grains to take root in the mortal realm. When he mentioned how Hanzhi the Immortal repaid the merits, becoming more grounded and stable in fortune, Yun Xiao's gaze grew slightly heavy, her fingers unconsciously pinching the edge of her sleeve as she calculated clearly in her heart. She was not planning for herself. She was strategizing for Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao. When the heavenly teacher enrolled them into the sect years ago, he had pointed out the 3 sisters had a shared calamity in their fate. If they could overcome it, great pathways awaited. If they could not, they would perish and lose their Dao. The direct disciples were connected to the fortune of their master. If the 3 faced calamity, it would surely damage the foundation of the master. Thus the master established the name of the outer sect, leaving a thread of life, neither severing the bond between master and disciple, nor placing the sect in peril. Precisely because of this, since Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao entered the cut sect, they had diligently worked from dawn till dusk, sparing no effort, and had thus cultivated to the quasi-saint level. Only Bai Xiao remained ignorant, treating cultivation as a game, meditating today, chasing butterflies tomorrow, relying solely on her whims. It was not until she heard that the ceramic bowl, bamboo chopsticks, steamer stove, and even the clay seal on that jar of fruit wine were all postnatal spiritual treasures refined by Wen Qi with his own hands, that she truly froze in place. Since the sisters joined the cut sect, there had only been 2 spiritual treasures, the Hunyuan golden dipper and the golden flood dragon scissors. Yun Xiao held the golden dipper, Qiong Xiao wielded the scissors, while Bai Xiao entered empty-handed, without even a storage bag at her waist until now. However, this disciple had silently refined a complete set of cooking utensils as spiritual treasures. Although she was not adept in combat, each item was imbued with the brilliance of merits. At this moment on Golden Ao Island, the sunlight was just right and the voices were languid. The 7 saints of the primordial world. Laozi Yuanshi Tianzuan, the heavenly teacher, Nuan Yangyang, the guide Taoist, the Zhuani Taoist, and Hutan Yangyang. All returned to chaos. The 6 saints of the profound gate had their true spirits resting within the Tao, and with a calculation, all matters of the primordial world were clear to them. Although Hutu could not directly access the Tao, the pulse of the underworld was as rhythmic as breathing. The matters of the mortal realm were also difficult to escape her perception. She stood at the edge of the sea of blood, gazing at the distant human settlements with smoke curling upwards, her fingertip brushing against a newly sprouted millet seedling, as she murmured, "The innate grain can actually sustain life and fill the stomach. If it could be transplanted to the underworld, would it survive?" Upon learning this, her first thought fell upon the witch clan dwelling in the underworld. The witch clan and the human clan did indeed share some similarities. In the early years, they relied on demonic beasts for sustenance. The human race, with their shallow cultivation, could only hunt some wild creatures that lacked spiritual intelligence and any Tao, while the witch clan specifically targeted those demonic beasts with cultivation. Both occupied the same food chain, yet each held a position. Now the witch clan had retreated to the underworld and the northern Jilu continent, with traces of demonic beasts difficult to find, making it hard to survive on this. As Huta contemplated, she immediately thought of those innate grains in Wen Kai's possession. Other seeds, even if they came from innate spiritual roots, would not last 3 days in the underworld. However, the spiritual grains that grew on Golden Ao Island were different. Imbued with the merits of the Tao and bearing the incense of humanity, they had strong roots and resilient lives. If they could be transplanted, they could very well take root in the underworld. At that time, the witch clan would have substantial food, no longer having to rely on refining the energy of the underworld to sustain themselves. As soon as this thought arose, Huta began to weigh it silently. The plight of the witch clan in the underworld was a weakness they were least willing to reveal, and she did not want outsiders to know. "I need to discuss this face to face with the heavenly teacher." The 2 saints of the West hurried back to the primordial world to discuss the way forward for the Western sect. The witch and demon clans had already been discarded by the Tao, as if they were worn-out shoes unable to turn back. If the Western sect wanted to revive its momentum, it could only bet on the future rulers of heaven and earth, the human race. Zhuanti spoke up and asked, Senior brother, should we intervene in the matter of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race? If we could share in some of the merits, the benefits would be substantial. No, we cannot. The guide Daoist calculated for a moment and shook his head. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are the great trends determined by the Dao ancestor. We must not interfere. Right now, the 4 saints of the profound gate, Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Nuwa, have already united in matters concerning the human race. If we intervene now, it will not only annoy the Dao ancestor, but also offend Pangu, the 3 pure ones, and Nuwa completely. This matter is best observed quietly. Zhuanti naturally understood the implications, but the immense wealth before them was hard to resist. If the 8 imperial teachers were all taken on by the Western sect, although it might not greatly prosper, the vitality would surely be restored to a large extent. He sighed. I understand the reasoning, but watching opportunities slip away right before my eyes is truly a bitter feeling. Hearing this, the guide Daoist laughed heartily and patted his junior brother's shoulder. You, my friend, are being too stubborn. The Dao ancestor only said do not obstruct the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but did not say we cannot touch upon matters afterward. If the human race is really to flourish, we must wait until after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. That will be our time to extend our hands. Zhuanti was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. The great trends are irreversible, yet the minor trends can be maneuvered. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are a fixed fate, but afterward where the human race goes, whom they trust, whom they worship, which path is steady, and which road goes far. These have not been written into the heavenly scriptures. Senior brother is right. Then let's wait a bit longer. It should indeed be so. After Nuwa returned from the Zixiao palace without needing to calculate, she merely swept her gaze across the primordial world and knew what great changes had occurred in the human race. No wonder they need the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to lead the way. The population of the human race has already expanded to this extent. Standing on the vast land of the primordial world, she finally understood why the Dao ancestor had established the plan for the flourishing of the human race. Now the witch and demon clans, each curled up in their corners, bound by the karmic force of the Dao, even innate beings rarely took form. Births were few and many died young, with the population decreasing year by year. This vast landscape must have someone to fill it. And the human race that she crafted with her own hands was precisely the piece of the puzzle that had been missing for many years. In the past, the human race could not become the main character on this stage of heaven and earth simply because the witch and demon clans were too powerful. Any innate being could crush the human race with a single hand. The human race themselves had no foundation in the immortal Dao and were often left starving, making it difficult to reproduce. However, now there was even a postnatal being that had broken open the door to agriculture, allowing the human race to fill their bellies. The population began to truly grow like a snowball, something she had not even anticipated when she initially created humanity. She was the holy mother of the human race, but her origins were from the demon race. After becoming a saint, she found herself caught between the 2 clans with considerations on both sides. But if the human race truly flourished, the one who would benefit the most would still be her Nuwa. Just by the title of Holy Mother, she monopolized 3 layers of the human race's fortune. Even Laozi, as the leader of the human sect, could only claim 1 layer. Now with 3 layers of fortune, her realm, as a Hunyuan Teyuo golden immortal, rose significantly, no longer comparable to her previous single layer of cultivation. It was estimated that she could step into the 2nd layer before Fushi reincarnates into the human race. With her cultivation advancing, Nuwa felt a slight joy in her heart. This holy teacher of the human race is actually a disciple of the heavenly teacher of the Kut sect. No wonder the Dao ancestor asked Tongtian to return and discuss the remaining 5 candidates for the imperial teachers. It turns out it was all planned in advance. Having gained this benefit, the cause and effect cannot be avoided. She silently pondered. In the primordial world, cause and effect were of utmost importance. Her fortunes surged, and her cultivation ascended, all stemming from Wenkai's agricultural methods. This cause and effect she would not shirk nor delay. Since the human race calls him holy teacher, I will follow that title and give him a push. Nuwa lowered her head, gently stroking the back of the King Luan's feathers, her voice calm. Go and convey my decree. Qingwan, you will personally make a trip to Golden Ao Island and deliver this to Hanzhi's disciple. When she, and also bring a message: the position of holy teacher of the human race is approved by Nuwa. Qingwan, hailing from the Phoenix clan, has served by Nuwa's side since the day she achieved sanctification, requiring no further words. With a nod and a flap of her wings, she flew towards Janeo Island. The entrusted spiritual treasure is the creation whip. a supreme postnatal merit treasure refined from the innate essence of the gourd vine. In the past, when Nuwa molded humans from clay, it was this very vine she used once she attained her holy position. The heavenly Dao bestowed vast merits, resulting in the vine's transformation into today's artifact. Nuwa was well aware of Wenkai's actions among the human race, teaching agriculture, establishing seasonal cycles, setting laws and rituals, and regulating crafts. All the foundations relied upon by humanity were laid by him. This individual being of human bloodline was revered by the masses as a holy teacher wielding this whip to follow his path, fitting perfectly. After all, this treasure is only effective for the human race, others no matter how powerful cannot elicit even a fraction of its might. As a saint, Nuwa had no need for this innate spiritual treasure, yet she chose to gift it, rewarding his contributions while resolving a karmic bond. Moreover, she used this opportunity to send a message to Tongtian: a fine seedling has emerged under your guidance, and I acknowledge him. Tongtian has never shied away from the demon race, nor has he looked down upon humanity. Nuwa understood this balance well. At this moment on Janeo Island, when she was squatting on the stone steps outside the Bo Palace drawing a seasonal diagram in the dirt, with a small stick, completely unaware that he had already been named Wade and discussed by several saints. Even if he knew, he would merely smile and rise, brushing off his clothes. What's there to fear? My primordial spirit still has the 2 circles of purple gold merit wheels shining bright. Now he is a disciple of the GS sect with Tongtian behind him, destiny above him, and the hearts of the people at his feet. If one were to truly assess, he is steadier than many so-called direct disciples. Laozi was a step too late. After a prolonged discussion in the Zixiao Palace, by the time he stepped out, Jinjuni Hudu and Nuwa had all returned to their respective realms. He stood with his hands behind his back at the edge of the clouds, briefly deducing the chain of events as he sorted through the details. My third brother has a common eye for disciples, but this 3rd generation truly has some substance. When she, like Xuandu, originates from the human race, yet he does not possess the innate fortune nor the authority over the human teachings that Xuandu does. He started from scratch, using his hands, his words, and his heart to cultivate the first harvest in the wilderness, to dig the first well in the frozen soil, and to establish the first temple in the hearts of the people. Taishang was not angered. The Tao of non-action does not contend for fleeting gains. As the human race flourishes, the energies of heaven and earth will naturally flow. He presides over the human teachings, and his position is assured. When she occupies 40% of the fortunes, no matter. As long as humanity survives, stands firm, and spreads far and wide, Taishang can comfortably sit on the fishing platform. It is Xuandu who should take a trip. Once Fuxi enters the cycle of reincarnation and Nuwa finishes her tasks, let Xuandu descend the mountain flowing with the current to enlighten the new populace. Yet Yuanshi Tianzuan is different. He had not tapped into the fortunes of humanity and was initially unaware. Until one day, calculating with his fingers, he suddenly saw the fortunes of humanity surging like a tide, with 40% glaringly concentrated under one person's name. Even more striking was that the 3 esteemed positions originally belonging to the Chan sect had quietly been stripped away, entirely falling into the ranks of the Jie sect. The title of imperial teacher was what truly mattered to him. Humanity, merely postnatal beings, no matter how much they struggle, they are but remnants of the dragon and phoenix's retreat. Even the witch and demon races have fallen. What great waves can mere flesh and blood stir? Yet when she managed to create those waves, Yuanshi continued to deduce, his fingers stiffening. Jie sect under the Hanzhi Immortal gate, 3rd generation disciples. Tongtian. He scoffed coldly, quietly taking a postnatal human and allowing him to act as a holy teacher, even daring to snatch the position of imperial teacher. If when she were a loose cultivator or a remnant of the 3 ancestors, even if he were a wild card, Yuanshi would merely furrow his brow. But he is a disciple of Jie sect under Tongtian, personally brought to Janeo Island by Hanzhi Immortal. This accounting instantly transformed from a small matter of humanity to the Jie sect usurping power. 5 esteemed positions. The Jie sect occupies all 5. The more Yuanshi thought, the more blocked he felt. The pieces he painstakingly arranged were quietly shifted by others. Those postnatal beings he looked down upon unexpectedly became the backbone of humanity. He was not angry with Wenqi, he was furious at Tongtian's cunning. Little did he know Tongtian had never calculated these things at all. Had he truly been adept in schemes, he would not have argued red-faced with Yuanshi over the title of first disciple in Zixiao Palace merely because Hanzhi Immortal said this child knelt outside Bo Palace for 3 days and nights, not seeking the Tao, but only a copy of the farming and weaving diagram. After hearing this, Tongtian laughed thrice and granted him the jade token for entering the sect. As he departed from Zhixiao Palace, he deeply bowed to Hongjun Daozu, showing utmost respect. On the return journey, the sound of the Kuei Nyo's hooves was steady. Leaning against the yoke, he suddenly heard distant clear crane cries. Huh. No wonder the fortunes of the GS sect have surged so fiercely. He clapped and laughed, his gaze as clear as ever. So it was you who did this. Before his voice faded, a green shadow swept through the clouds, heading straight for Jineo Island. Qingwan has arrived. The other saints were already well aware. The newly established holy teacher of the human race is precisely the third-generation disciple of the Jie sect. Though Tongtian appeared unfazed on the surface, his heart had already relaxed, gaining both tangible benefits and ample face. After all, a mere ordinary third-generation disciple could actually carry the title of imperial teacher for the Jie sect, achieving such merit. Looking at the other four sects, the human sect, Chan sect, demon sect, and western sect, not to mention ordinary second-generation disciples, even among the esteemed disciples, few could match Wen Kai's weight. Comparing people makes one angry, out comparing goods makes one feel oppressed. The more he pondered, the more his lips curled upwards. Of course, beyond face value, practical benefits were even more substantial. This time the Jie sect secured the titles of 5 imperial teachers, firmly falling into their own pockets. The merits of the heavenly Dao are not coveted by saints, but what about those beneath them? Which of the second-generation disciples does not lack? Which of the 4 esteemed disciples does not long for it? In this trip to Zhixiao Palace, while Hao Yin was undoubtedly the main character in terms of gains, it had to be Tongtian. In the chaos, saints could not use the powers of the heavenly Dao. Yet once they entered the primeval world with a thought, heaven and earth would follow. In the blink of an eye, Tongtian was already seated in the main hall of Bio Palace. Water and Fire Boy, go ring the golden bell. Summon your senior brothers here. After a pause, he added, also call Hanzhi Immortal and her disciple here together. This Water and Fire Boy was transformed from the water and fire gourd that Tongtian had picked from the innate essence of the gourd vine on the slopes of Buzhou Mountain, and was always favored. The task of ringing the bell had always fallen to him. Hearing that the master had just returned to the island and was in a hurry to ring the bell, Water and Fire did not dare to delay. The golden bell usually only rang for 2 purposes, one for preaching and the other for significant matters. The last time the platform was opened was merely 1,000 years ago, so it was evident it wasn't for another preaching session. Seeing the joy on the master's brow, it did not seem like there was any calamity. Water and Fire felt relieved and turned to leave the palace, raising his hand to ring it 24 times. The golden bell, originating from the same source as the Jie sect monument, belonged to the class of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. 12 rings summoned the esteemed disciples, and the 7 immortals. 24 rings called for the outer sect. 36 rings meant all the immortals were gathered. The master only referred to senior brothers, so Water and Fire rang it only twice. Ding, ding, ding. The sound was like tearing silk, clear and long-lasting. At this moment, many disciples of the 3 teachings were in their caves, diligently cultivating. It was only after the human race had passed through the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors that the Xianmen gradually sent people down to establish temples and spread teachings. At the sound of the bell, all disciples of the Jie sect, whether meditating, practicing alchemy, or arranging formations, immediately rose and hurried towards the Bayou Palace. Is the master back? Daoist Duo Bao was in the Duo Bao Palace organizing jade slips. Upon hearing the bell, he understood the situation. As the chief disciple, when Tongtian was absent, all matters on the island were under his management. Fire Spirit, follow me. Before his words fell, the 3 holy mothers, Wu Dang, Jin Ling, and Gue Ling, had already risen from their seats, each taking their disciples to respond to the call. Jin Ling brought along Yu Yuan, while Gue Ling held the hand of Song Jie. The child had just shed his mortal bones and stepped onto the path of immortality, moving lightly, yet with a remarkably bright gaze. On Sanxian Island, the 3 Xiao had just returned from a meal with Hanzhi. Before their heels even touched the mat, the sound of the golden bell burst through the door. Oh dear! I said to sit for just half a cup of tea, but no one would listen. Bai Xiao stomped her foot, still clutching the reclining chair she had taken from Hanzhi. Crafted by Wen Qi himself, the joints were perfectly fitted, making one feel 3 parts softer upon lying down. Sister, be cautious with your words. The master's command is nearing. How can we hesitate? Yun Xiao raised her eyes, her voice not loud, yet it silenced all noise. The strange thing was the sound of the bell. For those not of the Jie sect, no matter how strong their hearing or profound their abilities, they could not hear a single note. Last time when Dao was taught, although when Qi had entered Hanzhi's sect he had not received Tongtian's acknowledgement, so the bell sound had not reached his ears. Now with the bell ringing urgently, the master and apprentice set aside their tasks and hurried out. This time only those from their own sect were summoned, and when Qi did not witness the scene of countless immortals paying homage as he had in the past. Everyone gradually gathered in front of the Bayou Palace where the water and fire boys were already waiting at the steps. The master has said no need to wait outside, just enter the hall directly. Today's atmosphere was different than usual. With the master in high spirits, the rules were relaxed a bit. The disciples entered one after another. Soon everyone was gathered. In the inner hall there were still the 8, Duo Bao Wu Dang Jin Ling Gui Ling, Zhao Gongming Yun Xiao Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao. 7 immortals stood on either side: Jin Gu Wu Yun Xiao, Shou Ling Yi Jin Guang Pai Lu, and Chang Er Ding Guang. Outside the hall stood Hanzhi Kai Yin Lu Yue Luo Xian, and Yu Yi among other outer disciples. The only difference was Song Jie had entered the inner hall with Holy Mother Gui Ling. As he passed by Wen Kai's side, he suddenly stopped, straightened his clothes, and respectfully performed a bow. Wen Qi calmly accepted the greeting and returned the bow, neither humble nor haughty. Gui Ling only smiled ahead and did not stop him. She understood the identities of these two and knew that Song Jie's bow was a sign of respect for the human race's holy master as well as for her own disciple. However, the crowd in the outer hall was taken aback. Some opened their mouths but did not voice a sound, some stole a glance and quickly lowered their eyes. This bow should not have been performed in such a manner. But no one spoke up. Among the second-generation disciples, the direct disciples were the older brothers of the outer disciples. This was the established etiquette among the third-generation disciples. Yet no one expected that Holy Mother Gui Ling's disciple would actually bow to Hanzhi's disciple. Although surprised, they were in the Bayou Palace and felt it inappropriate to ask too much. The water and fire boys closed the palace doors, and the hall gradually fell silent. He ran quickly to Hanzhi and Wen Kai's side, stopping before them, and speaking clearly, "The master has decreed. From now on, Sister Hanzhi and nephew Wen Qi may attend the teachings in the inner hall. You two please follow me." "What? Did I mishear? Sister Han, Ji can actually enter the inner hall. Could it be that the master truly intends to take her as a direct disciple? I'm so envious. Her foundation and cultivation aren't as solid as mine yet." Exactly. The Bayou Palace, which had just been quiet, suddenly erupted with chatter. Although the Jie sect does not adhere to the strict rituals of the Chan and Ren sects among the disciples, there is still a sense of closeness and distance, and it is well understood. Direct disciples are meant to inherit the teachings of the Tongtian sect master and continue the legacy of the Jie sect, their fate closely linked to the sect's fortunes. Being able to enter the inner hall for teachings is already a clear testament of status. The content of the teachings in the inner and outer halls is no different. Every time Tongtian opens the platform, the teachings are the same. How much one comprehends depends entirely on their own opportunities. But different positions carry different significances. Those outer disciples in the outer hall were now in a heated discussion, some envious, some astonished. Hanzhi and Wen Qi were also stunned by the water and fire boys' words, standing there for a moment, their minds blank. It was only when Fairy Kai Yin noticed the two standing still that she gently called out to them, bringing their spirits back. The master and apprentice then followed water and fire into the inner hall. Naturally, there were also some outer disciples who were familiar with Hanzhi, genuinely happy for her. Sister Hanzhi's opportunity is truly rare. Exactly. With her gone, we might get to move up a position. Among those joking were the 10 lords of Jin Ao Island, Fairy Kai Yun of Sanxian Island, the 4 saints of Jiulong Island, and Luo Xian from Fire Dragon Island, as well as Lu Yue, Fairy Yu Yi, and others. Meanwhile, inside the inner hall of the Bayou Palace, while the outside was bustling, the inner hall remained unperturbed. Several senior brothers and sisters sat cross-legged on the mats, closing their eyes in concentration, waiting for the master's arrival. Only one person was an exception. Fairy Bai Xiao. Having just entered the Golden Immortal stage, her personality was lively and restless, unable to sit still. Among the 14 7 servants and 8 disciples, the others were as steady as a rock on their mats, while she looked around anxiously, her toes tapping the ground, like a little sparrow stretched taut on a bowstring, completely out of place in this solemn inner hall. Thus, when Hanzhi and Wen Qi stepped in, she was the first to notice. As soon as Hanzhi entered, she lowered her gaze and restrained her aura, not daring to glance around. However, when Qi was not so restrained, he raised his eyes and unexpectedly met Bai Xiao's wide eyes and slightly parted lips. Her surprised and confused expression made him unable to help but smile, raising his hand to give a slight nod to this little Sherbois. The water and fire boy had already slipped away to bring 2 new mats, setting them up neatly. You two sit here, the master will arrive shortly. Before the words were finished, he vanished again. This call startled everyone who was meditating in the hall awake. There are others. Ever since the GS sect relocated to Jinao Island, only 15 individuals had regularly resided in the inner hall. The third-generation disciples, such as Fire Spirit and Yu Yuan, were never present. Today, with the sudden appearance of Hanzhi and her apprentice, several senior brothers opened their eyes. Their expressions varied. Brother Duo Bao merely glanced at them faintly before closing his eyes again. The position of direct disciple cannot be held by anyone less than a Deluo. He did not believe the master would make an exception for Hanzhi. Holy Mothers Wu Dang and Jin Ling felt the same. In the significant matters of the GS sect, the master is at the helm. For daily affairs, Duo Bao manages, and external trivialities are overseen by Zhao Gongming. They were focused on the Dao. Having taken a glance, they returned to their quiet state. Holy Mother Gue Ling was different. She had always been close to Hanzhi, and given her past relationship with Song Jie, smiled and slightly nodded to the master and apprentice, her eyes filled with joy. Zhao Gongming Yun Xiao Qiong Xiao, and by Xiao all wore expressions filled with surprise and joy. Zhao Gongming, now a Deluo Golden Immortal, was indeed qualified to be a direct disciple. However, with the vast number of outer disciples, without someone of great virtue and prestige to hold the fort, it would be easy for chaos to ensue. Thus, the Tongtian sect master entrusted him with the management of the outer sect, and even gave him 24 sea calming pearls for use as a reward. Yet now, being in the inner hall, despite their myriad questions, it was not convenient to speak. But the astonishment and curiosity on their faces could not be hidden. Deciding not to return to meditation, they simply waited for the master to appear to resolve their uncertainties. Silence. The master has arrived. The water and fire boy shouted, and in an instant the inner and outer halls fell silent, as if a needle could be heard dropping. Then a Taoist in a blue robe slowly ascended the platform and seated himself upon the cloud bed. Before he even settled, his laughter rang out first. Bright and unrestrained, like wind passing through pines over the ridges, or spring thunder rolling across the mountains. Ha! Greetings, master. The disciples from both the inner and outer halls rose in unison, bowing with clasped hands. After the salutations, the heavenly lord of the way of the intercepting sect spoke slowly. Good. It has only been 1,000 years since the last sermon, yet all of you have made progress. This shows your dedication to cultivation. The heavenly lord's expression was relaxed, his brows revealing a sense of ease. Seeing this, the Duo Bao Immortal immediately bowed his head and responded. It is all thanks to your teachings, master, that we have been granted this opportunity. Please, all of you, sit. His tone was calm and unhurried. After everyone was seated, he slowly began. I called you here today regarding several important matters that the disciples of our sect must be aware of. Has the heavenly Dao ancestor imparted some divine decree? Duo Bao Immortal looked up and asked. Indeed. The heavenly lord leaned back on the cloud bed, stroking his long beard, his tone steady. This time all the saints gathered at Zhixiao Palace to decide the new order of the primordial world. The fate of the Wu and Yao tribes is exhausted, their destinies scattered. The Dao ancestor has therefore established the human race as the new protagonist of the world. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is approaching. Following that, the human race will flourish, and this position as the world's protagonist will be securely placed in their hands. With these words, he fell silent, leaving the disciples in the hall to ponder their own thoughts. As the chief disciple of the GS sect, Duo Bao Immortal was most attuned to the mysteries of the heavenly Dao. In a few moments, he grasped the profound implications. He slightly cupped his hands and declared, such an arrangement is indeed fitting. The previous protagonists of the world, the fierce beasts, the dragon phoenix, and Qilin, the Wu and Yao tribes. Though their origins were lofty, they relied on brute force, stirring up chaos across the realm and accumulating ever deeper karmic debts. The primordial world was split into several pieces. Mount Buzhou toppled, the pillar of heaven shattered. All because of this. Now, with the human race bearing this mandate, it can stabilize the overall situation. Their hearts are still simple, their cultivation difficult to advance, and even with the bestowed fortune, they cannot stir up catastrophic waves. These words were extremely accurate. The primordial world truly could not withstand another calamity like the Wu Yao tribulation. The human race, lacking the power to overturn heaven and earth, yet possessing an unyielding resilience, was exactly what the heavenly Dao sought. These words reached the ears of the GS sect disciples in both the inner and outer halls of Bio Palace, but they did not ponder them deeply. Who became the protagonist was of no direct concern to them, the disciples of the 3 sects. Even at the peak of the Wu and Yao's power, they dared not lay a finger on the disciples of the three sects. Let alone now that the three sects were firmly established. Who would take this new protagonist seriously? But two people were the exception. One was Wenqi, the human race's holy teacher, and the other was Tongtian, the future ancestor of human writing. Upon hearing this, the smiles on their faces were almost impossible to suppress. Tongtian was especially delighted. He knew well how difficult the human race's current situation was. Weak, scattered, and living in constant peril. As long as they became the world's protagonist, even a sliver of fortune's edge would make their future days considerably better. Wenqi, however, saw deeper. Having lived two lives, he knew far more than what was on the surface. No wonder the fire and water boys specially led him and Fairy Hanzhi into the inner hall. They must have known this was related to the human race. His guess was absolutely correct. If he hadn't taught the human race farming methods and been revered as the holy teacher, he wouldn't have had the qualification to step into this inner hall. Seeing the disciples silent, the Heavenly Lord's gaze swept over Hanzhi and Wenqi, and he continued, since the human race is now the protagonist, the Heavenly Dao's fortune will naturally pour upon them. Disciples of my Jia sect may select 1 or 2 human children with deep blessings and take them as students, imparting the true teachings of our sect. When the human race prospers, you too shall share in the merits and fortune. With a bit of luck, you might, even like Gui Ling and Hanzhi, use the human race's fortune to temper your innate roots, altering your own destiny and blessings. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes in the hall turned to Gui Ling and Hanzhi. Everyone knew fortune could aid cultivation, but innate roots could be changed. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Upon reflection, the only commonality between the two was that each had accepted a human disciple. With this thought, many began to form plans in their minds. Just as everyone was secretly calculating, the Heavenly Lord suddenly withdrew his smile, his voice turning grave. Now that the human race is the protagonist, I will not ask how you have treated them in the past. But from this day forward, you must not forge new karmic ties of slaughter with the human race. Otherwise, when the tribulation comes, you will surely fall into it. Life and death will be uncertain, and even a Hanzhi golden immortal will find it hard to escape. At these words, the hall fell into utter silence. The disciples finally understood the human race was truly different now. They had witnessed the Wu Yao tribulation with their own eyes. Dejuan burning the sky, the Eastern Emperor Bel shattering Fuxi, falling in Luai's, the ancestral witches staining the netherworld with blood. Those lofty existences had ultimately been reduced to ashes of the tribulation. And they themselves, lacking Hanzhi cultivation, and without sect-protecting spiritual treasures, would likely not even leave behind bone fragments if they were truly caught up in a great calamity involving the human race. Disciple humbly obeys the decree. Jinling, Holy Mother, lowered her eyes in response, while Luiyue Luo Xian and others also nodded in agreement. Some had already resolved to make a trip to the human realm upon their return to find a clever child to bring back. This matter must be engraved in your hearts, not taken lightly. Upon your return, you must contemplate it. The Heavenly Lord paused, then added, there is another matter you should know. The Yao race has already departed from the 33 heavens. By the decree of the Dao ancestor, Haoyan and Yaoqi will govern the heavenly realm and rebuild the heavenly court. However, Haoyan is currently short of personnel. If any of you are willing to serve in the heavenly court, you may register with Zhao Gongming and depart together at an auspicious time. The heavenly court is being re-established. Someone murmured softly below, but the disturbance quickly subsided. Upon hearing that Haoyan would preside over the 33 heavens, most merely raised an eyebrow and asked no further questions. If it were their senior brother Duobao Immortal ascending to the throne of the heavenly court, they would gladly offer their services. But now with Haoyan in charge, forget it. No one was willing to bow their heads and take orders from an outsider. Living beings of the primordial world, especially disciples of the three sects, had always been accustomed to absolute freedom, who would willingly bow their heads and run errands for another. If they had the leisure, they would rather guard their own Dao fields, contemplating mysteries and refining true arts, or invite a few fellow Taoists to travel together, freely roaming the mountains and seas of the primordial world. Which of these wasn't more carefree and more worthwhile than serving another? As the Heavenly Lord's words faded, the inner and outer halls of Bio Palace fell into a deathly silence. Everyone knew well where the priorities lay. There was but one exception. While others looked down on the heavenly court's positions, unable to see the merits and fortune hidden within, Wenqi saw it all clearly. Although he currently held the title of God of Agriculture, he had not yet assumed its duties or responsibility. To secure this position and truly enjoy the merits of heaven, earth, and humanity, he would have to take up a post in the heavenly court. Even if it was just a nominal title, it would count as stepping onto the right path. After all, the 365 true God positions needed to be filled. However, this matter did not require immediate action. The most pressing issue at hand was the establishment of the human race's 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Those in the inner hall stay. Disciples of the outer hall disperse. Having finished discussing the matters of the heavenly court and the human race's role as protagonist, the heavenly lord waved his sleeve, dismissing the outer hall disciples. In an instant, only 21 people remained in Bo Palace, including the saint himself, all within the inner. Once the outer sect disciple left, the expression of the Tongtian saint relaxed, his tone became gentle, and his gaze radiated warmth. Among the 8 saints of the primal chaos, it was only the Tongtian sect leader who treated his disciples with such generosity and tolerance. As for Bai Xiao, her words were unrestrained and her actions spontaneous. In any other place, she would have been reprimanded several times. Yet in this Bayou Palace, she was able to remain unscathed. In the teachings of Chan, such a scene simply did not exist. Daoist Duo Bao noticed his master's gaze frequently landing on Hanzhi, Wenqi, Gui Ling, and Songjie, so he stepped forward and cupped his hands, asking, "May I inquire, Master, do you have any instructions?" The Tongtian sect leader nodded. "This time we go to the Zishao Palace for discussions. One purpose is to determine the ruler of the heavenly court, and the other is to finalize the selection of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. As for the matters of the heavenly court, they are temporarily unrelated to the disciples of our 3 teachings. However, the grand plan for humanity must be undertaken by our own disciples." Before his words could fully settle, Bai Xiao could no longer hold herself back and interjected, "Master, these 2 disciples of mine, Wenqi and Songjie, are indeed of human descent." She was young, yet she understood the weight of the phrase 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The Beast Clan's divine rebels, the ancient ancestors of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, the 3 emperors, and 1 emperor of the Monster Clan, the 12 ancestral shaman of the Witch Clan. Who among them was not a figure of great renown throughout history? In her eyes, among those who had joined the 3 clear teachings, there were only Xian Du, Wenqi, and Songjie. If one were to select from among humanity for the positions, these 3 would naturally be the first candidates. The few attendants and direct disciples in the inner hall had long been accustomed to Bai Xiao's straightforward temperament. Yin Xiao quietly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to refrain from interrupting. The others maintained their usual expressions, as if this matter was perfectly normal. However, when Wenqi and Songjie felt their hearts skip a beat. Songjie's fingers trembled slightly, and he felt a tightening in his throat. The Emperor of Humanity. He wouldn't even dare dream of such a high position. Wenqi, on the other hand, was not flustered. He was already aware of the list of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors clearly inscribed on the Kongtong seal, the 3 ancestors of humanity, the 3 sovereigns, the 5 emperors, and 1 holy master. What astonished him was Bai Xiao's audacity. The whole hall fell silent, yet she dared to speak up and ask without any reservations. Others even held their breaths. Daoist Duo Bao still needed to consider his words carefully, while the 7 immortals and the fire, water, and metal spirits bowed their heads in silence, not daring to speak recklessly. Who would have thought that Bai Xiao would speak out, warming the hearts of others? It seemed that this little junior uncle truly held him and Songjie in regard. The Tongtian sect leader chuckled heartily, his laughter bright and unbothered. Perhaps in his eyes, etiquette should not suppress one's true feelings. After laughing, he slowly said, "The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a total of 8 human emperors, bear the responsibility for the rise and fall of humanity. The first position has already been decided by my senior brother, and the holy maiden Nuwa, to be held by Fushi, the brother of Nuwa. The remaining 7 positions will be selected from among the 3 ancestors of humanity and the holy master of humanity. The Dao ancestor has issued a decree. We saints must not interfere." Upon mentioning the holy master of humanity, the gazes of the 3 Xiaos, Gui Ling, and others all landed on Wenqi. Wenqi felt his ears heat up and lowered his head in silence. Daoist Duo Bao and the others, however, displayed expressions of confusion. They had met the 3 ancestors before. Back when humanity was first established, the 3 ancestors led their kin against the monsters. Their momentum was overwhelming, but this title of Holy Master was something they heard for the first time. The Tongtian sect leader did not explain further. He turned to Hanzhi and Wenqi and said, "Hanzhi, your innate talent is ordinary, your fortune is mediocre, and your luck is also unremarkable. But unexpectedly you have brought a good disciple to our GS sect. From this day forth you shall be promoted to the 5th outer disciple of our GS sect, ranked after the 3 Xiaos. Once you achieve the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal in the future, you may be included among the direct disciples." Hanzhi was momentarily stunned, her mind buzzing, feeling as if she were walking on clouds. Who could encounter such a tremendous opportunity without being dazed? It was Yun Xiao who reached out to gently support her shoulder, whispering, "Congratulations, junior sister Hanzhi. Shouldn't you express your gratitude quickly?" Hanzhi finally regained her senses and hurriedly knelt, her forehead touching the ground. When she followed closely, bowing deeply. "Rise." The Tongtian sect leader lifted his hand, and then said to Hanzhi, "Since you have entered the inner hall, I shall not be biased. Knowing that you specialize in the way of spiritual plants, I bestow upon you the 100 herbs chart and the 9-color soil. These 2 items are top-tier innate treasures. Within our GS sect, you alone study them in accordance with your nature, and they will be most suitable for you to use. This top-tier innate spiritual treasure has a total of 36 restrictions, and only Attain Golden Immortal can fully refine it. After you return to the mountain, you must diligently practice. Once your realm rises, these treasures will truly be yours to use. Fortunately, your origin has already changed, and your fortune has thickened considerably. The realm of Tai Golden Immortal is already within your reach." As soon as the Tongtian finished speaking, 2 streams of light gently fell into Hanzhi's hands. Hanzhi bowed and thanked him repeatedly, her head touching the ground. She understood that the only thing she had to offer before was a single postnatal spiritual treasure, the wind bag, which was refined by Taoist Duo Bao himself. In the inner hall, the sect leader always conferred innate treasures according to the path of the disciple. However, there were too many outer sect disciples, and even the spiritual treasure lord could not personally bestow upon each one. Thus, Taoist Duo Bao took on the responsibility of the senior brother. Regardless of their cultivation depth, every outer sect disciple would receive 1 postnatal spiritual treasure. Over time, his words carried great weight in the GS sect, and no one dared to disobey. The people in the inner hall had no jealousy over Hanzhi obtaining treasures. The sect leader made it clear these 2 treasures were originally meant for her. Hanzhi was an innate spiritual plant transformed into a form naturally aligning with the flora. The 100 herbs garden could accommodate myriad spiritual plants, while the 9-color soil could nurture roots and strengthen foundations, promoting growth. In the future, as she walks the path of spiritual plants, her journey would only widen. However, there were a few who still did not know that when Qi was the holy master of humanity, and their gazes frequently landed on him, and Hanzhi, their expressions slightly doubtful. How did these 2 enter the inner hall? Before their questions could be voiced, Tongtian had already started to clarify. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are matters of our own humanity and do not concern the disciples of the mystical gate in the slightest. However, the human Chan Jie teachings bear the responsibility of guiding the 8 human emperors to attain the sacred Tao. Thus, the 3 teachings will send their disciples into humanity to serve as teachers and guides, assisting them in establishing the Tao, prospering their kin, and mastering the universe. The position of the Emperor Teacher carries immense merit. If a great Luo Golden Immortal obtains this identity, with just this merit alone, they could sever a corpse and ascend to the ranks of saints. As soon as the inner hall's crowd heard this, they immediately understood. Who are the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? It's not important. What's crucial is those 8 positions of Emperor Teachers and the weighty merits of Heaven Tao that come with them. In the beginning, humanity was naive and unskilled, living no more than 100 years, hardly able to protect themselves, let alone expand their territories. Without guides, they would be trapped in a corner of the Eastern Sea for their whole lives, unable to even touch the edges of the vast primal chaos. Thus, someone must teach them to breathe, guide their qi, refine their spirits, set up formations, and draw symbols. First cultivating their celestial bodies, then establishing the principles of humanity. Only then could they step out of the eastern wilderness and traverse the 4 great continents, roaming through the vast primal chaos. The 8 human emperors and 8 emperor teachers are inherently 2 sides of the same coin. Without human emperors, the merits of the emperor teachers have no foundation. Without emperor teachers, human emperors find it difficult to bear the grand Tao, and humanity as a whole struggles to thrive. When she naturally understood the underlying connections. If humanity wished to break free from ignorance and stand tall in the primal chaos, they could not do without the support of the mystical gate. As for which family to teach, if he had the choice, he would certainly choose the human Chanjie teachings. Although the Western teachings have methods, they lack a certain sincerity. The teachings of humanity are tranquil and non-intrusive, while the Chan teachings emphasize rules. Only the Jie teachings open wide the doors of convenience, aligning best with the current needs of humanity. The thoughts of the inner hall disciples were even more intricate. Taoist Duo Bao stepped forward and asked Master regarding the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. There are a total of 8 emperor-teacher positions. May I ask which families have been assigned these 8 seats? How many can our GS sect occupy? Once these words were spoken, the 7 attendants, 8 disciples, and others all raised their eyes, their gazes fixed upon the cloud bed. The Tongtian scanned the expressions of the disciples, and said casually, the 2 saints of the West, Holy Maiden Yuhua and Holy Mother Hudu, have all stepped back. All 8 positions belong to the human Chan Jie teachings. Our Jie sect also claims 2 seats. A brief pause followed. The tension in the hall eased as the gathered disciples' suspended hearts settled. As long as they were not overshadowed by the Chan sect, it would be considered fair. Only when Kai's heart jolted. In his past life, he clearly remembered of the 8 imperial tutors the Chan sect had monopolized 7 seats. Only Fu Shi was nominally affiliated with the human teachings, with Xian Du acting as the master's proxy to impart doctrines. The remaining 6. Guang Chengzi alone had taken them all, relying on the merits of 7 consecutive teaching roles to barely sever his good corpse and attain the quasi-sage realm. This was also why undercurrents had surged among the 12 golden immortals, their rifts deepening. But today, the Jie sect had also obtained 2 seats. The Chan sect in turn lost 5 shares of merit. Could it be that his very arrival had caused this? As he pondered, Duo Bao spoke up again. Master, 1 seat for the human teachings, 2 for the Chan sect, and 2 for our Jie sect. That's only 5 seats in total. Where have the other 3 gone? Before his words faded, a disciple nearby chimed in. Indeed, 3 of 8 are missing. Who holds them? The hall fell silent, all awaiting the sect leader's answer. Tongtian's gaze was calm, his voice resonant as a temple bell. The Xian Gate, securing 5 seats, is already a boon granted by the Ancestral Master. As for the remaining 3, the Ancestral Master has long decreed. They are to be personally decided by the human race's holy teacher. What a... The moment Tongtian finished, the most stunned was Wen Qi. He had not expected that he would already have caught the attention of the Ancestral Master Hongjun. After a brief deliberation, he understood. Among the sages of the Xian Gate, only Goddess Nu Hua and Grandmaster Lao Zi bore the destiny of the human race, and the Xian Gate collectively held merely 40% of humanity's fate. Though his own cultivation was still shallow, he held the human race's supreme treasure, the Kongtong seal, and thus also carried 40% of its destiny. It was only fitting that he decide the remaining 3 imperial tutor positions. Delving deeper, Fu Shi was the heavenly emperor, while the other 7 human sovereigns were jointly recommended by the 3 ancestors of humanity and the various tribes. Among the 8 imperial tutors, the human race chose 3 themselves. Even Xian Du of the human teachings was originally of human descent. In matters concerning the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and the prosperity of humanity, the ancestral master Hongjun was indeed impartial and just. Yet not everyone knew that the human race had produced a holy teacher. The holy teacher of humanity. We have never heard of such a person. As the disciples murmured among themselves, Tongtian's gaze had already fallen upon Wen Qi. Wen Qi, as a disciple of the Jie sect and the holy teacher of humanity, what is your view on the selection of imperial tutors? With the sect leader addressing him directly, Wen Qi could no longer shrink into the corner and feign silence. He hastily rose from his cushion, straightened his robes, and bowed with clasped hands, his voice clear and bright. Reporting to Grand Master, your disciple is of human descent. For spreading the methods of farming among my people, I was honored by my kin as the holy teacher. After a pause, he lowered his head and added, the choice of imperial tutor rests entirely with Grand Master. Ha ha ha. Tongtian laughed heartily. The others in the hall, however, were momentarily stunned. 1,000 years ago, when lectures were held at Purple Cloud Palace, Wen Qi had only relied on his slightly superior comprehension to advance to Mystic Immortal. But these inner disciples present. Which of them had not been at the Golden Immortal realm since their initial transformation? They had previously regarded him as merely a post-heavenly being. Even if the sect leader appreciated him and bestowed innate spiritual treasures, they saw it only as encouragement for a promising junior. Who would have thought that this post-heavenly individual had quietly become the holy teacher of humanity, firmly wielding 40% of its destiny, and even his master Hanzhi had gained entry to the inner hall because of him. The 7 attendants and 8 disciples harbored varied thoughts, yet none were dull. To stand out among 10,000 immortals and secure a seat in this inner hall, foundation, fortune, and comprehension, all were exceptional by any measure. At this moment they all understood clearly Wen Qi was far more than just perceptive. As for Yun Xiao and a few others who had long known of his status as holy teacher, their surprise was lesser, but they still hadn't expected he could single-handedly decide 3 imperial tutor positions. After all, the Chan and Jie sects each held only 2. Tongtian paid no further attention to the others and merely nodded to Wen Qi. As a sage, how could I take advantage of you? Those 3 imperial tutor positions shall be chosen by you yourself. You are a disciple of the GS sect. No one dares to cause you trouble. A warmth surged in when Kai's. These three imperial tutor roles were a heaven-sent fortune, yet also a scorching hot potato. In the primordial wilderness, aside from a few sages who cared little for such merit, who wouldn't covet them? Wasn't the dispute at Purple Cloud Palace back then precisely over this? He turned the thought over briefly and reached a decision. Thank you for your grace, Grandmaster. Your disciple shall remember this. His words were respectful, but his heart was now at ease. Although Tongtian had not explicitly promised his protection, the fact that he and Hanzhi could sit in this inner hall was already a mark of the sage's personal favor. From this point on, his standing within the Jie sect was truly on par with Yuan Horling and the others. Though his master Hanzhi was not a personally transmitted disciple, it was only a matter of time. With the support of humanity's destiny, achieving the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm before the conferred God Tribulation was almost certain. Tongtian's gaze swept across the hall over pairs of gleaming eyes, and his tone was measured. Xiandu shall be the tutor of the Heavenly Emperor, and Guangchengzi the tutor of the Human Emperor. As for the tutor of the Earthly Emperor, Duo Bao shall take that role. Duo Bao, the chief senior disciple of the Jie sect, had long reached the quasi-sage realm, and severing his corpse did not depend on merit. But merit, like copper coins in later ages, who would complain of having too much. Upon hearing this, his smile could not be suppressed. He had originally assumed his master would appoint Guiling Shengmu, who had been stuck at the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm for years, and was precisely in need of such merit to sever her corpse. Yet Duo Bao was ultimately not one to covet credit. He immediately rose from his seat, cupped his hands, and said, Master, your disciple is willing to accept this position, but I feel that junior sister Guiling needs the merit more. Among your disciples Wu Dang Jinling and I have all severed one corpse. Only she remains at the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Perhaps she should be the one to serve as the Earthly Emperor's tutor. Tongtian looked at this senior disciple, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. With a light flick of his sleeve, a gentle force sent Duo Bao back to his cushion, and his voice was steady. No need for deference. You are the senior disciple of the Jie sect. This position is yours alone. Guiling Xingmu's future opportunities are not meager. You need not worry on her behalf. Duo Bao, upon hearing this, immediately cupped his hands in acceptance. Knowing that Guiling had her own path ahead, his heart was settled, and he could focus solely on teaching the Earthly Emperor. Guiling Shengmu, hearing her master and senior brother mention her, couldn't immediately fathom the weight behind those words. What opportunities could I possibly have in the future? Could it be like senior sister Hanzhi that I too will rely on Wen Qi, this human disciple, to bring fortune my way? The thought flashed by, but she dared not voice it. Unlike Bai Xiao, who was outspoken, she was always composed, keeping her doubts buried deep within. After all, fortune was her own. It wouldn't simply fly away. As Duo Bao settled onto his cushion, Tongtian shifted his gaze to Wu Dang Shengmu. Wu Dang, you shall teach the second of the 5 human emperors on behalf of the Jie sect. With Duo Bao having already declined one position, Wu Dang naturally didn't refuse. To decline further would only seem affected. As the second personally transmitted disciple of the Jie sect, she was perfectly suited for this duty. She rose, bowed with clasped hands, and solemnly expressed her gratitude. Your disciple accepts the order. Tongtian's expression grew slightly more serious. The position of imperial tutor is both an opportunity and a responsibility. You must not only guide the human sovereigns onto the path of cultivation, but also help humanity establish its foundation. If the human sovereign's cultivation is lacking, their throne will be unstable. If humanity cannot prosper, you too shall bear the censure of the Heavenly Dao. There is no room for the slightest negligence. Duo Bao and Wu Dang answered in unison, we shall heed your command. Teaching them cultivation is not difficult for you, but how to prosper the race and secure the people. You might well consult Wen Qi, the disciple of Hanzhi. Each has their strengths and weaknesses. The 3 of you must work in coordination with him. Yes, your disciples understand. The others in the inner hall, seeing Duo Bao and Wu Dang having accepted their roles, fell silent. A senior brother and a senior sister with pure origins and solid credentials. Who could possibly object? The master of the heavenly sect surveyed the room and asked, is there anything else? Let us disperse then. The 7 attendants and 8 disciples exchanged glances, and no one spoke. Just as everyone was about to rise, Wen Qi suddenly stepped forward and said loudly, I have an announcement from my Grandmaster. The selection for the 3 human emperors has been decided, and I humbly request guidance from my Grandmaster. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes in the hall turned towards him. Even Guiling and Song Jie slightly shifted their positions, their expressions stirred. In truth, Wen Qi had not made this decision on a whim. He had long considered this. If he did not finalize the candidates in front of his grandmaster and let the gathering end, he feared that by dawn the threshold would be trampled. Duo Bao Wu Dang and Gui Ling might not come to contest, but what about the 7 fairies? Especially Chang'er and Ding Guang, who were known for their decisive actions. If they truly came to him, he and his teacher Hanzhi would not have the confidence to resist. The master of the heavenly sect paused for a moment and then smiled. He had thought this young disciple would hold on to the slots and weigh his options slowly. He did not expect him to take the initiative to lay it all out. But upon reconsideration, he understood this child was not reckless, he was intelligent. "Oh, very well. Please tell me more," he replied, his tone warm and devoid of any sage-like pressure, resembling a family elder listening to a younger member. When she adjusted his attire and bowed respectfully before saying slowly, "Grandmaster, please see clearly. Although our sect is divided into inner and outer disciples, all the senior brothers here listen to the teachings together and are blood-related to the sect. Today, Master Duo Bao and Master Wu Dang have already assumed the roles of human emperors, and I wish to offer the 2 positions in my hands to senior brother Zhao Gongming and senior brother Yun Xiao. As for the remaining position, I dare to request my teacher the fairy Hanzhi to take charge. What does my grandmaster think?" On the cloud throne, the master of the heavenly sect raised an eyebrow, a smile forming at the corners of his eyes. The disciples in the hall were all trained by him personally. He never showed favoritism regarding who would inherit the teachings or manage the sect. He had always looked favorably upon Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao. One was granted the sea-stabilizing pearl, and the other was bestowed with the primordial golden dipper, 2 top-tier innate spirit treasures that even Jin Ling and Gui Ling had not possessed. As for their cultivation, it went without saying both had already achieved the status of great Luo golden immortals, with Yun Xiao reaching the peak, only needing a bit of merit to become a true saint. Wen Kai's choice was reasonable and displayed great insight. As for Hanzhi, the master of the heavenly sect felt a warmth in his heart. This child had given the last position to his teacher, not forgetting his roots, knowing when to advance and retreat, and understanding proportions. If he were to arrange it himself, it would be hard to find a more suitable setup. Upon hearing their names called, Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, and Hanzhi were all taken aback, their faces reflecting surprise. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao could not contain themselves, both smiling with glimmering eyes. If their brother and sister truly took these positions, they would have a chance to reach the realm of immortality, which would indeed be a tremendous joy. The 3 hurried to leave their seats, bowing deeply and humbly, saying, "We do not dare to accept." It wasn't that they were unwilling to accept, nor did they despise such merit. It was simply that etiquette must not be disregarded and respect for hierarchy must be maintained. This bow was to honor their grandmaster, and also to thank Wen Qi. The 3 were well aware. They still had the 2 directly taught sisters Jin Ling and Gui Ling weighing down upon them. If they rashly accepted the roles of human emperors at this moment, they would likely incur the displeasure of the 2 sisters and raise the eyebrows of the master of the heavenly sect. The master of the heavenly sect observed the expressions of the 3, and with a slight lift of his gaze spoke, "The Dao ancestor has long made it clear the 3 human emperors shall be decided by the sage of the human race. We shall not intervene. Since Wen Qi has selected the 3 of you, the future human emperors will be taught personally by you 3. This aligns with the principles of the Dao, and the timing is perfect." With those words, Zhao Gongming and the 3 bowed in acknowledgement and returned to their original positions. Wen Kai's selection was not made lightly. Unlike in the past, now the 2 inner disciples of the sect, Duo Bao and Wu Dang, had already firmly established their roles as human emperors. Gui Ling could inherit vast merits from one Zai-Tsang Jia in the future, and Jin Ling, bearing the fate of the Purple Star, had great fortune ahead. Among the 9 second-generation disciples in the inner hall, Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao had the deepest cultivation and the steadiest temperaments. Zhao Gongming acted with integrity and dared to shoulder responsibilities when faced with challenges, valuing the principle of public. Yun Xiao was thorough in his considerations, measured in his actions, generous, yet never excessive. For the role of human emperor, it would be hard to find anyone more suitable than these 2. Although Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao were from the same lineage, they still lacked experience and could not bear the responsibilities of the human emperor. Eliminating 8 candidates, the last position was reserved by Wen Qi for his teacher, the fairy Hanzhi. It is well known that among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the heavenly emperor Fuxi had the greatest merits, yet few know that among the 8 human emperors, the teacher of the water emperor, you received merits nearly equal to Fuxi. This good fortune naturally belonged to Hanzhi. Seeing Zhao Gongming and the 3 also attain the role of human emperors, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao couldn't hide their joy. Bai Xiao even felt the urge to rush forward to express her gratitude had it not been for Yun Xiao stopping her. At this moment within the inner hall, the one whose expression was most relaxed was none other than the master of the heavenly sect. His disciples had occupied 5 seats among the human emperors, aside from Duo Bao and Wu Dang, who had already transcended to the realm of quasi-saints. With Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao obtaining these merits, they would surely attain the status of quasi-saints in due course. At that time, among the 9 disciples in the inner hall, there would be 6 primordial golden immortals. Just the thought of it made him feel content. What was even rarer was that when Qi voluntarily offered the 3 human emperor positions to the 3 teachers, the master of the heavenly sect contemplated, he had indeed gained something valuable. In the vast wilderness, spirit treasures are easy to find, but merits are hard to come by. He lightly waved his sleeve and said, "In this case, I as your grandmaster have truly benefited from you. Since it is so, this treasure shall be counted as a token of my appreciation." As his words fell, a purple light shot through the air and landed firmly in Wen Kai's hand. It was a small hammer entirely of deep purple with the hammer surface embedded with tiny sparkling gems, the patterns resembling thunder weaving and flowing, as if thousands of bolts of lightning surged within the lines. The hammerhead was square and heavy, radiating thunder. The material of the hammer handle was unknown, but felt solid and firm in hand. The entire tool was covered with thunder symbols resembling a slowly rotating heart of thunder, intense, yet not scorching, with an inner might that could not be easily provoked. Upon seeing this object, everyone in the hall had their pupils shrink. It was none other than the master of the heavenly sect's most treasured top-tier, innate spirit treasure, the purple lightning hammer. With this gift from my elder, I cannot refuse. The spirit treasure was now in hand, and when Qi did not hesitate, he simply bowed his head. "Thank you, Grandmaster, for your generous gift." He did not immediately refine it, merely storing the purple lightning hammer in his sleeve, taking his actions calmly. Others observed, each with their own thoughts. Duo Bao, Wu Dang, and Jin Ling believed this was the master rewarding Wen Qi for relinquishing 3 human emperor seats. The 3 emerging quasi-saints were far more significant than a single spirit treasure. The master's act was merely a rightful reward for merit. Rewards should be given for merits and penalties for faults. It should be so. Gue Ling and Hanzhi, however, saw a deeper layer. Ever since accepting the 2 human disciples, their fortunes had been rising, their blessings growing, especially Hanzhi, who had quietly elevated her own standing. They understood that the master's actions were not solely for rewarding merits, but also seemed to validate that when Qi harbored unfathomable mysteries. Zhao Gongming and the 3 fairy sisters silently took note of this cause and effect. Though they possessed innate spirit treasures, they always lacked the merit needed for transcending. The position of human emperor offered by Wen Qi was not a mere title, it was a source of life and a vital stream of the Tao. This favor was not something ordinary disciples could repay. It was akin to a rebirth of virtue. Fortunately, the master bestowed upon him the purple lightning hammer. On the surface, it was a reward for Wen Qi, but in reality, it alleviated a portion of the heavy causality for the 4 of them. Bai Xiao, however, did not think this way. She saw Wen Qi receiving another supreme treasure, her lips curling up slightly before quickly drooping. The master had already granted him 2 innate spirit treasures, while she hadn't even received a single hair. The word partiality need not be spoken, it is fully inscribed on her pouted lips and sidelong glances. Amidst the joyous laughter and merriment in the hall, only one person stands with a stiff expression, as still as a stone. The long-eared radiant immortal. As the leader of the 7 immortals in attendance, he has been fixated on this purple lightning hammer for quite some time. He only hopes that one day the master will be in the mood to casually toss it into his hands. After all, among the 7 disciples of the Jie sect, only he and Bai Xiao have yet to receive a reward. Bai Xiao is inexperienced and of low realm, so her lack of reward can still be nodded at by others. However, he, the long-eared radiant immortal, naturally aligns with the principles of Yin and Yang, his cultivation already firmly at the peak of the Tai golden immortal. This hammer should rightfully belong to him. What he still clutches in his hand is a postnatal spiritual treasure bestowed by the Daobao Taoist in his early years. The fact that the master has yet to grant him a new treasure makes this situation truly difficult to navigate. The frustration within him burns like a flame, growing fiercer by the moment. What vexes him even more is, when the sacred mother of turtle spirit led the newly accepted human disciple Songjie to pay respects to the master casually waved his sleeve and bestowed upon him a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the spring and autumn brush. Songjie had only just stepped over the threshold of the Earth Immortal Gate, merely an ordinary name among the 3rd-generation disciples of the Jie sect. Yet the master chose to bestow such a heavy treasure upon him. This time the long-eared radiant immortal who has served the master for several yuan meetings has yet to touch even a decent innate item and is instead overshadowed by two postnatal beings. This time, he even remembered the master's name. Others did not find it odd at all. They merely thought that Song Jie received the treasure because he was under the guidance of the Sacred Mother of Turtle Spirit. In the past, when Dao Bao took in the Sacred Mother of Fire Spirit and Jin Ling took in Yu Yuan, did the master not also bestow the Hun Yuan Hammer and Jingguang File respectively? Now it was Song Jie's turn, a perfectly natural progression. What if his cultivation is low? The master has plenty of spiritual fruits and elixirs at hand. Merely pointing out a postnatal being is but a small task for him. Before long the master dispersed the gathered disciples. Dao Bao then led his disciples out of the Bio Palace. Outside the palace gates, Dao Bao and Wudong congratulated Hanzhi and Wenqi. The lineage of Hanzhi can now officially be considered part of the Jie sect's direct disciples. Then they discussed the follow-up in detail. The two would assist the human emperor and impart the methods of cultivation, a matter they were quite familiar with. However, regarding the establishment of clans and the expansion of territories, they must heed the master's instructions and seek this disciple's advice. Wenqi and his disciples naturally came forward to exchange pleasantries. As they had not interacted much with the direct disciples before, the days of future dealings would be long, and they must not neglect the formalities. When Hanzhi and Wenqi returned to the Golden Ao Island dojo, Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, Bai Xiao, and Kaiyun were already waiting outside the door. Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao sisters were originally one body formed together and had called each other brother and sister since childhood, their bond deep and their actions always synchronized. Kaiyun, having attained her Dao through innate rainbow clouds, shares the same origin and spirit with the three Xiao sisters, thus the four often stay together close as family. She even moved her cave abode to Sanxian Island right next to the residences of the three Xiao sisters. Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao came to express their gratitude to Wenqi. The merits tied to the position of the imperial teacher were of great significance to them. In the wilderness there are many beings stronger than Yunxiao and Zhao Gongming, yet why are there so few who can attain the status of quasi-saint? It is simply because although there are many great Luo golden immortals, very few can slay the corpse with the aid of merit. Among the 3,000 great Luo who listened to the Dao in the Zixiao Palace back in the day, who among them did not bear spiritual treasures and possess profound Dao skills? Without a certain foundation, they could not even traverse through the chaotic mist, let alone step into the gates of Zixiao Palace. Yet among the 3,000, those who could truly slay the good and evil corpses could be counted on one's fingers. Pangu, the three pure ones, the two saints of the West, Nuwa and Fuxi Emperor Jun, and Tai Kuanping and Mingyi Zhenyu and Hongyun, and the Mother of Gold. This shows that spiritual treasures are easy to obtain, methods of attack are easy to cultivate, but the merits of the Dao are difficult to seek and gather. Even the two saints of the West are still running around busy accumulating merit to repay their grand vows. As everyone took their seats in the Lingji Palace, Zhao Gongming spoke first this time. I truly must thank you, disciple Wenqi. If it weren't for your mediation, I wouldn't know when I could gather enough merit to slay the corpse. Before his words fell, Hanzhi had already smiled and interjected, Master brother, you need not be so polite. When Wenqi transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, if you hadn't helped him, how could we have today? Now that he has gained an opportunity, the first one he thought of was you. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily upon hearing this, his gaze resting on Wenqi. The more he looked, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. What you say is true, junior sister. Earlier I was still wondering why you took a postnatal being as a disciple. But now it seems that this human possesses some hidden mysteries. In the future, as I travel through the wilderness, I should select a few good seedlings from the human race. Wenqi's heart stirred slightly at this. Could it be that in the past Qin Jiugong and Yao Shaoxi were taken in by Master Gongming in such a manner? This thought flashed briefly, and he did not speak it out loud. After all, whether those two were truly of the human race remains unproven, or moreover the secrets of heaven must not be lightly revealed, and he dared not expose it. At this moment he clasped his hands and smiled at Zhao Gongming. Master Gongming seems to have forgotten. Your human disciple is likely about to come knocking on your door to pay respects. Zhao Gongming was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Ha ha. You're absolutely right, disciple. I actually momentarily forgot that I was planning to take the human emperor as my disciple. Laughter erupted throughout the hall. However, Bai Xiao was still puzzled and tilted her head to ask, when did Big Brother take in a disciple? How come I didn't know? Could it be that he was also sent by Wenqi, just like Song Jie? Another round of laughter ensued. Qiongxiao could no longer suppress herself, pulling her aside to whisper a few words. Only then did Bai Xiao realize her face flushed red, and she dove into Yangxiu's embrace, tightly covering her ears with both hands. She is the youngest but the most shy. The laughter had not yet ceased, but when she dared not join in. Just moments ago he had seen the look by Xiao cast. That gaze was filled with 3 parts of embarrassment and 7 parts of accounting, clearly saying this debt shall be settled with you in the future. As Zhao Gongming's words fell, Yunxiao also nodded in greeting to Wenqi. Her current Dao attainment surpasses Zhao Gongming by a layer. Although Zhao Gongming has already begun to bloom with the 3 flowers, they are not fully opened, and his magical power is still in the process of refining, needing time to merge. Yunxiao, however, has already fully manifested the 3 flowers, her spiritual platform, clear, able to use spiritual treasures to slay the corpse god at any moment. With 2 great Luo golden immortals by his side, Wenqi did not wish to miss this rare opportunity, thus he brought forth the long-pressed cultivation confusions one by one. Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao did not shirk patiently responding to his inquiries. Particularly Yunxiao. She must balance her own advancement while also caring for her 2 younger sisters Qiongxiao and Bai Xiao. Thus, she is extremely familiar with imparting and teaching the Dao. Qiongxiao is now a Tai Golden Immortal, currently in closed-door training to harmonize the innate 5 energies. Bai Xiao, on the other hand, has been stationary at the Golden Immortal level for many years alongside the Sacred Mother of Hanzhi. Therefore, when it comes to educating disciples and clarifying the key points, Yunxiao has the most insight. When it came to crucial matters, the 2 simply dissected the method of slaying the corpse in detail. In fact, it cannot be considered any secret. It is just that there are only a handful of innate great powers who can truly slay corpses today, and most people do not truly understand what the corpse god is or how to attack. Yangxiu's gaze was calm, her voice clear. All beings in heaven and earth possess the 3 thoughts of greed, anger, and ignorance, transforming into the 3 corpses of good, evil, and attachment. The upper corpse is named Peng Ho and resides in the Naiwan Palace. If this insect exists, one easily becomes muddled thoughts, stagnating over time, their wisdom dims, and their spiritual nature dulls. The middle corpse, named Peng Ji, lurks within the Crimson Palace. Should this worm stir, the heart finds no peace, stray thoughts rise unbidden, and rest becomes impossible. Even the attempt to enter stillness is like viewing flowers through a veil of mist. The lower corpse, named Peng Jiao, lies concealed beneath the elixir field. When this worm flourishes, one becomes enamored with idle pleasures, indulges in gluttony and carnal desires, and loses the will for pure cultivation. Therefore, to ascend the steps of sainthood, one must first sever these 3 roots. Only when the 3 corpses are vanquished can one attain the state of the effortless great Dao, a mind unstained, a Dao heart, shining bright, untouched by joy or sorrow, and unshaken by external forces. In his past life, when she had heard the term slaying the corpse, but had dismissed it as empty rhetoric, never delving into its true principles. Only today, listening to Yunxiao's detailed exposition, did he truly grasp its inner workings. After a brief pause, he asked, "May I ask both senior masters, are there any specific requirements for the implements used to slay the corpses?" Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao exchanged a glance, and it was Yunxiao who spoke. "Only items of primordial origin can bear such a heavy responsibility. Primordial spiritual treasures, primordial spiritual roots, even the merits of heaven's creation or vast and mighty fortune, all can serve as the blade." When she pressed softly, "Do these have any distinction in rank?" Yunxiao's expression turned slightly solemn, speaking first of spiritual roots. Through the countless tribulations of the primordial era, the spiritual roots that remain in the world are as rare as morning stars. And to bear this task, they must be at least of lower-grade primordial quality. Yet now across the primordial world, the graded spiritual roots can be counted on one's fingers, and any that have surfaced have long been claimed by mighty figures to guard their domains. To hope for slaying a corpse with a spiritual root, you'd be lucky to even catch a glimpse. When Kai's heart stirred, and he immediately understood, spiritual roots could indeed slay corpses, but who among those who obtained one would not enshrine and protect it? Who would be willing to use it to cleave their own being? Yunxiao continued, "Spiritual roots themselves serve another great purpose, stabilizing fortune. A supreme grade root can stabilize the fortune of an entire clan or sect. A high-grade root stabilizes the fortune of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal quasi-saint. A mid-grade root stabilizes the fortune of a Daluo Golden Immortal. A low-grade root stabilizes the fortune of a Tai Golden Immortal. Therefore, when mighty figures obtain one, they would rather use it to stabilize fortune than to slay a corpse. For if fortune is unstable, the Dao foundation is hard to secure. How could that compare to the worry of unsevered 3 corpses?" "I see." When Qi blurted out his tone carrying a mix of sudden realization and reassurance. The relative weight of stabilizing fortune versus slaying corpses was clear without further elaboration. What the Jie sect currently lacked most was precisely a supreme treasure or spiritual root capable of stabilizing the sect's fortune. Seeing that when Qi had grasped the essentials, Yun Xiao shifted the conversation to spiritual treasures. Primordial spiritual treasures are divided into 5 grades: supreme, ultimate, high, mid, and low. For slaying corpses, naturally the higher the grade the better. As far as I know, the Grand Master used the primordial supreme treasure Taiji diagram, the ultimate spiritual treasure Panlong shoulder pole, and the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda condensed from creation merits. 3 treasures, each used to slay 1 corpse. All 3 were extraordinary items, and thus among the saints of the Xian sect the Grand Master possesses the deepest Dao attainment. The 3 corpses differ in nature. The good corpse governs defense, the evil corpse governs offense, and the self corpse governs union with the Dao. Thus, to slay the good corpse, one should use a defensive treasure, to slay the evil corpse a sharp and aggressive weapon, and to slay the self corpse one must use an item that aligns with one's own great Dao. With that, Yun Xiao said no more. What needed to be explained had been thoroughly explained. What could be said had been said. When the Grand Master had publicly slain his corpses in the Zixiao Palace back, then 3,000 Hanzhi Immortals were present, so this matter was hardly a secret. As for which treasures Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu had each used, even if Yun Xiao knew, she would never utter a word. That was a private matter of the saints, not something for disciples to discuss. At that moment, Zhao Gongming added with a smile, Yun Xiao's words are absolutely right. The Dinghai Pearl in my possession excels in both offense and defense and resonates with the true meaning of my Ding stabilized character. It can calm the waves of good thoughts, shatter the barriers of evil thoughts, and aid me in reflecting upon my true nature and uniting with the great Dao. Using it to slay my corpse would be most fitting. When Qi lowered his gaze listening, and a subtle heaviness settled in his heart, he could only hope that Senior Master Zhao Gongming would accumulate enough merits this time to attain the quasi-saint fruition. Otherwise, once the investiture of the gods' tribulation began, whether this Dinghai Pearl would remain with the Jie sect was a question mark. He had already made up his mind. He would use neither spiritual treasures nor spiritual roots. The 3 primordial spiritual treasures at his disposal, the purple lightning hammer, the Kongtong seal, and the harvest sickle, seemed ample, yet each had its own immovable constraints. Especially the Kongtong seal, which was originally a supreme treasure of the human race's fortune. In the future it must be used to stabilize the fortune of all mortals. It was a vessel of the entire world. How could it be used for private purposes? As for the harvest sickle, its grade was truly not high, merely a low-grade primordial spiritual treasure. In the history of the primordial world, no quasi-saint had ever used such a low-grade treasure to slay a corpse. When Qi thus resolved to use the accumulated heavenly Dao merits and human Dao merits he had gathered as the basis for his corpse-slaying method. As for earthly Dao merits, once his plans were set in motion, they would naturally come to fruition. The 3 corpses would stand separately, each with its own role: good, evil, and attachment. He would slay the good corpse with heavenly Dao merits, the evil corpse with earthly Dao merits, and the attachment corpse with human Dao merits. A perfect alignment with the order of heaven, earth, and man. The merits of the 3 Daos of heaven, earth, and man all originate from the primordial purple Qi of creation, differing only in hue and the one who granted them. By slaying the 3 corpses with these 3 types of merits, they would naturally be able to merge into one in the future with no need to worry about mutual repulsion. For now, however, the 3 types of merits were not yet fully accumulated. He would have to scheme quietly without making a sound. If others discovered that he was using the 3 types of merits separately to slay his corpses, they would surely try to obstruct him. After all, the world knew that merits were inherently one and the same. Who would wish to see someone truly achieve the unity of the 3 corpses and ascend to the summit? There was no hurry in this matter. He was merely at the Xian immortal cultivation level, and the road ahead was long. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the gathered figures in the spiritual plant palace dispersed. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors scheme was about to commence, and time was of the essence. Yun Xiao and Zhao Gongming, bearing the duty of imperial teachers, had to rush back to their Dao fields to deliberate and prepare the rituals. After seeing off the senior masters, when Qi turned and made his way to Hanzhi's residence. Hanzhi sat upright on her cushion, her gaze warm and serene as she watched him approach. She spoke. 1,000 years ago I accepted you as my disciple because you possessed a wood-type spiritual root and resonated with the aura of primordial flora. At that time I did not delve deeply into your origins and background, and so I answered this karmic bond. Now it seems I, as your master, have ended up basking in your light, receiving this great fortune. Hanzhi had now become a half-direct disciple of the sect, and had even been personally bestowed 2 primordial spiritual treasures by the sect master. Within her Dao field her heart was at ease, and her brow carried an air of tranquil contentment. When alone with her disciple, her words softened, losing 3 parts of their authority and gaining 3 parts of genuine warmth. Master, your words are too heavy for this disciple to bear. When she lowered his head with a smile, it is clearly Master's profound fortune at work. This disciple merely rode the wind and borrowed a sliver of its radiance. Enough with the flattery. Hanzhi cast him a sidelong glance, her tone tinged with feigned annoyance. Do tell me, why did you push me to be the teacher of the human sovereign? My cultivation is far inferior to that of your senior martial uncles. Will this not just invite ridicule? You placed this opportunity in my hands. They may not voice it, but they might harbor some resentment in their hearts. Master, you worry too much. When Kai's voice was steady. Among the direct senior masters, only Jin Ling and Gue Ling did not gain any tangible benefits this time. However, although Gue Ling's disciple Tsang Jie did not become the human sovereign, his future achievements may not be inferior. When Tsang Jie attains the Dao, and the future great fortune will flow back to the sect. And Tsang Jie was introduced into her tutelage by you, Master. By then Gue Ling will be filled with gratitude, so how could she harbor any resentment? Master, just rest easy and accept this esteemed position. Hanzhi's lips curled into a slight smile, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After taking his leave, Wen Qi headed straight back to his Dao field to enter seclusion and cultivate with utmost diligence. His cultivation had been stuck at the Hanzhi Immortal realm for quite some time now. If he did not make a breakthrough, he feared he would be ill-prepared for the upcoming surge of the human race. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were about to arrive, and as the saintly teacher, he had to personally bear witness. Without the golden immortal cultivation realm, he couldn't even set foot on the human sovereign's altar, let alone assist the ultimate sages in attaining the Dao. Time flies like a shuttle, a century passes in a blink. On this day, a golden light suddenly erupted above the divine hall of the farming god on Janeo Island. The beam of light shot into the sky, blazing like the rising sun, and surging moons startling the spirit birds outside the hall and causing small beasts to flee. However, that golden light did not descend from the heavens, but erupted from within the hall. On the meditation cushion, a young Taoist slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light swirling endlessly in his gaze. He slightly raised his hand, and an unprecedented majestic power surged forth from the depths of his innate Dao body, like rivers flowing into the sea, vast and overflowing. As the golden light gradually receded, the spiritual energy within the hall returned to tranquility. The golden immortal has been achieved. Indeed, this person is the master of the divine hall of the farming god, a holy master of humanity, and a 3rd-generation disciple of the sect. Wen Qi, 2,000 years to attain the status of a golden immortal is not considered slow. He reflected inwardly, a smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Since entering the primordial chaos, he had been busy and restless, and it had already been 2,000 years. Today he finally attained the golden immortal fruit position. Golden signifies permanence and immortality. From this point on, his lifespan would be limitless, existing alongside heaven and earth, shining with the sun and moon. Why should he still measure the length of days and nights? He was able to break through the boundary in 2,000 years as both internal and external conditions were met. First, the cultivation of the Hanzhi Immortal Sutra, which is a supreme true method of the Xuanmen, tracing its origins back to the Tao ancestor Hanjun and the Panga great god, with a solid foundation that directly points to the source of the great Tao. Secondly, the comprehensive protection from his seniors, the essence of the heart imparted by the immortal Hanzhi, the occasional guidance from the master of the celestial teachings, and the numerous teachings from Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao. The path had already been paved, waiting for him to walk steadily step by step. This is the law among the 4 causes of wealth: companionship, law, and land that the primordial chaos values. The so-called law is not just about the techniques of attack, but also about the noble people who are willing to share their knowledge with you. Of course, the master leads you to the door, but cultivation is up to the individual. Wen Kai's achievements today are inseparable from the profound merits he bears and the intertwining fate of humanity, flourishing like vines wrapped around trees. Without the support of these 2 factors, even with the best techniques and the highest connections, a common innate being with ordinary roots and average luck would find it difficult to rise in the chaotic world of the primordial chaos. Unless one ingests innate spiritual fruits that can elevate their realm on the spot, such as the Huangzhong Li. Wen Kai's body was thick with the merits of the heavenly Dao and humanity, so much so that it even condensed into a golden purple wheel behind his head, shining brilliantly. Deep within his primordial spirit, two types of innate merits remained motionless, allowing his comprehension to far exceed that of ordinary people. In addition, the 4 layers of humanity's luck were also firmly pressing down on his shoulders. This luck is formless and intangible, yet it truly accelerates the progress of cultivation. During the calamity of the witch and demon, why were Dong Huang Tai Yi and the demon emperor Di Jun able to rise above others and sever the 3 corpses? Isn't it because the 2 monopolized a large portion of the luck of the demon race? Even the great gods like Fuxi and Nuwa have looked upon them with admiration. It is not that the siblings favored the demon race, it is that this luck can indeed help one ascend. Understanding this point, Wen Qi glanced again at the Kongtong seal in his primordial spirit. Now as it gradually became thicker with the luck of humanity, its might was also rising, no longer appearing as ordinary as it once was. Since my cultivation has stabilized, there is no rush to exit seclusion. I should first properly refine these 2 treasures in my possession. The Kongtong seal has already recognized its master, and the 48 innate prohibitions have long been opened when she only needs to go with the flow without needing to exert extra effort. However, for the other item, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the purple lightning hammer, will require him to gnaw at it bit by bit. This hammer truly lives up to its reputation. It also has 48 innate prohibitions, only a step below the 49 innate supreme treasure. The heavenly Dao establishes prohibitions with the intent to protect the primordial chaos. If spiritual treasures were easily wielded by everyone, it would lead to mountains collapsing and the heavens and earth crumbling with just a casual encounter. Thus, from the supreme treasures downwards, 5 grades were divided: supreme, high grade, mid grade, and low grade, each with varying depths of prohibitions. For a master to utilize it, they must refine it layer by layer, step by step. The first hurdle is to comprehend the laws behind the prohibitions. The great Tao has its laws, and spiritual treasures also have their principles. Prohibitions are not deadlocks, but living rules. Understanding these rules is the first step towards mastery. Sometimes sitting still for 10 days is less effective than a sudden realization, yet other times external assistance is necessary to break through the barriers. The second hurdle is to refine the fundamental prohibitions. Once the laws are understood, one dares to take real action. This hurdle is the most exhausting, and a slight misstep can lead to backlash from the prohibitions, resulting in light injuries or even harm to the primordial spirit. Only after getting through this can one truly grasp the reins of the spiritual treasure, able to command it with 3 parts of its strength. The third hurdle is to integrate the prohibitions into one's own divine ability. It is no longer I use the hammer, but rather the hammer is me. The thunder moves with his heart, and when the intention reaches the hammer, it strikes with the might of heaven. This step cannot be rushed. It requires numerous battles and life and death tempering to gradually progress. After a long while, when Qi concluded his training, a slight sweat forming at his forehead. The 24 prohibitions of the purple lightning hammer had been firmly imprinted in his divine sense. It is not that he did not wish to refine a few more layers, but the golden immortal realm has its limits. Yet having refined it halfway, this hammer could already obey his heart. He lifted the purple lightning hammer, his palm warm, with lightning coursing around the hammer like a living creature. When he first obtained this treasure, he felt a violent thunder aura rush towards him. Now, upon further inspection, he truly understood why the master of the celestial teachings treasures it so dearly. This hammer excels at controlling thunder, striking where directed, instantly transforming into a storm. The 3 pure ones each inherited a strand of Pangus innate thunder technique. Taishang Laojun wields the Ta Qing divine thunder, Yuan Shitian Zun controls the Yu Qing divine thunder, and the master of the celestial teachings employs the Shang Qing divine thunder. Yet the purple lightning hammer can even summon the purple sky divine thunder, which is the world-destroying thunder exclusive to the heavenly Dao and the Dao ancestor. Its might only second to the Pangus heavenly god thunder. When Qi felt a warmth in his heart, unable to help but smile at the corner of his mouth. The more he looked, the more pleasing it seemed. The more he weighed it, the more reassuring it felt. Although he could not yet unleash the purple sky divine thunder, the road ahead is long, and there is no rush. What is even more precious is that this hammer is both offensive and defensive. When wielded, the thunder light forms a curtain, and ordinary attacks shatter upon impact, like fireflies. However, its true value lies not in its sharpness or durability, but in its imposing righteousness. Thunder is the heavenly punishment specifically meant to intimidate evil spirits. Monsters and demons retreat in fear, while malevolent entities tremble at its sound. Previously, he only possessed a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Harvest Scythe, and a high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the Mountain Suppressing Seal, which indeed had limited lethality. They were sufficient for handling minor troubles, but when faced with tougher opponents, he could hardly manage. Fortunately, after traveling for these years, he had not encountered any formidable figures. Now with the purple lightning hammer in his embrace, his shortcomings have been compensated, and he walked through the primordial chaos with a firmer posture. With the spiritual treasure properly refined, when Qi extended his divine sense, sweeping outside the dojo. Oh, has the teacher also emerged from seclusion? The direction of the Lingji Palace was surging with spiritual energy like the initial rise of spring tides, and he immediately understood. Immortal Hanzhi had completed her cultivation. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the wood energy beneath his feet swirled, and he stepped away in an instant. Inside the Lingji Palace, the master and disciple met, exchanging a few pleasantries, and both already understood each other's intentions. Seeing her disciple's aura solid and the golden immortal Dao fruit already achieved, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Hanzhi's eyes, when she also knew that his teacher had broken through and entered the realm of Ta-I, golden immortal, currently gathering the 5 energies, within, waiting for the 3 flowers to gather at the top. Ta-I refines the 5 energies, Deluo gathers the 3 flowers. The Ta-I golden immortal resides at the 7th stage of the 8 realms of the immortal Dao, and this realm does not stop at merely gathering energy and refining the spirit. He must refine the 5 elemental energies from the primordial chaos into his own Dao body. Once the 5 energies contained in his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are harmonized and flawless, he can knock on the door of Deluo. Immortal Hanzhi carefully explained this path to Wen Qi. She knew that with Wen Kai's roots and opportunities, if he were to truly descend to the mortal realm and experience the era of the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns, attaining the Ta-I golden immortal would likely come naturally. Thus she revealed everything she knew without holding back. Wen Qi thanked her with cupped hands, and then said to Hanzhi, teacher, you are currently about to refine the innate 5 energies, and the grains in my dojo happen to correspond to the 5 elements. Why not do as we did last time and pay a visit to my place to reward the 5 internal organs? Though the 5 elemental energy in the grains is faint, they were personally planted and harvested by me, so they count as a token of my sincerity. Hanzhi paused briefly in thought, then nodded in agreement. Though the trace of 5 element Qi was indeed meager, it was better than nothing. And more importantly, this disciple possessed exceptional culinary skill and genuine filial devotion. Accepting him as a disciple brought peace of mind. Having cultivated in seclusion for an extended period, it was only fitting to loosen one's limbs and refresh the spirit. She immediately formed hand seals to send a summons, inviting the 3 Shao Immortals and Kaiyun Immortal from Tongtian Island along with Zhao Gongming. She also called upon Gui Ling Xingmu of Jinao Island and Song Jiesianxing to attend the banquet. Feasting thrives on conviviality, and conviviality demands numbers. Soon outside Nongshan Hall, a grand culinary array took shape. Pots, pans, ladles, and bowls stood ready. Of salt, oil, soy sauce, and vinegar were laid out in precise formation. Wen Qi, eager to celebrate his master's ascension, exerted himself fully, mastering fire control, wielding the cleaver with precision, balancing seasonings with exacting care. Not a single detail was neglected. Having heard from Bai Xiao that this junior disciple excelled in human culinary arts, Zhao Gongming personally journeyed forth and returned bearing several lively spirit beasts. This time no longer bound by strict vegetarian austerity, the meal harmonized meat and vegetable alike, its fragrance deep and rich and layered, filling the air. The aroma unfurled in waves, even the wind swirling with its oily, fragrant breath. Bai Xiao stood on tiptoe beside the stove, her throat bobbing. He Huang lay beneath the hearth, tongue lolling wide, tail thumping rhythmically against the ground. Fortunately, Jinao Island stretched vast and wide. The immortal abodes scattered far apart. Otherwise, many fellow cultivators deep in seclusion might well have been jolted violently from their meditative trances by this irresistible scent. Dishes were served, wine cups filled to the brim. The 3 Shao Immortals' long-standing guests wasted no time. Chopsticks darted straight toward their favorites, unburdened by pretense. Zhao Gongming, Tsayun Gui Ling, and Song Jie, however, were first-time visitors. Each chopstick movement measured, each bite deliberate. Especially Song Jie seated ramrod straight, he lifted only half a chopstick's worth of food, eyes lowered, brows gently furrowed, as if trembling lest he commit even the slightest breach of etiquette. Though he and Wen Qi both ranked among the 3rd-generation disciples of the Jie sect, Wen Qi bore the august title of Sage Teacher of Humanity, a designation that overrode seniority itself. How dare he behave casually? When she said nothing, merely raising his hand to pour fragrant self-brewed fruit wine into each cup. Amber liquid shimmered in the light, sweet upon first sip, its aftertaste lingering like silk drawn across the tongue. After several rounds, reserved, softened conversation flowed freely, and laughter rang clear and bright. Indeed, the ancient saying held true: wine warms the gut, and only then does truth rise to the lips. A dozen souls gathered round, sharing jests and stories, passing cups and plates, eating with ease, speaking with joy. When the meal concluded, guests reclined in bamboo chairs beneath the gentle sun, digesting slowly, serenely. Zhao Gongming observed Hanzhi's steady breath, and inwardly gathered chi, recognizing she had firmly entered the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, and spoke: "Little sister Han, Zhi, your 5 chi await coalescence. What you lack most is primordial water essence. I hold a portion within my Ding Hai Zhu. Take it as a gift." Before the final syllable faded, his sleeve fluttered, a treasure pearl appeared in his palm, radiant, luminous, wreathed in misty water vapor. With a light fingertip touch, a droplet of essence emerged, crystalline as glacial ice, soft as morning mist, settling steadily into Hanzhi's open palm. She accepted it, her eyes alight, joy unmasked and unreserved. She had been searching desperately for the 5 essences: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. None could be omitted. The earth essence she could refine from her masters bestowed, just Shirong. The wood essence came innately. After all, she was a Lingji spirit who had attained enlightenment, her body suffused with profound, enduring wood chi. Only the water essence had eluded her, sought far and wide in vain. Zhao Gongming's gift arrived precisely when needed, like snowfall upon parched earth. She accepted without hesitation, offering sincere thanks before tucking it into her sleeve. Though rare to her, to Zhao Gongming, who wielded the Ding Hai Zhu, it was effortlessly obtained. Where affection ran deep, excessive courtesy would only create distance. When Chi's gaze swept over the Ding Hai Zhu, still hovering midair, unretreated. After a moment's reflection, he asked Senior Uncle Gongming, "This Ding Hai Zhu appears a supreme primordial spirit treasure, but why only 24 beads? Heaven's numerology prescribes 36. At these words, all eyes turned to Zhao Gongming. Yun Xiao and her sisters exchanged glances. They knew their elder brother possessed this ultimate treasure, yet had never pondered its count. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily, lifting the Ding Hai Zhu onto his palm, letting it rotate freely in midair, its halo pulsing with gentle light. "Junior, nephew, your insight is keen. You've discerned the very root of this treasure. Originally, it manifested from the 36 stamens of the chaotic azure lotus. Thus a full set should number 36. A single bead equals a low-tier primordial spirit treasure, 6 unified form a mid-tier, 12 constitute a high-tier. Only 24 assembled yield a supreme tier. The very configuration before us now. Should all 36 unite, it ascends to become a primordial supreme treasure, the World Pearl. These 24 were bestowed upon me by our sect master from Funbao Cliff during the Great War of the Spirits and Demons, granted for personal protection. As for the remaining 12, their whereabouts elude even our master's divination." Silence settled over the hall, brief but profound. Though no one voiced it aloud, a shared sorrow rippled silently through their hearts. To gather all 36 Ding Hai Zhu would forge a true primordial supreme treasure, not only amplifying Zhao Gongming's own authority tenfold, but enabling the Jie sect to anchor its celestial fortune and secure the very foundation of its Dao lineage. Yet if even a sage could not fathom their location, further pursuit would prove futile, a thought that rose then quietly subsided. Zhao Gongming scanned their faces. How could he fail to read their unspoken thoughts? He raised his teacup, sipped lightly. The aroma of tea bloomed softly, and his smile relaxed. "Primordial supreme treasures are beyond even sage's grasp. How dare we mere Taoist disciples of the profound gate presume such blessed destiny? Of the 6 primordial supreme treasures in the Hongwang world, 8 sages exist. 2 treasures remain unclaimed by design. Even if one chanced upon one retaining, it would be perilous. The radiance alone would invite calamity." When Shi's eyes lit up, he quickly clasped hands and saluted Senior Uncle Gongming. "May I venture to ask, which 6 treasures are they, and who now holds each?" Before he finished speaking, Bai Xiao rose, laughing, tapping Wen Shi's forehead lightly with her fingertip. "Little junior nephew, still ignorant of this. Very well, today your senior aunt, Bai Xiao, shall deliver this long overdue lesson." Laughter rippled through the assembly as all leaned in attentively. In truth, only Wen Shi and Song Jie, both born of later generations, remained unaware. The rest had known these truths since youth. Bai Xiao cleared her throat, voice crisp and swift. "The 6 primordial supreme treasures are the Taiji 2, the Pang of Fan, the Hunyuan Zhong, the Qingquan Ding, the 24-petal creation azure lotus, and the World Pearl. The Taiji 2 rests with Elder Uncle anchoring the human teachings, celestial fortune. The Panga Fan lies under Second Elder Uncle's stewardship, the pinnacle treasure of the Chan teaching. The Hunyuanzhong, likewise one of the 3 treasures of creation, vanished after the Great War of Spirits and Demons, its true form unseen to this day. The Qiankuan Ding once belonged to Qiankuan Laozu. After the Daomo conflict it fell silent, never re-emerging. As for the World Pearl, it remains incomplete without its 12 missing Ding Hai Zhu, thus little more than a name. Lastly, the 24-petal creation Azure Lotus was divided among our sect master and the 2 elder uncles, transforming into 3 supreme primordial spirit treasures, the Panlong Flat Staff, the 3-jeweled Rui Scepter, and the Qingping Sword. Hence the old saying, red lotus, white lotus, green lotus leaf. All 3 teachings spring from one root. Ah, I see. When Shi and Tsang Jia exchanged glances, nodding in unison, their brows clearing as understanding dawned. Of the 6 supreme treasures, only 2, the Taiji 2 and the Panga Fan, are openly acknowledged today. The other 4 remain either hidden or fragmented, elusive, perhaps even spectral. As the Hongwang era progresses, sentient beings grow ever less blessed. Their karmic fortune wanes, their celestial fate grows thin. Tang Seng's accumulation of 9 lifetimes of merit merely to attain purity of spirit in his 10th incarnation stands as irrefutable proof. That which even primordial beings cannot locate lies utterly beyond the reach of later generations. Seeing Wen Qi's comprehension, Zhao Gongming withdrew the Ding Hai Zhu into his sleeve, his tone growing weightier. Though not a supreme treasure, it ranks among the foremost of supreme primordial spirit treasures. When deployed, its 5-colored radiance bewilders the senses and shatters the soul. When struck, its weight exceeds mountain ranges. Should even a quasi-sage endure a single blow, blood would spurt, and he would collapse to his knees. He paused, his gaze settling upon the Zidian hammer, at Wen Qi's waist, a faint smile, curving his lips. It matches your Zidian hammer. Perfectly matched in power and prestige. The mention of the purple lightning hammer immediately evokes memories of the scene when the celestial master bestowed it many years ago. You immediately said, do not rely on treasures to show off, while I replied, treasures are inanimate but talents are alive, and we urged him, warning him not to neglect his cultivation simply because he possessed a valuable item. However, upon seeing the golden celestial aura congealed and undissipated above Wen Qi's head, everyone fell silent, then burst into silent laughter. This apprentice of ours had refined himself from a mortal body to a golden immortal in 2,000 years, while they had no idea where the threshold of the golden immortal lay back in their day. Just then a sudden phoenix cry resonated outside Janeo Island, clear and melodious, with a lingering tail note that echoed through the clouds. Wen Qi and Tsang Jia could not discern its significance, but found it pleasing to the ears. Yun Xiao's gaze flickered, and he immediately stood up, saying, how could there be a Qing Yuan of the great Luo realm coming to the island? Attention gripped everyone's hearts, and they fell silent. After the Dragon Han calamity, the Qilin became extinct. True dragons lurked in the depths, and phoenixes vanished to distant lands, avoiding the immortal fire. Nowadays, the dragon and phoenix bloodlines seen in the wilderness are mostly mixed blood descendants, so diluted that their original forms are hard to discern. Yun Xiao's mount the Qing Yuan, I Qiong Xiao's mount the Flower Feather, and Bai Xiao's mount the Hong, who all bear a trace of the Phoenix clan's remnants, yet it has long faded like smoke and mist. More critically, the karmic residue from the Dragon Han era has not dissipated, and the true bloodlines of the 3 clans have long ceased to manifest in the world. The Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas are now merely of golden immortal cultivation, let alone the Phoenix clan. The Qing Yuan capable of calling out in the skies above Janeo Island, and possessing the cultivation of the Great Luo. There is only one in the entire wilderness. It is the pure-blood phoenix transformed under the seat of Nuwa. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming and the others' expressions slightly tightened as they each lowered their gazes in contemplation. The Celestial Master and the Saint Nuwa have no dealings, and the arrival of her mount is certainly not that of an ordinary visitor. The mounts of saints are always in attendance, akin to close confidants. Their cultivation may not be exceptionally high, but the weight they represent commands respect that none dare to underestimate. With the conclusion of the Fengshen calamity, the teachings of the Jie sect have withered, and the Celestial Master has also been taken back to the Zhixiao Palace by the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Yet within the wilderness, no one dares to underestimate the water and fire boys under the Celestial Master, nor to dismiss that Kuang Yo. Even though the Jie sect's mountain gate has crumbled, the 2 of them live the most carefree lives. While everyone speculated why the Qing Yuan under Nuwa suddenly arrived at Janeo Island, the Water and Fire Boy had already led the Qing Yuan into the Lingji Palace of the Immortal. Is Sister Hanzhi present? A distinguished guest has arrived. Before the sound reached, the voice arrived first. Hanzhi felt a slight doubt in her heart. She had no dealings with the Saint Nuwa, so why would her mount come to her? But etiquette cannot be neglected, so she immediately called for Wenqi and hurried out to greet them. Outside the dojo, the Water and Fire Boy stood in front with the Qing Yuan half a step behind, waiting quietly. Seeing Hanzhi and Wenqi appear, the Water and Fire Boy hurriedly cupped his hands and spoke. Sister Hanzhi, this is the Qing Yuan under the Saint Nuwa, specially seeking your disciple, the human Wenqi. The master commanded me to lead the way, and I have conveyed the message. As for the rest, please let sister discuss it with the Qing Yuan friend at your leisure. After saying this, he bowed to both and turned to leave without a second glance. Seeing the Qing Yuan approach, Wenqi, Hanzhi stepped aside and said, "Friend, you have traveled far. Please come in and have a chat." Inside the Lingji Palace, Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, and Gue Ling had not left yet and merely sat quietly observing. Hanzhi invited the Qing Yuan to take a seat, made some small talk, and then directly asked for its purpose. "I am Hanzhi, an outer disciple of the Jie sect, and Wenqi is my direct disciple. May I ask why the Qing Yuan friend seeks him?" Wenqi stepped forward, adjusted his clothing, and presented himself, respectfully bowing deeply to the Qing Yuan. Upon seeing this, the Qing Yuan suddenly stood up, not daring to accept the bow, and stepped aside. Why? Although Wenkai's cultivation is merely that of a Tai golden immortal, he is the holy master of the human race, created by Nuwa herself, carrying the fortune of the human race across 4 layers, which is even more than the original fortune of the human race bestowed upon the Saint Nuwa. For the human race, his position is only subordinate to the Holy Mother. The Qing Yuan, despite being a great Luo golden immortal, is ultimately a mount of a saint and a servant. How could it dare to accept such a bow? The Qing Yuan pays respects to the Holy Master. Her voice was clear and bright, but carried respect. The Holy Master taught the methods of agriculture, allowing the human race to cultivate land and sow seeds, flourishing without end, which has led to today's prosperity. The lady is pleased with this merit and has sent me with this treasure to commend the Holy Master's virtue. With this treasure in hand, the Holy Master can teach the human race with rightful justification, and no objections will arise. Upon finishing her words, she presented an object, shaped like a long whip, warm and luminous throughout, with an essence flowing that faintly resembled the primordial chaos. Upon a glance, Wenkai's heart instantly understood this is the creation whip, a treasure of postnatal merit. Back then, Nuwa by the banks of the Luo River broke a segment of the primordial vine to create humans, resulting in a total of 129600. At the moment of attaining sanctity, the heavenly Dao bestowed a vast amount of merit, and that segment of vine also absorbed the saintly might, refining into a whip called the creation whip. When she was stunned. This treasure is not an ordinary spirit tool. Any human, regardless of their realm, will be subject to its command. Even a primordial great Luo golden immortal, as long as their bloodline is human, cannot defy its order. He momentarily hesitated to reach out. The Qing Yuan, seeing this, smiled gently. The Holy Master need not hesitate. This whip cannot be wielded by just anyone. It can be used by the lady, by the great sages of the human race, but the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors lack the qualifications, let alone others. The lady bestows this whip not for authority, but as a trust. I hope the Holy Master will wield the whip to guide the 3 sovereigns, lead the 5 emperors, and correct the 8 masters, ensuring that the human race remains impartial and steadily occupies the central position of the heavens and earth. When she suddenly comprehended, for the human race to thrive, relying solely on the 3 sovereigns to stabilize, the 5 emperors to govern, and the 8 masters to assist in politics, is far from sufficient. The human emperor is also a flesh and blood being with doubts, mistakes, and selfish desires. If there is no one to hold the reins from a high position and guide them gradually, the momentum may lean and the foundation may tilt. He slightly sank to his knees, stretched out his hands, and solemnly accepted the creation whip, then raised his head towards the heavens, bowing 3 times respectfully towards the depths of the 9 heavens and chaos. After rising, he faced the Qing Yuan and said in a steady voice, "I, Wenqi of the human race, thank the Qing Yuan Senior and the Holy Mother. Please convey to the Senior, in this life, Wenkai's only duty is the great prosperity of the human race, dedicating himself fully until death." The Qing Yuan nodded with a warm smile. Good. The apprentice does not disappoint the name of the Holy Master. I will relay these words exactly without missing a single one to the lady. The Qing Yuan departed like the wind, delivering the treasure and returning instantly, leaving no moment to linger. Inside the Bo Palace, the Celestial Master scanned Janeo Island with his divine sense, and saw that the creation whip had fallen into Wenkai's hands, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his lips. This treasure is of no use to the saints. It only affects the human race, and can only be wielded by one who comes into being with it. When saints battle, they often use primordial treasures and chaotic spiritual roots, who would care about a set of rules established solely for the human race. But for Wenqi, this whip is not a power but a seal, it is not a weapon but a proof. Previously, the human race revered him as the holy master, relying on the oral traditions of the three ancestors and the recognition of all people, yet he always lacked a decree from the saint and a layer of orthodoxy. Now that Nuwa personally bestowed the creation whip, it is in the name of the saint dividing a layer of the human race's fortune and binding it to Wenqi. This is the true opportunity that has landed in his palm. With the support of the Celestial Master and the Holy Mother Nuwa behind him, although Wenkai's own cultivation is merely that of a golden immortal, his future journey through the wilderness will be much more stable. The moment he accepted the creation whip, his fortune quietly solidified like roots sinking deep into the soil, becoming unshakable. The shares of fortune he offered to his teacher, the immortal Hanzhi, and the Jie sect were also stabilized together. As the Celestial Master of the Jie sect, he understood the fluctuations of fortune implicitly. Excellent. A soft sigh fell to the ground, and his divine sense had already scattered to the four extremes and 8 wastelands, no longer lingering. After the azure lawn flew away, the crowd in the Spirit Plant Palace stepped forward one after another to offer their congratulations. Zhao Gongming stroked his beard and laughed, his voice hearty. Nephew Wenqi's fortune, blessings, and destiny are all solid and true. It was one thing when the Sage Master bestowed a spiritual treasure upon you earlier, but who would have thought that the Sage of Huahuang Palace would also personally grant you a treasure? This is truly no ordinary karma. With this whip in hand, your standing among the human race is rightfully elevated, and your words and actions carry great confidence. Zhao Gongming was originally born from the first wisp of clear wind at the dawn of heaven and earth, pure and untainted by nature. Even amidst the pervasive calamity and chaos, his thoughts were sharper. He saw through it at a glance. Wenqi, holding the creation whip, was already the unquestionably confirmed human race sage teacher. He could participate in the councils of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors above, manage the affairs of the myriad people below, and adjudicate the actions of successive emperors and cultivators in between. How could Wenqi not perceive the weight of these words? But Zhao Gongming did not know that hidden in his sleeve was the supreme treasure of human race's destiny, the Kongtong seal. Its power far surpassed the creation whip, but for now it could not be revealed. Earlier, the Dao ancestor had remarked in the Zishao Palace, the human race sage teacher naturally possesses a vessel to suppress destiny. The saints took this to mean a few acquired merit spiritual treasures refined by Wenqi himself, and did not think deeply on it. If they truly knew the Kongtong seal had already appeared in the world, they would likely come knocking on his door in the blink of an eye. Especially the leader of the Rin sect, Taishang Laojun. Even with his status as sect leader, he only received a share of 1/10 of the human race's destiny. How could he not be tempted by this seal? Wenqi cupped his hands and smiled. Uncle Gongming flatters me. I believe the sage lady also wishes for the success of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors matter, which is why she entrusted this treasure to me. Moreover, since the Jie sect has secured 5 positions as imperial teachers this time, if the human race is to prosper greatly, we disciples should naturally contribute our efforts. In the end, it is all thanks to the blessings of the Jie sect. Ha ha ha. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. That tongue of yours is smoother than the pine resin from Mount Kunlun. No wonder the sect master has bestowed upon you 2 innate spiritual treasures in succession. At his praise, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, Gailing Caiyun, and others also chimed in with beaming smiles. Only Bixiao, standing behind Yunxiao, wore a long sulky face. Sigh. Little Wenqi is truly fortunate. Since I took form, I haven't even touched a decent spiritual treasure. Master said only when I cultivate to the Tai golden immortal realm will he bestow one. Now nephew Wenqi has one, and nephew Cangjia has one too. Why am I the only one left out? Could it be that in Master's heart he has already ranked us sisters into different classes, eh? Before she could finish, Yunxiao clamped a hand over her mouth, her fingers tightening. Silence. Speaking ill of a sage behind their back was no small offense. In a moment of negligence, Bixiao had let her mouth run wild again. What nonsense are you spouting? You're only a golden immortal. Even if you were given a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, you couldn't refine it. Yunxiao lowered her voice, her brow slightly furrowed. Master is forcing you to cultivate with a steady heart. If you don't give thanks for his kindness and instead dare to gossip, do you believe he'll smack your palm today? Seeing her elder sister, truly angered, Bi Xiao turned and darted behind, Zhao Gongming, her skirts swirling as she hid herself completely. When she observed this with a faint smile, choosing not to interject. Tongtian Zhaozhu had always been lenient with his disciples. If he truly disliked Bi Xiao, he would have expelled her from the inner halls of Bo Palace long ago rather than allowing her to listen to the Dao daily at the preaching platform. He also knew well from his past life, Fairy Bi Xiao indeed had no spiritual treasure to her name. Zhao Gongming had received the top-grade innate spiritual treasure Dinghai Pearl. Yunxiao wielded the Hunyuan Golden Dough, and Xiongxiao used the top-grade acquired spiritual treasure Golden Dragon Scissors. Only Bi Xiao, whose cultivation was not yet sufficient and who often moved in tandem with her two sisters, had not been given a separate treasure by Tongtian Zhaozhu. This was not favoritism, but a well-considered arrangement after careful deliberation. How domineering were innate spiritual treasures! Those with insufficient destiny, who forcibly held them, would instead suffer backlash. When one's fortune could not bear the weight, calamity would follow. Yunxiao was born from the first white cloud of heaven and earth, and Zhao Gongming was condensed from the first wisp of clear wind. Their destiny was profound, and their blessings enduring, making them worthy of such heavy treasures. The same was true for Duobao. Doran, his original form, was the top-grade, innate spiritual treasure Duobao Pagoda, and his fortune was already at its peak, yet he still could not bear the weight of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Thus Tongtian Zhaozhu never bestowed one upon him, following the heavenly way without the slightest deviation. At Shouyang Mountain in the primordial wilderness within the Great Luo 8 Scenery Palace. On this day, the leader of the Rin sect, Taishang Laojuan, summoned his only personal disciple, the human Xiandu. Since Taishang had brought Xiandu back from the human race, the times this child had set foot in the 8 Scenery Palace could be counted on one hand. This palace was also known as Xiandu Purple Mansion, and the name Xiandu was the Dao title Taishang had given him, derived from the name of his cave dwelling. The Shouyang Great Luo Cave was one of the top-tier grotto heavens in the primordial wilderness. Though it could not compare to the majestic main vein of eastern Kunlun, it was only slightly inferior. The cave originally had 9 great wonders, but as 9 was the ultimate number, violating Taishang's principle of not daring to take the lead in the world, one wonder was removed, and the palace was named 8 Scenery Palace. Xiandu did not pause to linger, but walked straight through the front courtyard and into the inner hall. A couplet hung on the hall door, its ink strokes calm and steady. The Dao judges the primordial chaos, having seen the 2 forms and 4 symbols born from the Great One. From the primordial void the law was transmitted, revealing how yin and yang and the 5 elements transform into the myriad things. Deep within the inner hall, Taishang Laojun sat upright before the 8 trigrams furnace, the flames gently flickering and the alchemical mist swirling. 2 page boys stood by the furnace. One in golden robes tending the fire, the other in silver robes fanning the wind, their movements synchronized, silent and unnoticed. Xiandu stood quietly behind his master, hands lowered and breath held, not uttering a word. After an unknown number of incense sticks, time, the innate Dao fire beneath the furnace gradually extinguished. Taishang suddenly raised his hand and beckoned. A stream of purple gold light broke through the air and landed in his palm. It was the purple gold gourd. The mouth of the gourd tilted slightly, and the 9 golden pills just completed in the furnace, each one round and smooth with inner light restrained, all entered the gourd without a single one missing. Only then did Taishang turn around, his gaze calm. Xiandu, the matter of the human race's 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors I mentioned to you before has now reached its opportune moment. The brother of Sage Nuwa is about to be born into the human race. Go to the Feng Gun tribe and wait for him. This matter had been told to him long ago after Taishang had returned from the assembly at the Zishao Palace. At that time it was made clear, although Fuxi was to hold the position of heavenly sovereign, the title of imperial teacher was tied to Taishang. The responsibility for guiding his cultivation initiation must be undertaken personally by Xiandu. Over the years, Xiandu had not been idle. He had repeatedly pondered and refined his teaching methods, organized the scriptures, and prepared all sorts of instruments in his dojo, all in preparation for this journey. Taishang further instructed, when you go, only impart the orthodox methods of the Xian Gate to Fuxi and guide his cultivation. As for how he unites his people, enlightens their wisdom, and inherits the throne of the human sovereign, you need not interfere. The 3 ancestors will manage the overall structure, and the sage teacher will protect the foundation. Hearing this, a slight ripple stirred in Xiandu's heart. What pleased him was that this task was simple and pure, only requiring him to transmit the Dao and teach without involving disputes over power. When Fux's merits were complete, and he attained the status of a supreme sage of the human race, he is the one who imparted the teachings on behalf of his master, would naturally receive a share of the heavenly merits, thereby severing the three corpses and ascending to the quasi-saint realm. For a grand Luo golden immortal like him, this was merely a trivial task. What puzzled him was that he was well versed in the names of the three ancestors, but the title human race sage teacher was something he was hearing for the first time. He had been away from the human race for eons, not having inquired about mortal affairs for tens of thousands of years. How was it that another person now held this revered title? Taishang, observing his expression, understood it all, without waiting for him to speak, and said slowly, "The human race sage teacher shares the same origin as you, also a being born from the human race. He has now joined the sect of your third senior uncle, the Jie sect, as a disciple under Master Hanzhi Xian of Jinao Island, and his name is Wenqi. First go to Jinao Island to pay your respects to senior uncle Tongtian, then take Wenqi with you to the Feng Gun tribe." Xiandu immediately bowed his head and replied, "I shall obey the master's orders." It turns out that after his departure the human race had already flourished in such a manner. Not only had the three ancestors established their foundations, but also talented individuals from the clan entered the Xian Gate and inherited the orthodox teachings, learning from renowned masters and practicing the Dao. Seeing that he understood the Supreme One, waved his sleeve. For items floated in midair: a sword, a chain, a plow, and a gourd, each radiating a clear light, serene and undisturbed. Although this journey bears no dangers, spiritual treasures are indispensable. This sword is named Xian Du Zi Fu sword, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, taken by my master from the Dao ancestors' treasure cliff years ago, now bestowed upon you for protection. This plow is named Xian Du Tian Li, also a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Although it is not meant for killing, it will assist you in cultivating your heart and nurturing virtue, thus accumulating great merit. This qin is called Long Feng Qin, and it is also a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Since you are going to teach Fuxi, how could you go empty-handed? This item is a gift for your entrance. This Zijin Hu Lu contains the 9 transformation golden cores that were just refined. Earlier my junior brother Yuan Shi requested 9 from me for the disciples of the Chan sect, which I could not neglect. Take this gourd to Jinao Island and deliver it to Uncle Tongtian. In the 8 Scenery Palace, everything was clear and well arranged. Once the Supreme One had completed his instructions, he no longer kept anyone behind. Strangely enough, the Supreme One practiced the Tao of forgetting emotions, yet he never hesitated in front of his disciples or his 2 brothers. When Yuan Shi asked for the pills, he generously granted them. Even though Tongtian did not speak, he personally sent Xian Du to deliver them. Xian Du and Fuxi Wan was his personally taught first disciple, and the other was his designated imperial teacher. Both received top-grade spiritual treasures as gifts with no distinctions made, treating them equally. That person, the great master of the Xian Du, the first postnatal being of the human race, bid farewell to Shouyang Mountain and headed straight for the East Sea. Fortunately, the 3 supreme immortal palaces of the primeval times are all located in the East Xian Du Zifu. The 8 Scenery Palace in the Deluo Cave of Shouyang Mountain, Yu Jingjin Ke, the Yusu Palace in the Sanxin Cave of Kunlun Mountain, and the True Realm of the Immortal Domain. The Bayou Palace on Jinao Island in the East Sea. Xian Du bore a mission and did not dare to slow down. Along the way he paid no attention to the traces of immortals and clouds. His footsteps remained steady as he headed directly for Jinao Island. He first followed the fire and water boys as they led the way, entering the Bayou Palace to bow in greeting to Tongtian, presenting the golden cores. Upon seeing that his elder brother had sent 9 transformation golden cores, Tongtian's expression brightened. Others may not know the secrets of this pill, but as one of the Sanxing of Pangu, he certainly understood it clearly. 9 transformation golden core is enough to help someone ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm. It can also refine bones, cleanse marrow, stabilize one's foundation, extend life, and solidify one's Dao base. It is indeed a rare treasure in the world, not inferior in the slightest to the fruits produced by the top innate spiritual root, Huang Zhongli. Tongtian accepted the pills and inquired about the purpose of the visit, immediately commanding the little fire and water to lead Xian Du to the Lingji Palace to find Wenqi. With matters concerning the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns urgent, the flourishing of the human race could not be delayed. Before Xian Du arrived, Wenqi had already made plans. On this day he traversed the wood and arrived directly in front of his teacher Han Zhi's Lingji Palace. Inside the hall the master and disciple exchanged pleasantries as usual. Hanzhi asked more about the progress of cultivation, her tone warm and thick. After the small talk, Wenqi directly stated the purpose of his visit. Hearing this, Hanzhi paused slightly, her gaze deepening. The 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns, the 8 imperial lords, needed to complete their merits. How could this be an easy task? First, one must start from the beginning and steadily step onto the stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, then lead the human race to accomplish various great merits and bring about great fortune. Cultivating the wasteland, creating implements and rituals, dispelling evil and rectifying the law, nurturing the masses. Only when the human race thrives can they truly establish a foundation. Once the heavenly Dao responds, grand merits will descend, and one will be conferred as a saint. Wen Kai's proof of being a golden immortal would still take 2,000 years, while the 8 imperial lords would likely require more than 10,000 years. She understood this in her heart, yet she could also clearly see the determination in Wen Kai's eyes. Teacher, do not worry, when she spoke calmly. For us 10,000 years is but a breath. This matter concerns our own Dao, so I, the disciple, must undertake it personally, no matter how far I must travel or how many years I must run. Looking at the vast primeval world, how many fellow practitioners wish to compete for this task, yet cannot even obtain it. Moreover, teacher will later have to join the human race and take on the role of the Water Emperor's master. You and I, teacher and disciple, will surely have a day of reunion. After hearing this, Hanzhi lightly nodded. She indeed worried, but also knew without the human race's fortune to nurture us, how could she and when she have today's cultivation? Assisting the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns is precisely the duty of the human race's holy master. What is more important is, this journey is related to the depth of Wen Kai's Dao path and the height of his realm. She said no more, only handed over a jade talisman. This is for self-defense on the journey, do not mind its simplicity. Just as her words fell, a clear voice suddenly came from outside the palace. Sister Hanzhi. Nephew Wenqi. A distinguished guest has come. The Lingji Palace, built on Jinao Island for many years, had few visitors. Qingwan had come once, an old friendship with the Feng clan. The disciples of the GS sect seldom visited, and this place had grown accustomed to tranquility. Who would have thought that recently there had been a succession of visitors? The master and disciple exchanged glances, not daring to be negligent. Who could be led by the child of Tongtian, the one who serves as the chief, if not an extraordinary individual? They hurriedly adjusted their clothes to welcome the guest. Xiandu and Wenqi had never met. Hanzhi, however, recognized him at a glance, and immediately gathered her sleeves, bowing. Hanzhi greets Master Xiandu. Xiandu returned the greeting with a smile, replying warmly, Sister Hanzhi, you are too courteous. Seeing that his teacher had greeted first, Wenqi understood the visitor's identity, and promptly cupped his hands and bowed his head. Wenqi greets Master Xiandu. Xiandu, who is taught by the Supreme Laozi, has a broad temperament, and seeing the complete courtesy of the two, also returned the greeting seriously. I have seen Sister Hanzhi, and I have seen the holy master of the human race. He received a bow from Hanzhi, which was only natural, but to Wenqi, he took half a step to the side, avoiding the great courtesy of a junior. Though in terms of the generation of the Xian sect, Wenqi indeed belongs to the 3rd generation of disciples, which is a generation lower. Yet he is the holy master of the human race, and received the explicit permission of the holy maiden. Even this postnatal human being did not dare to overstep in terms of status. Though the human teachings are not as strict as the Chan teachings, they place greater importance on the word duty. Everyone settled into the hall and exchanged a few words as Xiandu then got to the main topic. Holy Master, the Heavenly Emperor Fuxi is about to be born in the human race's tribe. My master has commanded me to come and invite you to go to the East Sea together to assist in laying the foundations for the world. May I ask, Holy Master, when will we set out? Hanzhi and the Fire and Water boys both looked at Wenqi. Before Xiandu arrived, Wenqi had already prepared his travel gear, with the Black Emperor squatting at the steps, his tail lightly sweeping the blue bricks, as if also waiting to set off. He slightly nodded to Xiandu, then turned to Hanzhi and deeply bowed. The disciple is leaving. The 3 departed from the palace, riding the winds eastward, their shadows disappearing into the sea of clouds. As they traveled swiftly upon the clouds, Xiandu always referred to Wenqi as Holy Master, and Wenqi likewise addressed Xiandu as Master Uncle. As time passed, even the warm-hearted Xiandu began to feel that this title was somewhat awkward. Both were emerging talents of the human race with no blood ties or actual master-disciple teachings, rigidly adhering to status instead made them feel constrained. Xiandu finally spoke. Holy Master, why don't we refer to each other by our Dao names from now on? Within the human race, neither of us was born innate. There is no distinction of high or low. Calling each other this way, conversing and doing things would feel much more pleasant. Wenqi had already had this thought in his heart, but due to etiquette he did not bring it up first. Upon hearing this, he immediately replied, That suits my wishes perfectly, I just do not dare to overstep. The two exchanged a glance and burst into hearty laughter, their joy echoing through the clouds. Xiandu is indeed the one closest to the Dao among the human race. Years ago, when the Supreme Laozi first arrived among the human race to give lectures, 129,608 human beings sat quietly to listen, yet none had the thought of becoming a disciple. Only the postnatal Xiandu, after hearing a few words, understood the essence within. Thus he sought diligently for 10 years, traversed thousands of mountains, and finally knocked on the gates of Hangu Pass, entering the teachings of the Supreme. In his past life, he cultivated to the level of quasi saint, with an ordinary mortal body, and even the cataclysmic events of the witch demons, reconciliation, the Fengshen calamity, and the competition between Buddhism and Taoism never stirred his Dao base even slightly. His blessings were vast, and his fortune was long-lasting. At present he has reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, awaiting a portion of heavenly merit to sever the good corpse and ascend to the realm of quasi-saint. It is known that many innate deities still linger between the Golden Immortal and the Supreme Golden Immortal. Among the renowned 12 disciples of the Chan sect, only Guangchengzi could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. When she, my virtuous younger brother, Xiandu, shifted the topic, the master once said that the human race's Fushi will be born in the Fenggun tribe. Do you know where this tribe is located? When Shi pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, I am ashamed, I have no impression of the Fenggun tribe. This is not his fault. It has been several hundred years since he left Kantong Mountain. The human race reproduces rapidly, and within a century, 10 generations of descendants can emerge. Now, with the population of the wilderness becoming increasingly dense, others may not notice that he holds the Kantong seal. With each addition to the human race, the luck within the seal increases. With just a slight touch of his mind, he can discern the rise and fall of the clan. He continued, Elder brother Xiandu, although I have lingered in the ancestral land for over 100 years, time flies, and the old land is no longer the same. I truly do not know where the Fenggun tribe is located, but there is no need to ask each tribe. Let's head straight back to the ancestral land, and first pay our respects to the 3 human ancestors. In the Hall of Human Ancestors there are records of each tribe's maps and migration paths. It will be easy to find out. Hearing this, Xiandu's eyes lit up, and he clapped his legs, saying, Excellent. I was so focused on hastening to Fenggun to seek Fushi that I forgot this important matter. He thought to himself, no wonder the master specifically instructed me to invite the holy master to accompany me. When Kai's considerations are thorough and his actions are prudent. Had I come alone, I might have truly been disrespectful in the ancestral land and drawn criticism. He then cupped his hands and bowed to Wen Qi, saying, Virtuous younger brother, you truly deserve to be called a human race's holy teacher. I was just negligent. This journey must include a personal visit to the 3 human ancestors. The two then turned their cloud heads and headed straight for Kantong Mountain by the East Sea. Kantong Mountain Hall of Human Ancestors. Soon the two arrived. Xiandu is now a great Luo Golden Immortal, traveling on clouds far beyond the former realm of the Xian Immortal. His journey was steady yet swift. Upon hearing the news, Sueren Youchao and Zi immediately put down their farming tools. Although the 3 had attained the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal, they still tilled the fields daily, teaching people to make fire, build houses, and sew clothes. Their achievements stemmed from the merits bestowed by the heavenly Dao, not from painstaking cultivation. Thus it became increasingly difficult to break through their realms by their own efforts. To make further progress, they could only rely on the fortune of the human race or establish unprecedented merits to hope for the heavenly Dao's favor. Merits are hard to obtain, so the 3 devoted all their efforts to the prosperity of the human race. Soon the 3 ancestors stepped in. Wen Qi and Xiandu stood up to greet them, bowing their heads in solemnity. Sueren saw the two and laughed heartily, saying, Good, good, good. Our human race has finally produced 2 outstanding talents. One is you, Xiandu, and the other is you, Wen Qi. Xiandu felt awkward upon receiving such direct praise. He taught the path of the highest virtue and valued humility and restraint, and no one in his sect had ever praised him so openly. At this moment his ears turned slightly red, and he momentarily did not know how to respond. Wen Qi, however, remained composed, bowing and saying, You flatter me, ancestor. Among the human race, anyone can become a dragon. It is merely that the time has not come and the momentum has not gathered yet. We merely encountered opportunities early and took a fortunate step ahead. How can we dare to call ourselves outstanding? After sitting down, they shared some of their respective cultivation experiences. Upon learning that the 3 teachings of the East were about to send individuals to the human race to transmit the teachings, the eyes of the 3 human ancestors brightened, and their faces bore genuine and eager smiles. They also elaborated on the recent developments of each tribe population migrations and innovations in tools. As the small talk came to an end, Swearin put down his ceramic bowl, smiled, and asked, "Did the two of you come from afar for a matter to discuss?" When she stood up and said solemnly, "Please allow the three ancestors to observe. The witch and demon clans have long retreated from the wilderness. The heavens and earth are vast, and a new clan must carry on the lineage. The Dao ancestor and the various saints have agreed upon a strategy. From now on, the human race shall be the protagonists of the heavenly land." His tone was calm, each word clear, as he recounted the council held in Zixiao Palace to the three human ancestors. Upon learning of the saints' decision to have the human race take charge of the heavenly land, the three ancestors of Swearin all bore a layer of genuine delight on their faces. "Ha ha ha. Good, good." Swearin laughed heartily, repeating the word good 3 times, his voice loud and solid. "Since the Holy Mother fashioned us from clay, the human race has always been sandwiched between the innate myriad races struggling to survive. Through winds and rains, living day by day, relying solely on one breath to sustain us. Today it is finally our turn to raise our heads. This grand opportunity has ultimately fallen upon our shoulders." Yu Chao nodded in agreement, saying, "What the elder brother said is absolutely correct. This is indeed an opportunity for our human race to rise up. We are all post-heavenly beings with shallow roots and short lifespans. If we miss this chance, there may never be a place for us to stand again, and we will ultimately vanish into the wilderness." When she stood silently to the side, observing the two human ancestors with their brows relaxed and their faces full of smiles, yet a corner of his heart quietly sank. An old saying goes, "Fortune leans on misfortune, and misfortune hides within fortune." The human race, taking the leading position in the heavenly land, seems to have gained the favor of the great Tao, but behind that brilliance, they must also surrender many unseen things. Swearin's gaze shifted, observing Wen Kai's expression closely. The Holy Master's complexion is slightly solemn, as if there are concerns. Why not speak freely, and we will all discuss it together? When she had no intention of speaking. This matter involves deep issues, and a slight misstep could lead to the peril of the entire clan. But looking at the sincere inquiries in the eyes of the three human ancestors, he bit his tongue and finally spoke. Before he voiced his thoughts, his fingertips subtly pinched, and the Kongtong seal, within his spiritual essence, quietly circulated, causing the secrets of heaven within the hall of human ancestors to become veiled in mist, hidden and elusive. Have the three human ancestors ever considered why did the saints exclusively choose our post-heavenly beings to bear the responsibility of being the protagonists of the heavenly land? Upon this question, the three Swearin ancestors and Xian Du all ceased their laughter, their expressions instantly becoming solemn. Previously, they had only focused on their joy and had not thought deeply about the reason. The three human ancestors were still in the excitement of the news, while Xian Du, though aware of the outcome, had never contemplated the underlying reasons. This is not surprising. If it were not for Wen Kai's underlying memories, even ordinary individuals, no matter how hard they pondered for 100 years, would find it difficult to glimpse the mystery within. Seeing the four of them bowing their heads in silence, Wen Qi spoke slowly. In the wilderness, there are countless races stronger than the human race. In terms of lineage, fortune, source of blessings, and divine abilities, who does not overshadow our human race? In the past, the leading roles included the innate demons, the ferocious beasts of the wilderness, and the dragon phoenix and Chilan races, followed by the witch and demon races. Who among them was not a force to be reckoned with, shaking the heavens and the earth? Who among them was not born with divine powers, living as long as the heavens? And what about our human race? Merely flesh and blood, a lifespan of 100 years transformed from a handful of turbid air, compared to the pure chi of the 9 heavens. The difference is like that between clouds and mud. The smiles faded from the faces of the three ancestors. Swearin solemnly replied, "The Holy Master speaks truth. Our human race's origins indeed cannot be compared to the innate races. May I ask the saints, why exactly did you choose us?" When she lowered his gaze, not directly addressing the Dao ancestors' intentions, but laying out the facts. In the past, the protagonists had clans as strong as mountains, and within those clans, powerful beings could easily rend the heavens and split the earth. During the calamity of the witch and demon races, the two clans fought until the heavens lost color, and even the saints had to retreat far away. When they clashed, the slaughter spread across the land, and our human race was caught in the fray, suffering countless casualties. The Buzhou mountain was shattered, and the earth split into 4 great continents. The wounds of the primordial chaos have yet to heal. The Dao ancestor and the saints observed with concern, pondering the protagonist of the heavenly realm cannot continue to be such an uncontrollable race. Previously they only saw the advantages of rising to power, but not the dangers of bearing heavy burdens. It turns out that the human race's involvement in this affair is not due to exceptional talent, but rather easy to control, easy to adjust, and difficult to become a major threat. Ordinary humans decay within a century. In that time, they can hardly even establish a foundation, let alone stir the world. Even those few who are fortunate enough to gain a chance at immortality lack suitable spiritual treasures, supreme scriptures, or the support of their clan's heritage, making it impossible for them to achieve anything significant. In the eyes of the saints, the human race is merely a docile, controllable pawn that cannot stir up turmoil. With the human race firmly in this position, the Dao ancestor is at ease, the saints are reassured, the remnants of the witch and demon races are unafraid, and the wandering cultivators overseas are also untroubled. After a long silence, the three ancestors exchanged glances, and a resolution emerged. It was Swerin who spoke first, his tone plain, yet resolute. The Holy Master has considered this thoroughly. The three of us have pondered repeatedly, and still feel that the human race must occupy this position of the protagonist of the heavenly realm. As the saying goes, when weighing two benefits, choose the heavier. When weighing two harms, choose the lighter. Compared to the potential troubles in the future, surviving in the present is the most pressing matter. Without the Dao ancestors' compassion and the saints' protection, our human race would have long been reduced to food for others or ingredients in their alchemical furnaces. This statement was not an exaggeration. Ever since the demon emperor forged the witch-slaying sword, the mighty beings of the primordial chaos have tacitly understood the human race possesses both yin and yang energies, all five elements, and even harbors a trace of the clarity of creation. Clearly they are living alchemical materials, walking medicinal cauldrons. Only because they were crafted by the hands of the Holy Mother Nuwa and the teachings were bestowed by the Supreme Leader did people dare not to seize them openly. Without the saints' presence during the calamities of the witch and demon races, the human race would have long since turned to ash. Thus the five immortal beings in the Hall of Human Ancestors. The three ancestors, Wen Qi Xuandu, all understood in their hearts this position cannot be contested, this opportunity must be grasped. Once in a millennium, if missed, there will be no tomorrow. As for the plans the saints may have in the future, they are certainly better than the precarious situation we face now. Seeing that the three ancestors had come to this understanding, Wen Qi and Xuandu began to recount the arrangements of the three sovereigns and five emperors. Good, good, good. The three ancestors revealed joy on their faces upon hearing this. Marvelous, truly marvelous. With the addition of these three sovereigns and five emperors, our human race has gained 8 more pillars of support. And these 8 human emperors are all personally educated by disciples of the 3 teachings of the Xuanmin Chuan and Jia. Ultimately, it means that the 3 saints stand firmly behind the human race. Suerin, Youchao, and Zi did not harbor any resentment because the saints had not informed them beforehand. They only recognized one principle: anything beneficial to the human race is a good thing. Suerin pondered briefly before speaking. Fuxi, taking the throne of the heavenly sovereign, is indeed appropriate. In the future, the Holy Mother will surely not stand by and do nothing, considering her brotherly ties. He has governed the human race for many years, speaks little, yet every word is grounded in reality. Hearing this, Xuandu stepped forward and cupped his hands, asking, "May I inquire, human ancestor, before I set out? My teacher mentioned that Fuxi will be born in the Fenggun tribe. Where is this tribe located now?" Yu Chao smiled slightly at this question, looking at Xuandu. "Your question is quite pertinent. Now that the human race is scattered across various places, although there are many tribes, most are weak, and it is as difficult as finding a needle in the ocean for ordinary people to locate a small tribe. However, this postnatal merit spiritual treasure in my hands can sense all the places where the human race gathers." He raised his hand and lightly tapped the void, and a wisp of soft light emerged. The Fenggun tribe is located 3,000 miles north of Kongtong Mountain on the north bank of the Luo River. Xuandu felt relieved, his brow relaxing. Knowing the location, he could wait for Fux's arrival. Wen Qi and Xuandu then took their leave from the 3 ancestors and headed straight for the Luo River. The Luo River runs across the northern border of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. On the north bank, there is a small tribe called Fenggun. This tribe originally migrated from the ancestral land of Kongtong Mountain. When they first arrived here, they saw a divine dragon in the sky above the 9 heavens, weaving clouds and bringing rain, soaring freely, and the tribe believed it to be a divine manifestation, thus choosing to settle here, adopting Feng as their surname and naming themselves Fenggun. In the tribe, there was a girl born at the foot of Huashu Mountain on the north bank of the Luo River. The elders of the tribe called her Huashu. She was fair and upright with a gentle character, treating others without a trace of arrogance, and was well liked in the tribe. To the north of Huashu Mountain there is a large swamp, which is constantly shrouded in thunderous sounds. It is said that strange beasts lie dormant therein, hence it is called the Thunder Swamp. The people of the tribe have always avoided it, and no one dares to approach. One day Huashu entered the swamp to gather herbs, and suddenly saw a multicolored light streaking across the sky, plunging directly into the swamp. Curious, she bravely approached to investigate. The water in the swamp was clear and calm with gentle ripples, and the surroundings were surprisingly quiet, devoid of any malevolent aura. She walked slowly along the edge of the swamp, searching for where the celestial light had fallen, when she suddenly noticed a gigantic footprint imprinted in the mud. Deeply sunk by an inch with a clear outline seemingly not left by human strength. She bent down to take a closer look, and in a moment of inspiration stood on her toes, and gently stepped into the print with her right foot. As soon as her toes touched the mud, a burst of colorful light suddenly surged up like threads, and swiftly drilled into her abdomen, vanishing in an instant. Huashu only felt a slight warmth in her lower abdomen, as if a warm current was swirling, and it felt as though there was an inexplicable weight added. Not daring to linger, she turned and hurried back to the tribe. Months later her abdomen began to swell. An old man from the tribe took a look and immediately knew that she was pregnant. At that time the human race was still transitioning from matriarchy to patriarchy, and marriage customs were not yet established. It was common for men and women of the same tribe to live together. However, becoming pregnant without being married was extremely rare. The tribe leader summoned her for questioning, and under pressure Huashu, not daring to hide anything, recounted her encounter at the Thunder Swamp without omitting a single detail. Everyone thought it might be some young man who had overstepped his bounds, but to their surprise she was pregnant without a husband and did not even know who the child's father was. News spread, and the tribe's people avoided her, as if she were a plague, secretly implying that she had attracted evil spirits. Fortunately, Huashu had always been generous, helping neighbors, and had never wronged anyone. Although everyone distanced themselves from her, they did not harm her, nor did anyone mention expulsion. The tribe leader was a kind, old man who deliberated for a long time, and then allowed her to move to the foot of Huashu Mountain to live alone. Not far from the tribe, but not disturbing the eyes of others. If she stayed within the tribe, even if no one acted against her, the cold words and pointed fingers would make her life difficult. Not long after Huashu moved to the foot of the mountain when she and Xuandu also arrived at the Fenggun tribe. The two glanced around and immediately understood. When she said softly, "Senior brother Xuandu, this Huashu should be the mother of Fuxi." Indeed, I didn't expect that the holy emperor of the human race would descend in such a manner. When she and Xuandu settled on the peak of Huashu Mountain and made themselves comfortable there. This place is the closest to where the Huashu clan resides at the foot of the mountain, and it is quiet and undisturbed. The Fenggun tribe is now sparsely populated, and no one treads into the depths of Huashu Mountain. As soon as the two got settled, Wen Qi took out a postnatal spiritual treasure. A delicate small courtyard cast in the shape of the divine farmer's temple from Golden Ao Island, who, although not born of innate origins, it was still square and upright with radiant eaves. Xuandu had never been beyond Hangu Pass, nor had he traveled far with his master, and seeing this item he carried with him was a surprise, causing him to pause in astonishment. He then smiled and said, "Brother, when she truly lives up to the name of the Holy Master, everything is perfectly arranged, not a drop is missed. Without this house to shield us from the wind and rain, you and I would truly have to sleep on stones and drink dew, barely scraping by in the mortal realm." When she listened, merely lowering his head with a smile, without giving a response. He was well aware with his limited skills in weapon forging, how could he dare to boast in front of Xiandu? Xiandu is a direct disciple of the Supreme Old Man. Though the Supreme is renowned for his alchemical mastery throughout the three realms, his skills in crafting treasures are equally exceptional. The Xianyuan sword of Emperor Xuanyuan, the sea calming needle used by Great Yu to control the floods, and the nine-tooth rake of Marshal Tianpeng were all crafted by him. Each of these belongs to the pinnacle of postnatal spiritual treasures. With Xiandu having received direct transmission, how could his profound foundation and extensive knowledge be something Wen Qi could ever hope to match? "You flatter me, elder brother." Wen Qi waved his hand. It was merely a casual effort to construct a shelter from the wind and rain. It hardly qualifies as a spiritual treasure. However, he shifted the topic and raised his eyes to ask, "I would like to inquire, elder brother, what is the connection between Luai's and that giant footprint in the marsh?" Xiandu pondered for a moment upon hearing this, and began recounting the old tale. In the last calamity, the witch and demon clans were at odds. The demon emperor Dijuan sought to gain merit by slaying corpses and came under the tutelage of the Shihuang Fuxi. Fuxi invited the Holy Mother to mediate at the Taiyin Star to unite the Sun Star Lord Dijuan with the Taiyin Star Lord Changxi in marriage. The Holy Mother used the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidery ball, as a bond to tie their fates together, establishing the heavenly marriage of earth, heaven, and humanity. To celebrate this grand event, the demon court also invited the old participants of the Longhan Calamity, the Dragon and Phoenix clans, to feast and witness. However, who would have thought that on the day of the heavenly marriage the ancestor of the Witch clan would launch a surprise attack on the heavenly court, thus commencing the first war between the Witch and Demon clans. When Qi listened, his brows slightly furrowed. He had heard of the Longhan Calamity and the Witch-Demon Calamity, but how could Luai's far to the north of Huashu Mountain be involved in a conflict high above the 9 heavens? Elder brother, I have some understanding of the clashes between the Witch and Demon clans, he inquired. How could their battles in the heavens stir such commotion on the ground at Luai's? Xiandu smiled, gently unhurried. You need not rush, let me explain slowly. In that battle, it was ultimately the Dao ancestor who intervened to mediate, establishing the rule that demons govern the heavens and witches govern the earth, and ordered both clans not to engage in war for a certain period. While the Witch and Demon clans temporarily ceased hostilities, the dragons who went to witness the ceremony were marked by the still resent wrath of the ancestor Witch. The Witch and Demon clans were bound by the agreement not to attack each other, but the dragons were not subject to such constraints. Thus, several great witches sought out the Thunder Dragon of the North Sea, pursuing him all the way from Mount Buzhou to the fringes of this great marsh, ultimately leading to their mutual destruction. After the fall of the Thunder Dragon, all of its thunderous powers scattered into the marsh, which henceforth came to be known as Luai's. As for the giant footprint in the marsh, it was left behind when that great witch revealed her true form in a life-and-death struggle. Now it makes sense. When Qi nodded in realization, his tone sincere. Elder brother Xian Du truly deserves to be the first disciple of the Xian sect and the elder brother of the 3 teachings. Such hidden connections are not something ordinary people can hear or understand. He felt enlightened. The fact that the Huashu clan became pregnant from stepping into the footprint and bearing Fuxi was no mere coincidence. The Thunder Dragon died unjustly, its true spirit not dispersed, entangled with the remnants of the Great, which both trapped in Luai's, unable to reincarnate. Had Fuxi not invited Nuwa to arrange the marriage at the Taiyin Star, this last remaining Daoist golden immortal dragon could have stayed uninvolved. How could it have ended up entangled in the calamity and met such a tragic demise? This cycle of cause and effect has yet to be resolved by Fuxi and Nuwa. If the true spirit of the Thunder Dragon had already entered the netherworld and tasted the yellow springs, the cause and effect would naturally be severed. Yet it remains entangled with the Great, which trapped in the marsh, making the cause and effect tighten like a living knot. Looking at the outcome of the Witch-Demon War, all 11 ancestors of the Witch clan perished. Countless great witches lost their souls, and their true spirits were crushed by the witch-slaying sword, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Now among the entire Witch clan, only Hutu Jiufeng, Xingtian Fengbua, and Yushi remain in this. If the Great Witch trapped in Luai's could break free and enter the 9 nether with the aid of Lady Hutu, perhaps she could reunite her true spirit and reforge a body as a Great Witch. The Huashu clan becoming pregnant from stepping into the footprint seems bizarre, yet it aligns with the heavenly mechanism. It was Nuwa subtly returning the favor of Fux's reincarnation to Lady Hutu. When she remained silent for a moment, letting out a soft sigh in his heart. When the kings fight, the little ghosts suffer. The conflict between the witches and demons had nothing to do with the remnants of the Longhan, yet the Thunder Dragon became an unnamed sacrifice under the sword. He only mulled this over in his heart, not uttering a word. Now in the underworld, only Lady Hutu stands guard, collecting the scattered souls, not to mention the King of Hell. Even the shadow of the underworld has yet to appear. The scheme of the 3 talents of the primordial world has always been clear. Above is the celestial realm of the heavenly court, in the middle is the mortal realm of humanity, and below is the 9 nether underworld. When the heavenly court is complete, the human race flourishes and the underworld is established. That will be the true time when the 3 realms are complete and the great Tao cycles. The primordial world just gathered the last of the 3 talents. The operation of the heavenly Tao can then be considered truly harmonious. At the foot of Huashu Mountain, the Huashu clan has been pregnant for several full years. While ordinary humans give birth after 10 months, she appeared to be as round as a drum, yet still did not give birth. Rumors began to spread in the Fenggun tribe. This woman is not pregnant with a child, but with a calamity. No one came to Huashu Mountain anymore, and even the paths at the foot of the mountain were avoided. Hey Huang, you go take care of the daily needs of the Huashu clan at the foot of the mountain. When Wenqi first ascended Huashu Mountain, he entrusted this task to He Huang. The millet he sent was personally grown on Golden Ao Island, imbued with innate energy, just right for nourishing Fushi in her womb. The spiritual fruits and wild delicacies were all gathered by He Huang from the wilderness of the primordial world. Picked early, chosen carefully, and delivered diligently. The Huashu clan was powerless alone on the barren slopes. Without He Huang bringing food daily, she would have long since struggled to survive until today. And what about Xiandu? He truly listened to the Supreme's words, completely oblivious to the affairs below the mountain. He spent each day in the Taoist hall meditating, not lifting his eyelids, almost like a clay statue. One man and one dog lived like this at the foot of the mountain for 10 years. One day when she approached Xiandu and said, "Elder brother Xiandu, 10 full years yield 10 beauties. The Huashu clan has lived at the foot of the mountain for 10 years. It is time for her to return." Xiandu opened his eyes. "How do you plan to do it? The Fenggun tribe finds her strange and avoids her, as if she were a plague. Why force her to return?" When she clasped his hands, "Elder brother only sees the warmth and coldness of human emotions, but has not noticed the trends of the situation. The Fenggun people do not understand cultivation, and even less the great Tao, so naturally they view the anomalies as disasters. If they are afraid, they will hide. If they are suspicious, they will keep their distance. This is but human nature. But in 2 years Fushi will be born. If he is born on barren slopes and raised in wild mountains, who will recognize him as a child of the clan? Who would believe him to be the destined one? A child must grow up amidst the smoke and fire, speak among the people, and learn the rules and the context of the clan." Xiandu listened and gradually nodded. Cultivation seeks tranquility, yet the current human race relies on coming together for survival and jointly cultivating the land. Fushi is a human emperor, not a solitary immortal in the mountains. He must emerge from among the people to stand firm. Good. I have been narrow-minded in my thoughts. Since you have this intention, do you have any suitable plans? Elder brother, just watch. This morning He Huang came as usual carrying a shallow basket woven from green vines. The bottom of the basket still glistened with morning dew, and the fruits were bright, and the juices quivered. "Little Black, you're here." The Huashu clan took the basket with one hand and gently stroked the thick fur at the back of He Huang's neck with the other. Over 2,000 years ago, when she taught the method of cultivating grains and livestock at the ancestral land of Kongtong Mountain, and each tribe of humanity gradually began to raise dogs. For guarding, hunting, and patrolling, they were capable in every respect. So when He Huang first squatted outside her fence, the Huashu clan was not frightened, thinking it was merely a dog sent by the tribe to watch over her. Later she realized something was amiss. Which dog comes at the same time, every day, rain or shine? As time went by, they became familiar with each other. She noticed its glossy black coat and named it Little Black. At that moment He Huang's ears drooped, and he rolled his eyes internally. A dignified celestial being, a direct disciple of the Jie Jiao's third generation, the first attendant before the human race's holy master, was actually called Little Black. When she saw that he was about to call him He Huang, and even the water and fire boy under the Tongtian patriarch had to step aside when he saw him. The mother of the turtle spirit nodded and smiled as she passed by. However, he only dared to roll these words around in his mind 3 times. He was very clear the one in Hua Zu's womb was the brother of Nuwa in his past life, and now the one steering the demon sect was indeed Nuwa. In terms of bloodline, he was considered a member of the demon race. In terms of future prospects, this individual was the true pillar. In his eyes, the leg of Hua Su was thick enough to support half of Kunlun Mountain. Shorter than the Tongtian saint by a head and shorter than the Nuwa saint by a bit, but still substantial enough for him to cling to tightly. Since the day he was enlightened by the merits of the Tao, he understood merit was not illusory, it was a tangible transformation. Therefore, when Hua Su patted his head, he not only did not evade, but instead rubbed his chin against her palm. As if with every touch of that hand a stroke of vermilion ink was added to the merit ledger. On that day, the clan members farming finally encountered He Huang. For a decade, when Qi and Xiandu had guarded Hua Su Mountain, and the Fenggun tribe had abundant harvests year after year with fewer illnesses and disasters, and their population had multiplied several times. The clan members expanded their territory north along the Luo River, plowing the fields all the way to the foot of the mountain. Someone was wielding a hoe to turn the soil when suddenly a black dog soared into the air, golden clouds swirling beneath its feet, flying steadily towards the valley. It even had a basket in its mouth, not shaking at all. Everyone stopped to stare in astonishment. They had seen demon beasts, but one that could ride golden clouds. They had never even heard of such a thing. In legends, only a celestial being or a great power like the human ancestors could walk on golden clouds and traverse mountains. This matter quickly reached the ears of the Foam Gun tribe's chief. At first the chief was half in disbelief, but after a few days several groups of people rushed to report the same thing. So, he took 20 young men from the tribe armed with bone spears and stone axes and hurried down to Huasu Mountain that very night. When she had also set out early inviting the 3 human ancestors from the Kongtong Mountain's ancestral hall to come over. Sui Rin Yu Chao and Zi, along with Wen Qi himself. The 3 ancestors of the human race and 1 master 4 beams of golden light landed steadily on the flat ground before the mountain, not touching the dust. Although the Foam Gun tribe had long migrated from the ancestral land of Kongtong Mountain, every household had always worshipped the 5 deities, the Holy Mother Nuwa, the 3 ancestors, and the Holy Master of Agriculture. As bloodlines heated and fortunes trembled, the clan members felt their knees weaken, and without needing to be called they all knelt down in unison, their foreheads touching the ground. Even Huasu, who had just stepped out of the thatched hut, instinctively raised her hand to pay respects. Sui Rin waved his sleeve, a wave of gentle force supporting everyone's backs. Do not kneel. His gaze swept across the crowd, his voice not loud, yet every word fell into their ears. The child in Huazu's womb is the future pillar of the human race. In the days to come, the prosperity of the Foam Gun tribe and the flourishing of the human race will rely on this child. From today onwards, she and the child in her womb must be protected, respected, and nurtured. The chief trembled all over, his palms covered in sweat. Everyone else was also frozen. Over the years, who hadn't avoided Huasu, keeping their distance? Who hadn't whispered privately, could it be that she has been tainted by demonic energy? But now, with the 3 ancestors present, and the Holy Master accompanying them with words spoken to this extent, how could there be room for hesitation? Despite the shock, the joy was even more profound. The emergence of a sage within the human race had always been a tremendous blessing. A single sage could revitalize a tribe with abundant food, rich hunting, fewer illnesses, and a thriving population. Hearing that this child would one day support the Foam Gun tribe, the little barriers in everyone's hearts melted away on the spot. It wasn't that they were shifting their allegiances, but rather that human nature was inherently like this. Demons harm people, and everyone resents them. Yet the bloodline of the human race is pure, and no matter how hard the struggles, they are still their own kin. The chief stepped forward 2 paces, clasping his hands, and speaking like thunder. Huasu, please return to the village. Huasu quietly looked at the familiar yet strange faces before her, said nothing, and simply nodded lightly. She understood that the tribe members had distanced themselves from her not out of malice, but rather fear. Fear that demonic evil would infiltrate the human race, ruining the foundation of the entire tribe. In the end, no one held any ill will. They merely bore a heavy sense of reverence. Her body was heavy, unable to travel far, and she truly needed a helping hand. So she was supported by 2 women, quietly following behind the chief, taking 1 step at a time back to the tribe. He Huang continued to deliver food every day. Millet, wild fruits, and freshly picked tender vegetables, all in abundance. Initially the clan members shrank back, but later, seeing that this glossy black dog could soar through the clouds, could find its way, and even Sui Rin nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing it, they became accustomed to it. Huasu herself did not need so much pure spiritual breath, but the little one in her womb was eagerly consuming it. Fuzai's pregnancy lasted a full 12 years. In the first 3 years the clan members were anxious, in the middle 6 years they gradually loosened up, though in the last 3 years they instead looked forward to it, counting the days, smiling, and waiting. The older generations of the human race passed down that the later a sage is born, the thicker their foundation and the grander their presence. It is said that the first generation of post-heaven human beings carried for 36 years, corresponding to the numbers of the heavenly stems. When she stood at the peak of Huasu Mountain listening to the discussions and glanced sideways at the Grandmaster of Xiandu, Xiandu lowered his gaze, his lips moving slightly, as if he was holding back something. Indeed, no matter the era, such words spread the fastest and were the least reliable. During the time before Fuzai's delivery, Xiandu even stopped meditating, spending all day watching from the clouds, his gaze locked firmly on the direction of the Foam Gun tribe. He naturally heard the saying, the longer the pregnancy, the greater the sage. Seeing Wen Qi looking over this old Taoist who had cultivated the path of forgetting emotions for tens of thousands of years, surprisingly, sighed, "Junior brother, do not take it to heart." 3 years later, Huazu's pregnancy reached 12 years. On that day, purple energy suddenly surged from the East Sea, sweeping across half the sky, like a waterfall directly falling on Huasu. Sudden labor pains struck. The midwife had long been waiting outside, swiftly entering the room, and soon after a clear bright cry pierced the heavens. The heavens and earth responded above the foam gun tribe. Clouds and mist swirled into a five-colored brocade. During the day the sun, star the moon star, and the 365 stars shone brightly, their light falling like rain. In the fields millet and rice sprouted and ripened without being sown. In the air spiritual energy surged thick enough to be wrung out as water. The extraordinary phenomena appeared, and no one doubted. A remarkable figure had indeed emerged from the human race. Xiandu waved his robe sleeve, turned to Wenqi Jr. Brother, my disciple has been born. It is time to offer our congratulations. Indeed it is about time. As the midwife just brought the swaddled baby out of the house, Sui Ren Yu Chaozi, Wenqi, and Xiandu were already standing outside the fence. They arrived faster than the wind. The moment Fu Shi landed, the holy intent had already descended. Inside the Wahuang Palace, Nuwa smiled as she picked a flower, gently brushing the mirror's surface reflecting the clear eyes in the swaddling. In the 8 Scenery Palace, Taishang put down the pill scroll in his hand, his gaze penetrating through the chaos, landing on the strand of newborn purple energy. The return of the elder brother and the entrance of the disciple into the world, 2 significant events arrived on the same day. In the Yushu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shitian Zun merely hummed lightly, saying no more. In the Baiyu Palace of Jinao Island, upon witnessing the birth of the heavenly Emperor Fu Shi, Tongtian Patriarch immediately summoned his direct disciple, the Daobao Daoist. Since Fu Shi had already attained the position of heavenly emperor, the subsequent responsibility of educating the Earth Emperor naturally fell on Daobao's shoulders. He had to give him detailed instructions. In the Western teachings, the 2 saints Junti and Jiayin, upon seeing Fu's eyes emergence, each folded their hands in front of Shumi Mountain and softly chanted a Dao name, then immediately withdrew their spirits and returned to their seats, no longer paying attention. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had long been established in their positions. This situation had been set, and there was no room for further interference. Outside the Hua Su clan, the 3 human ancestors Wenqi and Xiandu all arrived, and the members of the Foam Gun tribe hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. The 5 people before them were the last remaining celestial beings of the human race, and were also the 5 supreme deities of the human race. The chieftain of the Foam Gun tribe learned of the birth of a son to the Huashu clan and stepped forward, bowing as he spoke. 3 ancestors of humanity, Holy Master and Senior Xiandu. Little Huashu has just given birth to a baby boy. Regarding his name, I implore you all to decide. At that time, the custom among humans was that a baby must wait 100 days before being named. There were too many who died prematurely, and those who lived less than a month were common. Naming became a taboo. But today, with 5 great powers present, who would worry about the child's short life? The 3 ancestors of humanity exchanged glances, then turned to Wenqi. Wenqi, you are the Holy Master of humanity, and have the permission of the Holy Mother. This matter should be named by you. Xiandu also clasped his hands in agreement. Indeed. For ordinary infants a name could be chosen casually, but for this child the name was already inscribed upon the Kongtong seal. The 4 characters Tian Huang Fu Shi were written by the Dao and could not be changed. There was no need to mention the Holy Mother Nuwa's stance. How could it be altered? Wenqi pondered briefly and spoke. The son of the Huashu clan will bear the responsibility for the rise and fall of humanity. On the night he was born, 100 stars shone down like rain from the heavens. Let him be called Fu Shi. Fu means Lord, Shi means bright. The 3 ancestors of humanity applauded. Wonderful. Xiandu nodded. Appropriate. The Huashu clan had consumed only innate essences for 12 years, and after giving birth, she appeared as usual, without signs of fatigue. Hearing that the 5 respected ones had come to her door, she held the swaddled Fu Shi and personally welcomed them out. Wenqi and Xiandu had never held a baby before, standing aside with smiles, not daring to reach out. The 3 from the swearing clan, however, were quite familiar. They took the swaddle, taking turns to gently cradle it, their movements steady. Newborn Fu Shi was well fed and asleep, cradled in the arms of the 3 ancestors, his eyes bright and clear, not crying or fussing, simply gazing quietly at everyone. At this moment, when Shi stepped forward half a step, his voice warm, yet solemn. Huashu, your son Fu Shi has already been accepted as a disciple by the Holy Master of the human teachings. Pausing for a moment, he then introduced Xiandu. This is Xiandu, the 2nd-generation disciple of the Shuaman, recognized as the eldest brother among the 3 teachings of humanity. Xiandu. In the future, Xiandu will teach Fu Shi in his cultivation. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the Fongun tribesmen held their breath and then erupted in astonishment. At present, there were only 5 human cultivators, all present. Fu Shi was born and immediately entered the fold of the saints. What a great fortune! The chieftain was stunned, his fingers trembling slightly, and it took him a while to regain his composure. Fortunately, it was the Holy Master who said it. If it were someone else, he would not believe it. Upon hearing that Xiandu would personally teach Fu Shi, Huashu felt a warmth in her heart, and quickly knelt to bow. I am willing. I am willing. Thank you, Holy Master. Thank you, Senior. Xiandu raised his hand to gently support her, his tone calm. There is no need to thank me. I am merely acting on behalf of my master. Once Fu Shi achieves the truth and attains the Dao, he can personally express his gratitude to the saints. That is the right way. The three from the Swearing clan felt relieved upon hearing that Fu Shi had been accepted into the human teachings. Henceforth, humanity would have a blood connection with the human teachings. In the future, if the demon clan wanted to slaughter humans and forge weapons, they would have to weigh the influence of the Holy Master first. However, after Huashu agreed, she still tightly gripped the edge of the swaddle, her gaze wandering, wanting to say something, but hesitating. When she noticed this and smiled to reassure her, Huashu, do not worry. Fu Shi is still young. He is far from cultivating the Dao. Starting at 6 years old, Xiandu will come to teach the methods. There is no need to go far. The two of us will reside at the peak of Huashu Mountain. Fu Shi can go up the mountain to practice during the day and return home to rest at night, without any delay. Huashu felt a warmth in her heart. It turned out they had already considered her difficulties, and the child did not need to travel far. She bowed once more, her forehead nearly touching the ground. Thank you, Holy Master. Thank you, Senior. The three from the Swearing clan saw that when Qi and Xiandu were willing to remain in the mountains to teach, and their hearts were finally at ease. Earlier they were worried that Fu Shi was too young and weak. If taken to the heart of the human teachings over time, he might grow distant, fearing he would lose the essence of humanity. Now with the mentors right at their doorstep, teaching the Dao and nurturing the roots, they still had tribal affairs to attend to, so they did not linger and took their leave. When Qi and Xiandu turned back towards the mountain, walking with ease. Fu Shi was still in the swaddle. There was plenty of time ahead, and the Dao could be taught slowly. On the way back, Xiandu suddenly spoke. Holy Master, Fu Shi has a faint blue mark between his brows, as if it were the lingering essence of starlight. When Qi, my virtuous brother, I will bear the matter of Fu Shi practicing the teachings of humanity. But how to help him establish the path of humanity, unify the human race, and ascend to the position of Emperor of Humanity? All these matters I truly have no idea. This still depends on you, my virtuous brother. Upon hearing this, when Qi gave Xiandu a serious bow, straightened up and spoke. Are you not afraid that I will take on these matters and seize the merits that are rightfully yours? Ha ha ha. Xiandu laughed heartily, laughing 3 times, his brow relaxing. What you say, my virtuous brother, truly makes me laugh. If it weren't for your teachings on farming methods in the early years, how could humanity have taken root and formed communities? How could they have caught the saint's eye? Though I am a direct disciple of the human teachings, I am fundamentally of the human bloodline. What the Holy Master teaches is not just the Dao, it is also a bond of benevolence. As humanity's fortune flourishes by a degree, the fortune of the human teachings rises likewise. With a stable foundation in the human teachings, this direct disciple will naturally rise as well. Ultimately, the more you do, the more I gain. Why decline? This transaction is truly advantageous. So it is. When Qi felt enlightened, the Holy Master had invited Xiandu to Janeo Island not merely to have him lend a hand, but rather had early laid out this path of mutual benefit. Xiandu, your broad mind is like the sea, it is I who have been narrow-minded. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them sighed in relief, their steps lightening. When they ascended Huashu Mountain again, none of them used any magic power. They climbed step by step, steadily advancing. Xiandu listened attentively and smiled while shaking his head. My virtuous brother, your ode to the humble room exudes the essence of tranquility and non-action. With each word, it aligns better with the teacher's great Dao than many true disciples. If you had joined the human teachings back then, you would likely have attained the position of Attain Immortal by now. The matter of the demon race slaughtering humans to forge swords began with the calamity of the witch and demon. At that time, the demon emperor Dijundong Huang Tai Yi and the demon master Kuan Peng led the demons to sweep through the primordial lands, specifically targeting the human race, killing a total of 1,960 humans and inflicting casualties in the tens of thousands among the postnatal humans. This was because the innate humans created by the goddess Nuwa with the 9 heavens essence and the 3 lights divine water bore a trace of innate purity, while the true body of the witch clan was formed from the turbid energy of the earth. The pure energy overcame the turbid, thus the demon clan simply slaughtered the entire race, extracting the pure energy to forge a fearsome sword. The top-tier spirit treasure, known as the Sword of Slaughtering Witches. After the three from the swearing clan left with Wenqi and Xiandu, little Fu Shi and his mother Huashu became increasingly revered in the Fenggun tribe. Fu Shi in particular was seen by the old and young of the tribe with 3 parts laughter and 7 parts expectation. During that time, what each tribe lacked most was not grain nor houses, but a great sage who could lead them to survive, avoid disasters, and live good lives. The chieftain of the Fenggun tribe had long regarded Fu Shi as a successor, imparting teachings and being mindful of everything. Fu Shi was extraordinary from birth. Having absorbed the innate spiritual energy that the Huashu mountain veins contained while still in his mother's womb upon birth, he displayed extraordinary signs. He called out mother on the 3rd day, walked while supporting himself against the wall on the 5th day, and within half a month he spoke and acted as if he were a 7 or 80-year-old child who understood the world. However, neither Wenqi nor Xiandu rushed to teach him breathing techniques or foundational cultivation. When a child should play, he should run freely. When he should grow, he should eat and sleep well. Pulling seedlings will only cause them to wither. Forcing education will make the heart weary. The Black Emperor remains unmoved, bringing spiritual fruits and vegetables to the door every day. Before the age of 6, Fu Shi had not officially begun his cultivation, but Wenqi and Xuandu knew well the foundation lies not in how high one's attacking methods are, but in whether one's blood is abundant and one's spirit is clear. Those fruits and vegetables seemed ordinary, but were actually infused with a trace of pure yang essence from the time when heaven and earth were first opened. Eating one bite surpassed 3 months of meditation for an ordinary cultivator. As Fu Shi gradually became more aware, he listened to the Huashu clan speak of how the Black Emperor was sent by the Saint Master to protect mother and child. He often squatted in the courtyard waiting for him, and when they met he would tiptoe to offer the wild berries he had picked or the small bugs woven from grass stems. He remembered this kindness. Without the Black Emperor's unwavering care over the past 10 years, he and his mother might not have survived a single cold winter on Huashu Mountain. In 6 years, Fu Shi slowly grew up in the Fengluan tribe. He was precocious, so these 6 years were the warmest and most carefree in his life. At 6 years old, Fu Shi was still a fluffy little child, his eyes bright, like water flowing from a mountain stream, finding everything fresh and asking questions earnestly. During the day, he would either follow the elders to the riverbank to catch fish or work in the fields with adults, sometimes leading cattle and sheep up the slope, his little feet muddy and his clothes trailing grass. At night, he would curl up in the arms of the Huashu clan, listening to her tales of Pangu opening the sky, Nuwa creating humanity, Gongong colliding with the mountains, and Kwafu chasing the sun. When the stories excited him, he would look up at the stars, always feeling that the Big Dipper resembled a bent bow, while the Southern Dipper clearly looked like 6 ripe jujubes. The mountains, fields, and marshes were his favorite places to go. He often dragged the Black Emperor along, calling friends to join him, and a group of children would rush into the woods and wade through streams, shouting, looking for the Qingwan and searching for the Jinmu. Despite never having seen a phoenix's tail feather, yet they found joy in it. Was childhood ever truly smooth sailing? There were times he would squat for half a day without seeing a single white fox, returning dejected. Times he stole herbs laid out by the tribe leader and was punished to transcribe the farming and mulberry song 10 times. And there were moments when he fell from a tree and bit his teeth to keep from crying, swallowing his tears instead. But these events did not crush him. Instead, it was like a mountain spring rushing against stones, rounding his edges and hardening his bones. He had seen luminous mushrooms, encountered an old turtle that spoke, picked up stones resembling Tai Chi, and had heard ants marching in formation before a storm. These fragments were not written in books, yet they quietly engraved themselves in his heart. He began to ponder, why is it that when rain falls some places are dry, while others are flooded? Why do plants spring forth in spring and fall in autumn, while pines and cypresses remain evergreen throughout the seasons? Why do humans get sick, grow old, and die? Yet the mountains do not speak, the waters do not talk, yet they remain unchanged year after year. The tribe leader saw his curiosity and did not stop him only explaining some simple principles. When disputes arose, he let him listen on the side, and then asked, if it were you, how would you judge? 6 years passed in a blink. On the day Fu Shi turned 6, he had just slipped on his straw sandals and was about to run outside when he was called by the Huashu clan. Fu Shi, today you turned 6 years old. She squatted down to meet her son's gaze. Mother has something to clarify with you. When Fu Shi saw the serious expression on Wax's face, he put aside his playful thoughts and stood straight to listen. Mother, please tell me. Fu Shi is listening. 10 miles north of the tribe, there is a mountain called Huashu Mountain. On the top of the mountain reside 2 immortal beings of the human race. One is a saint master of the human race, and the other is your senior brother named Xuandu. From today on, you will accompany little Black up the mountain to pay respects to the saint master and study with your senior brother. Fushi was very familiar with Huashi Mountain. In a radius of 10 miles, he and several older children had already trampled all the streams, slopes, and woods. Even his mother's name was derived from this mountain. However, he had never been to the mountain's peak, since it was something his mother had decided he would follow through. Moreover, he had long coveted the skills to fly through the sky and dive into the earth to summon wind and rain. If he truly learned them, he would ensure that everyone in the Fengluan tribe would be wealthed, every household stable, the elderly enjoying peace, and the young without worries. He bent his knees and knelt upright, touching his forehead to the ground. Mother, I do not know how many days I will be away. Please take care of yourself. Wax's throat tightened, her eyes grew warm, yet she reached out to help him up. Silly child, you misunderstand. Little Black will take you to the mountain every day and must bring you back before dusk, so you won't miss meals or sleep. Fushi had long sensed that Little Black was extraordinary. Its fur shone like ink, its eyes sparkled like water, it walked silently and glowed when it lay down. But his mother never pointed it out, so he kept it to himself. At this moment, the Black Emperor, who was squatting nearby, suddenly spoke, its voice low, yet sharp. Little Fushi, rest assured, the Black Emperor is now at the Heavenly Fairy Realm. A round trip takes just the blink of an eye. The mother and son were both taken aback, turning to stare at it. After a moment of surprise, they both let out a sigh of relief. It was not unusual for someone from the Saint Master's side to speak. The Black Emperor shook and transformed into a mass of golden clouds. Fushi felt a lightness beneath his feet, and he was already lifted off the ground. Floating on the golden clouds, Fushi clung to the edge and looked down, his eyes wide open. Is this your first time seeing it? The Black Emperor's tail swept through the clouds. Once you enter the gate, this ability to ride the clouds and mist will naturally come to you. This is one of the 36 techniques of Tiangong, the most efficient way to travel. It spoke with a hint of pride. The demon clan's bloodline traditionally carried a demonic wind. When it stirred, dark smoke billowed, choking and pungent, hardly worthy of its name, the Black Emperor. Later, after acquiring the merits of the Heavenly Way and awakening its intelligence, when she taught it the teachings of the Jie sect. The Tiangong and the earthly fiends were originally taught by the Dao ancestor at the Zixiao Palace, the orthodox method of the Xianmen. Now being able to show off in front of Fushi, it felt very pleased. Fushi leaned on the edge of the clouds, unconsciously pinching the cloud fluff with his fingers, his mind already far away in the future. He could also ride the wind, observe the stars, and predict the seasons, refine stones to mend the heavens, and establish the 8 trigrams to order the people. Before long, the golden clouds steadily landed at the foot of the mountain. The Black Emperor landed, flicking its tail. Fushi, on your first visit to pay respects, you must walk up. Only with a sincere heart will the path be steady. Later, when you become familiar, it won't be late to fly. Fushi nodded and stepped forward to walk up. The mountain path wound upward, the mist lightly floating, and the grass and trees felt cool. Occasionally, exotic fragrances penetrated the nose. Vines hung down like curtains, and petals swirled in the wind, falling on his shoulders without wilting. What 6-year-old child had ever seen such a scene? Fushi slowed his pace, looking around curiously, unable to help but murmur, this mountain really looks like it came out of a painting. The Black Emperor glanced at him sideways, snorting with a laugh. Although Huashi Mountain is lovely, it is still far from a true cave heaven. When you go to Golden Tortoise Island in the future, that will truly embody the character of spiritual. On the island, there are jade trees, springs that sound like music, birds carrying elixirs, and deer carrying scriptures. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Wenqi and Xuandu were already standing there. Fushi recognized at a glance the one on the left, wearing a plain blue robe with gentle features, was the Saint Master. The one on the right, holding a whisk with sleeves slightly raised and a warm smile, was undoubtedly his senior brother Xuandu. He rushed forward a few steps, deeply bowing. Fushi pays respects to the Saint Master. Pays respects to senior brother. Xuandu waved his whisk lightly, his smile unchanged. Fushi, you and I come from the same lineage. Our master is the teaching leader of the Xianmen, the supreme sage. I am the first disciple of the human teaching, Xuandu. From today onward, you will be the second direct disciple of the human teaching. Due to the master's numerous duties, I will take on the responsibility of teaching. Hearing this, Fushi immediately turned toward the direction of the 8 Sceneries Palace, respectfully bowing 3 times. Wenqi quietly watched, nodding in silence. This child had complete etiquette and a calm disposition, and indeed the 6 years of nurturing had not been in vain. Rise. His voice was calm. You will become a great sage of the human race, standing alongside us. There is no need to kneel before me and Xiandu. Fushi stood up in response, his small face slightly flushed. Not from shyness, but because the formalities sounded solemn, yet felt awkward to perform. Wen Shi did not rush to teach him the offensive techniques, but asked He Huang to take him around the mountain to familiarize himself with the buildings, springs, medicinal gardens, and scripture repositories. Half a day passed and Fushi returned to the dojo, with He Huang clutching his clothes with small hands, as he looked up and asked senior brother, the Holy Master. Mother said I can learn the ways of the immortals as well as the principles of governing the world. So, when do we start learning? The 6-year-old's eyes lit up as soon as he finished speaking. The chief of the Fenggun tribe often patted his shoulder, saying, Fushi, you will learn true skills from the pillars of the human race in the future. If you learn well, you can lead our tribe towards glory. He himself could hardly contain his excitement. Little He could speak, ride the clouds, understand his thoughts, and even fetch water from a distance. He wanted to try all these things. After listening, Xian Du turned to Wen Shi. Wen Shi pondered briefly before speaking. Brother Xian Du, cultivation can be accelerated, but one's character requires time to develop. Why not have the senior brother teach him for 3 days on the cultivation methods, then I will teach him for 3 days on the principles of governance, and finally leave 1 day for him to arrange as he sees fit. What do you think? After hearing Wen Kai's proposal, Xian Du considered it for a moment and nodded in agreement. Fushi currently had no cultivation at all and needed to start from the initial stages of the postnatal realms. Excellent. Then let's begin immediately. From then on, Fushi began a dual path of learning the way of cultivation and the principles of governance, dedicating 3 days to each. In terms of cultivation, Fushi did not disappoint his senior brother Xian Du. Within just a few days, he steadily entered the first realm of the postnatal stages. Refining Qi. In less than a month, he reached the second realm. Foundation establishment. In 6 years, he ascended to the pinnacle of the postnatal 8 realms. The great completion. Such progress made even Wen Shi, who had lived 2 lives, feel a jolt in his heart. He had exhausted all his efforts back, then taking 18 years to reach this stage. Yet Fushi achieved it in just 6 years. Wen Shi even secretly doubted himself, previously praised by his masters on Jinao Island for having a clear Dao heart and exceptional talent. When compared to Fushi, he felt like a firefly next to the bright moon, utterly unremarkable. A chill crept up his spine. He realized he had become complacent from the leisurely life on Jinao Island. His ambition waned and his pace slowed. Thus, when Xian Du taught, Wen Shi quietly retreated to the depths of the dojo to enter seclusion and practice diligently. He understood well Fushi was originally a reincarnated quasi-saint, and although the cycle of 6 realms had washed away his karmic ties, it did not diminish the merits, fortune, and blessings he accumulated in his past life. Moreover, he carried the mandate of the emperor of the human race, and even without taking the throne, the human luck suppressed by the Kongdong seal had already quietly descended upon him. Not to mention, he and the Huasu clan had long been consuming the immortal fruits and nectars provided by He Huang. These innate spiritual items nourished his bones daily, subtly enhancing his foundation. On top of that, the Tongtian Immortal canon was already a top-notch immortal scripture of the Primordial era, containing profound Dao insights in every word and illuminating every sentence. With such multiple blessings, Fuxi's rapid progress was no mere coincidence. However, when Fushi turned 12 and his cultivation reached the 8th realm of the postnatal stages, the great completion, Xian Du temporarily stopped imparting teachings. He instructed him to sit quietly and adjust his breathing, carefully refining the spiritual energy within him to prepare for transcending the immortal tribulation. During these 6 years, aside from practicing the Dao with Xian Du, Fushi often sought Wen Shi to inquire about the principles of human nature. Astronomy, geography, seasonal changes, agricultural rituals, laws, and education. Any matter he found puzzling, curious, or concerning, he would surely seek guidance. Wen Shi never held back, imparting all he knew. Fushi also shared without reservation. After obtaining approval from Xian Du and Wen Shi, he conveyed all he had learned on Huasu Mountain to the people of the Fenggun tribe. It was not that Xian Du and Wen Shi intended to withhold teachings from mortals, but rather due to the ironclad rule of the primordial era, the Dao must not be lightly transmitted and laws must not be imparted recklessly. Anyone who directly teaches the Dao must bear the consequences and be tied to the resulting fortunes. Thus, all innate great beings were extremely cautious when taking disciples. Fushi was different. He was the destined emperor of the human race, naturally aligned with the human fortune. To teach and spread the laws through him was in harmony with the heavenly principles and in accordance with the great Dao. Furthermore, the Dao ancestor had long issued a decree: disciples of the Xuanmen, especially from the 3 teachings of Rinchan and Jia, must enter the primordial era to widely spread teachings. Fuxi's actions aligned perfectly with the sacred intent. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. One day the young Fushi stepped into the dojo and bowed to Xiandu senior brother. I am ready and wish to transcend the immortal tribulation today. Xiandu initially wanted him to wait another 2 years. The immortal tribulation for postnatal beings was as perilous as the transformation tribulation for innate beings. He himself had relied on the intervention of the great Laozi to safely pass through. Although Fushi was the destined emperor, he would inevitably face tribulations, but if he rushed into it, any slight error could lead to Dao injuries, creating hidden dangers. He pondered for a moment before speaking. Brother, do not rush. The immortal tribulation for postnatal beings is always more difficult for those who accumulate more. The more abundant the fortune, the thicker the blessings, the more violent the tribulation thunder. The immortal tribulations for all races are divided into 9 grades from 1-9 to 9-9. 1-9 is the lightest while 9-9 is the heaviest. When I was the first generation of postnatal beings, I faced the 8-9 heavenly tribulation. Had it not been for the innate spiritual treasure bestowed by my teacher to protect me, I fear I would have struggled to return unscathed. You carry the fortune of the human race with merits and deep blessings. This tribulation likely exceeds the 8-9 severity. So wait a few days. I will go to the academy to get a few suitable spiritual treasures to aid you. Fushi tightened his fingers, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. Behind him were his mother, the Huasu clan, and the lives of hundreds from the Fenggun tribe. If he were truly to fall beneath this tribulation thunder, would it not implicate all of them? Seeing this, Xiandu stood up from the mat and patted Fux's shoulder. Do not panic. The heavier the tribulation, the deeper the benefits. Today I can stand within the great Luo entirely thanks to that 8-9 thunder tribulation, which broke the old roots and reshaped my foundation. If you can withstand 9-9, your future achievements may surpass the Quasi-Saint level. This was not a mere boast. Xiandu indeed advanced to the threshold of Quasi-Saint status due to the tempering of the 8-9 thunder tribulation. But at this moment Fushi could not care less about his future potential for proving the primordial unity. He only wanted to know how could he survive this tribulation today. When Qi suddenly interjected from the side, speaking plainly, Brother Xian, do what tier of spiritual treasure is needed to withstand the transformation tribulation? Xiandu paused at when Kai's question, thought for a moment, and replied, for the 3-9 thunder tribulation, at least 1 medium grade innate spiritual treasure is needed to stabilize the situation. For the 6-9 thunder tribulation, only a top grade 1 can defend. As for the 7-9 and above transformation tribulations, without a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, it is difficult to ensure safety. Right now I only have 3 top grade spiritual treasures, which is still precarious. I must return to the 8 scenery palace once. Upon hearing this, when Kai's heart brightened, the great sage had not granted any supreme grade spiritual treasures before leaving, which was not a mere oversight. The sage's insight reaches the heavens, observing the river of the primordial era with clear cause and effect. If there were no changes, he would not let Xiandu make this extra trip. He smiled and stretched out his hand, a flicker of light flashing in his palm, as a small hammer radiating purple light quietly floated up. It was indeed the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the purple lightning hammer that had been bestowed by the celestial master. Xiandu's gaze swept over, and he was momentarily taken aback. The main array master is still Xuandu at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. His mastery of array arts far exceeds that of a small golden immortal. When she assisted from the side, checking for any omissions, the two exhausted their minds and set up 10 layers of protection. The primordial chi array, the 2 dragons emerged from water array, the 3 talents evolution array, the 4 symbols underpinning array, the 5 directions 5 elements array, the 6 dings 6 jia array, the Big Dipper 7 stars array, the 8 trigrams returning to heaven array, the 9 faced linked array, and the 10 directions heaven and earth array. As for my junior brother Fushi, the first human emperor, neither of them showed any sign of slackening. Just as the formation was completed, the young Fux's aura surged. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and without warning, a purple lightning bolt struck down from the 9 heavens. It came so suddenly, leaving no time to catch a breath. Fux's foundation was too exceptional, and the heavenly Dao would not allow for delays, directly presenting the most rigorous trial for ascending to immortality. Fortunately, the 3 were well prepared. That lightning bolt crashed into the array, dissipated layer by layer, and its residual power barely touched the hem of Fux's garment. As the first lightning bolt struck, the clouds churned like ink and the electric light tore through the sky, with silver serpents dancing wildly. The thunder built up like a ferocious beast's low growl, its fangs bared. Xuandu called out from afar, junior brother. The earlier bolts of lightning are not too powerful. You can withstand them with your physical body, and use the lightning fire to temper your body and refine your spirit. Hearing this, Fushi straightened his back, his eyes blazing. 199 bolts, 98 bolts, 72 bolts. He endured them all. Though the 10 formations beneath him were postnatal and did not involve primordial laws, they steadily absorbed the spiritual energy from all directions, continuously benefiting him, while silently dissipating 30% of the lightning's power. When the 4/9's lightning arrived, Xuandu flicked his wrist, and the Xuandu purple mansion sword hummed forth, hovering above Fux's head, its sword energy like a canopy bearing down on most of the thunder. As the 5/9's lightning struck, his sleeve fluttered, and the Xuandu heavenly plow soared into the sky, plowing through the thunderclouds and firmly supporting the second wave of heavenly punishment. Unaware of the strangeness, Fushi felt nothing, but when Kai's eyes twitched as he stared at the ancient plow, his heart stirred. After a moment, he made up his mind. Xuandu is, after all, the eldest brother of the three teachings and shares the same origin as the postnatal human race. This merit should rightly be borne by him. Before the thought completed, the 6/9's lightning tribulation arrived. Xuandu summoned the third treasure, the dragon and phoenix Qin. The Qin crossed the void, its strings vibrating through the 9 skies, forming a triad with the purple mansion sword and the heavenly plow steadfastly protecting Fux's entire body. The violent lightning power flowed through the 3 treasures, gradually becoming gentle, like spring rain soaking into the earth, slowly seeping into Fux's limbs and bones. After a moment, dark clouds pressed down and the light of heaven diminished. The sun and moon hid their traces, and the mountains and fields turned to night. Xuandu's expression was solemn as he looked up at the sky. When she, the purple lightning hammer, should be deployed. Quick! When she formed a seal with his fingers, uttering true words. The purple lightning hammer soared into the air, darting above Fux's head, and steadily landed atop the 3 treasures, its purple radiance swelling like a star falling into an abyss, waiting for the 7th layer of heavenly lightning to strike down. The clouds thickened and the thunder grew heavier, causing a tightness in the hearts of the onlookers. Each bolt of lightning was like a blade tearing through the sky, cold and violent, leaving glaring white marks in midair. Amidst the rolling thunderclouds, the purple lightning hammer leaped, as if alive, chasing the lightning that darted through the gaps in the clouds. The hammer radiated a deep purple golden luster, with fine electric arcs dancing across its surface, as though it itself was condensed from the essence of lightning. Dozens of bolts of thunder crashed down in succession, and the hammer's body flickered between light and dark, exhibiting an increasingly profound and solemn presence. As the 7/9's lightning tribulation passed, the 8/9's lightning tribulation followed. Finally, the 9/9's lightning tribulation arrived. This was the heaviest threshold imposed by heaven and earth on postnatal beings, a trial specifically set by the heavenly Dao for those qualified to inherit the title of human emperor. Under 9/9's there are a total of 81 bolts of tribulation lightning, each striking directly at life, testing whether one's muscles and bones can endure, whether one's spirit can remain intact, and whether one's will can remain unshaken. Of course, it also tests the thickness of one's luck and the depth of one's blessings. The purple lightning hammer is a treasure of the lightning path, born to resonate with heavenly thunder, and at this moment, it hovered above Fux's head, humming and vibrating, as stable as a rock. It truly is the 9/9's lightning tribulation. It truly lives up to the hopes of the human emperor. Xuandu sighed softly, and just as the words left his mouth, he froze for a moment. That was merely a casual remark, yet it truly came to pass. When she stood beside him, saying nothing, he understood in his heart, among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and the 8 human emperors, none were not certified as the utmost saints. What is meant by the utmost saint? One whose cultivation surpasses that of the peak saint and resides at the pinnacle of the chaos, above the great Luo golden immortal, but below the mixed element golden immortal. Fushi, facing this lightning tribulation, is nothing extraordinary. In contrast, when he transcended the mundane to become an immortal, he only faced the 3/9's lightning tribulation. A mere 27 bolts. Compared to Fushi today, his foundation, comprehension, and opportunities were far inferior. Fortunately, in his 2 lifetimes as a human, he had long known where the path lay. What has passed cannot be sought, but what is to come can still be pursued. As long as he steps steadily and places his pieces accurately, the future need not be inferior to anyone. Half an hour later, the last bolt of tribulation lightning erupted from the heart of the clouds like a silver dragon descending to the earth. The purple lightning hammer met it with a crash, its purple light surging, colliding fiercely with the lightning. With a thunderous shock, the sea of thunder churned, and the thunder dragon let out a long howl, causing the dark clouds to recede like a tide. The sun and moon slowly resumed their positions, and the light of day poured down, illuminating Huashu Mountain as bright as day. Heavenly Dao then lowered the transformative rain and the transcendent light of tribulation with dense raindrops and misty light. The spiritual herbs and celestial vines scorched by the lightning absorbed the spiritual energy sprouting branches and leaves their green vitality threefold greater than before. Naturally, the one who benefited the most was Fuxi. Wen Qi and Xuandu collected the few floating spiritual treasures from the sky, while Fuxi sat cross-legged, adjusting his breath, opening his mouth, to take in the transformation of heaven and earth entirely into his lungs. After the lightning tribulation passed, his physical body was thoroughly cleansed, the mortal shell shed, and the innate Dao body had formed. At this point, the seventh immortal of the human race was born. The first six were Suiren Youchao Zi Xuandu, Wen Qi Sanjia. The 12-year-old Fuxi was already tall and handsome, with clear features, and a spark of unyielding spirit danced in his eyes. Now, having shed his old self, his features were even clearer, his face like carved jade, his demeanor calm, yet still unable to hide the vibrant energy of youth. Half a day later, Fuxi awoke from his enlightenment, stretched lazily, and suddenly felt something was amiss. Looking down, his face flushed with embarrassment. It turned out that the lightning tribulation had shattered the beast skin tunic he wore, and at this moment, he was sitting on the rocky ground completely bare, with not a single thread left. Fortunately, Wen Qi had prepared early. With a flick of his sleeve, he tossed over a plain blue postnatal Dao robe. Fuxi hurriedly put it on, adjusting his collar, and immediately bowed deeply to the two. "Thank you, Holy Master. Thank you, Senior Brother." If it weren't for Xuandu stabilizing the situation, and Wen Qi protecting him, relying solely on himself, he surely would not have lasted through the third round of lightning tribulation. Good, good, good. Xuandu exclaimed 3 times, his voice ringing like bells, his face filled with smiles. "Fuxi, you have now attained the status of a human immortal. From this point on, you have truly stepped onto the path of immortality. From today onwards, I shall impart the true teachings of humanity to you. You should go back and inform your mother and kin. Starting tomorrow, you will study the Dao on Huashu Mountain for 3 years, then enter closed-door training for another 3 years. Within 6 years, you must firmly root the marvelous methods of humanity." However, Wen Qi said nothing, only nodding with a smile. After he attained immortality, he spent 500 years listening to the Dao at Bio Palace. The 1-9 lightning tribulation, 1 cycle of 9 bolts. The 3-9 lightning tribulation, 3 cycles, a total of 27 bolts. The 9-9 lightning tribulation, 9 cycles, a total of 81 bolts. Cultivating does not count. The years as cold and heat are merely passers-by. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. Fuxi has been diligently improving under the guidance of the Grand Master Xuandu, and over these 6 years his cultivation has risen from a human immortal to a celestial immortal. On the day he emerged from seclusion, he tidied his attire and came to meet his 2 mentors, Master Wenshu and Senior Brother Xuandu. "The 6 years have concluded, and I wish to return to the tribe for a visit." Xuandu nodded while Wenshu smiled, neither of them objecting. Xuandu spoke, "Fuxi, I have imparted to you the entirety of the Ta Ching immortal scripture, every word intact, every sentence explained. From now on, there is no need for you to seek the Dao on Mount Huashu every day. You may cultivate in the Fenggun tribe instead. You are now an adult, the Fuxi of humanity, and more so the Fuxi of Fenggun, the Fuxi of all humanity. You must take on the responsibilities of the tribe now. But rest assured, both the Grand Master and I will remain here on the mountain, and if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, you may come to us at any time." Wenshu took over, his voice gentle. "Senior Brother Xuandu speaks truly. A master leads you to the door, but the cultivation journey is yours to walk. For matters of the Dao, seek Xuandu. For matters of humanity, come to me." After listening, Fuxi once again bowed deeply, observing all formalities. As he stood up, Wenshu took out a small seal from his sleeve and handed it to him. "Fuxi, now that you have entered the path of immortality, you cannot be without a tool. This high-grade acquired spiritual treasure, Jinshan In, I bestow upon you today for your protection. When I joined the GS sect, it was gifted to me by Master Duobao himself as a rite of passage. Now that I no longer require it, I pass it on to you." Fuxi was no longer a 6-year-old child and understood the significance of such treasures. Although this Jinshan In is a product of the acquired realm, it is of high quality, perfectly suited to his current celestial immortal cultivation. Beyond this, even if he were to obtain a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, it would not be able to suppress the layers of Dao rhythm. Without reaching the Xinshan realm, trying to forcibly refine it would result in backlash. Noticing his slight hesitation, Xuandu gently said, "What the Grand Master has bestowed you should accept without hesitation. You are not yet capable of controlling innate items. This seal will be sufficient for you. Hearing his senior brother speak Fu, she reached out to accept the spiritual treasure Wenshu offered immediately, sitting down to refine it. The 36 layers of acquired prohibitions were gradually opened steadily and unhurriedly. With the seal in hand upon returning to the Fenggun tribe, he would have an additional layer of protection for his people. After the refinement was completed, he set off back home with the Black Emperor. As the azure clouds rose, Wenshu watched the departing figure and smiled at Xuandu. Senior brother Xuandu, our humanity has gained another capable talent. Xuandu lightly waved his dust whisk, stroking his beard with a smile. Brother Wenshu, you speak incorrectly. It is indeed fortunate for humanity to gain a person, but for the human race we have truly added a great sage. On the day the 18-year-old Fu, she stepped into the Fenggun tribe, the clansmen gathered around. On one hand, there was finally an immortal to oversee. On the other, he brought back the true teachings of humanity, the doctrines of pill formulas, and the methods of breathing and guidance, all of which he imparted. However, the clansmen possessed ordinary roots. Even though they were eager for the Dao, it was already difficult for them to enter the acquired realm, let alone transcend through tribulation. Fu Shi served his mother, the Huasu clan, while teaching the law to the rest, and learning the clan's affairs from the ancestors. With a clear Dao heart, observing matters as if through a mirror, understanding affairs like the patterns on his palm. It wasn't long before he could handle both large and small matters with ease. Seeing this, the old clan leader simply handed over the staff to him. Henceforth, the Fenggun tribe entered the era of Fu Shi. Each year saw abundant grains, thriving livestock, steady cooking fires, and a united spirit exuding an atmosphere of prosperity and stability. Meanwhile, in the Nuwa Palace, the Saint Nuwa has been quietly watching over the Fenggun tribe since the birth of Fu Shi into humanity. Over the years, the two individuals blessed by fate, Xuandu and Wenshu, have successively resided there, causing the heavenly phenomena to shift subtly. The Fenggun region has seen no droughts or floods for 30 years, with even the dark clouds gathering less often. With a slight shift in Nuwa's thoughts, dark clouds suddenly gathered over the upper reaches of the Luo River, unleashing a torrential downpour. The rainwater surged down the mountains, merging into a torrential flood, heading straight for Fenggun. How could flesh and blood withstand the wrath of heaven and earth? In the wake of the flood, the clansmen suffered losses. Homes collapsed, grains were swept away, livestock scattered, fertile fields were ruined, and ditches overflowed. Fu Shi, who had always been smooth sailing, had never faced such a devastating disaster. Just as he took on the position of clan leader, he encountered this first life-and-death trial. Fortunately, the flood arrived quickly and receded just as fast. With the water stains not yet dry, Fu Shi had already crossed the muddy ground barefoot, helping the injured and carrying the sick from house to house. The medical and alchemical skills he learned from Xuandu came into play at this moment. As he poured out the medicinal bottles, the fragrance of the medicine wafted through the air. A few spiritual pills went down, mending broken bones and dispelling fevers, saving countless lives. Just as things were in chaos, the old ancestor approached with a staff in hand, tapping the ground with a solid and forceful sound. Fu Shi, do not linger in sorrow. Natural disasters are common, we have seen many. The urgent matter now is to help everyone survive. The grains are gone, first we must fill our stomachs. That is the most pressing matter at hand. Fu's heart trembled. He finally understood the weight of being a clan leader. After sending off the old ancestor, he immediately assigned tasks. The able-bodied would wield spears to hunt in the forest, while the women and children would carry baskets to gather fruits. Though he had long ceased to eat, it did not matter, but the clansmen could not find peace for even a single day. He walked alone to the small river outside the tribe, where the water surface was filled with an abundance of scaly creatures. Some as thick as arms, others as small as fingers, filling the entire river, darting about like arrows. If I could catch some to stave off hunger, the tribe could regain its breath. He had indeed caught fish barefoot with friends in his childhood, but those slippery fish would slip away with a mere touch, making it difficult to catch even 1 out of 10. As he pondered with his head lowered, a rich aroma suddenly invaded his nostrils. Where is that meat fragrance coming from? He looked up and saw 2 bonfires blazing on the clearing across the river. One fire was roasting a rabbit with the oil sizzling and splattering. The other had a stone pot suspended over its steam, rising and swirling. It was Wenshu cooking over there. The Black Emperor sniffed the air, its tail swishing, transforming into a shadow as it dashed over. If you aren't eager to eat, there's something wrong with your thinking. He was already at the celestial immortal level and did not need to eat grains, but he was willing to break his vows for Wenshu's cooking. Seeing his master arrive, Fu Shi felt his earlier frustrations dissipate and quickly crossed the river. Wenshu was just sprinkling Sichuan pepper, cumin pepper, and fine salt over the rabbit meat, then swiftly cut it in half, 1/2, was handed to Fu, the other tossed to the Black Emperor. Turning around, he stirred the stone pot, and the soup's surface shimmered with golden oil. Fu held the rabbit meat and took his first bite. It was crispy and fragrant, tender, yet not greasy, with spices penetrating deep into his lungs. Having grown up in Fenggan for 12 years, he had never tasted such flavors. Before he could utter a word, Shu smiled and called out, tapping the edge of the pot with his bamboo chopsticks, "Little Fu, how do you plan to catch the fish? The grain store of the Fenggan tribe is nearly empty. Do you have a strategy to deal with this?" The saint's question made Fu furrow his brow deeply. "The grain stored in the granary are only enough for next spring's sowing. For now, we can only rely on hunting in the mountains and foraging for wild fruits to survive. If we had not taught the methods of farming in earlier years, humanity would indeed still be trapped in the old ways of hunting beasts and gathering fruits. Even though this world has opened up fields and sowed grains, when a great disaster strikes, a single tribe ultimately cannot withstand the changes of heaven and earth. In the face of calamity, only through alliance and mutual aid among tribes can we survive the hardships." He stirred the soup in the stone pot, while addressing Fu. "Ferocious beasts are hard to approach and small creatures are slippery. Before the bow is drawn, they have already darted into the grass. Before the traps are set, they have already leapt across the stream. Wild fruits can fill the stomach, but they are far away in the mountain hollows. Making a round trip would consume half a day, exhausting the people and depleting the grains, making it hard to continue." As Fu chewed on the rabbit meat, he felt a lump in his throat, losing the flavor of the meat in his mouth. At this moment, Shu scooped a full bowl of soup from the pot and handed it over. Fu instinctively reached out to take it just as he was about to stand and return the gesture. Shu pressed his wrist. "First, drink a mouthful of fish soup." "Fish soupy?" Fu was taken aback. "The things swimming in the water. Can it be eaten?" He had noticed the shimmering silver-scaled creatures in the river, but no one dared to catch them or taste them. Why? Because according to the heavenly law, all living beings in the world were divided into 5 categories: fish scales, fur feathers, and insects. Among the feathered insects, there were 360, with the phoenix at the forefront. Among the furry insects, there were 360, with the qilin as their noble. Among the armored insects, there were 360, with the divine turtle in command. Among the scaled insects, there were 360, led by the flood dragon. And among the fish, there were 360, with the saints at their helm. The human race has always only consumed furry beasts and feathered birds, avoiding the others, viewing them as ominous. Shi himself also filled a bowl, blew on the steam, and while sipping said, "This thing is called fish, and it can be found everywhere in rivers, streams, ponds, and shallow bays. The meat is tender and non-toxic, abundant, and easy to obtain. Fenggan is currently short on food and should make use of it to cross the wasteland." Upon hearing this, Fu lowered his head and took a taste. The soup entered his mouth and the fresh aroma rushed up his nostrils. His tongue trembled slightly as a warm sensation flowed down his throat, loosening his limbs and body. The fish meat was soft and tender, and as he swallowed it, the emptiness in his stomach quietly faded away, bringing him a sense of ease. This truly is a supreme flavor. He finished his bowl in a few gulps, set it down, and stood up to bid farewell. He needed to hurry back to gather people to fish in the river. With these creatures in the river, Fenggan would not starve. Shi nodded in approval and said, "Go quickly and return swiftly." Just as Fu departed, the Black Empress approached, having cleaned up a rabbit leg and finishing the fish soup. Before long, Fu had brought the strong men from the tribe to the water's edge. Behind them followed a crowd of old and young, leaning on crutches, holding children, and tiptoeing to take a look. All came. Hearing that the chief had summoned people to fish for food, every able-bodied person was eager to help. For the human race, everything relied on people. Farming required people, building houses required people, and even gathering herbs or firewood needed men, women, and children to join in. In fact, both Shi and Fu could easily cause a splash and gather schools of fish. However, it is better to teach people to fish than to simply provide them with fish. What the human race needed was not a basket of fresh goods given by others, but the skill to catch fish with their own hands. Unfortunately, having many people did not necessarily help. The river was clear, and the fish swam nimbly, each slipping away like oil faster than arrows. After half a day of splashing about using hands and feet, they caught only a few fish and shrimp, fewer than what Shi had brewed in his stone pot. Fu wiped the water off his face and turned back to find Shi. Shi smiled. "Human strength is limited, but wisdom is boundless. All living beings in the world can be teachers." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to a large tree behind him. Fu stepped forward in confusion and looked up. High among the branches, a spider web was stretched out like a curtain, densely woven and crisscrossed. Dozens of flying insects were stuck tightly to it, flapping their wings and feet in a futile struggle. New insects flew in with the wind, and without exception, they all got stuck, unable to escape. Fushi suddenly had a flash of understanding and exclaimed, "I understand. I understand." He turned to leave, but when she called out to him again, "Fushi, fish and shrimp can be eaten, but do not exhaust their capture. If you drain the pond today, the river will run dry tomorrow. If you catch all today, there will be nothing to seed next year. Only take the larger ones, leaving the smaller to swim and spawn. Oh, only take the strong ones, allowing the young to grow and form schools. In this way, the waterway will not be exhausted, the fish and shrimp will not disappear, and there will be harvests every year, never facing hunger." Fushi nodded solemnly. When she continued, "Remember this phrase, do not violate the farming season. Your grains cannot be consumed beyond measure. Nets must not be cast into shallow ponds. Fish and turtles cannot be consumed beyond measure. Axes and saws must be used timely in the forests. Timber cannot be consumed beyond measure. When grains are abundant, fish plentiful, and with lush, the people will thrive and have no regrets." Fushi silently recited it twice, chewing over its meaning. Suddenly he adjusted his clothing, stood upright, and bowed deeply. "Fushi, thanks the Holy Master for the enlightenment. This saying will be engraved in my heart and passed on to future generations. Go now?" "Yes." As soon as Fushi left, he quickly hurried back to the tribe. The food shortage in Fenggun's tribe was about to be resolved, and as the leader, he naturally felt relieved and content. When she watched his retreating figure, a slight smile on his lips, nodding gently. Fushi could discern the method of fishing at a glance from the spider web, and with just one piece of guidance he comprehended its deeper meaning. This level of insight truly warranted the title of the first emperor of the human race. He rushed into the tribe, immediately gathering the strong young men, collecting fine hemp and thick ropes, and began to work untangling, segmenting, and knotting them one by one. With horizontal and vertical lines weaving in and out clearly, the net became tighter and denser, eventually forming a large and sturdy net that truly resembled that spider web between the tree branches. Having received Wen Kai's earlier reminder that the mesh does not need to be too tight, the holes in this net were left a bit wider. Larger fish and crabs would struggle futilely, while smaller fish and shrimp could slip away. As soon as the net was finished, Fushi took it down to the water with several strong young men. As the river rippled, the net sank, and with a drag a splash sounded, and a dozen fat carp and several large crabs were caught inside, flailing about. On the shore, cheers erupted. The elders clapped their thighs, the women covered their mouths to laugh, and the children chased after the edge of the net, shouting, "We caught some! We caught some!" Fushi stood by the water's edge, unable to hide his joy. Since becoming the leader, there had never been a day more secure and fulfilling than today. The Holy Master is indeed the Holy Master, who just a few words resolved our dire situation in Fenggun. This net is truly effective. From now on we shall call it Wangu. One net after another, fish and shrimp continued to come ashore. Fushi turned and called for the old and young to return to the camp, personally rolling up his sleeves, teaching the women how to fillet fish, chop crabs, brew soup, and pan fry. As the smoke rose, the fresh aroma rushed into their noses. If there were too many fish and shrimp, the tribespeople would sundry them. Those gathered during the flood season could also be chewed with rice during the dry season. Relying on this river and this net, the Fenggun people safely weathered the disaster year. Just as everyone surrounded the pot, drinking soup and laughing loudly, a faint purple cloud drifted from the horizon. The purple aura was neither dense nor intense, drifting above the Fenggun tribe silently, splitting into three strands. One fell on Fux's shoulder, another enveloped the net spread on the ground, and the last gently settled on Wen Kai's forehead. The remaining specks of purple light sprinkled like fine rain over the entire settlement. The merit was shallow, the movement small, lacking thunder, wind, or unusual phenomena. The tribespeople only thought it was the reflection of the evening glow and did not pay it much attention. But their bodies quietly grew stronger. Their muscles became more resilient, their vision clearer, and even the infants in swaddling would sleep more soundly at night. Fushi felt a warmth in his Tongtian, his breath suddenly rising, the celestial realm breaking through, and he steadily stepped into the threshold of true immortality. That net also emitted a faint glow, with its threads flowing with a spiritual aura, no longer an ordinary object, transforming into a postnatal spiritual treasure imbued with merit. When she raised his hand to touch the back of his head, the purple will quietly sinking into the depths of his primordial spirit, not moving in the slightest. Why was this bit of merit so thin? Why did even heaven and earth neglect to respond? He was very clear in his heart. The deeds of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors should have accumulated vast amounts of heavenly, earthly, and human merit. Otherwise, how could the 8 human emperors possibly attain the supreme fruit position of merging the 3 corpses? Yet merit is not dispensed immediately upon its accrual. What Fushi currently possesses is merely a celestial seal, heaven's acknowledgement that he is the first being in this realm to weave the net. When his karmic enterprise reaches consummation, all that is owed today shall be repaid in full. With abundant harvests from the waters the clan ate their fill, their complexions brightened, children multiplied, survival rates rose, and lifespans gradually lengthened. Fushi withheld nothing. He orally imparted the art of net weaving to the 3 ancestral sages, Sueren Zi, Yi, and Yu Chao, who carried it forth to the 4 corners of the land. Tribes along the Luo River, witnessing the flourishing prosperity of Funguin and hearing rumors that its leader was a human immortal versed in celestial omens, began migrating en masse, whole families packing up and seeking refuge there. Fushi's prestige swelled day by day. Fungun grew ever larger, settlements merging into one another, hearths blazing across vast stretches of land. These transformations did not escape the watchful eyes of Wenqi and Xuandu. The 3 sovereign sages, the Supreme Elder Lord Lady Nuwa and Tongtian Jiaozhu, each cast a quiet downward glance. Fushi, as the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder Lord and elder brother of Lady Nuwa, naturally enjoyed their protection. Tongtian Jiaozhu, however, observed him with particular interest, for the fate of the Jie sect was subtly ascending in tandem with humanity's burgeoning vitality, a truth he fully comprehended. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, 20-year-old Fushi ascended the summit of Mount Huashu, then bowed deeply before Wenqi and Xuandu, and asked without preamble, "Senior brother Xuandu, sage teacher Wenqi, Fungun now teems with thriving life. But lately I have noticed newborn infants lack the sharpness of mind their elders possessed. Some arrive into the world with malformed limbs or impaired senses. May I ask, esteemed elders, what lies behind this?" Xuandu's brows furrowed faintly. For a moment he remained silent. Though his cultivation ran deep, he had never scrutinized the intricacies of mortal bloodlines. The principles of yin-yang union and procreation appeared to him merely natural law, never worthy of deeper contemplation. Fushi's question truly stumped him. Wenqi, however, already understood what later generations would term consanguineous marriage. When blood ties grow too close, latent afflictions inevitably surface. Yet such words could not be spoken aloud. As both Fushi and Xuandu turned expectantly toward him, he cleared his throat gently and replied with calm composure, "Fushi, the matter you raise has not escaped our notice. Return home in peace. We shall provide you with a sound solution within 1 year." Fushi. No sooner had Fushi's figure vanished down the mountain path than Xuandu pivoted, his voice thick with bewilderment. "Brother, do you already possess a remedy?" Wenqi lowered his gaze and smiled faintly. "This concerns humanity's long-term destiny. It cannot be rushed. I have already drafted a framework. When the time ripens, I shall instruct him how to establish marital norms, harmonious with cosmic principle yet aligned with human sentiment. When parents possess divergent vital essences, their offspring inherit a shared origin. But thus within 3 generations or 5 degrees of kinship, all blood relatives stem from a single lineage. Now post-heavenly, humans marry within the same surname, retaining only homogeneous qi, deprived entirely of complementary, contrasting energies, like solitary yin without yang, or isolated yang bereft of yin. As the ancient adage declares, solitary yin cannot generate, isolated yang cannot sustain. Indeed, the institution of human marriage must be reformed, prohibiting nuptials between those sharing the same surname within 5 generations. Men marrying women of other surnames, women wedded to men of different lineages, will resolve this flaw. Upon hearing this, great master Xuandu nodded approvingly and laughed heartily. "Brother, you perceive the profound truths of yin-yang cosmology even more clearly than I, the foremost disciple of the human teaching. Had you joined our sect back, then the Supreme Elder Lord might well have entrusted you with his complete legacy of the Tao of yin-yang." Wenqi, startled, bowed his head repeatedly and protested vehemently, "I dare not. With his humble origins at that time, not even worthy of approaching the gates of the human teaching, let alone gazing upon the Supreme Elder Lord's sacred abode, he risked celestial backlash merely contemplating such proximity." Seeing Wenqi fall silent, Xuandu asked again, "If the plan is ready, why not reveal it to Fushi immediately? Why delay a full year?" Wenqi replied, "Great brother Xuandu, Fushi has just turned 20, precisely the age to establish himself and take a spouse. If new human rights are to take root, why not begin with the chieftain of Fungun itself?" Xuandu, taken aback, mouth slightly agape, stood speechless for a long while before regaining his composure. He had not foreseen that this pivotal opportunity would fall upon his own junior brother. Yet reflection brought clarity. Fushi's growing sagely virtue meant ever greater celestial recompense for Wenqi, who served as his de facto instructor in the master's stead. Urgently he pressed, indeed Fushi must seek a consort. But what kind of woman should she be? As future celestial emperor of humanity, his principal wife must possess impeccable lineage, boundless fortune, and an exalted fate. None may be wanting among post-heavenly humans who could possibly match Fushi. No sooner had the words left his lips than his brow furrowed tightly. Though countless human women existed, not a single one possessed the requisite fortune, fate, or foundational resonance to bear Fushi's overwhelming aura. Wenqi, observing his distress, merely shook his head with a gentle smile. Great brother Xuandu, you cling too tightly to appearances. That we cannot find her does not mean she does not exist. In truth, I have already chosen her. Xuandu froze mid-breath. Wenqi withdrew from his sleeve the post-heaven merit spirit treasure, the creation whip, and raised it lightly. Brother, please await me briefly atop Mount Huaxiu. I shall now proceed to the Wugong Palace. Go quickly. Do not delay. Xuandu blurted out, without a trace of hesitation. He knew full well Fushi's destined consort was far beyond the authority of two golden immortals to appoint. Only the Holy Mother, sovereign of all marital fates and Fushi's own younger sister, could rightfully determine this union. Brother, your wisdom as sage teacher of humanity astounds me. I am truly awestruck. Wenqi departed Mount Huaxiu alone, riding clouds eastward straight toward Jinao Island. Why alone? Because the Black Sovereign had lately taken to lounging beneath the eaves of the Huaxiu clan, effectively becoming Fushi's spiritual familiar, no longer accompanying Wenqi. Why Jinao Island? The Wugong Palace, hidden deep within primordial chaos, lay utterly inaccessible to a golden immortal like himself. He could not even locate its threshold. He must first seek his master Immortal Hanzhi to guide him, and then request Tongtian Jiaozhu's intervention. After all, the Holy Mother's own master was none other than the sovereign Tongtian. 3 months later, when Wenqi alighted dust-streaked outside the Lingji Palace on Jinao Island. Scarcely had his clouds settled when a clear, bright voice drifted from within the palace gate. Little Wenqi, gone 32 years. What brings you back to the island today? It was Bai Xiao speaking. Upon recognizing his junior aunt, Wenqi's shoulders relaxed. Evidently, the 3 Xiao and 4 Yun of Sainthood Island had gathered once more at their master's abode to discourse on the Dao. Before he could bow in formal greeting, Yun Zhao's voice emerged serenely from within. Bai Xiao, cease your teasing. Wenqi's cultivation now surpasses yours. Hurry and usher your junior nephew inside. Entering the palace, he indeed found Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Kai Yun seated together on meditation cushions, engaged in profound discourse. Wenqi offered respectful salutations to each in turn. After completing his bows, he suddenly sensed his master Hanzhi's aura, profound, still, and resonant with the eternal rhythm of the Dao. Clear evidence she had mastered the mysteries of the primordial 5 elements and advanced yet another tier in cultivation. Hanzhi, perceiving his timely return, knew urgent matters were afoot, and sat motionless awaiting his words. Wenqi wasted no time. Master Fushi has reached adulthood and must now establish his household and secure his realm. Yet his marriage lies beyond my authority, or even Xuandu's, to decide. I have come humbly to beg you, master, to accompany me in petitioning the sovereign Tongtian. Hearing this, Hanzhi and her 4 senior sisters all nodded in solemn agreement. Given Fushi's unique status, his nuptials demanded sovereign adjudication. Though Tongtian held Wenqi in high regard as a 3rd-generation disciple, he lacked imperial summons, and thus dared not enter the Bio Palace unbidden. Suddenly, Bai Xiao slammed her palm upon the table. I thought it some grave dilemma. A mere audience with the sovereign. Why trouble Sister Hanzhi? I'll take him myself. Hanzhi smiled softly and said to Wenqi, very well. We are immersed in the study of Tai's teachings. Go with Aunt Bai Xiao to the Bio Palace. Thank you, junior aunt. Wenqi followed Bai Xiao toward the Bio Palace. Midway, she abruptly turned, tilting her head with a mischievous grin, her eyes sparkling with 3 parts cunning and 7 parts playful provocation. Wenqi's steps faltered, a subtle tension crept up his spine. Among the myriad disciples of the Jie sect, he felt no trepidation before Bao Dao Ren or Zhao Gongming. Yet before this junior aunt his heart pounded uneasily. Though Bai Xiao had assumed form long ago, her temperament remained childlike. Her jests unrestrained, her grudges tenaciously held. Her nature mirrored that of an unripe human girl, delighting in laughter and mischief, quick-witted and spirited, yet intolerant of injustice. Her eyes incapable of tolerating even a speck of dust. Ultimately, she simply could not conceal her thoughts, speaking exactly what came to mind, never veiling meaning or circling around truth. Whenever Wen Qi spent time with her, he unconsciously treated her like a daughter to be indulged, yet this daughter outranked him by a generation. Bai Xiao was one of the most senior elders among the third generation of the Jie sect. Bai Xiao's lips curled slightly, her eyes narrowing with a hint of mischief as she regarded Wen Qi with an ambiguous smile. Junior nephew Wen Qi, I've long suspected you were blessed with extraordinary luck. Senior brother Gongming, elder sister Yun Xiao, and even fairy Hanzhi. Whenever they associate with you, they always gain substantial benefits. At this rate, they'll soon accumulate enough heavenly Dao merit to ascend to Hunyuan. But look at me. My cultivation is the lowest, my foundation the weakest. Surely, I deserve a share of that fortune. When she understood immediately, Bai Xiao had her sights set on his peculiar destiny of bringing prosperity to those around him. Among all the disciples of the three sects, he alone could rely on his own actions to earn merit and attract the heavenly Dao's favor. Even his own master fairy Hanzhi had repeatedly benefited from their karmic connection. Her spiritual roots had been refined to perfection. Her position as Attain Golden Immortal was now unshakable, and her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Yet originally Hanzhi's foundation had been inferior to Bai Xiao's. Back when Fuxi first crafted the fishing net and merit descended upon the world, most beings in the primordial wilderness sensed nothing unusual. But at that very moment, the three Xiao and four clouds were gathered at the Spirit Herb Palace, discussing the Dao with Hanzhi. Later, when Wen Qi received merit at the Fenggun tribe, Hanzhi, far away on Jinao Island, felt her spiritual energy surge, and her Dao resonance subtly strengthen. After several such occurrences, even Bai Xiao began to piece things together. This junior nephew must have accomplished something momentous again. Senior aunt, Bai Xiao, heavenly Dao merit is granted by heaven's will. I've merely been fortunate enough to stumble upon a few opportunities. How could I possibly command such things? Should another chance arise, you'll be the first I think of. Seeing him thump his chest in promise, Bai Xiao's brow relaxed, her eyes curving into crescents as a smile spread across her face. Excellent. Excellent. Since you've said so, I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. You humans speak of establishing a career and finding a wife of husband and wife working in harmony. How about this? If you can help me earn merit sufficient to prove my worth as a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, I'll introduce my elder sister to you. Wen Qi froze on the spot, a vein pulsing at his temple. Ahem. Elder sister probably wouldn't agree to follow my arrangements. Bai Xiao blinked, unwavering. That's simple enough. If you can also help my second sister Attain, who and you and the two of us can persuade her together, far better than you going it alone. When she could bear it no longer, he stepped forward, grabbing her sleeve with one hand and pressing the other toward her mouth. Senior aunt, please stop. If those words drift into Senior Aunt Yangxiu's ears, we won't be heading to Bo Palace today. We'll be checking into German orthopedics instead. German orthopedics? Bai Xiao tilted her head, not resisting, merely curious. Sounds like a blessed place. Does it offer merit opportunities? When she paused, suddenly remembering that Bai Xiao had long grown accustomed to being silenced by Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao, she too suddenly realized. If those words truly spread, she'd likely be sentenced to 3 years of seclusion on Tongtian Island. She quickly changed the subject. Oh, why didn't Little Black follow you back today? When she released her sleeve and smoothed his own robes, Black Emperor is currently guarding Fuxi at the Fenggun tribe and can't get away. What? Bai Xiao's eyes widened. A little wolf demon, and you dare call it Emperor? Aren't you afraid the sage at Nuwa Palace will knock some sense into you? Sister always says in bold, but looking at it now, you are the wildest one on the entire Jinao Island. When Kai's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled the rules regarding the title of Demon Emperor, Diju and Tai Fuxi and Nuwa were the 4 recognized as Demon Emperors. The first 3 had fallen, leaving only Nuwa to preside over the demonic teachings. His casual remark had inadvertently crossed a taboo line. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Yet on second thought, Black Emperor had enjoyed a smooth path, repeatedly gaining merit, and even Fairy Hanzhi had raised no objection. The sage's heart was generous, perhaps she didn't mind. But this precedent must not continue. Other sages might not be so tolerant. Rest assured, Senior Aunt. Black Emperor is now adorned with merit. By the time it returns to Jinao Island, it will likely have reached the Golden Immortal realm. So, the sage truly doesn't mind. What? Little Black could encounter such fortune too. The two walked and talked their steps unhurried, and before long they arrived at the gates of Bo Palace. The palace gates stood open with the Waterfire boy already waiting at the steps. It seemed the happenings at the Fenggun tribe and the stirrings on Jinao Island were already known to Tongtian Jiaozhu. The Waterfire boy was well acquainted with Wen Qi, especially recently. Whenever Qinghuan came from Nuwa Palace or Xuandu arrived from the Rin sect, they would first pay respects to the Jiaozhu, who would then assign the boy to guide them to Wenqi. He knew full well this disciple of Fairy Hanzhi was truly one who carried great fortune. Seeing Wenqi and Bai Xiao approach, the Waterfire boy immediately rushed forward and grabbed Wenkai's wrist. Junior nephew, hurry. The master has been waiting for you. Bai Xiao raised an eyebrow. Little Waterfire, why didn't you pull me along? Has the master not been waiting for me? The boy's face flushed, his voice dropping half a pitch. The master truly didn't mention you. Inside Bo Palace, a cloud bed hung high. Tongtian Jiaozhu sat upon it, his Dao aura condensed and undisturbed. Wenqi and Bai Xiao entered the hall, bowing in unison and intoning, "Teacher Grandmaster, may you be in peace." Wenqi, Tongtian Jiaozhu said, his gaze calm and steady. "Why aren't you assisting Fuxi among the humans with Xuandu? What brings you to Bo Palace?" Wenqi bowed slightly and stated his purpose directly. "Grandmaster Fuxi has reached the age of 20 and should take a wife. But currently no human woman possesses a destiny compatible with his. This disciple has deliberated at length with Xuandu, and we humbly request that you intercede with the Holy Mother on our behalf." As his words fell, Tongtian Jiaozhu's expression remained unchanged, but he understood completely. He had no karmic ties with the human race. This matter was not his to raise. Moreover, Fux's teacher was none other than Tongtian Jiaozhu's elder brother, Taishang Laojun. If he personally approached Nuwa regarding Fux's affairs, it might well displease the leader of the Rin sect. So it must be that when she, moved by some thought, wished to meet the Holy Mother Nuwa, but his cultivation was too shallow to traverse the depths of chaos and find Nuwa Palace. Hence he had come to Bo Palace to seek aid. Tongtian Jiaozhu pondered briefly and grasped the full picture. For him this matter was but a flick of his sleeve. Why refuse? Go. Before the words faded, his sleeve waved gently. When she felt his form grow insubstantial, and when he opened his eyes again, he stood amidst the vast, boundless chaos. The sage's methods are truly profound. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings. In the distance a palace emerged into view. He hurried forward, standing before its gates, and looked up to observe closely. The entire Dao Palace stood as majestic as a mountain, seemingly formed of some warm jade-like substance emanating a hazy, clear radiance. Above the lintel, 3 ancient Dao runes were quietly inscribed, clearly reading Nuwa Palace. As when she was examining it, the palace gates soundlessly opened, and a woman in green robes stepped out slowly. It was Qinghuan of the Phoenix clan, the very one who had gifted him the human creation whip on Janeo Island. "Greetings, Senior Qinghuan." Though Qinghuan was the Holy Mother's mount, her cultivation realm was formidable, and when she dared not show any disrespect. Qinghuan, seeing his reverent demeanor, smiled slightly. "Holy teacher, no need for such formality. The lady already knew of your arrival and awaits you in the hall. Follow me inside." When she lowered his gaze and followed Qinghuan into the palace, his eyes downcast, not daring to look around. He saw a goddess in plain robes seated high upon a cloud platform, her beauty transcendent, her aura serene. Without needing to discern further, he recognized that this person was the Holy Mother Nuwa, who had attained enlightenment through the merit of creating humanity. He immediately bent down and bowed, saying, "Humanity's when she pays his respects to the Holy Mother. Please rise, Holy Master." A clear, ethereal voice reached his ears, and a gentle breeze lifted his arms, the strength just right, neither too light nor too heavy. "What brings you to the Wuhuang Palace?" When she then recounted the matters discussed with the Tongtian sect master and the Xiandu Grandmaster, stating them as they were. Finally he added, "Since you are the mother of humanity, I believe only you can comprehend the resolution of this situation." Upon hearing this, Nuwa did not respond immediately, but sat quietly on her cloud bed, her brow slightly furrowed. The saints had been planning for a long time, yet they overlooked a fundamental issue. The human emperor Fuxi was meant to be paired with a heavenly empress. Without the balance of yin and yang, harmony with the natural order cannot be achieved. But now humanity consists entirely of postnatal beings with limited bloodline foundations, and no one can match the dignity of Fuxi. Moreover, the positions of the human emperor and empress can only be borne by humanity. Even if a great power is willing to reincarnate and cultivate anew, it would be too late. While he was in doubt, her gaze shifted to Wenqi, who stood quietly below. Suddenly she spoke with a gentle tone, "I cannot make a decision regarding the marriage of the human emperor. Since the Holy Master has come regarding this matter, why not share your thoughts? Let us deliberate together." When she saw the Holy Mother asking him as an equal, and stepping forward, boldly clasped his hands and spoke candidly, "Your Majesty, postnatal beings are indeed unfit for the position of Empress. However, if we were to create a primordial human, this matter could be easily resolved. Since you originally attained enlightenment through creation, why not create another? In this way, the predicament between Fushi and the Fenggun tribe would naturally dissolve without a trace. Boom! As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden thunderous sound erupted from the depths of Nuwa's consciousness. Outsiders could not perceive it, but she felt her mind tremble, her spiritual platform becoming as clear as a wash. The primordial purple energy that lingered above her primordial spirit actually quivered in response, revealing cracks. So that's how it is. Her fingertips trembled slightly, her voice tinged with genuine exhilaration, no longer the calm demeanor of a sage she once portrayed. Why? Because this one sentence from when she had shattered her long-stalled opportunity to sever the corpse. Before she created humanity, Nuwa had only severed one evil corpse. After attaining enlightenment, she had also stagnated at the first level of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal. When the Taishang Laojun established his teachings and became a sage, he had already severed 3 corpses, laying a foundation far superior to hers. The 3 purities and the 2 saints of the West also had their own accomplishments. For a sage to advance further, there are only 2 paths: either realize the great Tao or accumulate great merit to sever the remaining corpses. Yet how rare is the merit and fortune? Coincidentally today, when Kai's words had triggered the primordial purple energy to respond on its own, assisting her in knocking open the door to the second corpse. Previously, she had not been eager to show herself due to her limited Tao cultivation. Now that the opportunity was at hand, how could she let it slip by? Without needing to say more, Nuwa had already devised a plan in her heart. With a flick of her sleeve, 3 items floated into her palm: an ancient cauldron, a lump of primal soil, and a jade bottle. When she immediately recognized them, they were the cauldron of transformation, 9 heavens, primal soil, and 4 seas bottle. The Tao ancestor Hong Jun treated her with great favor, using the heaven refining furnace to mend the sky, the cauldron of transformation for creating humanity. He had granted her 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Taishang Laojun, skilled in alchemy, possessed only the upper-grade Bagua furnace. The primordial heaven master, adept in artifact refining, had only the upper-grade Yin-Yang furnace. If each of them had a cauldron and a furnace of supreme quality, the pills and artifacts they refined would be of even greater power. Nuwa ignited the Tao fire and tossed it into the cauldron. Then she poured the 9 heavens primal soil into the cauldron and added the spiritual water from the 4 seas bottle. The 9 heavens mysterious fire beneath the cauldron surged like a dragon. The water within boiled like a tide. The primal soil gradually melted the earth, and water blended, steaming and rising, eventually transforming into a lump of light golden soft mud. She lightly tapped her fingertip to her brow, extracting 3 drops of crimson gold blood beads from her divine body, which settled steadily into the mud. I borrow your spiritual treasure for a moment. As soon as her words fell, the human creation whipped when Kai's waist leapt into the air, landing directly in Nuwa's palm. The golden mud surged, and 3 human shapes instantly took form. Hurry! Nuwa shouted decisively, and the mud bodies abruptly transformed, becoming 3 women. Among them, one had facial features that resembled Nuwa closely, while the other 2 appeared hazy, their faces unclear, their forms faintly shifting, as if they had yet to stabilize. Sever! Another stern shout. A beam of clear radiance burst forth from the crown of Nuwa's head, suddenly entering the body of the woman on her left. When Kai's heart jolted, he immediately understood Nuwa had actually severed the good corpse using this primordial human body. The 3 she had refined had not yet awakened their primordial spirits, yet she, taking this opportunity, had successfully severed the good corpse. Thus the good and evil corpses were now outside her body, with only her true self remaining to be severed. In terms of realm, she was already on par with the Western teachings guiding saint, only a step behind Taishang Laojun. However, if one were to truly compare strength at this moment, Nuwa had indeed stabilized her superiority over the guiding saint. The guiding saint had in hand only the 12-petal merit golden lotus and the 6 roots of purity bamboo, both supreme, innate spiritual treasures, while Nuwa had 7 supreme, innate spiritual treasures that she could bring forth: heaven refining furnace, cauldron of transformation, red embroidery ball, map of mountains and rivers, primordial holy sword, demon summoning banner, and treasure lotus lamp. In this situation, the guiding saint was certainly no match. Yet this event occurred deep within the chaos inside the Wahuang Palace, with only the Tao ancestor being aware of it. As for Wen Qi and Qing Wan, they naturally would not utter a word. Moments later, the good corpse had stabilized its primordial body and stepped forward, bowing and clasping its sleeves. Good corpse, I have met the true self. There is no need for excessive courtesy. You and I were born from the same source, Nuwa replied calmly. Though you are my good corpse, you are also the beginning of humanity. From this day forth you shall be Nuwa of humanity. After a pause, she turned her gaze to Wenqi. You shall accompany the Holy Master on the journey to humanity and assist Fuxi in fulfilling his achievements. Upon leaving the palace, all past memories will return to me with no more ties. From this moment on you shall be the true humanity. The good corpse of Nuwa was indeed shaped from the 9 heavens primal soil, emerging fully formed with a primordial body, but its cultivation was limited to human immortality. When Kai's mind flashed with enlightenment, so that was it. In order to fulfill her elder brother Fux's merits, Nuwa had sent her own good corpse into humanity to take on the role of empress. No wonder the ancient texts recorded that Fuxi and Nuwa were both siblings and spouses, one being the human emperor and the other the empress. The cause and effect are here. He broke into a slight sweat, fully aware that what he had seen and heard today must not be uttered a word. At this moment Nuwa's gaze fell upon Wenqi, who had been standing silently for a long time. Holy Master, I entrust humanity's Nuwa to you. Wenqi blurted out, utterly astonished. Though the good corpse had no independent primordial spirit, her identity was ultimately that of a sage's incarnation. How could he, a golden immortal, dare to be her master? He hurriedly clasped his hands and spoke hurriedly. Holy Mother, please consider. Though I hold the position of humanity's Holy Master, I would never dare to treat humanity's Nuwa with the respect of a master. It would be better to follow Fux's old example and ask the Holy Mother to recommend her so that she could join the Tongtian sect master of Goldao Island. Then let one of the senior brothers from the Jie sect teach her cultivation. Would that not be more appropriate? After a moment of thought, Nuwa nodded in agreement. Very well. Since Fuxi has entered the gates of the Taishang saints, it is only fitting for Nuwa to join the Jie sect. She raised her hand and waved. The remaining materials of the 9 heavens primal soil and the 4 seas bottle floated to Wenqi. Your master Hanzhi cultivates the way of spiritual plants, so I bestow these items to her. 9 heavens primal soil paired with 3 lights divine water is precisely what she needs. Let this also serve as gratitude for teaching such an excellent disciple like you to our humanity. Wenqi was stunned. He had long known that the 4 seas bottle contained divine water, but he had not expected that Nuwa would bestow these 2 precious treasures entirely to his teacher. Thinking back, he realized he had indeed helped greatly. Had he not brought the human creation whip into the palace in time, Nuwa might not have been able to seize this opportunity before the heavenly secrets closed. Spiritual treasures are precious, but compared to a good corpse, they are ultimately a bit lighter. He no longer declined, solemnly receiving them, cradling them in both hands. Thus, within the Wahuang Palace, only 2 primordial bodies without assigned primordial spirits remained silently standing in the corner of the hall. These 2 husks are also for you. They will surely have their uses in the future. I dare not refuse such a gift from the elder. Wenqi responded straightforwardly. Since it was a gift from the Holy Mother, how could there be grounds for refusal? He casually stored away the 2 Dao bodies along with the creation whip, already strategizing in his heart one for whom and the other for whom. It is quite embarrassing to admit that if he had obtained one upon just arriving, he would have likely surpassed the golden immortal realm by now. After the matter was concluded, Nuwa lightly lifted her sleeve, and Wenqi and the human Nuwa flickered, already standing above the sea of clouds outside Janeo Island. The person behind her had clear eyes, still carrying a hint of naive bewilderment. Wenqi already had a plan in mind, and golden clouds rose beneath his feet as he headed straight for the Bio Palace. Before the palace gate, the water and fire child was playfully tugging at the tail of a Kuei Nyo, but upon seeing Wenqi approaching with a strange woman, his eyes widened in surprise. Senior nephew, did you not just enter the Bio Palace? How did you come back from outside? The master sent me out for a while, Wenqi replied with a smile as the clouds enveloped the 2 and they landed steadily at the palace steps. As Wenqi and the human Nuwa stepped into the Bio Palace, Kuei Nyo finally spoke up, addressing the water and fire child. Water and fire, you have quite the audacity. Did you not notice that behind your senior nephew stands a saint? It's just a mere human immortal. How can they call themselves a saint? Kuei Nyo was chosen by the Master of Heaven from the monster clan in front of Nuwa after the calamity of the wraiths. He had seen Nuwa's appearance several times in his early years, and now, although the woman behind Wenqi had no trace of power, her brows, eyes, and demeanor resembled that of the saints from the Nuwa palace of the past. He had refrained from speaking earlier, fearing he might misidentify her and cause trouble. While the water and fire child and Kuei Nyo exchanged words, Wenqi had already led the human woman into the inner hall. The Master of Heaven remained seated on his cloud bed, not rising, yet his gaze had long since fallen upon Nuwa, remaining fixed. After a long moment, he gently exhaled, his expression slightly shaken. Junior sister, you have deep blessings. With Tongtian here, I congratulate you, Dao friend Nuwa, on slaying another corpse. With that said, his fingertip flickered, and a strand of divine thought quietly unraveled. In an instant, the cause and effect became clear. This person was indeed a good corpse from the Nuwa Palace, sharing the same source and root as the evil corpse transformed by Fushi. Now, with Nuwa's 3 corpses completed in 2, only one step remained before she could ascend to the supreme realm. In the context of the Honghuang Saints, this was indeed a heart-stopping matter. The Supreme Old One has slain all 3 corpses with the deepest cultivation. The Guide of Salvation has slain 2 corpses, firmly securing the second place. The remaining 4 saints, Yuan Shi, Nuwa, Zhuan-Ti, and Tongtian, have only slain 1 corpse each. Among them, Yuan Shi and Nuwa slayed the evil corpses, as Zhuan-Ti slayed the good corpse, while only Tongtian slayed his own corpse. In discussions of cultivation levels, it has always been Supreme First Guide of Salvation, second Tongtian third, while Yuan Shi and Nuwa are tied in the following ranks with Zhuan-Ti at the end. Tongtian originally believed that to slay another corpse one must accumulate the merits of an entire calamity. Who would have thought that Nuwa would take advantage of the opportunity presented by the human emperor, seamlessly blending in and unexpectedly step ahead of everyone else taking this crucial step. At this moment, although she had lost the memories of a saint, the fate, fortune, and roots that her incarnation bore had already surpassed all saints, only slightly inferior to the Supreme. However, as soon as the words left his mouth and the aura of the saint slightly leaked, the human Nuwa instinctively shrank back, quietly retreating behind, Wenqi clutching his sleeve tightly, her eyes timid like a startled little deer. Seeing this, Wenqi hurriedly bowed and reported, Master Ancestor, this is the human Nuwa, the heavenly empress chosen for the human race by the Holy Mother. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood. Fushi and Nuwa were originally born from the fusion of yin and yang energies at the time of Pangus opening of the heavens. Fushi belongs to yang, while Nuwa belongs to yin. In the past, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi invited them to establish the heavenly court together, relying on this primordial yin-yang union. Now that Nuwa dispatched a human incarnation to Fux's side, it was precisely to renew this grand path contract. I see now, he chuckled lightly, raising a hand to stroke his beard. It was indeed my moment of indiscretion. When she took the opportunity to suggest, Master Ancestor, why not accept the human Nuwa as a disciple? After a brief contemplation, Tongtian nodded in agreement. Very well. Since Fushi has already entered the fold of the eldest brother, and the second brother has never favored those of human origin, this woman entering our GS sect aligns perfectly with the heavenly principles. Pausing for a moment, his voice rang out clearly. From this day forth, the human Nuwa shall be the 5th direct disciple of our GS sect. The crowd in the hall collectively bowed, saying, Congratulations, Master Ancestor, on acquiring another esteemed disciple. Ha ha ha. Tongtian laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. This time I should thank you. If it weren't for your keen insight, this opportunity might have slipped right past us. He was well aware that although the human Nuwa did not match Fushi in status, she too was a person born of heavenly fortune. What Nuwa intended remained to be seen. As long as she entered the GS sect, it would mean that the human race's thread of fortune was firmly tied to Janeo Island. You all come quickly. Before the words even left his mouth, Tongtian had waved his hand to summon, without waiting for the water and fire child to ring the golden bell, directly invoking the inner palace disciples with divine power. How could one be negligent when a new disciple enters the door? 7 accompanying celestial officials, 4 direct disciples. Duobao Wudong Jinling and Gailing, 5 quasi-direct disciples. Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, Bixiao, and Hanzhi, along with the water and fire child. A total of 17 people arrived at the call. Some still had the fire from the Dan furnace unextinguished with cinnabar on their sleeves. Some had just put down their hammers, their fingers still dusted with iron filings. Yunxiao was adjusting his hair belt as he walked, while Bixio's steps were so quick they almost created a gust of wind. None dared to delay for even a moment. In the past, when the master summoned people, it was always by having the water and fire child ring the bell 3 times. Today, however, it was a personal call. This display had not been seen in 100 years. In a moment, the 17 had gathered in the inner hall. After the water and fire child stood still, he secretly glanced at Wenqi's back, feeling much more at ease. Earlier, Kuei Nyo had quietly hinted, this senior nephew has come to see the master more often than you have. Only then did he begin to grasp the meaning. No wonder the master looked at Wenqi with a hint of something different. Bixiao, standing in the back row, quietly bit her lip. A few days ago, when she had been sent to the Nuwa Palace, and in front of the master, she had endured a scolding that left her blushing. Just as she had managed to escape the Bo Palace contemplating how to find a reason to settle the score, she was called back again. As soon as everyone in the hall entered, their gazes collectively fell upon the woman beside Wenqi. She looked far too similar. During the teachings at the Nuwa Palace, Saint Nuwa sat on her lotus throne radiating clear light, her demeanor naturally graceful. The human woman before them, though lacking any semblance of imposing pressure, had the same brow and eye corners, the same curvature of the nose, and the same curve of the lips, as if reflected in a mirror, perfectly identical. Everyone was astonished, yet no one spoke. The master had not yet spoken, and the cloud bed was so quiet one could hear the whisper of sleeves brushing against the jade steps. Only when everyone was present did Tongtian slowly open his mouth, his voice resonant like bells. The human race is about to rise. Master Uncle Taishang has already accepted Fuxi as a disciple. Today I, Tongtian, accept Nuwa as a disciple of the Jie sect. After Tongtian's words fell, Wenqi and the human Nuwa bowed together. Tongtian calmly received this bow, a hint of pleasure evident in his brows. He paused slightly and said, "The Dao ancestor has long since established a conclusion in the Zixiao Palace. The day Fuxi completes his merits will be the day he resolves his karmic ties with the human teachings. You too. The distinction between master and disciple lasts but 100 years. When Fuxi attains enlightenment, it will also be your time to ascend to the saintly position." Although when she had not personally been to the Zixiao Palace, he understood the meaning behind it. The Dao ancestor's intention was never to truly have Fuxi enter the human teachings, but to pave a concrete path for the disciples of the mystical gate through the rising power of the human race. Since Fuxi had already regained his past life memories, re-establishing the master-disciple relationship with the human teachings would instead lose its significance. After all, that individual stood in the same rank as the three purities. Oh, why should he bow his head in submission? Only then did the assembled disciples in the inner hall realize the master had summoned them not for deliberation, but for the acceptance of a new disciple. The entire Jie sect knew that the human Fuxi was a reincarnated soul, yet the human Nuwa, before them, was clearly born of primordial essence, bearing not a single trace of the cycle of reincarnation. And she bore the same name and title as the sage of the Wa Palace. A collective tension gripped the crowd. None dared to speak rashly, silently pondering the implications. Tongtian, however, did not spare them another glance. This bond of 100 years or so was as fleeting as morning dew. Summoning them was merely a formality, a token of witness. Since you have joined our Jie sect, how could you come away empty-handed? He raised his hand, and a golden phoenix hairpin materialized in his palm, its beak holding a pearl, its feathered patterns shimmering with rosy light. This artifact, named the Golden Phoenix Hairpin, is a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. It is destined for you. Take it. The human Nuwa accepted it with both hands, a faint warmth touching her fingertips. This hairpin and the Dragon Phoenix chain, gifted to Fuxi by Taishang Laojun. One for adornment, one for music, one still, one active. Were like the perfect union of yin and yang, silently complementing each other. Seeing the sect leader accept a new disciple and bestow a treasured duobow, Darren immediately led the assembled junior brothers and sisters forward to offer their congratulations. These individuals were all exceptionally astute. As long as the sect leader remained silent, they would not ask a single question. They laughed when appropriate, bowed when courtesy demanded, never overstepping their bounds. After the congratulations, Tongtian's gaze shifted to Wenqi. Fuxi has Xian of the Rin sect as his guardian. You are the holy teacher of humanity. In your opinion, who should be entrusted with the protection of my disciple Nuwa for these 100 years? Before the words faded, every gaze in the hall fixed sharply upon Wenqi. In the past, Jie sect disciples had little understanding of humanity's destiny. They had missed out on the positions of imperial teachers, dismissing them as mere mortal merit and empty titles. But times had changed. 5 imperial teachers of humanity had already emerged from the Jie sect, and among the third-generation disciples, both Wenqi and Songjie held the esteemed position of holy teacher. The surging tide of humanity's destiny was visible to all. Take Hanzhi the Immortal, for instance. Her foundation had once been limited to the golden immortal realm, but ever since she accepted Wenqi as her disciple, her cultivation had directly broken through to the Tai golden immortal stage, and even her innate roots had quietly elevated by 2 levels. In the eyes of those present now, there was no trace of the old disdain, only a blazing, fervent desire. Duobao Wudong, Zhao Gongming Yunxiao, and Hanzhi maintained their composed expressions. They each already held the position of imperial teacher, lacking no merit and the task of guarding Nuwa, would not in any case fall to them. Guiling, the Holy Mother leaned against a jade pillar and yawned, her eyelids barely lifting. After accepting Song Jia as her disciple, she had long come to understand the lessons of her own past failure. Now she sought only peace and quiet with no desire to compete. Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao were still clinging to Yangxiu's arms, their little faces tilted upwards, eyes full of innocence, not understanding a word about guardianship. After sifting through everyone among the direct disciples, only Jinling, the Holy Mother, stood with downcast eyes, having spoken not a single word. But the 7 attendants, Wu Yun, the immortal Jinggu, the immortal Pailai, the immortal Lingya, the immortal Qiushou, the immortal Jingguang, the immortal, and Changer Dingguang, the immortal, their eyes were practically glued to Wen Kai's face. We 7 attendants are no less in status than the direct disciples. Why does the sect leader beat around the bush? Just point his finger and choose. When she had expected Tongtian to directly appoint someone. Yet to his surprise, this hot potato was lightly tossed into his own hands. He understood clearly the sect leader was deliberately avoiding suspicion. 1, to avoid the sage Nuwa, 2, to avoid Taishang Laojun. When it came to matters of humanity, only 3 truly had the final say. Nuwa Taishang and himself, the holy teacher. Tongtian merely wanted a share of the marginal destiny. Why risk incurring a sage's displeasure? Some things, the more diligently you do them, the faster you err. Since there was no avoiding it, he would accept it. When she stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute and bowing his head. Grandmaster, the Ren sect protects Fushi with a direct disciple. Our GS sect should respond in kind. Uncle Master Duo Bao and Uncle Master Wudong each bear heavy responsibilities. Might I suggest inviting Uncle Master Jinling to accompany this disciple to the human realm and safeguard Nuwa for 100 years? Tongtian was slightly taken aback, an eyebrow arching slightly. This task, while its merit was not as profound as that of an imperial teacher, was still substantial. More importantly, it offered the chance to forge a pure and righteous connection with the sage Nuwa. This opportunity alone might not be worth less than the merit itself. He had assumed Wen Qi would recommend Yunxiao Guiling or Hanzhi. Those who were closer, safer, and more obvious choices. Who would have thought he would pick Jinling? Even Jinling herself, who had been silent behind Wudong, paused, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her sleeve. She and Wen Qi had never had any dealings. Even on the day Hanzhi accepted him as a disciple, she had only stood in a distant corner of the hall, never approaching to exchange pleasantries. Why of all people had he chosen her? Tongtian's gaze swept over Jinling, his voice steady. Good. Jinling, are you willing to journey to the human realm and take up residence for 100 years? As Tongtian's gaze swept over his assembled disciples to ask for a choice, Jinling, the Holy Mother, immediately stepped forward to accept. She was already a quasi-sage, but had yet to sever a corpse, and precisely needed such a merit to break through her bottleneck. 100 years in exchange for an opportunity to sever a corpse. Why not? She had secretly envied Duobao Wudong and Zhao Gongming when they were appointed as teachers to the human emperors. But Duobao and Wudong were her senior fellow apprentices, and major sect affairs had always been their responsibility. First, the imperial teacher positions of Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, and Hanzhi were chosen by humanity itself, so she had no grounds to interfere and had simply suppressed the thought. Now that Jinling had been entrusted with the duty of teaching on behalf of the Master Duobao, and the others naturally came forward to offer their congratulations. Yet Changer Dingguang, the immortal among the 7 attendants, had a face tight, with barely concealed resentment. But knowing full well his cultivation was no match for Jinling, he could only force a smile and bow and salute along with the other 6, his words tinged with 3 parts insincerity and 7 parts reluctance. Amidst the harmonious laughter and conversation within the inner hall, Tongtian's sect leader, seeing this, relaxed his expression. Matters of the human realm brook no delay. Jinling, once you have settled your affairs at Bo Palace, set out immediately with your junior sister and grandnephew. Jinling obeys. Tongtian's sect leader was the first to leave the hall, and the disciples gradually dispersed. Hanzhi, Wen Qi, and the human Nuwa returned together to the Lingji Palace. Bishao wanted to follow and see what was going on. She had just lifted her foot when her wrist was firmly seized by Yunxiao, who yanked her back. Full of suspicion, she muttered, "I just wanted to ask." Yunxiao only replied lightly, "Don't cause trouble." The moment the name was spoken and the appearance was seen, she recognized who the woman was. A human incarnation personally appointed by the goddess Nuwa, not to be trifled with. In fact, it wasn't just Yunxiao. Hanzhi had also long suspected it. As when she led the human Nuwa through the mountain gate of Lingji Palace, her fingers curled slightly, her heartbeat heavier than when she had first been granted an audience with Tongtian's sect leader. But the human Nuwa didn't so much as glance at them. She walked straight towards the dozens of primordial grain stalks outside the Nongtian hall, bent down to inspect them closely, her fingers gently stroking the leaf veins, her expression as focused as a farmer observing his crops. When she didn't stop her, only walking side by side with Hanzhi into the palace. Master, the matter of the human Nuwa was personally decided by the Holy Mother herself. Your disciple was previously negligent and failed to report it to you in time. Seeing that the human Nuwa was not nearby, Hanzhi's breath loosened and a smile curled at the corners of her lips. You are always meticulous in your work, sometimes even more thorough than I, your master. Why must you consult me on everything? When she paused for a moment before slowly voicing the concern in his heart. Master, regarding the great rise of humanity among the 16 fellow disciples in the inner hall. The 3 direct disciples Duobao Wudong and Jinling, along with uncles Zhao Gongming and Yunxiao, have all entered the fray and each gained something. Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao have yet to be assigned, which is fine for now. But the 7 attendants have not yet touched a sliver of this fortune, and I fear they may harbor resentment. Hanzhi's brows furrowed slightly as she fell silent for a moment, then spoke steadily. The opportunity of the Dao awaits a fated person. When the chance arrives, it can be easily grasped. If not, it is futile to force it. Moreover, the 7 fairies seldom interact with us, so there's no need to trouble ourselves with them. When she, upon hearing this, ceased to speak further. He remembered the events of his past life. Clearly, among the 7 fairies who attended, only the one with long ears betrayed the teachings at a critical moment. The others either perished in battle or were captured, never wavering in their loyalty to the sect. He turned and retrieved 2 items, holding the 9 heavens essence in one hand and the 4 seas bottle in the other, presenting them to Hanzhi. The 9 heavens essence. Hanzhi exclaimed, her fingertips almost touching the warm, gentle light of the essence before she abruptly withdrew, asking, "Where did you obtain this?" This item was once crucial for creating humans and mending the heavens. It is the only one of its kind in the primordial chaos. In terms of rarity, it is unparalleled among any supreme innate treasures. While the essence is a lifeless treasure, the 9 heavens essence is alive, making it a true treasure of the Tao for those who cultivate spiritual wood, earth, and the path of creation. In comparison, the 9-colored essence bestowed by the Celestial Lord is merely a high-grade spiritual item. I visited the palace of the Snail Emperor. The Holy Mother was grateful for my modest efforts and entrusted me with these 3 treasures to present to my master. Since it was given by a saint, you should accept it. Hanzhi no longer declined, accepting it with ease. She practiced the path of spiritual plants, and this item was like sweet rain falling on parched land. To refuse, it would be impolite. You have helped me gain this face. She smiled lightly, her tone casual, yet sincere. Master, the 4 seas bottle contains primordial spiritual water. Oh. Hanzhi, who initially thought it was just an ordinary gift, raised her eyes upon hearing this. Just as she was about to pull the cork to take a look, a clear voice from outside the hall called out, "Is Hanzhi Jr. sister, and when she Jr. nephew here?" The Gold Spirit Holy Mother had arrived at the door, her steps light, and her joy hard to conceal. When she immediately quieted, bowing to Hanzhi, "Master, let us set the treasures aside for now. The affairs of the human race are urgent. I must set off with Gold Spirit Senior Uncle at once." Good. The resurgence of the human race is indeed of utmost importance. Hanzhi carefully stored the 2 treasures and personally escorted her to the palace gate. When she approached, Gold Spirit clasping his hands and asking, "Has Senior Uncle prepared everything? Our journey to the human race will take at least 100 years. It won't be a short time." Gold Spirit laughed heartily. 100 years is but a blink of an eye. What does it matter to us? We are only waiting on you 2. Before his words fell, clouds gathered. The 3 soared into the sky, riding the clouds away, with Golden Ao Island gradually shrinking into a line against the sea and sky. When he came to Golden Ao Island, when she had traveled alone, taking several months. The return journey, however, was different. Gold Spirit personally cast a spell to fly, making Wen Qi much more relaxed. Above the golden clouds, he briefly recounted the recent state of the human race, so that this senior uncle would have a foundation of understanding. Although this trip was ostensibly to teach Nuwa cultivation, at its core, it was still to assist the human race's prosperity. During their time together, Nuwa and Gold Spirit had long shed the initial awkwardness of their first meeting, sharing laughter and conversation like true sisters much more warmly than Fushi and Xuandu, who maintained a brotherly distance, speaking little but always with restraint. Just as the 3 exited the eastern sea and before their feet could firmly touch the vast primordial land, a deep bovine roar sounded behind them. Gold Spirit Senior Sister. Wen Qi Jr. Nephew. Wait. Hold on, old bull. Gold Spirit's golden cloud halted abruptly, her brows slightly raised. This silly fellow has come too. Although when she did not know who the silly fellow was, he could tell from her tone that it was someone familiar with Gold Spirit. Before long, a sturdy figure with 2 horns on his head hurried up panting as he clasped his hands. Senior sister, why are you in such a hurry? Old Bull has nearly run my hooves raw. Before he finished speaking, he caught sight of Gold Spirit glaring at him, and he quickly shrank his neck, lowering his voice by an octave. Ahem, that senior sister, please don't be angry. Why aren't you stationed at the Bo Palace serving the master? What are you doing here? When Kai's heart brightened, so it was him. The Kuei Nyo under the Celestial Lord. Kuei Nyo scratched his head, speaking in a silly and honest tone. I saw that when Chi Junior nephew was so busy in the human race, so I thought being immensely strong, I could always lend a hand. So I asked the Lord for permission and came to offer my assistance to Junior nephew. Gold Spirit and Wen Qi exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. This Kuei Nyo was clearly not there to genuinely help. He had clearly sensed the great fortune surrounding Wen Qi and sought to establish a favorable relationship. As a trusted aide of the Celestial Lord, and willing to humble himself to speak, the Lord naturally agreed. Sending him along would not only ensure Wen Kai's safety, but also grant him face. With Kuei Nyo by his side, the Celestial Lord would feel more at ease. Speaking of which, Kuei Nyo indeed has some fortune. During the battle between the witches and the demons, only a few of the great Luo and Quasi saints from both races survived. The only ones from the demon race who lived through the ordeal were the Quasi Saint Kuenping, the great Luo demon saints Bai Zhe and Shan Yang, and the 3 great demons Qing Nyo, Kuei Nyo, and Sui Bian. Although they did not have saint titles, they had all cultivated to the great Luo realm. The Holy Mother, recognizing their loyalty, distributed them to the 3 pure ones as mounts, effectively using their renown to provide them with a slim chance of survival. To come out of such tribulations unscathed was no mere stroke of luck. At this moment, seeing Gold Spirit's gaze shift to Wen Qi, Kuei Nyo immediately leaned forward, rubbing his hands together. Junior nephew, Old Bull is powerful enough. Wherever you go, I will carry you. Gold Spirit couldn't help but laugh at his silly yet astute demeanor. You certainly know how to flatter. Among the entire sect, you are the most perceptive. For this journey to the human race, you will follow Wen Qi, Junior nephew, closely helping him with his tasks and protecting the way. You will certainly earn your share of merits. As soon as the words fell, Kuei Nyo raised his head and let out a long howl. With a flash of golden light, he revealed his true form. A giant bull with green scales, a broad back like a platform, horns resembling ancient bronze, and eyes like cold stars. Junior nephew, please mount my back. When she couldn't help but chuckle. This silly bull, now relatively inconspicuous, would one day become a formidable demon lord during the great journey to the west. Even the heavenly emperor would have to yield 3 parts of respect upon seeing him, and the Buddha would have to call him Brother Bull upon meeting. He waved his hand with a smile. Old Bull, don't speak carelessly. You are the mount of my grandmaster. How could I dare to ride you? After a pause, he said seriously, if you wish to follow me to the human race, 3 rules must be established. First, after the great tribulation of the human race, the boundaries between humans and demons must be distinctly defined. This time you enter the race, you must erase all ties to the demon race. Second, from now on you must not harm the innate beings, especially the human race. Third, until Fux's merits are complete, you must only appear in bull form and cannot reveal your demon form. Can you agree to these 3 conditions? Kuei Nyo stood tall and chest out. Junior nephew, rest assured. If I defy any of these, feel free to skin me alive, though I want bat an eye. He had lived through the ancient times, witnessing the upheavals of heaven and earth. In terms of experience, there were truly few among the 2nd-generation disciples of the 3 teachings who could surpass him. Even Qing Nyo under Laozi often engaged in discussions with him tirelessly. To him, these 3 conditions were not difficult, rather they were clear paths to follow. After a brief pause by the eastern sea, the group headed straight for the Fenggun tribe by the banks of the Luo River. Wen Qi turned and said, Gold Spirit Senior Uncle, let us first visit Mount Huashu to pay our respects to the Xuandu Senior Uncle of the human teachings, then we will proceed to Fenggun together. Gold Spirit nodded, you make the decisions. Upon reaching the human race, I will only teach junior sister Nuwa the true methods of the sect to assist her in her cultivation. I will not interfere with other matters. However, since Xuandu is the first disciple of the 2nd generation of the 3 teachings having arrived, I should naturally pay a visit. The group turned their clouds toward Mount Huashu. As the golden clouds touched the mountaintop, Xuandu had already emerged from his cave, dwelling, laughing heartily. Ha! My dear brother, your actions are indeed impeccable. Timing it perfectly, you have returned after a full year. After he saw the Gold Spirit, Holy Mother, and Nuwa behind, When Shi's smile suddenly vanished, and his gaze lingered on Yua's face expression slightly tightening. Clearly recognizing her identity, Xuandu raised his hand to pay respects, but when Shi gently stopped him, Xuandu senior brother, this is Nuwa of the human race appointed by the Holy Mother to assist Fuxi in achieving enlightenment. She still has to call you senior brother. How could you bow to her? When Shi then recounted the significant events of the past year, since leaving Huashu Mountain picking only the most important matters to share with Xuandu. He did not mention a word about the 3 Dao bodies created by the goddess Nuwa or the treasures bestowed upon the 2 disciples. With the conversation concluded, Xuandu understood. This human goddess Nuwa must be the innate human prepared specifically by the Holy Mother for Fuxi. At this moment, the 3 ancestral figures, Sueren Youchao and Zi, also sensed the sudden rise in the fortunes of the human race. The virtuous corpse of Saint Nuwa descending into the world naturally caused the fortune to surge like a tide. The 3 ancestors merely sensed it and knew that there must be great events occurring on Huashu Mountain. The 3 immediately set off to Huashu Mountain. Upon seeing the girl when Shi brought back, they were all taken aback. The sacred statues worshipped in the Holy Mother's temple were ones they bowed to daily. Yet the person before them had eyebrows, eyes, and spirit that were indistinguishable from the sacred statue, even sharing the same name. What need is there to spell out the key points? As the 3 were about to kneel when Shi extended his hand to stop them, saying, "Esteemed ancestors, this is the human goddess Nuwa, and like Fuxi, she is your descendant. How can elders kneel before their juniors?" Upon hearing this, the 3 ancestors realized this was the Holy Mother's will, and there could be no doubt. The Grand Master Xuandu also spoke up, asking when Shi, "What do you plan to do with her? Will she remain at Huashi Mountain?" When Shi pondered for a moment and replied, "She is of the human race, and sharing this mountain with us disciples of the Dao is ultimately not appropriate. I would like to send her to the Fenggun tribe to live with Fuxis' mother, the Huashu clan. There she can learn about human relationships and the mundane affairs of life from the Huashu clan." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Appropriate. Just as it should be. Perfectly fitting. Seeing that Xuandu and the 3 ancestors had no objections, the group immediately set off, riding the golden cloud straight to the Fenggun tribe. Since Fuxi took charge of the Fenggun tribe, its strength had been growing day by day. Now it was no longer just a tribe, but it had become an alliance. Human clans of all sizes along the banks of the Luo River had heard of its virtuous reputation. Initially, they sent people to learn farming and weaving, and later they simply moved nearby to form a community. With many hands, farming became easier. In the farming season, the population was the foundation. Fuxi was constantly busy among the various tribes and rarely returned home throughout the year. One day, the golden clouds settled in the courtyard of the Huashu clan. The Huashu clan, nearly 40 years old, had not practiced any immortal techniques, but due to years of consuming the innate delicacies gifted by the Black Emperor, she appeared youthful and radiant, showing no signs of aging. Though Fuxi held the position of chief, her status was high, yet she felt lonelier than before. Now that the ancestors, the Holy Master, and the various celestial beings had arrived, she was delighted and personally came to greet them at the door. "I Huashu greet the 3 ancestral figures, the Holy Master, and all the celestial beings. My child Fuxi is not at home today. Should I send someone to find him?" As everyone entered the room and took their seats, Huashu served tea and water. Before she could finish speaking, when Qi smiled and interjected, "There is no need for formality, Huashu. We did not come to find Fuxi. We specifically came to find you." Wax's heart tightened, her hand trembled slightly, and the teacup nearly tipped over. Could it be that something happened to Fuxi? When Qi turned to gently guide the human goddess Nuwa forward. "This is the person chosen by the Holy Mother to assist Fuxi in establishing his career and securing the nation. We have discussed and agreed that she will live with you from now on. You will teach her the human customs, virtues, and household matters. Will you accept her?" Upon hearing this, Huashu breathed a sigh of relief, and her gaze finally settled steadily on Nuwa. Just one glance, and it felt as if something had lightly struck her heart. The words spoken by Xuandu a year ago suddenly surfaced in her mind. "Huashu Fuxi has come of age. It is time to discuss his marriage. The Holy Master has gone to the Nuwa Palace to ask the Holy Mother's thoughts. As his birth mother, do you have any thoughts? I am but an ordinary person with a limited perspective. Fux's future is entirely up to the Holy Mother's arrangement." Now, looking at the person before her, Huashu had no doubts left. She did not know that Fuxi was originally the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor, nor did she realize that Nuwa was actually Fux's sister. But a woman recognizing another woman, with just one glance, she knew that this girl should enter her family. Sometimes fate does not need to be explicitly stated. Xuandu, Wenqi, Jinling, Suerin, and the others all took in the fleeting light in Wax's eyes and the slight smile on her lips. Seeing this, Wenqi continued, Huashu, both Fushi and she are now immortal bodies with lifespans equal to that of heaven. Yet you are still a postnatal mortal. Even with the nourishment from innate food, you cannot escape birth, aging, illness, and death. Wax's smile gradually faded, her fingertips slowly curling into her palm. Since moving north to Luai's, she had raised Fushi alone, relying solely on this son. Now that he had grown his wings, guided by immortal teachers and supported by the ancestors, he was destined to uplift the entire human race. But what about herself? She feared she might not even live to see him crowned, establish his career, or start a family. The room fell silent for a moment. Xuandu lowered his gaze, Jinling pursed her lips, and the three ancestors each bowed their heads, even their breathing becoming softer. Previously, when Fushi acquired the Tongtian Immortal Cannon, his first act was to quietly pass it on to his mother. But Huashu, like other postnatal beings, had an ordinary foundation and was currently struggling to cross even the 8 realms of postnatal cultivation. When Kai's gaze shifted and landed on Jinling. Master, since you have agreed to teach Niwa, why not also guide Huashu? Our GGO's Shangqing Lingbao scripture does not discriminate based on background or aptitude. Anyone can enter the door. However, Jinling shook her head, gently stepping forward half a step and speaking like a clear spring striking a stone. While attack methods do not pick people, cultivation must begin early. It is best to start before one's bones are firm and spiritual apertures opened. Huashi was already older, as starting at this time was indeed a step too late. Before her words fell, Jinling suddenly produced a pill from her sleeve. It was red gold in color with 9 cloud patterns swirling around it, glowing warmly and faintly resonating with the sound of a dragon's roar. Since you cannot cultivate, you can take this pill. She held it in the palm of her hand. This is the 9-turn golden pill gifted by the Grand Master to the teacher, and the teacher has given me one. Taking it, Huashu can also attain longevity. Xuandu raised his eyebrows slightly, and his pupils contracted. This pill was one of the 9 he had personally presented to the Tongtian Patriarch. He never expected that Tongtian would actually distribute it. Even more so, he did not anticipate that Jinling would take out this pill today at this moment. This pill was created by Taishang Laozi using the true water of the 9 heavens and blending 365 kinds of extraordinary treasures from heaven and earth refined in the Bagua furnace for 14 days. Since achieving sainthood, only 2 batches had been made, totaling 18 pills. The first batch of 9 pills was completely taken by the Yuanshi Tianzuan. The second batch of 9 pills was personally delivered by Xuandu to the Bio Palace. Now one of them lay quietly in Jinling's hand. With 1 pill consumed, a postnatal being could achieve the Great Luo and face no calamities. In his previous life, the 12 golden immortals fell into the 9 curves Yellow River Formation, their 3 flowers, and 5 chi drained by the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, their cultivation dropping to that of human immortals. It was only due to Yuanshi's granting of 9 9-turn golden pills that they barely managed to recover. But with only 9 pills and 12 people, missing 3 became the reason for future misunderstandings. At this moment, seeing Jinling produce this pill, both Xuandu and Wenqi were taken aback. Wenqi was astonished. How could Taishang be willing to send this pill to Jiejiao? Xuandu was surprised. Jinling, how could you so decisively part with this? Though this pill holds little use for one at the Quasi Saint level, if granted to a personal disciple, it could yield a great Luo golden immortal. Now in the Honghuang era, Hunyuan was hard to come by and Quasi Saints were rare. The great Luo was already a pillar of support. Yet the 3 ancestral figures of the human race and Huashu still did not know the weight of what they held. They only felt that this pill was good, but did not realize it bore the weight of mountains and stars. Only Xuandu understood in his heart. Fushi was his junior brother, and the path of cultivation for Huashu should have been paved by him. Yet he was skilled in alchemy, yet he had not attained the supreme truth. Even though he had countless medicinal herbs at hand, he could not refine a single golden core that could reverse fate and alter destiny. Just as he was about to speak, when Qi raised his hand and gently pressed it against his wrist, his voice steady, yet low. Since the master has made arrangements, we shall trust in his guidance. After settling Niwa, the 3 ancestors returned to the ancestral land of humanity. Only when Qi and Xiandu turned back along the mountain path to the Huashu Mountain Dojo. Halfway there, Xiandu suddenly stopped gazing at the distant mountain shadows and murmured, when Qi, that golden core is too heavy. Sister Jinling's generosity makes me feel ashamed. In theory, I should bear the responsibility for the matters of Huashu. When Qi turned his head to glance at him and smiled, brother Xiandu, why must you feel guilty? You have already fulfilled your duty as a senior brother by wholeheartedly imparting your knowledge to Fushi. Now to care for one more person is simply a matter of affection. Xiandu was taken aback, and then smiled. You have pointed it out for me. When Shi patted his shoulder, wait until you refine the 9 revolutions golden core, just give a few more to Sister Jinling. Xiandu laughed heartily. Are you trying to tease me? It requires a sage to refine. When could I reach such a realm? From then on, the Holy Mother Jinling remained in the Huashu clan, teaching the Dharma daily. After Hua Su took the golden core, her physique gradually transformed, her spiritual platform became clear, and her cultivation progressed significantly. However, Jinling did not allow the medicinal power to surge recklessly, but instead guided it gradually with seals. Like spring rain nourishing all things. After all, becoming a great Luo requires a congenital body. If Hua Su with her postnatal flesh and blood were to suddenly bear the full force of the golden core, she would likely suffer ruptured meridians, and her soul would scatter. In comparison, teaching Nuwa was much easier. She possessed the innate Dao body, and her bloodline contained a drop of holy blood. Her primordial spirit was transformed from the pure, flawless body of Nuwa. Such a foundation has no equal in the vast wilderness. Her cultivation progressed even faster than Fushi did in his time. She did not need to endure the postnatal 8 realms. She cultivated directly from human to immortal, steadily advancing step by step. Since she was an innate Dao body, the Holy Mother Jinling imparted to her the secret technique of the 9 revolutions mystic art. This art shares the same origin as the Taiching, celestial scripture, Yuqing, celestial scripture, and Shangqing, celestial scripture, all derived from Pangu. In the chaos of the past, Pangu, the demon god of strength, cultivated the 9 revolutions mystical art, which was directly taught by the Dao. Refining both body and spirit, seamlessly connecting yin and yang, grinding the universe with dual wheels. After Pangu's physical form fell, this art split into 2. One path for body refinement became the 9 revolutions mystic art of the Wu clan. The other for spirit refinement evolved into the 9 revolutions primordial art of the 3 pure ones. The 9 revolutions mystic art in the hands of the 3 pure ones transformed into 3 through a single breath, evolving into the Taiching, celestial scripture, Yuqing, celestial scripture, and Shangqing, celestial scripture. This is the origin of what later generations refer to as the 3 pure ones, originated from the same source. During the calamity of the Wu and Yao, the 3 pure ones exchanged for a fragmentary inheritance of the 9 revolutions mystic art from the Wu clan. From then on, the body refinement-focused 9 revolutions mystic art, combined with one of the 3 pure celestial scriptures, became a staple offensive technique for disciples under the 3 pure ones. The 3 pure celestial scriptures can be practiced by anyone. It just depends on the depth of their roots and their level of understanding, resulting in varied outcomes. The 9 revolutions mystic art, however, is different. It was originally incomplete, with a very high threshold for entry. From all that when she knew in his past life, only 2 individuals could truly step into this path. Yang Jian possessed half of the chaotic stone veins, and Yuan Hong inherited a quarter of the chaotic demon ape bloodline. This shows how difficult it is. Now the Nuwa body of the human race, formed by the 9 heavens, breath, soil, 3 luminaries, divine water, nourishing her veins, and the holy blood of Nuwa, condensing her spirit, naturally aligns with this method, posing no obstacles. The Holy Mother Jinling was currently guiding Hua Su and Nuwa in the practice of the secret techniques of the Jie sect, while Fushi, after attending to the affairs of his clan, finally returned home. He returned for 2 reasons. First, to visit his mother. Second, since Hua Su had no fate with the path of immortality, he wished to spend a bit more time with her. Third, the matters that Xiandu and Wen Qi had promised him earlier were now due. He planned to see his mother first, then go to Huashu Mountain to pay respects to his 2 masters. Mother, I'm back. In his early 20s, Fushi, though already an immortal, still spoke with a hint of youthful energy, his eyes filled with genuine concern. This was quite different from the supreme forgetting of emotions emphasized by the human teachings. As he stepped through the courtyard gate, his steps did not stop, but he saw a goddess coming towards him. As Fushi and Nuwa unexpectedly met, both their hearts sank, as if a long-lost other half had suddenly collided into their line of sight. The 2 stood silently staring at each other, neither moving nor speaking, only feeling their breaths intertwine and their spirits tremble slightly. It was not until Hua Su lifted the curtain and stepped out that this silent tide was gently dispersed. Fushi came back to his senses, his gaze drifting over Nuwa's flushed cheeks, turning to his mother and speaking with a straightforwardness typical of youth. Mother, who is this unfamiliar person at home? Hua Su had already observed their expressions and approached with a smile, taking Nuwa's hand, and said to Fushi, her name is Nuwa, brought back by the Holy Master from outside. I recognized her as my goddaughter yesterday. From now on you can call her Sister Nuwa. With Huasu acting as the intermediary, Fuxi and Nuwa quickly became familiar with each other. Indeed, they were worthy of being the initial forms of yin and yang. Having spoken only a few sentences, it felt like a reunion of old friends, and even their glances seemed to recognize each other, as if they had known one another for ages. Then came the usual trivial talk of a common family, asking about each other's well-being, discussing recent happenings, and chatting about mundane matters. Huasu casually mentioned that she and Nuwa were currently learning the Dharma from the Holy Mother Jinling. Only then did Fuxi realize his mother had already embarked on the path of immortality. What astonished him even more was that this newly acknowledged sister had actually reached the realm of Xuanxian, surpassing his true immortal realm by a notch. Little did he know Nuwa was an innate human currently ranking fourth among the human race, following Suiren, Youchao, and Zi. The three of them sat together chatting and laughing, the warmth of familial bonds making the day feel particularly fulfilling. The next morning, Fuxi took Nuwa and Black Emperor to Huashu Mountain. Black Emperor was originally a spiritual beast under by Shao, and in the past he used to sneak off to Sainthood Island whenever he had nothing to do on Jinao Island. After being brought to the human race by Wen Shi, he unknowingly became attached to Huasu and Fuxi, and Wen Shi often searched for him, but could never find him. However, upon seeing Nuwa yesterday, Black Emperor's tail immediately perked up, his eyes glued to her, and today he simply would not leave her side, following her more closely than a shadow. On Huashu Mountain, the Holy Mother Jinling was teaching Wen Shi the 9 Revolutions mystic art. Wen Shi originally thought this method was merely concealed within the teaching sect, but unexpectedly, it was part of the continuation of the 3 sects. Only among the second-generation disciples were there very few who truly matched its requirements. Fortunately, as the Holy Mother Jinling was a direct disciple of the Jie sect, when she was teaching Nuwa, she happened to be encountered by Wen Shi, who was casually wandering, which led to today's opportunity. The 9 Revolutions mystic art is renowned across the 3 realms, and Wen Shi must cultivate it. People say that the postnatal human race's physical bodies are weak and cannot endure the path of body refinement. Little do they know the merits he possesses are vast as the sea, which can transform into the fire of body refinement, helping him reconstruct the foundation of Pangus mystical art. By the time Fuxi and the others arrived at Huashu Mountain, Wen Shi had already cultivated the 9 Revolutions mystic art to the 6th revolution, firmly stepping into the realm of golden immortals. Both his primordial spirit and physical body had reached the golden immortal realm, embodying the initial harmony of the 3 treasures of essence, chi, and spirit. However, Wen Shi was well aware in his heart this golden immortal body relied on the merit bestowed by the heavenly Dao, not on his own hard cultivation, so it could not be counted as true skill. Just as Fuxi and his party arrived at the foot of the mountain, Wen Qi Xiandu and the Holy Mother Jinling were already waiting outside the dojo. Black Emperor caught sight of the Kuei Nyo lying in the shade of the tree, and his eyes widened in astonishment, his tail erect. He recognized this green bull. Ever since Black Emperor attained merit and awakened his intelligence among the humans, returning to Jinao Island was like a fish in water, even becoming familiar with the mount of the heavenly teaching Lord. Knowing that the Kuei Nyo was the personal steed of the Lord, he was astonished to the point that his tongue almost got tied. How could such a figure deign to come here? Black Emperor's little commotion was ignored by everyone. Fuxi took Nuwa's hand, deeply bowed to the 3 masters in accordance with etiquette. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fuxi straightened his clothing and asked directly, "Holy Master, regarding the weakness of the infants among the human race that was inquired about last time, is there a remedy?" When she stepped forward slowly, his voice as casual as a conversation at home. The human race resides in various clans, and marriages are restricted to within the clan. When parents with different energies conceive children, the children share the same energy as their parents, and within 3 generations the bloodline belongs to one source. Now marriage between those of the same surname only retains the same energy, with no conflicting energies. It's like the heavens without shadow and the earth without light, or an overwhelming yang with no yin. A solitary yin does not give birth, and a singular yang does not thrive. To rectify the innate deficiencies of infants, we must first change the system of marriage. As long as there is no intermarriage within 5 generations, men marrying women of different surnames, and women marrying men of different surnames, this matter will naturally be resolved. Fuxi and Nuwa naturally resonated with the principles of innate yin and yang. As soon as Wen Qi spoke, the 2 immediately understood. Fuxi nodded slightly and approached with cupped hands, asking, "Prohibiting marriage within 5 generations sounds easy. But currently the human race is gradually expanding, and after 5 generations at least 100 years will have passed." 100 years is long, clan genealogies may become lost, oral traditions may distort, by then who will remember clearly whether the two families are still within 5 generations. As the chief of the Fenggun tribe, Fux's thoughts were always meticulous, and before he finished speaking, he had already discerned the difficulties hidden beneath this regulation. Xiandu and Jinling, who were listening quietly, also furrowed their brows. To celestial beings 100 years is merely the blink of an eye, but for mortals it signifies the succession of lives, the fading memories of 3 generations, the forgotten names of 4 generations, and the tracing of bloodlines for 5 generations. When she, having lived 2 lives, naturally understood how to establish rules and systems. However, he merely lowered his gaze with a smile, not revealing anything. This matter ultimately had to be established, promoted, and fulfilled by Fuxi himself. The responsibility of the Heavenly Emperor does not lie in acting on behalf, but in shouldering the burden. This merit must also be pinned by him to be deemed complete. Fuxi, this matter need not be rushed. One person thinks short-term, 2 people plan long-term. You should return and discuss this in detail with the elders of the clan. Fuxi returned to the Fenggun tribe, and indeed summoned several esteemed elders for discussion. However, the more he rushed, the more chaotic it became, the more he thought, the more stagnant he felt, and it wasn't until he recalled the sage's words, "Do not be anxious," that he sighed in relief and temporarily set it aside. One morning, he took Niuhua and He Huang and headed north directly into the Thunder Marsh to unwind. Since the Huashu clan was conceived in the Thunder Marsh, the Fenggun tribesmen rarely ventured there, and no one dared to delve into the heart of the marsh. Today the 3 came only to lighten their burdens and allow their minds to breathe. Seeing the abundant water plants and reeds stretching to the sky in the marsh, Fuxi couldn't help but sigh. If we could bring the clan here to fish and graze livestock, wouldn't it save a lot of mountainous fields, eh? This statement was not unfounded. Currently, various clans gathered along both banks of the Luo River, reaping and contending for land, while pastures shrank year by year, making grazing areas increasingly cramped. The vast marsh before their eyes had become a forgotten lifeline. Niuhua listened with a slight smile, giving no verbal response. She had already learned from her mother that Fux's conception occurred in a corner of the Thunder Marsh during the convergence of wind and rain. As the 2 walked slowly, they suddenly saw a yellow figure leap out from the reed thicket. Impudence. Fuxi raised his sleeve. Niuhua pointed with intent, and He Huang growled. Before their energies fully emerged, the yellow figure had already stiffened in midair, its limbs limp, rolling into the muddy shore. It turned out to be a yellow bear. Fuxi raised his foot to stomp its neck, but Niuhua reached out to gently stop him. "Brother, wait." With 3 esteemed masters having herds of cattle and dogs barking around their courtyard, why not spare its life and send it to guard the mountain? Fuxi was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Senior brother Xiandu and senior sister Jinling possess far greater skills than you and I. Why would they need a beast to guard the courtyard? But if you are soft-hearted, let us take it to Huashu Mountain. To guard the mountain gate for mother, it counts as a good deed. All right. Niuhua's eyes curved with joy, decisive and straightforward. Fuxi lifted the bear, and He Huang had already leaped down from the clouds, galloping towards the mountain gate to deliver the news. Fuxi and Niuhua exchanged a smile, not hindering him. He Huang had long been half a messenger at Huashu. They both understood that without He Huang delivering spiritual fruits and nectar to the Huashu clan's bedside every day, how could Fuxi today possess such depth of roots and fortune? Clouds arrived at the mountain gate, and Xiandu had already welcomed them out of the cave dwelling. "Fuxi, why have you brought a beast here?" Niuhua laughed and responded, "Senior brother Xiandu, do not blame us. Today we encountered it in the Thunder Marsh, and my brother wanted to kill it, but I stopped him, thinking to bring it here to accompany the esteemed masters." Before she finished speaking, Holy Mother Jinling also stepped out from the side, all her hair slightly disheveled and her sleeves still bearing traces of vermilion. She glanced at the curled-up yellow bear on the ground, her lips curling slightly, reached into her sleeve and took out a small glass bottle, pouring out a pill glowing with azure light. She held the pill to the bear's mouth and simply said, "Open your mouth." The yellow bear truly tilted its head and opened its mouth, moving its throat to swallow it down. Jinling chuckled lightly. "Consider yourself fortunate. This pill, named Awakening Pill, when consumed by demonic creatures, opens their spiritual orifices and dispels ignorance, allowing them to cultivate and understand from then on. It was originally refined to grant the mounts of disciples strength, but today it has benefited you." As the pill's power circulated, the yellow bear's fur gradually became glossy, its eyes cleared, and its limbs slowly pushed against the ground to rise. It lowered its head to look at its thick claws, then raised its eyes to the crowd, awkwardly mimicking Fux's earlier greeting, clumsily bending its knees, lowering its head, and clasping its claws. The movements were stiff but full of sincerity. Jinling and Nuwa burst into laughter, their laughter crisp, startling a few white herons in the forest. At this moment when Qi stepped out of the dojo, Fushi, since you captured this yellow bear, it indeed counts as a connection with you. Take it back and keep it in the Fenggun tribe. At Huashu Mountain, the old bull guarding it is enough. That works. The Fenggun tribe is indeed lacking a guardian. Fushi nodded in agreement. The yellow bear had awakened its intelligence, and it could indeed take on this role. Fushi and Nuwa did not stay long at Huashu Mountain. Xian Du and Jinling had already transmitted all the teachings and scriptures of the two sects to them. In the future, cultivation would rely on their own efforts. Coming quickly, leaving also swiftly. The two stood above the golden clouds and Fushi addressed the yellow bear. You have quite an appetite. Keeping you under the roof might be hard to accommodate, so come back to my clan. Will you be willing to guard the clan for Fenggun in the future? The yellow bear stood on the cloud, nodding eagerly. From then on, this intelligent yellow bear settled in the Fenggun tribe. After becoming familiar with it, He Huang taught it a few minor techniques of the Jie sect. The yellow bear also proved itself, gradually taking root and slowly cultivating some skills. Although Fushi had not yet clarified the distinctions of the 5 clans, he had already begun to implement new marriage regulations. At this time, various clans of the human race were gradually forming alliances, with widespread intermarriage becoming commonplace, and men and women no longer confined to a single locality. After the new system was implemented, the number of newborns with physical deficiencies indeed decreased significantly. With tangible numbers in hand, Fushi requested the 3 ancestors of the human race to spread this marriage method along with its reasons. Fishing nets catch fish, alleviating hunger. Establishing marriage rules saves the essence of blood. Not long after the system was implemented, the problem of dwindling human offspring vanished as if it had never existed. In a short time, Fux's reputation soared, and he was praised by all. Later, some learned that Fenggun kept a yellow bear, and they began calling Fushi Yoshion with a bear. Eventually, the more playful among them simply dubbed him Yellow Bear Clan. Decades passed. One day, the yellow bear raised by Fushi attained the Earth Immortal rank. Having reached this level, it gained the ability to speak human language. It immediately sought out Fushi and Nuwa, prostrating itself before them. I, the yellow bear, thank you both for your mercy in sparing my life. Had you not shown me kindness back then, I would be nothing more than a dumb beast of the mountains today. You share a karmic bond with Fenggun. Stay here and cultivate in peace from now on. Having gained wisdom from its beastly origins, the yellow bear was thus classified among the demonic beasts. However, Fushi and Nuwa never judged based on race or kind. They neither harmed it nor drove it away. Just as Nuwa was seeing off the yellow bear, she turned to find Fushi standing still, his brows slightly furrowed, as if struck by a sudden realization. After a long while, he murmured softly, life, destiny. Given names, surnames. Clans have their clan names, people have their given names. Why not add a surname between them? Master, your meaning is now clear to me. Ha ha ha. Nuwa felt warmth in her heart, seeing her brother's sudden enlightenment. Since you figured it out, why not invite our 3 teachers for their counsel? You are right, sister. The two immediately set out, returning to Mount Huashu. As this matter concerned the very foundation of humanity, Xuandu and Golden Spirit Mother only observed from the sidelines without uttering a word. Fushi stood before Wen Qi and laid out his thoughts openly. Master, I wish to establish a system of surnames based on paternal lineage. This will allow humanity to be distinguished not merely by tribe, but by the 3 layers of clan surname, given name. The clan name at the top carries the ancestral line. The surname in the middle distinguishes blood origin. The given name at the bottom records the individual. Henceforth, when people meet and state their surname and clan, they can trace their lineage, understand kinship, and know social order. When Kai's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this. Your ability to think of using the surname as a framework to connect bloodlines is indeed a great leap for humanity. But this system is not like a physical artifact. If you break a vow, you discard it. If you implement a flawed surname system, you disrupt the ethical order for 100 generations. If you rush to implement it before the foundation is solid, it could harm people's hearts, causing more harm than good. Master speaks the absolute truth. I will return to the tribe and carefully deliberate with the elders and the 3 ancestors. After Fushi and Nuwa took their leave, Xuandu walked over with a smile. Brother Wen Qi, you certainly possess the strategic talent for governing human affairs. The Holy Mother and the sect master both praise you for upholding righteousness and guarding the root, and indeed it is true. Since when did Brother Xuandu learn to flatter people? The two returned to the tribal alliance and immediately summoned the chiefs of all tribes to discuss the surname system. After much deliberation and several revisions, a complete set of rules was finally established. Fushi decided to proclaim it to heaven and earth and report it to the sages. On this day by the banks of the Luo River, the three ancestors of humanity Wenqi Xuandu Golden Spirit Mother, along with the chiefs of dozens of major tribes, all arrived at the riverbank to await the ceremony. Fushi, dressed in a plain Taoist robe, ascended the high platform. Raising his right hand high, his voice resounded across the clear waters, heaven above. I, Fushi of the human race, seeing the confusion of bloodlines and the difficulty in distinguishing ethical relations, hereby established the surname system. Using the surname to clarify origins, the clan name to carry on the lineage, and the given name to establish one's identity. May heaven bear witness. Before his voice faded, a sudden clap of thunder split the 9 heavens. Instantly the spiritual energy of the 9 heavens churned, as if boiling. A vast purple chi surged from the east, thick as a sea of clouds, heavy as mountains. It was the primordial purple chi, the favor of heaven, the arrival of merit. As the pillar of merit light reached the banks of the Luo River, it spontaneously split into several streams. Fushi received the thickest one. Nuwa, Wenqi Xuandu, and Golden Spirit Mother all received a share, and even the yellow bear was touched by a fraction of its grace. The remaining bit was casually scattered by heaven over the banks of the Luo River. In an instant the river surface was covered in a 5-colored immortal mist, with 7-colored radiance, swirling and shifting. Heavenly flowers fell from the mountains and wilderness, the earth split open, and golden lotuses burst forth from the ground. Earlier the Holy Mother Nuwa, to temper the fortune of humanity, had several times brought calamities upon the Luo River region. Thunder and fire, drought and flood, earthquakes and pestilence, all were laid by her own hand. Today heaven used this merit to compensate the living beings on both banks for what they had lost. Mortals only felt their muscles and bones tighten, their hearing and sight sharpen, able to carry mountains on their shoulders and chase the wind in their steps. Those with cultivation all broke through to new realms. Fushi ascended from true immortal to mystic immortal. Nuwa advanced from mystic immortal to golden immortal. The yellow bear crossed the threshold of heaven immortal, and Black Emperor also stepped into the ranks of mystic immortal. The merit distributed to the 3 ancestors of humanity was not substantial, not enough to achieve the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm, nor sufficient to sever the 3 corpses. The 3 of them simply gathered and stored it away, saving it for significant use in the future. Wenqi did the same. Though the merit on him was substantial, none of it was superfluous. In the future, when severing the 3 corpses, their strength would entirely depend on the amount of merit. The more merit, the more powerful the 3 corpses. He steadily incorporated this new portion into the golden wheel of merit behind his head without a flicker. As the new surname regulations were just implemented, Fushi, as the one who established the system, was the first to adopt a surname. Born into the Feng Gun tribe, he pondered briefly before declaring, I, Fushi, have the surname Feng, given name Fushi, clan name Huangxiong, and title Yoxiong. From then on, people no longer called him Feng Gun Fushi, but Huangxiong clan Fushi, or Feng surnamed Fushi. Some gossips, however, secretly called him Yoxiong Fushi behind his back. Wenqi, as the holy teacher, naturally had to attend to show his support. He announced his own title loudly. I, Wenqi, have the surname Xia, clan name Zhou, given name Wenqi, and title holy teacher. Fushi frowned on the spot. Within 2 days he sought out Wenqi in his tent, looking anxious. Holy teacher, this might not be appropriate. Wenqi had anticipated this. It wasn't Fux's lack of foresight, nor was it the recklessness of the tribes. The people of the world were scattered in all directions. The tribes in the east knew not the language of the west, and the clans on the south bank were unfamiliar with the customs of the north. Who could have imagined that someone thousands of miles away would share the same surname? Seeing Fux's gloomy expression, Wenqi picked up his teacup, blew on the steam, and said slowly, postnatal beings, no matter how fast their legs, will only wander a few hundred li in their lifetime. They might not even have seen the cooking smoke of a neighboring tribe, so how could they know that far beyond the Yunming marsh someone else is also pondering the character Feng? Fushi was stunned, then lowered his head with a wry smile. I didn't think it through. Don't worry. Wenqi set down his cup. He'll forge something for you to solve this problem. Oh, the holy teacher has a plan. Fux's eyes lit up. In truth, since leaving Kongtong Mountain, Wenqi had not touched his furnace. Firstly, the Kongtong seal was suppressing his fortune, and secondly, he had the purple lightning hammer to protect his path. 1 seal and 1 hammer were sufficient. Forging more postnatal artifacts would be not only useless, but also redundant. More importantly, those he interacted with were now all sages and venerables. If any of them were to witness his still immature artifact forging skills, where would he put his face? As they were speaking, Xuandu strolled in from outside, the tent sleeves rolled up to his forearms, a smile on his face, clearly just risen from the furnace. Wenqi looked up and called out, Brother Xuandu, don't just stand there watching the fun. This matter requires both of us to succeed. Xuandu had already answered with a laugh before even sitting down. How could I stand by when it comes to Fuxus matters? As his voice faded, he turned his palm over, and a purple-gold furnace materialized. The top-grade, innate spiritual treasure purple-gold furnace, its body faintly showing the 8 trigrams pattern, its mouth breathing out cyan and white energy. He swept his gaze around, passing over Nuwa Golden Spirit, Kuei Nyo, and Black Emperor, finally resting on Wenqi and Fuxi, a rare hint of pride in his tone. This furnace, along with our teacher's 8 trigrams furnace and second senior uncle's Enyang furnace, are known as the 3 great marvels. For alchemy or artifact forging, it's a top-tier tool. Today, with the holy teacher's request, and my junior brother's need, how dare I Xuandu be negligent? Strangely enough, ever since he moved to Mount Huaxi with Wenqi, his usual detached and indifferent demeanor had gradually faded day by day. Now he spoke more, his brow was relaxed, and even the corners of his mouth often held a trace of a smile. The idle chatter he had today probably surpassed the total had spoken during his 3 years of secluded meditation in the Byring Palace. Wenqi sometimes thought to himself, could it be that he had inadvertently stumbled upon the path of the Supreme One is sentient? But this thought only flickered through his mind. Transcending emotions with detachment was never about extinguishing all feelings, but rather about not letting one's heart be clouded by matters irrelevant to the great Tao. As for how Xuandu cultivated his path, that was his own journey to walk. The pressing matter at hand was to complete the task concerning Fuxi. Thus, over the course of 14 days, Xuandu tended the base of the furnace, while Wenqi controlled the flame, the two taking turns without rest. Wenqi brought out his most treasured possessions, the 9-colored breath-bearing soil, gifted by the immortal Hanzhi, and the 3 light, divine water taken from the jade pond of Kunlun, casting them all into the furnace. At the final critical moment, he gritted his teeth and infused a wisp of heavenly Dao merit into the nascent artifact, all to suppress the treasure's heaven-defying aura and avert the backlash of the tribulation. Xuandu witnessed the merit entering the furnace, his expression turning grave as he steadied the Dao fire in his hands with even greater precision. He recognized the breath-bearing soil and the divine water. Back then, when Laozi refined the 9-turn golden elixir, he had to borrow the soil from Tongtian and the water from Yuanshi. He said no more, merely pressing both palms upon the furnace ears, channeling twin streams of azure and white qi that coiled like dragons, firmly supporting the entire purple-gold furnace. These 2 materials were nothing short of supreme treasures for any cultivator of alchemy or artifact refinement. Xuandu had never anticipated that Wenqi would possess such items. The immortal Jinling was also adept in this craft, but her knowledge stemmed from the lineage of Tongtian Jiazhu. Xanda's heritage was the path of Taishang, differing in methodology and technique. In her past life, the postnatal spiritual treasures and divine weapons wielded by her senior disciple Yu Yuan's second disciple, Wenzhong, and grand disciple Yu Hua, were all personally forged by her hand. Seeing the 2 divine objects cradled in Wenqi's palm, a glimmer of light flashed in Jinling's eyes. Her heart stirred with avarice as she silently calculated, would this junior nephew be willing to part with a portion? The moment the 14 days were complete, the flames of the purple-gold furnace extinguished on their own. Wenqi flicked his sleeve, and the furnace lid lifted with a resonant ring. A beam of azure light shot into the air, then hovered midair, spinning rapidly with vivid sentience. An ordinary top-grade, postnatal spiritual treasure would inevitably attract a heavenly tribulation upon its birth. But when this treasure was forged, Wenqi had already quietly melded his accumulated heavenly Dao merit into the furnace, so the tribulation clouds never gathered, no thunder sounded, and it descended safely. The treasure was square, thin, and translucent, shaped like a piece of plain silk. Wenqi raised his hand again, and the azure light descended steadily into Fux's palm. Fuxi and Nuwa hurriedly leaned in to examine it closely. It was a volume of Dao scriptures, its cover engraved with 3 characters, 100 family surnames. The runes were formed from innate laws recognizable to all beings of the immortal path. The moment their fingertips touched the pages, they instantly recognized the profound truths behind those 3 characters. The 100 family surnames. Indeed, that is its name. Humanity is just emerging, and surnames have yet to be established. As their sage teachers, how could we stand idly by? This book records 500 surnames, encompassing both single and compound ones. Every human tribe shall first establish its clan name. Within each clan, several surnames shall be selected for use. A clan denotes the name of the tribe. A surname distinguishes the branches of lineage. Together, they form the clan surname system. Within a single clan and surname, the bloodline branches become naturally distinct, clarifying closeness and distance at a glance. Excellent. 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 As a disciple of a sage and a longtime companion to humanity, Xuandu understood the weight of this system immediately. Fuxi in turn opened the 100 family surnames and began to recite it silently, character by character. Zhao Qian Sun Liao Zhou Wu Zheng Wang. Feng Chen Chu Wei O Jiang Shen Han Yang. Zhang Suan Murong, Situ Sikong. Single characters formed single surnames, double characters formed compound ones, all 500 with none omitted. As he finished reciting, his mind suddenly cleared, and he realized the true benefit of this treasure. It not only established order, but also solidified the very foundation. Without further hesitation, he bowed deeply to Xuandu, and when Xuandu had already extinguished the Dao fire beneath the furnace and put away the purple gold furnace before raising his hand in a gesture of assistance. We are fellow disciples. I am merely teaching on behalf of my master. Refining treasures and transmitting the Dao is my duty. There is no need for such courtesy. When Shi also stepped forward, his tone plain yet weighty. Fuxi, although the treasure is forged, the task is not yet complete. The surname system cannot be implemented merely by inscribing it on bamboo slips. You must personally journey to every tribe, traverse the mountains and rivers, explain the reasoning to each settlement, and establish the regulations. Once all clans possess surnames, this treasure will naturally accrue merit and transform into a merit spiritual treasure, and you, through your civilizing efforts, will see your fortune thicken and your foundation grow ever sturdier. Fuxi straightened his expression and clasped his hands. Your teachings are profound. I shall set out at once. As the words fell, Fuxi Nuwa and Black Emperor had already stepped out of Huashu holding the 100 family surnames and plunged directly into the various human tribes. The three ancestors of humanity received the news and were overjoyed. Since the dawn of the primordial era, top-grade, postnatal merit spiritual treasures could be counted on one hand. The butchering demon sword belonged to Tongtian. Jiaozhu, the creation whip, was in Wenqi's possession, and the other three were held by the three ancestors. During the great war between the witch and demon tribes, the battlefield had been left in ruins, spiritual treasures scattered like stars. All the sages had their eyes locked on the innate supreme treasure, the chaos bell, paying little heed to the rest. Empress Hutu took the witch tribe's 12 capital array banners. Empress Nuwa claimed the demon summoning pennant. The rock of the northern sea swept away Emperor Jun's river chart and Luo script. Only Tongtian Jiaozhu, without a word, picked up the butchering demon sword. He had always specialized in the way of the sword, and this blade had deep ties to humanity. Its falling into his hands was only fitting. Apart from that sword, everything else fell into the hands of the human race. How could the three ancestors not be delighted? They immediately issued an edict. All tribes of the primordial era were to heed the command of Fuxi of the Feng clan, and none were to disobey. From that day forth, Fuxi Nuwa and Black Emperor trod across mountains and rivers, traveling between tribes for a full 36 years. Fortunately, all three possessed immortal cultivation. Had they been mortals, they could not have even covered half the human domain. For 36 years, through wind and rain, without cease, the surname system finally took root within humanity. Fuxi and Nuwa labored personally, tirelessly explaining to each tribe and meticulously defining each clan. Humanity gradually began to taste the benefits. Two strangers from different tribes needed only to state their surnames to know whether they shared a common origin, their generational standing, and their degree of kinship. Fuxi did not merely rest on his laurels. Beyond clan surname, given name, courtesy name, and title, he added the systems of rank and generation specifically to clarify the order of bloodlines. Within each clan and surname, ranks and generations were established, ensuring order between elder and younger, and clear hierarchy between superior and inferior. He took the lead in establishing 50 generations for the Feng surname, each character condensed with meaning: Xiang Tian Ji Ting, Huaying Jia Shang, Wei Li Sheng Xian Dao De Chang Jia, Sheng Ding Lu Guang Yu Ho Dong Yu Ju, Hui Xian Shi Zi Chang, Wen Zhang Xing Jing Yun Xiao Yu Zhen Luan Chang Lan Gui, Ting Fang Zhao Shi Shu, Wan Dai Xia. From then on, when clan members met, there was no need to ask how many generations back one's ancestors were. Merely hearing the generation character was enough to know whether to address the other as elder brother or uncle and to offer the proper respects. Additionally, Fuxi rectified the names of the 5 degrees of mourning attire. The upper 5 degrees: self, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and great-great-grandfather. The lower 5 degrees: self, son, grandson, great-grandson, and great-great-grandson. Together, the upper and lower span 9 generations, collectively known as one's 9 clans. Within the 9 clans, bloodlines are connected as close as one family. Beyond the 9 clans, though still human, they are no longer of one's own branch. The generational and mourning system established by Fuxi quickly spread across all human tribes. From this point onward, humanity truly emerged from chaos and entered an era governed by order. Only when granaries are full do people learn etiquette. Only when clothed and fed do they understand honor and shame. With surnames established, and the order of elder and younger made clear, humanity gradually gave birth to ritual. Only with propriety did one stand upright among the myriad beings of the postnatal world, becoming a true human. One of the 3 talents alongside heaven and earth. Over the span of 36 years, Fuxi Wenshu and Xuandu traversed all settlements of the human race, establishing surnames, lineages, funeral rites, and hierarchical orders, embedding these into the hearts of each tribe. On this day, the 3 returned from the human race, climbing back to Huashu Mountain, and the heavenly Dao responded by bestowing merits. Fuxi alone reaped the majority, Wenshu, Xuandu, Nuwa, and even the Black Emperor shared a fraction of the residual blessings. However, this time the merits were few and no one could break through their realms with them. Only Wenshu understood the reason. Fuxi had established human ethics for the human race, and the heavenly Dao indeed granted praise, yet 90% of the merits would not be realized immediately, but rather would await Fuxi's achievement and retirement to be bestowed all at once. In these years, Fuxi first taught people to weave nets for fishing, filling their bellies, then clarified the clan branches and confirmed names so that the human race no longer acted based solely on passion, but understood respect and the path of yielding. Additionally, he possessed profound cultivation, being one of the most powerful among the postnatal beings. Thus various tribes proposed and spread the word, gradually calling him sovereign. Upon hearing this title for the first time, Fuxi's heart tightened, and he hurriedly waved his hands to decline. With the 3 ancestors of the Swearing clan still present, and Saint Master Wenshu at his side, how could he dare to overstep? Yet this title flowed like spring water over a floodplain, quietly spreading throughout the tribes of the human race. Just then the 3 from the Swearing clan arrived at the Fenggun tribe with Wenshu. Fuxi, the human race, has now emerged from ignorance. Continuing with scattered tribes governing themselves is not a long-term solution. In the last calamity, the shamans had their ancestral grounds, the demons had their heavenly courts, further back the dragons and phoenixes each built their palaces, even earlier the ferocious beasts gathered, and there were leaders. For a clan to thrive, there must be a unifying leader. How can our human race be any different? You must earn the support of all tribes and be respected as the sovereign, which is not merely an empty title, but a true reflection of the people's will. This burden you must take on. Fuxi originally intended to politely refuse, but upon raising his eyes he saw the intense gazes of the 4 devoid of any pretense. The 3 from the Swearing clan had heavy gray hair and walked with firm steps. Wenshu's robe sleeves were slightly open, his palms still dusted with the remnants of a freshly drawn map. Even Xuandu silently handed him a bone talisman inscribed with the character Jun. His throat moved suddenly, feeling a momentary lightness on his shoulders followed by a deeper weight. If the 3 ancestral figures and the Saint Master trust Fuxi, then I shall accept this position of sovereign. Good. Wenshu laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. Now that you are the sovereign, you can no longer remain confined to one corner. You are now not just the leader of Fenggun, but the head of all humanity. Choose a central location to establish a seat of governance, for that is its rightful purpose. The 3 from the Swearing clan nodded in agreement. The sovereign must work for the benefit of all people and cannot stay in a remote place for long. Fuxi closed his eyes for a moment, recalling the mountains and rivers he had traversed and the settlements he had seen in the past 36 years, then opened his eyes and said, "At the lower reaches of the Luo River, there is a place called Chun. It is situated among the various tribes with fertile land and ample resources suitable for building a central hub. I wish to establish the seat of governance in Chun." Agreed. From then on, the 3 ancestral figures and the Saint Master approved, and Fuxi officially took on the authority of the sovereign of humanity. As news spread, tribes large and small around Chun sent people to come, carrying wood, transporting stones, tamping earth, and making pottery. Men, women, and children came of their own accord. Within a year, the open land of Chun had risen into a city. Houses lined up streets, crisscrossing an altar at the center, granaries surrounding it, and watchtowers at each of the 4 gates. On the day of completion, Fuxi stood atop the newly built platform under the watchful eyes of the Swearing clan, the Wuchao clan, the Zi clan, Wenshu, Xuandu, and the leaders of each tribe swore an oath to the heavens and officially assumed the position. From then on, decrees were issued from Chun, spreading like ripples, gradually covering the entire human realm. People relayed the word, and thus this seat of governance was called the Qin Palace. Qin is not far from the ancestral land of Kongtong Mountain. After Fuxi moved to the Qin Palace, Wenshu, Xuandu Jinling, and others gradually left Huashu Mountain, returning to their old residence in Kongtong Mountain. The long idle small courtyard of the agricultural deity was relit, with fire smoke rising again, the copper bells under the eaves chiming gently in the wind, and the bamboo shadows in the courtyard swayed as before. Before leaving, Holy Mother Jinling casually brought along Fux's mother Huashu. Now Huashu had attained the fruit position of an earth immortal. But Jinling deliberately suppressed the potency of the 9-turn golden pill, allowing her to advance gradually, without causing instability in her foundation. Seeing her son's career flourishing and his cultivation advancing, she instead calmed her mind, meditating and breathing deeply every day, diligently training without pause. Though the lifespan of an earth immortal is long, it eventually comes to an end. She only hoped to live a few more years to witness what kind of world her son Fuxi could create. After Fuxi entered Qin, he worked tirelessly day and night, focusing entirely on the governance of the human race. The human tribes were scattered like stars, often hundreds or thousands of miles apart, and most tribesmen were untrained in cultivation. Messages conveyed on foot could take months to arrive. Fuxi thus divided the human territories into 9 regions according to the 4 cardinal directions of heaven and earth, with Qin at the center named Jun, and then established a supplementary governance location in each of the 8 directions, east, west, south, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, called 8 towns. Decrees would first reach the Jun region and then be distributed to the 8 towns, from where they would be quickly relayed to the outskirts. In this way, a command could spread throughout the human realm in less than half a month. He named the Qin region Jun, signifying the central axis of the 9 heavens and the 9 provinces. It was not only a geographical pivot, but also the lifeline of the human race. 3,000 miles east of Qin, a land was delineated, establishing a central hub named Song, corresponding to the azure sky of the 9 fields and the true east of the 9 directions. 3,000 miles south of Qin, another land was delineated, establishing a central hub named Yin, corresponding to the fiery sky of the 9 fields and the true south of the 9 directions. 3,000 miles west of Qin, a land was delineated, establishing a central hub named Hao, corresponding to the bright sky of the 9 fields and the true west of the 9 directions. 3,000 miles north of Qin, a land was delineated, establishing a central hub named Xian, corresponding to the mysterious sky of the 9 fields and the true north of the 9 directions. 3,000 miles northeast of Qin, a land was delineated, establishing a central hub named Bian, corresponding to the changing sky of the 9 fields and the true northeast of the 9 directions. 3,000 miles southeast of Qin, a land was delineated, establishing a central hub named Yang, corresponding to the sunlit sky of the 9 fields and the true southeast of the 9 directions. 3,000 miles southwest of Qin, a land was delineated, establishing a central hub named Zhu, corresponding to the vermilion sky of the 9 fields and the true southwest of the 9 directions. 3,000 miles northwest of Qin, a land was delineated, establishing a central hub named Yu, corresponding to the shadowy sky of the 9 fields and the true northwest of the 9 directions. Fux's decrees were first sent from the central Jun region's Qin Palace to the 8 secondary hubs of Tsang, Yin, Hao, Xian, Bianyang, Zhu, and Yu. Then each of these 8 would manage their respective areas and relay them step by step. In this manner, the decrees could reach all corners without needing to take the 36 years it once did for a single command to spread throughout the human race. After Fuxi settled in Qin and led the human race, he devoted himself to the major affairs of the tribe. Kongtong Mountain, the agricultural deities, courtyard, tribal education, and various crafts and agriculture, none were overlooked. One day, Huashu visited, seeking out Wenshu and Xuandu. Esteemed immortals, now that Fuxi has become the sovereign and established his enterprise, do you have any plans regarding his marriage? As soon as the words fell, Wenshu and Xuandu exchanged glances, their lips curling slightly. The two rose to welcome their guest, inviting Huashu to sit on a stone bench in the courtyard. Once she was seated, Wenshu slowly began, Huashu need not worry. Fux's marriage is not just his own matter, but also the foundation for the human race for the next 100 or 1,000 years. Moreover, your daughter-in-law has already been at home, hasn't she? Upon hearing this, Hua's brows relaxed, and a smile couldn't help but bloom on her face. Nuwa came to her home, and she felt joy at first sight. She was courteous, calm, skillful, and bright-hearted, willing to accompany Fuxi in staying up late to organize documents, and to go to the fields to observe the soil's condition. However, after acknowledging a foster relationship, she found it difficult to mention the term daughter-in-law, fearing that it would invite gossip, and also concerned about the child's dignity. At that moment Xuandu raised his hand to gently stroke his sleeve and continued, "A nation cannot be without a leader for even a day, and a family cannot be without a wife for even a day. It's time to arrange the marriage for our junior brother. Since he is unable to speak, let us take care of his affairs. Let's invite the 3 ancestors of the Swearin clan for a discussion, shall we?" Huasu nodded, and Wenqi also agreed. Before long the 6 elders, Suerin Youchaozi, Xuandu Jinling, and Huasu, gathered at Wenkai's small courtyard. Xuandu conveyed the intention, and the 3 ancestors immediately responded. Suerin stroked his beard and said the marriage of the common leader is in accordance with heavenly principles and human sentiments. Only with a small family can a larger community be supported. When the small family is at peace, all clans will be tranquil. I, Suerin, agree. Yuchao nodded in agreement. It should be so. Zi then added, since it is a grand wedding, it is advisable to clarify the marriage rituals. The human race already has customs, but lacks a clear set of regulations. Marriage is the beginning of rites, and by rectifying its essence, one can solidify its roots. The crowd echoed in agreement, and Xuandu laughed heartily. Good. I will personally take care of this matter. At this time the land of Chun was already orderly. The fields were level, and the houses were neat. Mulberries and hemp were lined up, and the pond was clear. Roads were interconnected with the sound of barking dogs and crowing roosters. The clan members were warmly clothed, hard-working, and full of spirit, living a grounded life that truly reflected a sense of stability. When Xuandu arrived, Fushi and Yuhua were leaning over a long table in the palace, spreading out a newly drawn map for land reclamation, pointing and discussing. Seeing his senior brother enter, both of them were taken aback. Since Xuandu came down the mountain to assist, he had never specifically visited Fushi and Chun. "Senior brother, what brings you here today?" Fushi quickly rose to greet him, and Yuhua also set down her bamboo pen, smiling with lowered eyes. Xuandu got straight to the point, saying the human race has now stabilized its footing from scattered small villages to forming a large alliance. The family and the state are 101, must first establish a family before governing the state. As the common leader, your marriage should be settled. Fushi was taken aback and turned to glance at Yuhua, who felt a bit warm in her ears, her fingertips quietly pinching the edge of her sleeve. Xuandu noticed this clearly and simply smiled. What is there to be shy about? Establishing a family and a career is the natural order. Since you are the common leader, you must take the lead. The world is watching. Fux's heart trembled, and he suddenly understood this marriage was no longer a trivial matter of mutual affection. It was tied to the very roots of the human race and connected to the future of their descendants. As those above have desires, those below must follow suit. Filling the stomach is a matter of survival, while marriage is a matter of continuation. A flourishing population means a flourishing clan. Clear rituals bring peace to people's hearts. Without hesitation, he reached out to take Yuhua's hand, and they both bowed deeply to Xuandu. "Fushi and Yuhua, we thank you, senior brother." Xuandu laughed heartily. "The merit does not rest with me. It is your mother, the 3 ancestors, and the holy teacher, all holding this thought in their hearts. Since you have agreed, then there is no need to pick a date. Come back with me to Kongtong Mountain, and let's discuss it today. We will heed your arrangements, senior brother." Kongtong Mountain was not far from Chun, and Xuandu arrived quickly and returned promptly. In the Agricultural Deity Academy, 8 people were already seated: Suerin Youchaozi, Wenqi, Xuandu, Huasu, Fushi, and Yuhua. Fushi and Yuhua sat side by side, their shoulders slightly tense, eyes lowered, but their fingers unconsciously intertwined. The 3 members of Swearin clan looked over one by one, becoming increasingly satisfied. One was steady, another resilient. One strategized the overall picture, while another attended to the details. One spoke with conviction, while another worked silently and effectively. They exchanged glances, and all 3's eyes sparkled with smiles, nodding in agreement without needing words. They had already learned from Wenqi that regardless of the past, the now prominent Fushi and Yuhua among the human race were indeed true children of the human race. As the biological mother of the 2, Huasu wore a warm smile, her eyes radiating joy. The crowd remained silent, and when she stepped forward to speak. Fushi, the human race, is no longer the small tribes of the past, but has formed a coalition of large settlements. With ethical principles established, the marriage system should also evolve accordingly. Upon hearing this, Fushi immediately understood that the holy teacher was hinting at him, and he quickly composed himself and bowed his head, sincerely asking, "May I inquire, holy teacher, do you have any guidance regarding the marriage matters of my people?" In the past, tribes were small, and marriages between men and women often occurred among blood relatives. Within the 9 ranks, they frequently formed couples. Now that surnames are distinct and generations are clear, bloodline marriage is no longer appropriate. I propose to replace it with interclan marriage. A man from one tribe must seek to marry a woman from another tribe. A woman from one tribe must also marry into another tribe. In this way, interactions between tribes will gradually increase and bloodlines will mix without the issues of close kin. Additionally, it can end the old custom where children only know their mothers and not their fathers. Boom. This statement struck Fux's heart like a stone thrown into still water. Previously, he had promoted surnames and defined generations, always feeling there was a missing link, but never contemplating deeply. It was only at this moment, hearing when Qi articulated, that he suddenly comprehended. What the holy teacher said is absolutely correct. Bloodline marriage has indeed reached the time for abolition. Only interclan marriage can complement the surname system and allow the human race to truly branch out and flourish. Understanding this, Fuxi turned and walked to Nua's side, his gaze calm and warm. Sister Nua, you must already know how I feel. Today, in front of all the elders, I will ask just one question. Will you marry me? Nua was slightly taken aback, not expecting him to be so straightforward. However, looking into his eyes, which showed no concealment of sincerity, she gently nodded, her lips curling into a slight smile. Good, good, good. Sueren, Youchao, and Ziyi clapped and laughed repeatedly, exclaiming good with loud voices and bright smiles. When she also smiled and added, this new marriage system will be brought back to Chun to be discussed and agreed upon with the elders of various clans, and we will no longer overstep our bounds. His tone was calm yet firm. Fuxi was the common leader of the human race. They would only provide guidance at critical points, while the rest must be decided by the human race themselves. After Fuxi and Nua returned to Chun, they summoned the elders of the 8 clans and the seniors of each tribe to discuss the marriage system. Everyone could clearly see interclan marriage was more stable, farther-reaching, and more beneficial for the reproduction of the human race. The general direction was set on the spot. It must be changed. However, the specifics of how to implement it, who will oversee it, how the rites will be conducted, and how agreements will be established still required careful deliberation. 100 days later, the two returned to Kongtong Mountain with the agreed-upon system. Esteemed elders, after repeated discussions with the elders of the 8 clans, we have decided to implement interclan marriage. This system I shall name establishing marriage and appointing mediators. Men seek women for marriage, and women take men for wedding. Since it involves marriages between different clans, a dedicated person must act as a go-between. This person conveys the intentions of both families, unites the 2 surnames, and establishes the marriage contract, and I call this person the mediator. With a mediator facilitating the process, the marriage will not be delayed and feelings will not be misdirected. May I ask the esteemed elders to advise whether this system is feasible? Sueren laughed heartily. Fuxi, this system is simple and practical, perfectly meeting the needs of the human race at present. Youchao nodded. Now that the human race has ample food and clothing, it is time to expand the population and solidify the foundation. With this system in place, marriages will be orderly, descendants will continue, and what is there to worry about not thriving? Fuxi quickly said, this proposal originally came from the holy teacher. I am merely filling in the gaps, and do not dare to take credit. After all had spoken, when Qi finally said in a slow voice, Fuxi, this system is sound, yet there remains one aspect unaddressed. Please enlighten us, holy teacher. A clan raises its daughters for over a decade, expending heart's blood and resources. In the old days, when marriages occurred within the same clan, daughters remained in their home tribe, labor was not lost and affections were not severed. Now that daughters marry far into other clans, the home tribe naturally finds it hard to let go. Without some form of compensation, the clan elders, though silent, will harbor resentment in their hearts. Therefore, a rule must be added. The groom's family must present betrothal gifts. The gift need not be extravagant, its value lies in sincerity. It need not be abundant, its worth lies in balance. So that the bride's clan also gains something, and thus is willing to let go and eager to facilitate the union. Fuxi bowed his head in thought. When she continued, you are the sovereign. The system you establish must make both sides feel it is just. One side cannot gain people and hearts while the other loses both people and strength. As the saying goes, share the same robe, share the same hatred, share the same undergarment, share the same endeavor, share the same cloak, share the same journey, share the same virtue, share the same victory. Only when both sides benefit can the matter stand firm. Only when hearts are at ease can governance prevail. Fuxi's heart shuddered, and a thin sheen of sweat appeared on his brow. He had only thought of benefiting the clan and progeny, but had forgotten the unspoken sigh of parents and brothers when a daughter is given away in marriage. I shall remember the holy teacher's instruction. Indeed, my foresight was shallow. Several months later, the new marriage system of the human race was finalized into law, personally promulgated by Fuxi. It began in the Qin region, then swiftly spread to the 8 regions of Tsang, Yanhao, Xian, Bianyang, Zhu, and Yu. Subsequently, it was passed down layer by layer from these 8 regions, reaching every human settlement across the primordial wilderness. To ensure the new rules took root, Fu Shi did not have others test them first, but personally practiced them himself. Soon the news that Sovereign Fu Shi will welcome New Hua under the new system spread like spring floods across the valleys and streams of all tribes. On the day of Fu Shi and Nu was grand wedding, the eyes of the entire human race were upon them. Officials from Chun chieftains from the 8 regions and various great cultivators all sent envoys to attend. Not only because Fu Shi was the sovereign of humanity, but also because everyone wished to witness with their own eyes what exactly would this new marriage ceremony look like. On that day, Fu Shi and Nu Hua stood side by side before the steps. Sui Rin Yu Chao Zi, Yi Wen Qi Xian, Du Jin Ling, Sheng Mu Hua Su, and even Kuei Niu He Huang, and the Yellow Bear Spirit were all present. They gathered atop Mount Kongtong to solemnly bear witness to this first marriage conducted under the new system. Wen Qi had also invited his own revered master Hanzhi, Xian, his senior master Zhao Gongming, as well as the 3 immortals Yun Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Xiong Xiao, along with Kai Yun Xian, all ascending Mount Kongtong to observe the ceremony. Gui Ling Sheng Mu and Tsang Jia also came together. 8 disciples of the Jia sect, including Tsang Jia, agreed to attend this gathering solely out of regard for Wen Qi. For them, it was merely a brief moment to make this journey. However, the disciples of the Xian sect and followers of the 3 teachings currently had their hearts set on the great Tao and rarely involved themselves in matters of the later-born human race. For this reason, Wen Qi dared not issue widespread invitations and only invited a few fellow cultivators from the Jia sect with whom he was well acquainted. Coincidentally, Xiao Shui, who the page boy under the seat of Tongtian Jiao Zhu, had somehow caught wind of the news and quietly followed along. Fu Shi and Nu Hua's wedding ceremony was extremely simple, yet imbued with ancient charm. Fu Shi held a pair of deer hides as betrothal gifts and personally went to Jin Ling Sheng Yu's courtyard to welcome Nu Hua. Wen Qi, as the matchmaker, naturally accompanied them the whole way. He led the 2 out from Jin Ling Sheng Yu's courtyard through corridors and paths back to the courtyard where Hua Su resided, which was also Fu Zai's dwelling on Mount Kongtong. A host of Jia sect luminaries and human elders stood in a circle to bear witness. The 2 followed the ancient rites without excessive ornamentation, yet it was solemn and dignified. After the ceremony concluded, everyone stepped forward in turn to offer congratulations. The 3 ancestors Sui Run and the 4 of Hua Su each spoke a few earnest words to the new. When it came to Wen Kai's turn, he first offered some auspicious words, then produced a spiritual treasure. It was the low-grade, innate spiritual treasure harvest sickle bestowed by Tongtian Jiao Zhu in his early years. Fu Shi, now that you are wed, you have become the head of a household. From henceforth, the burden of the later-born human race shall rest upon your shoulders. I entrust this harvest sickle to you today, hoping that the human race will have full granaries, ample food, and clothing, bountiful harvests year after year, and that no generation shall know hunger. Fu Shi initially wished to decline, but upon hearing these words his hand paused midair. After a moment's deliberation, he accepted it openly. It was not out of greed for the spiritual treasure, but as an acceptance of this entrusted duty. Just as when Qi stepped back, Fu Zai's senior brother Xian, Du de Fasher, slowly approached, and also offered his congratulations to the couple. His words were few, not like Sui Ren's earnest exhortations, nor Hua Zu's lingering admonitions. A mere 2 sentences sufficed. Then from his sleeve he produced an object, the high-grade, innate spiritual treasure Dragon Phoenix Zither, which was the initiation gift bestowed upon Fu Shi by Taishang Lao Zi in the past. This treasure was heavily sealed with restrictions and could only be refined by a Xian immortal. Previously, Fu Zai's cultivation had not reached that level, so Xian Du had never handed it over. Now that Fu Shi had attained the Xian immortal fruition coinciding with his grand wedding, it was the right time. Junior brother, this Zither is the master's personal initiation gift. In the past, your foundation was not yet stable, so I dared not lightly bestow it today. As you and Nu Hua are bound in unity, this is the moment to present the treasure. Upon hearing this, Fu Shi did not hesitate. Together with Nu Hua, he made a deep bow in the direction of the Ba Jing Palace, then received the Dragon Phoenix Zither with both hands. Seeing Wen Qi and Xian Du bestow treasures one after another, the Jia sect fellow cultivators were not to be outdone. Gui Ling Sheng Mu offered 2 wisps of innate Bing fire and Ding fire, their flames warm and gentle, imbued with hidden vitality. Jin Ling Sheng Mu presented 2 bundles of Gung metal and Exine metal, sharp, yet not harsh, condensed, yet not scattered. Zhao Gongming offered 2 pools of Kuei water and Ren water, clear, and pure flowing, as if alive. Hanzhi presented 2 stalks of jiao wood, and wood radiating verdant energy their branches, and leaves brimming with spring, the 3 shao. Immortals each offered a portion of Wu Earth and Ji Earth thick and serene nurturing all things. Kai Yunxian produced 2 essences of colored clouds weightless, with a subtle glow of twilight. Finally, even Xiao Shui was stepped forward producing a gourd seed from his bosom, entirely crimson, faintly emanating a primordial aura. As for Tsang Jie He Huang and the yellow bear being still young, and possessing no precious treasures, they could only imitate the manner of human elders cupping their fists and offering words of grow old together, and blessings everlasting. Their voices clear and sincere. After all had presented their gifts, the ceremony seemed to be drawing to a close, and all were thinking of returning. Suddenly a beam of red light streaked across the sky, hovering above Mount Kongtong, before slowly coming to a stop. It was a round crimson spiritual treasure. This object, why is it here? Xian Dujin Ling Gui Ling and Zhao Gongming exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Having personally witnessed the Demon Emperor's heavenly marriage, they recognized it at once. This was the ultimate grade, innate spiritual treasure. The red matchmaking ball. The red matchmaking ball hovered in midair, then suddenly burst forth with 2 beams of divine light. One landing on Fu Zai's shoulder, the other wrapping around Nu Wa's wrist. Immediately following, a clear bell-like decree resounded in their ears, earthly marriage sealed. Before the words faded, thunder rolled across the 9 heavens, winds surged, and clouds churned, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth roiled and rushed. From the direction of the eastern sea, a mighty torrent of profound yellow qi broke through the waves, thick as liquid, blotting out the sky, and covering the earth, dyeing half the heavens a golden hue. Fu Shi and Nu Wa have actually attained the earthly marriage. Only at this moment did the assembled sages truly awaken to what had happened. It turned out that this red matchmaking ball was the supreme artifact of the path of marriage and destiny. In ancient times, when the Dao ancestor Hong Jun distributed treasures at the Zishao Palace, he had specifically bestowed this treasure upon Nu Wa Yang Yang. It governs not only the fates of love and marriage across the realm, but also establishes the 3 marriages, heavenly, earthly, and human, each aligned with the primordial triad of heaven, earth, and humanity, embodying their respective Dao principles. During the great calamity of the Wu and Yao clans, Nu Wa once employed this treasure to solemnize the heavenly marriage between Di Jun Shi He and Wang Shu, enabling the Yao clan to sever their mortal selves and attain Dao through the merit bestowed by heaven's way. Now the vermilion embroidered ball has reappeared, heralding not a heavenly nor a human marriage, but an earthly marriage. Thus the Xianhuang Qi descends in vast majestic torrents, not as heaven's grace, nor as humanity's blessing, but purely as earth's benevolent bestowal. This merit bears no relation to the authority of the human sovereign, nor disrupts the celestial order. Hence it pours forth unimpeded, immense, and peerless, its magnitude nearly matching that of the heavenly merit granted during the ancient heavenly marriage. The earthly merit descends upon Kongtong Mountain and instantly divides into several portions. Fu Shi and Nu Wa jointly receive 6/10, when Shi alone receives 1/10. The remaining 1/10 is shared among the Jie sect disciples present as witnesses, namely Gui Ling Xingmu Jin Ling Xingmu, Zhao Gongming Yun Xiao Qiong Xiao, by Shao Kai Yun Xian, and Hanzhi Xian. The final 10th is evenly distributed among the assembled sages of humanity, Huaxiu Shi Sui Ren Shi, Yu Chao Shi Zi Yi Shi, Song Jie He Huang, and Huang Xiong each receive an equal share. The last 10th quietly settles upon Nu Wa Yang Yang's vermilion embroidered ball. As merit flows into the artifact, the ball manifests extraordinary phenomena. Jeweled tassels cascade, like rain, delicate pendants chime with crystalline clarity. Before the assembly can fully comprehend the sight, it suddenly soars skyward, vanishing beyond the clouds in the blink of an eye. Having absorbed both the heavenly merit of the heavenly marriage and the earthly merit of the earthly marriage, the treasure is quietly transforming into a true merit-imbued sacred artifact. Seeing it depart, none pursue or impede. Instead, all bow their heads to examine the merit now within themselves. Ordinary post-heavenly humans lacking foundations in the immortal path merely feel a profound sense of ease and vigor throughout their bodies, yet remain unable to perceive the subtle flow of meritorious energy. Sui Ren Shi and his 2 ancestral elders exchange astonished glances. This earthly marriage required little effort from them, yet they too received merit. Since it was bestowed by Earth's way, they accept it without hesitation, reserving it for future use in severing their mortal selves. Fu Shi and Yuhua as the principal couple of the earthly marriage gained the greatest benefit. Their cultivation levels surge in unison, firmly ascending to the rank of Tai Golden Immortals, surpassing Wen Qi by a narrow margin. Others mutter inwardly. Comparing person to person brings despair. Comparing treasure to treasure fills the ground with discarded wares. Yet Wen Qi feels no trace of resentment. This merit rightly belongs to them. For Fu Shi and Yuhua united in matrimony fulfill the Tao of earth, the Tao of humanity, the Tao of the triad, the Tao of matchmaking, and the Tao of yin-yang, 5 Taos harmonized as one. Throughout the primordial chaos, only these two are worthy of bearing such a mandate. Wen Qi, as customary, condenses his 1/10 share into a Xianhuang halo, suspending it behind his spiritual essence. Yet this earthly halo appears slightly smaller than the purple halo of Heaven's Way, or the golden halo of humanity's way. The Jie sect envoys had come merely as formal guests. Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, and Hanzhi Xian, tasked with guiding the human sovereign, had simply stopped by their ancestral land upon hearing Wen Qi's summons, expecting no more than half a day's diversion. Who could have foreseen that this casual stroll would lead them straight into a monumental karmic opportunity? In the entire primordial chaos, recipients of merit are exceedingly rare. Living great beings who possess it can be counted on one's fingers. The 7 sages Kuan Peng and Ming He. Pangu's 3 pure ones earned heavenly merit by founding sects. Nuwa gained it through creating humanity and mending the heavens. Ho Tu secured it by establishing the cycle of reincarnation. Jie and Zhuan-Ti attained it by making grand vows and founding the Western religion. Ming He emulated both creation and sect founding, establishing the Azura race and Azura religion to claim his share. Kuan Peng won heaven's favor through inventing the Yao script. Now the 8 disciples cradle earthly merit in their palms, smiles spilling uncontrollably across their faces. Jinling Xingmu, already a quasi-sage, needs no boost to her cultivation. She carefully stores hers away for future use in severing her mortal self. Guiling, Zhao Gongming, and Yun Xiao have all reached the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, facing 2 clear paths forward. First, to seize the moment and sever their mortal selves, ascending to the initial stage of quasi-sagehood. Second, to deepen their Tao comprehension and await the ultimate severance at the level of Hun Yuan Golden Immortal, guaranteeing at least mid-tier quasi-sage status thereafter. Most recluses choose the former. The Tao struggle is perilous, tribulations frequent, and cultivation is synonymous with survival. Disciples of the 3 sects, however, possess profound roots and deep reserves, opting instead for the latter path as the wiser, more stable course. Thus the 3 immediately store away their merit, choosing not to act hastily. Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao understand while the merit of serving as imperial tutor still lies ahead. Why squander this precious boon now? Qiong Xiao by Xiao Kai Yunhan Jihei Huang and Huang Xiong harbor no such complex calculations. For them quasi-sagehood remains distant, 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers away. Without celestial fortune, descending the Deluo Golden Immortal realm may well be their ultimate horizon. So they emulate Fu Shi and Nuwa, refining their share on the spot. Alas, their portions are modest. After refinement, their cultivation rises only slightly, falling short of breakthrough. Bai Xiao barely advances to the latest stage Golden Immortal realm, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wen Shizong Jie and Huashu Shi, having cultivated profound foundations, simultaneously ascend to the Celestial Immortal realm. Sui Rinshi, witnessing this, bursts into hearty laughter. Excellent. Truly excellent. Fu Shi and Nuwa are indeed destined for one another. Their union has blessed us all. What a magnificent omen for heaven and earth. Before the echoes of laughter fade, Wen Qi steps forward calmly, his sleeves drifting lightly, his expression serene. The 4 joys of life have long been proclaimed: timely rain after prolonged drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night's candlelight, and sudden advancement in cultivation. Today joy abounds for all. Shall I, the humble host of this modest courtyard, not prepare a simple feast and humble wine? No sooner are the words spoken than others ponder how he might arrange it. Bai Xiao covers her mouth with a soft laugh, while He Huang nods vigorously, rubbing his hands together. Indeed, Wen Qi is about to light his stove once more. Several immortal deities, long since having abandoned earthly fare, unconsciously swallow as saliva gathers softly upon their tongues. Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, and others' eyes gleam with anticipation, as if already inhaling the long mist aroma of hearth smoke, wok, heat, and fragrant spices. In an instant, a row of culinary spirit artifacts aligns neatly within the farmer god's courtyard: a bronze tripod cauldron, a lapis lazuli stove, a jade steamer, an ice spirit cleaver, and a Qiankuan spatula, each radiating a gentle luminous aura, awaiting the rise of sacred flame. There stand pots, pans, ladles, scoops, knives, chopping blocks, mortars, and pestles, all arranged in perfect order. After the ceremony concludes, the human guests descend the mountain, and Kongtong Mountain finally regains its tranquility. If even a few more remained, when Qi's courtyard would scarcely offer space to set foot. Within moments, wine and delicacies are served. The dining table is no ordinary wooden or stone artifact. It is a spirit treasure forged from post-heavenly merit, its size shifting at will, expanding or contracting according to intention. It comfortably seats dozens without crowding. The farmer god's courtyard erupts in lively festivity. Guests pour wine for one another, laughter rings out, and the clinking of cups resonates ceaselessly. This banquet leaves bellies full and cheeks flushed with delight. Upon departure, Sui Rinshi and Zhao Gongming each carry away 2 jars of spirit wine. Though the jars appear rustic, they are in fact post-heavenly spirit treasures, each capable of holding 100 hu of immortal wine, preserving its potency indefinitely, while growing richer and fiercer with age. Yet when Qi feels no pang of loss. The primordial chaos still teems with innate spiritual energy. Divine fruits grow freely upon mountain slopes. Brewing another batch takes but 3 or 5 days. With bellies sated and cups emptied, the Jie sect disciples rise to take their leave, returning collectively to Jinao Island. Before departing, Bai Xiao bows her head slightly toward Wen Qi, her eyes crinkling with a knowing smile. Her gaze carries 3 parts admiration and 7 parts satisfaction. Her own junior nephew had secured this extraordinary opportunity for her and her sisters. How could such a feat be trivial? Though the Jie sect disciples utter not a word aloud, their understanding runs deep. As primordially born beings, they require no explanation. The moment the earthly marriage concluded, each sleeve weighed heavy with tangible merit. None could fail to grasp the profound significance beneath. Earlier, when Qi invited them to witness the ceremony, they assumed it merely a gesture of courtesy, a festive gathering. No one anticipated karmic reward. Yet upon verifying their merit post-ceremony, they realized this pilgrimage bore genuine fruit. It was no empty visit. It had yielded real, irrevocable blessings. Once the Jie sect disciples departed, Kongtong Mountain sank back into silence. Only Wen Qi Xian, Du Jin Ling Shengmu, and Huashu Shi remained seated in quiet meditation, their breaths flowing in serene, unhurried rhythm. Fuxi and Yuhua stayed on the mountain for several days before returning to the human tribe, busy with the integration of various factions, establishing regulations, and managing grain supplies. The great endeavors of the human race could not be delayed for even a moment. Yuhua and Fuxi truly formed a harmonious pair of yin and yang. For any major decree, the two would first discuss it behind closed doors, and then summon the elders of the alliance to deliberate together before issuing it to the various factions. This was the case in both political affairs and family matters. Fuxi was steady while Yuhua was agile. Fuxi expanded while Yuhua safeguarded, each complementing the other, forming a seamless whole. The human race indeed grew stronger day by day under their guidance. Now there were plows for farming, pens for herding, and nets for fishing. Hunger was a thing of the past, and granaries were gradually filling up. The small tribes had already formed a great alliance, and when disaster struck in one place, support came from all directions, far surpassing the past in disaster relief. With the new regulations on ethics, surnames, and marriage ceremonies being implemented, the population flourished even more. The lands of Chun were thriving, and the 8 regions of Tsang, Yanhao, Xianbian, Yangzhou, and Yu were also filled with villages with smoke rising from kitchens and children playing in the streets. After the grand wedding of Fuxi and Yuhua, the human alliance became increasingly stable, and the population continued to rise steadily. Within Wen Kai's primordial spirit, the Kongtong seal quietly began to change. The seal's patterns flowed with fortunes rising like tides, thickening inch by inch as the human race multiplied and their territories expanded. His own cultivation also rose accordingly. In the vast wilderness, the path of cultivation has always been limited to 3 routes. First, diligent practice. Meditation and enlightenment, seclusion, and refining one's spirit rely on one's Tao, heart, root, bone, and understanding. The disciples of the 4 teachings of the Xuanmen, such as Zhun Yuanzi Ming, He, and Kuan Peng, are all experienced beings who have spent years sitting in the Tao temple, patiently awaiting inspiration. Yet this path is exceedingly difficult. Some may spend a year in seclusion, achieving what others take 10 years of hard work to accomplish. Some may not emerge for 1,000 years, and yet remain stuck at a bottleneck. The height of one's foundation and the thickness of one's talent are all written in one's fate, and cannot be forced by any means. Secondly, one may rely on treasures. For example, the supreme innate spirit root of heaven, the Eastern Jia, Mu Huang, Zhongli. It blossoms for 10,000 years, bears fruit for 10,000 years, and matures for 10,000 years, yielding only 9 fruits in 30,000 years. The flowers bloom like lotuses, and the fruits resemble petals, both concealing the words Huangzhong. A whiff of fragrance can enhance one's cultivation for thousands of years. Consuming a fruit allows one to attain the realm of the Grand Luo. Similarly, the 9 turns golden pill refined by the great sage Laozi melts upon entry, instantly achieving the Grand Luo fruit position. These 2 items are indeed shortcuts to rapid success. Yet beneath every shortcut lies a price. Although consuming them is quick, it is like drawing oil from a burning lamp, overexerting one's foundation, leading to exhaustion, and ultimately locking one out of the path of the great Tao. Any aspirant for the ultimate Tao would prefer to be slow rather than hurried, and to be clumsy rather than clever. They would never swallow these 2 items. Thirdly, one may rely on fortune. Virtue and luck are often mentioned together, but in fact they are 2 separate matters. Virtue is granted by the heavenly, earthly, or human Tao of good deeds spread widely, benefiting the people and naturally receive rewards, while luck is earned through one's own efforts, planning, laying out, and acting in accordance with circumstances, accumulating bit by bit. Cultivating through virtue is an active acquisition yielding immediate results. Nurturing the Tao with luck is like spring rain nourishing the earth, silent, yet profound, subtly influencing. For this reason, when Qi chose to bind and seal those 3 acts of virtue without using a single part, he chose another path, nurturing his primordial spirit with the luck of the human race, enhancing his understanding and accelerating his comprehension of the laws of the great Tao. As luck flourished, his spiritual platform became clearer. As the spiritual platform brightened, the laws became more apparent. As the laws became clearer, his cultivation naturally ascended. This principle is well understood by all the saints in the wilderness. Virtue is hard to come by relying on heavenly gifts, opportunities, and the accumulation of good deeds. One may not gain a single portion in 10 years, while luck can be sought. It can be supported, guided, or borrowed to rise. Thus, as the human race flourished, the great sage Laozi nodded. The primordial heavenly sovereign silently approved, and the Lord of the heavenly way did not obstruct it, while the goddess Nuwa personally offered her blessings. The 4 saints each harbored their own thoughts, yet shared the same goal. As the human race prospered, the lands of Chun became increasingly flourishing, and the surrounding factions gradually joined the tribal alliance led by Fuxi. All of this could not be separated from the genuine efforts and management of Fuxi and Nuwa. Fuxi and Nuwa were already among the top cultivators of the human race. The alliance centered around the Fenggun tribe was powerful, and ordinary beasts and monsters dared not approach. Having one's life insured is the foundation for survival. If one cannot guarantee the next day who would bring their family to seek refuge. Both of them not only possessed deep cultivation, but also had profound backgrounds. The weight of this was evident to the leaders of all factions, etched in their hearts. Thus, pushing Fuxi to be the leader became the consensus. Furthermore, the Fenggun tribe alliance taught the skills for survival, cultivating land, to plant grain, raising livestock, and net fishing. Each skill was a true chapter of salvation. The days of alternating between hunger and fullness gradually gave way to stable meals. With food to fill their stomachs, they could talk about standing firm. With a foundation to stand on, they could recognize who the true support was. Fuxi had been stationed in Shun for 10 years, and the human race had already added 5 new generations. The 4 industries of agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishing progressed side by side, with the population increasing year by year, and clothing and food became increasingly abundant. Grain was sufficient, meat was not rare, and fish and shrimp frequently appeared on the table. As life stabilized, people's hearts became lively. Some wished to cultivate, so they worshipped Fuxi to learn the methods, or followed Nuwa to study the true teachings of the Jiejiao. Those without such roots to rely on work during the day and farming and fishing, and at night gathered around the bonfire to sing and dance, their voices bright, steps joyful, and their faces free of worry. Fuxi and Nuwa watched their clansmen leave their doors unlocked at night and return lost items, feeling a sense of comfort in their hearts. One day the 2 ascended Kongtong Mountain together. When Qi Master Xian, Du Sister Jinling. Now that the human race is stable in our hands, we have finally found our footing and taken our first steps. In the future, please guide us on where we should exert our strength. Xian Du and Jinling listened, their brows slightly furrowed. In terms of refining qi and concentrating the spirit and comprehending the great Tao, they were well versed. But in discussing how to feed people, educate children, ensure the elderly's comfort, and pass on skills to craftsmen, they had truly not touched upon these matters much. Compared to when qi, they each had their strengths and weaknesses. Fuxi and Nuwa exchanged glances, both falling upon Wen Qi. Xiandu and Jinling also turned to look. The three waited, and one person spoke. In fact, Xiandu bore a solid responsibility to assist Fuxi and help the human race thrive. The day Fuxi achieved complete virtue would also be the day he retired. But what does completeness really mean? How prosperous must the human race be to be considered greatly thriving? He felt uncertain in his heart. Seeing 4 pairs of eyes fixated on him, Wen Qi did not decline. Fuxi, at present the human race includes the elderly who need care, the strong who need to be utilized, and the young who need to be educated with no lack of clothing and food. But not hungry and not cold is merely surviving. After surviving, people must live like human beings. What is called spiritual life is that beyond being well-fed and warmly clothed, there is hope in the heart, light in the eyes, work in the hands, and songs on the lips. Master, then, what does spiritual life really refer to? For those seeking the Tao, their hearts are directed towards the great Tao, aspiring for unity. For ordinary people, having no illness or disaster and being free from fear or disturbance is already a blessing. Look at those young people by the bonfire, clapping their hands and stomping their feet, singing loudly. They may not cultivate, but they are happy in their hearts, and that is living their own spiritual lives. Do you understand now? Before the words fell, Fux's primordial spirit suddenly trembled, like spring thunder rolling over a tranquil lake. The high-grade, innate spiritual treasure dragon Phoenix Qin at his waist unexpectedly leaped out, hovering in the air. The strings had not been touched, yet sounds were produced in the silent space. There was a great melody. The great form is formless, and the great sound is rare. Fuxi looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha. I understand. I fully understand. The master's words surpass my 10 years of hard cultivation. As the echoes of the music faded, Fuxi had already turned with Nuwa to descend the mountain. Fuxi and music had always been a match made in heaven. In the past, the demon race Fuxi was one of the human-headed dragon-bodied forms among the 81 manifestations of Pangu, opening the heavens, transformed from a strand of innate yang energy. The demon race Nuwa, on the other hand, was the human-headed snake-bodied form, paired with a strand of innate yin energy. When Nuwa transformed, she received the opportunity granted by the heavenly Tao, hence, she wielded the creation cauldron. When Fuxi transformed, he received the pivot of rhythm, granted by the heavenly Tao, hence, he held the Fuxi Qin. He had already delved deeply into the realm of rhythm. In this life, as the leader of the human race, he was gifted the dragon and phoenix zither by the supreme Laozi, which resonated effortlessly and harmoniously. Returning to the Chun land, Fuxi summoned the various craftsmen. Following the style of the dragon and phoenix zither, they crafted instruments anew based on the human physique, hand size, and breath. They had to be able to be held, produce sound, resonate, and be played smoothly. Fuxi did not merely imitate. He innovated further. The flute could be played horizontally, the sun could be molded, the qing could produce stone sounds, the bell could resonate deeply, the naobo could break the silence, and the drum could vibrate the bones. The zither was paramount, complemented by the other 6 instruments. Flute, sun, qing, bell, naobo, drum, and zither, the 7 instruments were complete, marking the dawn of musical tools for the human race. As the 7 instruments were completed, music began to resonate, refreshing the ears and eyes of the human race. The heavenly Tao sensed this and descended virtue. Fuxi and Nuwa received most of it, and Wen Qi also enjoyed its blessings. The 7 instruments infused with virtue became treasures of postnatal merit. Fuxi did not keep them for himself, but instead with Nuwa personally handed them over to the 3 ancestors of the human race. At this point, the human race had already taken shape, and these treasures were necessary to stabilize their destiny and protect their foundation. In the early days of the world, when the human race was still weak, the 3 Swearan people each held a postnatal treasure of merit, which was enough to maintain the clan's destiny. Now, with the human population flourishing, the 3 treasures in the hands of the 3 ancestors could no longer contain the increasingly vast lifeline of the human race. Thus, the 3 decided to use their own innate bodies as a foundation to settle in their ancestral land and stabilize the root of their fate. From then on, they never traveled far, remaining at the origin of the human race. What could truly secure the human race's fate was the Kongtong seal in Wen Qi's hand, a supreme innate treasure. With it in hand, the human race's fortune would be as stable as a mountain, unscattered, untoppled, unbroken, and unshakable. Yet Wen Qi understood clearly this object must not be revealed in the wild. A common man is innocent, but bearing a precious gem brings trouble. This Kongtong seal inherently carried 3 layers of the human race's fortune, unlike the chaotic bell in the hands of the former demon emperor. The demon emperor Dijuan used the chaotic bell to suppress the demon race's fortune, But that bell was never a treasure exclusive to the demon race. The true fortune of the demon race was tied to another object. The demon summoning banner. After the calamity of the witch and demon, even the chaotic bell attracted the saints to fight fiercely over it. If the Kantong seal were to show itself, it would undoubtedly bring another storm of blood and chaos. His cultivation was not yet at the quasi-saint level Huan Golden Immortal, and he could not protect it. He needed to reach the same realm as Dijuan in his time, before he could truly hold this seal. As the saying goes, one should have no ill intentions, but should always be wary of others. For now he had to endure and hide it further. After Fushi and Nuwa created the 7 musical instruments, they listened to the sounds of insects, observed the songs of birds, examined the whispers of the wind, and felt the tides of the sea, extracting and refining the essence to establish musical scales and compose melodies. From then on, the human race gathered around bonfires roasting their prey, with some beating the rhythm and singing, others playing the sun and zither, and others dancing to the songs. With their hearts settled and their spirits at peace, life became vibrant. Truly it was poetry expresses aspirations, songs carry eternal words, sounds resonate eternally, and rhythms harmonize with voice. As the music spread, Fux's name also became more widely known. Just as the two led the human race forward step by step, Xuandu personally came to visit, entering Wenqi's small courtyard. Though they lived in Kongtong Mountain, Xuandu had never actively sought out Wenqi. Upon seeing him cross the threshold, Wenqi raised an eyebrow, rather surprised. The two sat cross-legged, their breaths slightly deepening on the mat. Xuandu spoke first. Brother Wenqi, the master has mentioned that for Fushi to achieve completeness, he must carry the situation of the human race. However, I have yet to comprehend. At what point is he considered to have completed his deeds? Wenqi pondered for a moment, and old memories surfaced in his mind. In his past life, Fushi was revered as Taihao and ranked among the 3 sovereigns based on 6 substantial achievements: teaching fishing nets for hunting, allowing the human race to be well-fed, taming wild beasts for livestock, providing a steady source of meat. Secondly, he reformed marriage customs, established betrothal ceremonies, broke bloodline taboos distinguishing between men and women, and ensuring paternal bonds so that children no longer only knew their mothers. Thirdly, he created musical instruments and established musical scales. The pottery, sun, and zither were all made by him. Songs and tunes were born from this, resonating in people's hearts and gradually clarifying their minds. Fourthly, he delineated territories and set official duties, dividing the land for governance and assigning officials. The human race had rules to follow and laws to abide by for the first time. Fifthly, he established family units, breaking down tribes into individual families with one kitchen, thousands of families becoming one tribe, hundreds of tribes forming an alliance. Thus order took root. Sixthly, he interpreted the 8 trigrams. Using yin and yang as the essence and the trigrams as the eyes, he predicted the changes of heaven and earth and understood the principles of all things. Thus the human race transitioned from mere survival to actively seeking knowledge. Now Fushi had already accomplished the first 5 tasks with the support of Xuandu and Wenqi. Only the final task remained. The 8 trigrams required him to write them himself, to deduce and establish them himself. Wenqi looked up, speaking plainly. Brother Xuandu, the human race is no longer in its former state of ignorance. Fushi has led everyone out of chaos. The witches have ancestors, the demons have emperors. The human race should also have its own emperor. He need not self-proclaim nor rely on anyone's bestowal. All that is needed is for the people to truly recognize him as emperor. That moment will mark the completion of his merit. Xuandu nodded lightly after listening. As they were about to leave the 8 scenery palace, the Master Supreme Laozi indeed mentioned one phrase. Fushi is the head of the human race's 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The Heavenly Emperor. This position of Heavenly Emperor is not conferred by heaven, nor is it bestowed by saints. It is elevated by the human race itself. Fushi is currently a co-leader, but to be called emperor, he still lacks that unified voice in the hearts of the people. What do you think he still needs to do in order to gain the trust and submission of his clan? Wenqi smiled. Brother, the position of Heavenly Emperor is determined by the Heavenly Dao and permitted by the Dao ancestor. If so, there will be a natural path paved by heaven. There is no need for us to force it. Fux's merits, even if extended, would only last 1,000 years. We can simply observe its completion. Xuandu laughed heartily. Haha, brother, you are right. It is I, as the elder brother, who has become anxious. He glanced outside the courtyard where sunlight bathed the bluestone steps, a gentle breeze swaying the bamboo shadows, and the eaves bells chiming softly. Today the weather is just right. I wonder if Brother Wenqi's culinary skills would grace us once more. Haha, it's a small matter. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Fuxi and Nuwa did not stop. The life of the human race grew brighter day by day. Whether in the Chun land or in the 8 regions of Tsang, Yan Haoxian, Bianyang Zhu, and Yu, the leaders of various factions, were no longer satisfied with the title of co-leader in private. Fux's achievements were too substantial, too heavy, too extensive. Teaching people to weave nets, tame livestock, formulate marriage customs, create zither and songs, interpret the 8 trigrams, establish calendars, and define official positions. Each and every one of them was rooted in the fundamental survival of the human race. Thus, one after another, people rushed between the 3 swearing ancestors and the sage, Wenshi, delivering messages, expressing sentiments, and seeking introductions, all for one thing: to request Fuxi to ascend to the position of human emperor, to govern all factions, and establish the human race amidst the wilderness. The Sueran Youchao and Zi all nodded in agreement. Wenshi smiled, while stroking his beard. Oxuandu also nodded in silence. Only Fuxi himself repeatedly declined, saying, "I am merely the leader of a tribe. All I do is respond to the times and adapt to the circumstances. How can I claim to be the human emperor with such merit?" Sui Ren spoke, his voice like an ancient bell. "Fuxi, the human sovereign, is not a golden crown or a jade seal, nor a 90-yard platform." Yu Chao added, his hand resting on his axe handle. "It is what keeps you awake at night, the question you asked before you finish your meal. Do the people of the Eastern Mountain have grain?" Ji Yi added, twirling a strand of hemp thread between her fingers. "It is the promise you make and must carry to the end." When she closed the bamboo slips, his gaze calm and steady. "If you are willing to hold up the sky for humanity, then this seat is yours." Xian Du finally spoke, his voice soft. "This brother has waited 20 years for your answer." Fuxi bowed his head for a long moment. Then, lifting his gaze, he swept his eyes across the 5 weather-beaten faces before him and finally nodded. 3 days later, at the Chun capital, altar incense was burned to announce the decree to heaven, and the blue smoke rose straight into the clouds. Fuxi led the 12 tribal chieftains in a blood oath, establishing Chun as the capital and assuming the title of human sovereign. From that moment, humanity had a true common ruler. The 3 talents, heaven, earth, and man. The 3 lights, the sun, the moon, and the stars. As he was the first human sovereign since the dawn of creation, the people called him Heavenly Sovereign Fuxi. Shortly after Fuxi ascended the throne, tribes from all directions sent envoys bearing tribute, copper, grain, animal hides, and young men and women as apprentices. For the first time, the primal human race was bound together in name and faith and in blood. Only then did humanity truly establish its footing. No longer scattered sparks in the wilderness, but a race that could stand alongside the fierce beasts, the dragons and phoenixes, and the demons and witches. The beast sovereign Shun Ni sat in dominance over the northern abyss, the ancestral dragon coiled in the eastern sea, the primordial phoenix perched on the southern peak, and the first Qilin guarded the western wasteland. The demon emperors divided the rule of the heavenly court, and the myriad demons, the 12 ancestral witches, each performed their duties, their roars splitting the earth. And now humanity had its own sovereign. Within the 8 scenery palace on Mount Shouyang, Taishang Laojun was meditating with his eyes closed when his fingers suddenly paused. He opened his eyes, glanced in the direction of Mount Kongtong, then lowered his lids again, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. His 2 disciples, one in governance, one in power, meant that the rise of humanity was a natural course of events. In the Jade Void Palace on Mount Kunlun, Yuanshi Tianzuan sat upright on his cattail mat. Upon hearing the news, he merely let out a half snort from his nose and said no more. In his eyes, humanity was nothing but a tribe of fur-clad, blood-drinking creatures born from wombs or hatched from eggs. Had it not been for the thick merits and enduring fortune upon Fuxi, he would not have even bothered to lift his eyelids. Within the Huahuang Palace, the sage Nuwa had been quietly observing since sending the human Nuwa into the mortal world. She saw it all. Fuxi governing the people, Nuwa nurturing the young, the 2 harmonizing yin and yang. On the day Fuxi ascended the throne, she tapped her finger, and a pink lotus blossomed silently in the pond before the hall. Soundless, yet it bathed the entire palace in a warm glow. In the Bo Palace on Mount Janeo, Tongtian Jiaozhu was lecturing when he paused for half a breath, his robe sleeve shifting slightly. He had naturally sensed the fluctuation of fate and fortune from the grand ceremony in the land of Chun. Although Fuxi had formally studied under Taishang with Xian Du as his right hand, it was actually the Jie sect that benefited the most. When she, as the holy teacher, had long been at the core of humanity, Jin Ling, Sheng Mu protected Nuwa, never leaving her side. Gui Ling, Sheng Mu taught fishing techniques to the 7 tribes of the East Sea. Zhao Gongming cast copper coins for humanity, The Sanshao sisters taught women and children to read the seasons and identify herbs. Even the Kuei ox carrying grain to disaster zones and the water and fire boys accompanying medical teams earned tangible faith power and golden merit. Tongtian knew of the three marriages: the heavenly marriage among the demon race, the earthly marriage among humanity, and the human marriage among the witch race. He had personally attended the heavenly marriage of the demon race back then, but he never expected that his own disciples would already have quietly secured their positions at the dawn of humanity's earthly marriage. Most of the GS sect disciples had come bearing calamitous fates. He took them in not for the sake of numbers, but to fight for a slim chance at survival for them. The great Tao has 50 paths and heaven derives 14, one is left to escape. That escaping one is the spark of life. The very name of the GS sect lies in this, seizing that sliver of light, breaking the cage of fate, and shattering the chains of destiny. Now with each of his disciples bearing merits, some light enough to ward off misfortune, some heavy enough to offset future tribulations, Tongtian Jiazhu finally allowed his brow to relax. The green sword hidden in his sleeve hummed softly, as if rejoicing along with his heart. After Fu's eyes ascension, humanity surged like a spring tide. All crafts flourished, all grains ripened, all tribes submitted. But as the territory expanded and the population grew, so too did the difficulties. Yesterday the eastern plains were flooded, fish and shrimp scattered, and the millet lay flattened. Today the western ridges cracked, and camps collapsed, the old and weak buried beneath the earth, and cooking smoke ceased for a day. At dawn a tribal chieftain barefoot, wrapped in hemp, with burnt and tangled braids, burst through the gates of the Chun capital palace. Kneeling before Fu Shi, he knocked his forehead against the floor until it bled. Human sovereign, my tribe has been struck by a great flood. The fish runs are gone, the autumn crops are ruined, the lambs have just been weaned, and our reserves will only last 7 days. If we are not saved by next spring, only grave grass will remain. Fu Shi immediately dispatched grain physicians and craftsmen, sending them off through the night. But such incidents grew more and more frequent. After approving the third disaster report, Fu Shi set down his vermilion brush and stared at the dark clouds drifting past his window, silent for a long time. He deliberated with Nuwa for days, running through countless simulations, yet found no good solution. Finally, they both slammed the table in unison, straightened their robes, and set off together for Mount Kongtong. Before the gate of the agricultural god's small courtyard, Fu Shi and Nuwa stood side by side and bowed deeply. Xiandu stood on the steps. Jin Ling Shengmu held a broom and swept the yard when Qi turned through bamboo slips under the eaves, and Hua Su Shi was bent over watering the vegetables. None of the four rose to return the bow, yet neither did they refuse it. As the new sovereign, Fu Shi could not forego propriety, and the very essence of propriety lay in mutual respect between high and low and harmony within and without. Fu Shi straightened up, his gaze earnest. Masters, this disciple has a question. Humanity suffers calamities year after year, losing lives every season. Is there a way to keep the wind and rain from harming the people and the mountains and rivers from swallowing our villages? Since ascending the throne, the human sovereign has toiled day and night, devoting his heart and soul to the prosperity of the race. Yet humanity has recently faced frequent disasters, droughts and floods in succession, earthquakes and landslides, and plagues running rampant. The people have no food or clothing, and their lives hang by a thread. Today I have come to you to seek a way for them to survive and settle. When Shi Xiandu and the others had long seen these calamities for themselves. Some disasters were the unintentional aftershocks stirred up by mighty beings above as they moved mountains and drained seas. The others were caused by the sudden disruption of the natural order of heaven and earth. For immortals and gods, such changes were no more than drifting clouds passing by, easily warded off with a wave of the hand. But humanity was different. Without the cultivation of qi or the arts of transformation, they could hardly even withstand a heavy rainstorm or a single tremor of the earth. The moment Fu Shi spoke, Xiandu felt a slight tremor in his primordial spirit and a stirring in his thoughts. He immediately lowered his gaze, steadied his breath, and began calculating the will of heaven with his fingers. In a moment he opened his eyes, his expression calm, and smiled at Fu Shi. Junior brother Fu Shi, there remains an unfinished task upon your shoulders. But the time is not yet ripe. For now return to the land of Chun and wait. When the opportunity arrives, the dilemma before you will resolve itself naturally. After Fu Shi and Nuwa took their leave, Xiandu turned to Wen Qi and Jin Ling Shengmu, laying out the heavenly signs he had perceived. Humanity is suffering everywhere now. Minor calamities piling up, major tribulations brewing beneath. They urgently need a practical method to teach them how to court fortune and avoid disaster. My divination just now showed that this task must fall to Fu Shi alone. But how exactly to go about it? How is he to decipher this heavenly secret for humanity? I have not yet seen the full picture. The principles of heaven are such that even a grand Luo golden immortal can only glimpse a fraction. Fu Zai's cultivation is still far from that. Moreover, for this method to take root, it must be something ordinary people can learn, use, and pass on. What do you two think? Where should we begin? Before Fu Zai's words had even faded when Shi had already made his decision in his heart. The later heaven 8 trigrams were precisely the answer for this moment. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. The limitless gives birth to the supreme ultimate. The supreme ultimate gives birth to the 2 modes. The 2 modes give birth to the 3 talents. The 3 talents give birth to the 4 symbols. The 4 symbols give birth to the 5 elements. The 5 elements give birth to the 6 harmonies. The 6 harmonies give birth to the 7 stars. The 7 stars give birth to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams give birth to the 9 palaces. The 9 palaces return to the 10 directions. The primordial world evolved from the supreme ultimate and chaos. Yin and Yang were established, the 3 talents were complete, the 4 symbols were divided, the 5 elements were formed, and the 6 harmonies, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and 9 palaces were all in place. The human race need not strive for the innate great Tao. It is sufficient to understand the acquired 8 trigrams to adapt to changes. The trigram represents divination. By mastering the 8 trigrams, one can comprehend the positions of the 9 palaces Qian, Qinjin, Zhenzhong, Sun, Li, Kuan, and Dui. Knowing the 9 palaces allows one to discern the transformations in the 10 directions: east, west, south, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, up, and down. When Shi then spoke, Brother Xuandu, the human race practices this art not because we must cultivate our understanding of the Tao. As long as one is well versed in the acquired 8 trigrams, one can establish the 9 palaces, discern the 10 directions, choose auspicious moments, and avoid misfortune, while also ensuring safety in residence. Wonderful. Xuandu suddenly understood. What the human race needed was not the true understanding of the great Tao, but rather the means for survival. However, in the primordial chaos there are those who cultivate Yin and Yang, those who study the 3 talents, and many who explore the 4 symbols and comprehend the 5 elements. Yet I have yet to hear of anyone who can cultivate the 6 harmonies, study the 7 stars, perform the 8 trigrams, or arrange the 9 palaces. If Fu Shi were to shut himself away to diligently practice this path, it would take him 100 years to achieve. The human race cannot afford that. Brother, you misunderstand. When Shi shook his head and smiled, though few can adeptly predict heaven's secrets, there are many innate treasures that can assist in such predictions. Why don't we start from the treasures? Upon hearing this, Xuandu's heart brightened. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, who had been quietly listening for a long time, slowly spoke during the calamity of the witch and the demon emperor Shihuang Fushi. As one of the 4 emperors of the demon race, was not only skilled in divination himself, but the great formation of the celestial stars was also determined and arranged by him. This shows that this person's destiny was to open a door to the acquired secrets for the human race. As Golden Spirit's words fell, Xuandu's furrowed brow relaxed. What my junior sister says is true. I have heard some rumors about the old matters of the demon court. It was precisely because he had this merit that Emperor Jun granted him the title of Emperor Shihuang, placing him among the 4 emperors of the demon race. However, this current human emperor has already reincarnated. The mystery within the womb remains unsolved, and all memories sealed. How can he comprehend this path again? Brother Xuandu, you are mistaken. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit rarely smiled, her expression gentle. Do not forget, brother. Back then, the demon race Fushi could predict the star maps and set up formations, relying not solely on his own ponderings, but with the aid of 2 innate spiritual treasures. Although the current human emperor has lost his past, his comprehension has not diminished, and his root bones, if we can retrieve those 2 spiritual treasures and present them to him for study. With his merits and the auspiciousness of his fate, reopening a path in the acquired realm should not be difficult. Ha ha ha. Xuandu clapped his hands in laughter. Sister, your words have awakened me from my dream. I was indeed anxious and lost my usual calm. The 2 spiritual treasures you mentioned, are they the innate treasures born with the Eastern Emperor Tai? He too and Luo Shu. Exactly. As soon as the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's words fell, Xuandu's smile faded, and his brow furrowed again. The difficulty lies here. After the calamity of the witch and the demon, he too and Luo Shu have long been taken away by the demon master Kunping. The human and demon races have always been at odds. Would he willingly return them? Moreover, if he has already used these 2 treasures to slay the 3 corpses, it would be even less likely that he would let go. These are top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Their value is incomparable to ordinary treasures. After Xuandu finished speaking, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Wen Qi, and the Hua Su clan all fell silent, their eyes lowered, and the hall was momentarily quiet. Let alone the demon master Kunpeng they had never met. Just considering themselves, how could they easily part with two top-tier innate spiritual treasures? Throughout the entire primordial chaos, there are only 72 such spiritual treasures. Many were destroyed during the earlier calamity, and those visible now can be counted on one's fingers, with 9 out of 10 held tightly by innate great powers. When she surveyed the room, noticing everyone's furrowed brows and solemn expressions, he stepped forward and addressed Xuandu Golden Spirit and the Hua Su clan. When the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. The human race will rise and Fux's merits will be fulfilled. This is the path set by the heavenly Dao. Even the saints are divided in their concern over this. We need not bear it alone. Since it is difficult, why not invite someone of substantial weight to push it along? Oh, Xuandu's eyes brightened. Do you perhaps have an idea? Indeed. When she nodded, the Kunpeng Daoist possesses quasi-saint cultivation and carries the title of Demon Master. It would be inappropriate for our masters to intervene and forcefully seize the spiritual treasures, as it would be against the rules. Therefore I plan to go to the Wahuang Palace and ask the Holy Mother to make an appearance. As soon as these words fell, both Xuandu and Golden Spirit let out a sigh of relief, their eyes shining with hope. There is nothing wrong with this statement. After all, Kunpeng is a properly appointed demon master of the demon race. If a saint personally exerted pressure, it would disrupt the order. In his past life, even the two Western saints avoided him, let alone the current second generation of the Xuandu sect. Xuandu and Guangxingzi are merely great Luo golden immortals, and although Duo Bao is a quasi-saint, his qualifications and battle experience truly pale in comparison to an old figure like Kunpeng. When all is said and done, the only one who can truly stabilize the situation and compel Kunpeng to respond is Nuwa alone. She is now the leader of the demon teaching and the only one among the primordial demons whose words carry weight. If she speaks, even if Kunpeng is difficult, he must give her some face. Haha, my dear brother, this plan of yours is brilliant. Then you must make another trip to the Wahuang Palace. Brother, you flatter me. When Shi waved his hand to run for the human race, how can one talk about hardship? He had just stepped out of the courtyard, intending to return to Janeo Island first, and asked the Master Tongtian to assist him on the journey through chaos. Suddenly, he saw Kuei Nyo rushing from a distance, the sound of its hooves thundering, shaking the ground slightly. When Shi, are you about to embark on a long journey? Indeed. I am going to the Wahuang Palace to pay respects to the Holy Mother. But my cultivation is shallow, and I cannot enter chaos. Oh, I can only return to Janeo Island and ask the Master for help. Do not worry, do not worry. Kuei Nyo shook its head. This matter does not need to disturb the Master. I will make the trip for you. Before the words fell, it revealed its true form, covered in azure scales with a horn like a halberd, sinewy and robust. It exuded a heavy aura. The Holy Mother's abode is a place I frequently visit. This time I will carry you over so as not to disturb the Master's quiet cultivation. When she was taken aback, not expecting that this great Luo golden immortal Kuei Nyo often frequented the Wahuang Palace. What he does not know is that Kuei Nyo, under the Master Tongtian and the Taishang, has long been familiar with the thresholds of the Zixiao Palace, let alone the Wahuang Palace. Ha, good. Then I thank you, Uncle Kuei Nyo. After saying this, he deeply bowed towards Janeo Island. Kuei Nyo is the mount of the Master. Even if he volunteered, he must first observe the proper etiquette and dare not overstep the rules. You are too polite, junior nephew. Kuei Nyo snorted, its voice deep and thick. The Master assigned me to guard by the side of the Holy Master, precisely to share worries and resolve difficulties. After the greetings, when Shi mounted the back of the bull, Kuei Nyo leaped into the air steadily, carrying him straight into chaos. Its pace was incredibly swift, yet it did not jolt or sway. When Shi sat atop, feeling only the wind pass by his ears, the chaotic air flowing apart like water. In truth, he did not recognize the location of the Wahuang Palace. The last time he had relied entirely on the Master's thoughts to teleport. However, the Wahuang Palace is not far from the primordial chaos. It is the place Nuwa opened after achieving sainthood, neither isolated in the depths of chaos like the Zixiao Palace, nor hidden and difficult to find like some ancient saints' abodes. She carries the concerns of Fuxi, the demon race, and the human race in her heart, thus her abode is closer, with the scent of smoke and human warmth still lingering. Soon the magnificent palace gates appeared before them. As soon as when she leaped down from Kuei Nyo's back, the palace doors creaked open, and Qingwan stood at the steps, her feathers colored like ink-dyed azure clouds. Human race, when I have come to pay my respects to Senior Qingwan. Is the Holy Master still this courteous? King Luan's lips curled slightly. The Holy Mother has been expecting you. Come quickly with me. This was when Kai's second visit, and he walked much more lightly, no longer the awkwardness he had when he first arrived. Qingluan led the way, passing through corridors and halls, directly entering the inner sanctum. On the cloud bed, Nuwa sat surrounded by auspicious light, her aura gentle like spring water. She has severed the dual corpses of good and evil, deepening her cultivation. At this moment her brows are relaxed, and a smile graces her lips. A saint feels neither joy nor sorrow, yet this smile is indeed a rare sight. When she performed the customary bow, paying respects as a junior of the Xianmen and a descendant of the human race, then got straight to the point. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Humanity Fuxi is on the verge of completing his merits, yet he lacks one final step. To establish the calculation of the post-heaven human race. The required innate spiritual treasure is currently in the possession of the demon master Kunping. Due to my and brother Xian Dus' identities, it is inconvenient for us to speak directly, thus I boldly request your Majesty's consideration. After listening, Nuwa slightly nodded, her voice clear and melodious. I am already aware of Fux's situation. As a saint and a disciple of the Xuanmen, your actions are appropriate and measured. Pausing, her expression turned slightly grave, her tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable weight. Kunping, after all, is a demon master. Currently, he is the foremost figure among the demon clan of the primordial wilderness. If you were to pressure him with the combined might of the three teachings of the Xuanmen, it would put this seat as the leader of the demon sect and the Saint Mother of Humanity in a difficult position. Now, since you have come to request help, it would be most prudent for this seat to mediate. Before Nuwa's words fell, when Qi had already lowered his head and clasped his hands. In his past life, no one intervened in this matter. The Grand Master of Xian, due to assist his junior Fuxi in retrieving the He Tu and Luo Shu, had to borrow the innate treasure Tai Chi diagram from the Supreme Old Man. He also invited the broad and prosperous master of the Chan sect and the multi-treasure Taoist from the Jie sect to accompany him to the northern abyss in search of Kunping. Although Kunping possessed semi-saint cultivation, he was not intimidated by the three direct disciples of the Xianmen in a real fight. However, the identities of the three represented the dignity of the three saints. Even if Kunping was rebellious, he would not dare to strike hard in front of the three. In the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and hand over the two treasures. With that exchange, the hearts of the demon clan were scattered. In the eyes of the demons, Nuwa, who governed the demon sect, and was also the Saint Mother of Humanity, silently allowed the human race to take the treasure of the demon master, even personally, handing the spiritual treasure to her brother Fuxi. What kind of leader is that? What kind of Saint Mother is that? From then on, she lost trust among the demon clan and gradually became estranged from the human race. After the calamity of the investiture of the gods, even the temple of the Saint Mother, which was once honored, was torn down. Now the Emperor of Humanity Fuxi is trapped in the mystery of his fetal state, accomplishing nothing. This matter also involves the fundamental roots of both human and demon races. When Kai's visit for assistance is akin to clearing the clouds to see the sun, transforming Nuwa from a passive position in her previous life into an active player today. When she understood clearly in his heart and immediately bowed again, speaking earnestly, "May I ask your Majesty, how should this matter be handled?" In truth, before when she stepped into the palace of the snails, Nuwa had already calculated it clearly. Seeing his sincere inquiry, she wished to test this junior whom she had personally nurtured to see if he possessed the insight to grasp the overall situation. She simply said, "If you were in this position, how would you resolve it?" When she, upon hearing this, knew it was a test, and without holding back, stepped forward a half step and replied loudly, "If I were to act on behalf of your Majesty, I would certainly do three things. First, return the strand of true spirit of the demon master Kunping from the summoning demon banner, and simultaneously issue a decree to the demons reinstating the command of the demon master. Currently, the demon clan gathers in the northern Jilu continent, with very few semi-saints, just 2 or 3. The rest of the clan, their wisdom cannot match Kunping. Rather than each governing their own, it is better to let him lead. Second, the He Tu and Luo Shu do not originally belong to Kunping. During the war between the witches and demons, he fled with the treasures during a critical moment, causing Fuxi to fall in the calamity. This is a debt he owes. Now that Fuxi has yet to awaken, the cause and effect have not manifested. Once his merits are fulfilled and his position as Emperor of Humanity is stabilized, this debt will naturally need to be repaid. We can retrieve the treasures now as long as we clarify the reasons face to face. It would be justifiable. Third, Kunping is ultimately a demon master. Forcibly taking it would lose face and harm relationships. It is better to exchange the treasures with him in the name of a saint. In this way he does not lose his dignity and Fushi gets what he desires. Moreover, those two treasures conflict with his path. Keeping them is merely ornamental. Exchanging them for objects aligned with his Tao could aid him in severing corpses and confirming his path. It is common for saints to bestow treasures to their clans. Exchanging 4 items for 2, he does not suffer a loss, and we do not lose our conscience. With that said, when she bowed and awaited her judgment. Good. Nuwa's eyes brightened slightly. At such a young age you can untangle these layers of entanglements. Brother Tongtian has indeed taken in a perceptive person. You flatter me, your majesty. Although I am part of the GS sect, my roots still lie with the human race. If that is the case, then this matter will be entrusted to you to handle. Before her words fell, Nuwa lightly waved her sleeve. For streams of clear light rose into the air, hovering steadily before Wen Qi, summoning demon banner, demon suppression tower, demon binding rope, demon refining pot, each one a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Take this summoning demon banner with you to retrieve Kunping's true spirit. The other 3 treasures will be exchanged for the 2 treasures in his possession. Kunping practices the path of devouring the sky and absorbing the void. These 3 treasures align perfectly with his methods and will increase the certainty of severing corpses in the future. Exchanging 4 for 2, he does not lose face and Fushi gains practical benefits. Neither side incurs a loss. When she received them with both hands, his demeanor serious. What your majesty has entrusted, I shall not fail to fulfill. Go now and do not miss the timing on the road to the northern abyss. When she mounted the Kuei bull and soared downwards. During the journey, the Kuei bull trotted steadily and suddenly asked, Saint Master, are we going to the northern abyss to find the demon master? When she was taken aback, suddenly recalling. This bull before him was also an old survivor from the battle between witches and demons back in the day. He nodded, indeed. Your majesty has set the rules. You and I will first return to Kongtong Mountain before heading to the northern abyss. The Kuei bull paused his steps and slowed down. Saint Master, I am of demon lineage. This is not something I should say, but it is truly hard to suppress in my heart. Moi. It is said that the bull demon king is a reckless fellow who is strong but lacks intelligence. Why is it that when it comes to me, I have begun to think? In the book Journey to the West, it seems there are some inaccuracies. When she smiled, if you have something to say, just say it straightforwardly. The Kuei bull swallowed hard, his voice lowered but more solemn. Kunping is not someone who can be reasoned with. If he is willing to hand over treasures, it is not out of fear, nor is it because of reason. It is because he remembers old debts. Saint Master, the Demon Master Kunping was also one of the 3,000 guests who listened to the Tao at the Purple Clouds Palace with a very high status. Ordinary semi-saints cannot compare with him at all. Several saints, recalling the bonds from having listened to the Tao together at the Purple Clouds Palace, are also unwilling to provoke him easily. If you rashly visit and inadvertently create animosity, it could ruin great plans. It would be better to first go to Golden Turtle Island and ask Sister Turtle Spirit to lead the way, and together we will visit the northern abyss. When she listened, his brows furrowing slightly, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Seeing this, the Kuei bull hurriedly added, Saint Master, since you were born later, you may not know. Sister Turtle Spirit's ancestor, that North Sea Xuangui, has always been close with Kunping. When the primordial wilderness first opened, the North Sea region was under the control of those 2 innate deities. If Sister Turtle Spirit can serve as a bridge in this matter with Fushi, it would naturally go much smoother. I see. When she had long known that the sky-supporting Xuangui was a giant of the North Sea, but did not expect her family to have this old connection with Kunping. Thinking of this, his heart sank, suddenly realizing why the Saint Mother of the Turtle Spirit had suffered a shattered soul after the investiture of the gods. The array of myriad immortals was broken, and the list of deities was already full. Could the tortoise spirit bearing the ancient achievements of the mystic tortoise that held up the heavens be allowed by Laozi to enter the western land? Halfway along the journey, Laozi subtly manipulated the cause and effect. Suddenly the blood sea mosquito Taoist appeared, swallowing the tortoise spirit's essence of the great Tao in one gulp. With the destruction of the true spirit, she became nameless on the list, and could only descend into the 6 paths, re-entering the cycle of reincarnation. On ordinary days, who would dare to lay a hand on her with the protection of heavenly merits? However, that day the beads of the guiding Taoist suppressed her entire Tao power, locking her abilities, rendering her unable to move. The mosquito Taoist seized the opportunity, taking not only her Tao attainment, but also the cause and effect. This debt was counted against the guiding Taoist. 3 grades of merits from the 12-petal golden lotus were instantly absorbed, dropping to the 9th grade, and becoming an upper-grade, innate spiritual treasure. When Qi felt a chill run down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In the eyes of the saints, whether a Quasi Saint or a great Luo, they were merely pieces on the chessboard to be discarded or used as needed. As the thought settled, the vigor in his heart became even more resolute. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Master Kuei Nyo truly possesses vast knowledge. Then let us set off directly for Golden Ao Island. On Golden Ao Island, the disciples of the Jie sect, upon seeing the disciple of Immortal Hanzhi, when Qi riding on the Kuei Nyo of the sect leader, were all astonished and came to a halt. Calculating with his fingers, they all understood in their hearts. Now the fortunes of the Jie sect were surging, and the disciples were cultivating at an unprecedented pace. Without further thought, it was clear that the fortunes of the human race were rolling into the sect. It was no surprise that when Qi received such treatment. After all, only 3 people could ride the Kuei Nyo: the heavenly leader, the water and fire boy, and he, Wen Qi. This time when Qi headed straight to the Tortoise Spirit Hall. Inside the hall, after hearing the purpose of his visit, the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother smiled and replied before Wen Qi could finish, "All right, I will accompany you to the northern underworld." She had just advanced to Quasi Saint and was overjoyed. This breakthrough was indeed not without the push from Wen Qi. If it weren't for Wen Kai's awakening, given her usual lazy habits, she might still have been stuck in the Great Luo realm during the Fengshan calamity. Notably, after heeding the advice, she took the human ancestor Tsongjia as her disciple, thus gaining fortune. The dual blessings of human incense and marriage merits led to her cultivation progressing seamlessly, ascending in one leap. Now the 4 core disciples of the Jie sect, Duo Bao, Wu Dang, Jin Ling, and Gui Ling, have all stepped into the realm of the Primordial Golden Immortal. Although the heavenly leader did not show it on his face, he felt quite pleased inside. In earlier years, his second brother Yuan Shitian Zun often mocked the Jie sect disciples, saying those who wear fur and horns, those who are born from wet eggs, implying they were far inferior to the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. But what about now? In his own sect, there were already 4 Quasi Saints, each with solid foundations and long-lasting fortunes. As Wen Qi and Kuei Nyo accompanied the Tortoise Spirit and Tsongjia back, just as they were about to reach the ancestral land of Kongtong Mountain, a gentle voice from the heavenly leader quietly fell into the ears of the 4. "Quickly come to the Azure Palace." Hey, I intended to come and go quietly, but still alarmed the master. As Wen Qi and the Tortoise Spirit just entered the Azure Palace, the inner hall had already gathered the 7 attendants, Duo Bao, Wu Dang, Zhao Gongming, and others. It was evident that they had just stepped onto Golden Ao Island when the heavenly leader had already issued orders to summon them. After the mutual greetings and pleasantries, the heavenly leader stepped forward slowly. All the disciples bowed in unison, and after rising, the leader's gaze swept over the Tortoise Spirit, and he spoke directly. "Tortoise Spirit, you have already attained the position of Quasi Saint. Master, I am very gratified. In earlier years I bestowed upon you the Sun and Moon Pearl, which was a useful upper-grade, innate spiritual treasure. However, now that you want to slay the corpses, relying solely on this object is rather inadequate. You are a direct disciple of our Jie sect. How can you use ordinary items to cleave those good and evil corpses?" At these words, there was a moment of silence in the hall, followed by the realization among the crowd. This was to publicly bestow a treasure, providing the Tortoise Spirit sister with a significant weapon. Duo Bao, Wu Dang, Jin Ling, and Gui Ling were all early disciples of the heavenly leader, each gifted a treasure for protection. At that time, Duo Bao received the treasure-gathering basin, Wu Dang held the heaven-supporting crutch, Jin Ling grasped the dragon tiger Jade Rui, and Gui Ling wore the Sun and Moon Pearl. All 4 were upper-grade innate treasures, sufficient but unworthy of their status. Today it was time for a change. After the 4 all newly accepted disciples of the heavenly leader in the inner hall were granted supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Zhao Gongming held the 24 sea-settling pearls, and Yun Xiao possessed the primordial golden dipper, all similarly treated. As the Tortoise Spirit's cultivation advanced to Quasi Saint as her master, the heavenly leader was naturally to bestow her with a spiritual treasure. "Tortoise Spirit, you have long held the Sun and Moon Pearl, which has a connection with the Great Sun and the Great Moon, the Attain and the Sun. Today I will bestow upon you the Sun and Moon Wheel and the Attain Sun Treasure Pearl." Before the words fell, 2 sets of 4 spiritual treasures had already hovered in his palm. The brilliance retracted the aura, dense, not glaring, yet it pressed the air in the hall to become slightly stagnant. The inner hall disciples had originally thought the saint would bestow only one item. Who would have thought that the Tortoise Spirit would receive both treasures at once? For a moment, the Jie sect disciples' gazes sharpened. Even the Tortoise Spirit herself was slightly taken aback. Her fingertips paused before she bent down to accept. Everyone recognized the origins of these two treasures. Originally belonging to the ancient demon race, the Sun and Moon Wheel was refined from the Great Sun Wheel and Great Moon Wheel. A single item was merely upper grade, but combined it became supreme. The Attain Sun Treasure Pearl followed the same principle. When separated they were the Attain Pearl and the Sun Pearl, but when combined they formed a pair, greatly increasing their power. During the calamity of the Wu and Yao, the Great Sun Wheel and Sun Pearl belonged to the Eastern Emperor Tai, while the Great Moon Wheel and Attain Pearl belonged to the Moon God Wang Shu. Both fell during the calamity, their spiritual treasures scattered, and later were collected by the heavenly leader into the Azure Palace. It was also because at that time he broadly accepted the relics of the Wu and Yao formation maps and spiritual materials that he overlooked that chaos bell in the hands of Emperor Jun. The heavenly leader took in the expressions of everyone and spoke softly. Though innate spiritual treasures are powerful, they are extremely strict in recognizing their masters. Without great merits or abundant fortunes one cannot stabilize them. Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao were granted supreme spiritual treasures because their true bodies were transformed from the first white cloud and first breeze at the dawn of heaven and earth. Born under heavenly favor, blessed with great fortune, able to stabilize them. Though you are innate beings, your fortunes are insufficient and your merits are not full. If I were to grant them today, they might backlash against their masters tomorrow, harming their Dao foundation. This is not favoritism on my part, but simply that your timing has not yet arrived. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao and the others nodded in agreement, especially Duo Bao. Now that the 4 swords of Zuzhen have been entrusted to him, he had no distractions and no jealousy. Only when Shi lowered his gaze for a moment, a cloud of doubt rising in his heart, could it be that the master has deduced that the tortoise spirit's journey can actually gather a vast amount of heavenly merits. His thoughts were not unfounded. Ever since Kuei Nyo set off with him to Golden Ao Island, he had already determined one thing: the human race's written characters should emerge into the world. This time taking the tortoise spirit Saint Mother and Songjia to the northern underworld on the surface to resolve the troubles of the river diagram and Luo book, but in reality, there was another ulterior motive. To let Songjia witness the demonic script inscribed by the Kuanping on the cave walls of the Kuanping nest. Once Songjia comprehended the creation of characters and attained the status of the ancestor of writing, the tortoise spirit as the teacher would surely receive ample rewards from the way of heaven. That merit would be enough for her to slay the 2 corpses, even the 3 corpses. Thus witnessing the heavenly leader exceptionally bestow dual treasures when Kai's heart jumped, thinking the saint had already seen through his scheme. In truth, it was otherwise. The heavenly leader indeed deduced the heavenly secrets, but only glimpsed that the tortoise spirit's journey had the opportunity to slay the 2 corpses, thus, without hesitation, offered the dual treasures. The tortoise spirit was originally his direct disciple, taken from the side of the mystic tortoise in the northern sea. Years ago, when the unruly mountain collapsed, he took the 4 feet of the mystic tortoise to support the heavens, gaining a share of the merits of mending the heavens. Now bestowing treasures upon the descendants of the mystic tortoise was both a repayment of old debts and a natural course. After the tortoise spirit expressed gratitude, the master of the heavens' teachings imparted a few more words to his disciples. At this moment, the great path of the primordial world is clear, making it the perfect time for deep contemplation and understanding. All the disciples responded affirmatively. Seeing the tortoise spirit break through and obtain treasures, who wouldn't wish to ascend to greater heights soon? When Shi exited the Bayou Palace, merely bowing slightly to his teacher Hanzhi Immortal before not returning to the dojo, and instead directly setting off to Kong Tong Mountain with the tortoise spirit Saint Mother Songjia and Kuei Nyo. Xian Du was already standing at the mountain gate, knowing that when Shi had arrived with the tortoise spirit, understanding that matters had been settled. Inside the Agricultural God Academy, Xian Du, Jin Ling, Saint Mother tortoise spirit Saint Mother Songjia, Huasu clan, and when Shi sat in a circle. When Shi, my dear junior brother, has the matter of the North Sea Kuanping been arranged properly by the goddess? Xian Du asked urgently, to which when Shi responded with a smile, naturally. If it hadn't been handled smoothly, how would I dare to step foot at the Kong Tong Mountain gate? Everyone laughed upon hearing this, and the atmosphere in the courtyard became relaxed. Ha ha, my dear junior brother, your words are truly insightful. I was indeed overly anxious. With the saint coming forward, what is there to worry about? Xian Du turned his gaze towards the tortoise spirit Saint Mother, gently asking again, since my junior brother has invited the junior sister to come along, does the 3rd master have any other instructions? The tortoise spirit stood up, her expression calm. In response to the eldest brother, the North Sea Kuanping has had dealings with my ancestors. Currently there is no animosity between us. My disciple has asked me to intervene merely to facilitate a connection allowing for a direct discussion with the Kunpeng Taoist to approach him with sincerity. I see now. After hearing the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother's explanation, Xian Du finally understood when Kai's arrangements were indeed meticulous and comprehensive. If it were him, he would have charged into the North Sea with spiritual treasures in hand, directly pressuring the Kunpeng to hand over the He Tu and Luo Shu. As the direct disciple of the Taiching Saint, the first seat of the 3 generations of Xuanmen, his status was evident. Even if the Kunpeng was more skilled, he wouldn't dare to truly tear apart their relationship. Not to mention that behind him stood the 3 pure ones, and behind Fuxi the goddess Nuwa was also present. However, Wen Qi did not take this route. He first visited the Nuwa palace to meet the goddess Nuwa before inviting the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother to accompany him. In this manner, the Kunpeng's face was preserved and the task was accomplished. No one was offended and both sides benefited. It's better to resolve grudges than to create them. Had they clashed heated today, the Kunpeng would have remained expressionless on the surface, but secretly, he would find it difficult not to hold a grudge. With his high cultivation and swift evasion techniques residing in the North Sea, who could guard against future underhanded dealings against the disciples of the 3 pure ones. Understanding this layer of complexity, Xian Du finally felt truly convinced by Wen Qi. He did not lavish praise, but turned to Wen Qi and said, "If that's the case for the journey to the North Sea, let my dear brother and the Tortoise Spirit junior sister go together. Having too many people might raise suspicion, making the Kunpeng think we are relying on our power to pressure him." Eldest brother's words make perfect sense. The Emperor's wedding ceremony is imminent. We shall set off for the North Sea immediately. Good, good, good. My dear brother and sister, make haste and return soon. Leaving Kongtong Mountain, Wen Qi rode Kuei Nyo accompanied by the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother and Song Jia, heading straight for the North Sea. The North Sea of the primordial world lies to the north of the northern Julu continent, almost far removed from the realms where the immortals often reside. Along the way, the 3 of them said little, each lost in their thoughts. Song Jia was contemplating it was sufficient for the teacher to come personally. His presence was likely for other purposes. Since the saint had pointed to him to accompany them, it must be for more than just numbers. There must be some ulterior motive. The Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother was also pondering. This journey seemed ordinary, yet the Master of the Heavens' teachings had bestowed 2 exceptional innate spiritual treasures, which were too significant to be mere coincidence. When Qi was reflecting on the stories of the Kunpeng he had heard in his past life, to speak of it, this individual was indeed somewhat pitiable. During the teachings at the Zishao Palace, the primordial heavenly sovereign disdained him for his origins steeped in chaotic filth, showing no fondness. With no close allies to assist him, he couldn't even secure a futon, and thus his fate with the position of saint was abruptly severed. Later at the treasure distribution cliff, 129600 spiritual treasures were distributed. Each of the first-rate treasures was completely scattered. The Kunpeng returned empty-handed. Others transformed and obtained spiritual treasures. Dijun wielded the Chaos Bell, Tai Yi held the He Tu, and Luo Shu, and Jun Yuan Zi wrapped himself in the earth's fetal membrane. Even the likes of Ran Deng, a scattered cultivator, had the spirit coffin lantern in hand. Only he, upon awakening his spiritual intelligence, was left empty-handed, as if he was born without any fate with the innate supreme treasures. Fortunately, his understanding was not lacking. One day, while observing the flowing patterns of the great Dao, he suddenly felt something and managed to decipher the words of the demon tribe. Thus, he was invited by Di Jun and Tai Yi into the demon court, firmly establishing his position as a demon master. After the War of the Wu and the demon, he escaped by relying on his speed, diving into the North Sea, and from then on he vanished without a trace. Thinking of this, Wen Qi sighed lightly in his heart. In this lifetime, he absolutely could not live such a constrained existence. A true man standing between heaven and earth should advance and retreat as his heart desires, traversing freely. However, turning his head, he noticed the calm profile of the Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother beside him, and he paused. Perhaps hiding in the North Sea was not entirely an act of cowardice. Surviving is better than anything else. The Tortoise Spirit Saint Mother seemed to sense something, raised her gaze and spoke. Speaking of which, I must remember this favor from my dear nephew. If it weren't for you inviting me to witness the earth marriage, that merit would likely not have fallen upon me. Now that I have attained the mixed Yuan Dao fruit, I can look back and think that if it hadn't been for that opportunity, I might still be stuck at the Deluo realm. I feel ashamed. As your uncle, I did not protect you at all, yet I received benefits from you first. When Qi quickly shook his head, Uncle, you flatter me. The earth marriage was purely a coincidence. At first I only knew that the emperor was marrying. How could I have known it involved the grand earth marriage ceremony? Inviting the various uncles was originally intended to liven things up for the human race and allow you all to relax. Had I known such merit would come of this, how could I have dared to invite just a few? I would certainly have gone door to door inviting all the disciples to share in the glory. The tortoise spirit nodded after hearing this, her expression relaxing. She had initially suspected that when she knew the details in advance and had intentionally invited familiar faces, now hearing him speak so candidly, she felt it was reasonable. When she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The earth marriage was indeed something he had deduced, but such matters could only be kept to himself. If the disciples of the Jiejiao knew he had foreseen this, they might regard him differently, or even become suspicious. After all, when he first arrived at Golden Ao Island, the various uncles had bestowed gifts upon him generously, and he accepted them all without hiding anything. Now that he had gained an opportunity, how could he only think of himself? In fact, he had quietly connected the fate of the human race with the Jiejiao. The cultivation of the myriad immortals advanced rapidly. This was the most tangible form of repayment. Kuei Nyo was already a Deluo golden immortal with exceptional footwork. The four of them traversed the northern Julu continent as if passing through a courtyard, and before long they had stepped into the domain of the North Sea. Upon entering the North Sea, the tortoise spirit Saint Mother suddenly walked with a lightness as if returning home. She led Wen Shi Tsongjia and Kuei Nyo straight towards the Kunpeng's nest. The Kunpeng's nest served both as a dojo and a treasure. Unable to obtain innate spiritual treasures, the Kunpeng had to gather heavenly materials and earthly treasures to forge this item by hand. Later, having comprehended the words of the demon tribe, he inscribed innate demon patterns into the walls of the nest. Each character like bone, each pattern radiating light. The demon race once played a central role in controlling the fate of heaven and earth during the last calamity, and the Kunpeng's creation of demon script was rewarded with merit from the heavenly Dao. That Kunpeng nest, having absorbed this merit, became a postnatal treasure of merit. In the North Sea there is a fish named Kuan. The Kuan is so large that its size is unknown, and when it transforms into a bird it is called Peng. The back of the Peng is also so vast that its size is unknown. When it flies in anger, its wings are like clouds hanging low in the sky. It is said that the Kunpeng Daoist is the reincarnation of the Kuan ancestor among the 3,000 chaotic demons. Born with an innate understanding of the laws of speed, his form boundless, he was once able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the kings of fierce beasts, naturally possessing extraordinary abilities. Wen Shi and Tsang Jia, upon their first arrival at the North Sea, were momentarily stunned at the sight of this boundless northern sea before them. The eastern sea of the primordial wilderness brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, its cavern heavens scattered like stars across the firmament. Immortal isles drifted upon the waves, renowned mountains flickered in and out of view, and the comings and goings of celestial beings were ceaseless, painting a scene of bustling splendor. Yet the northern sea was shrouded in an abyssal stillness. The waters did not stir, the winds did not blow, and even the waves seemed too indolent to rise. Tortoise Spirit and Kuei Nyo, however, maintained their usual composure, as if long accustomed to such desolate emptiness. Before long the four of them arrived at the Dao arena of Kunpeng. The nest of Kunpeng lay concealed deep beneath the sea abyss. Standing upon the ocean surface, Tortoise Spirit transmitted her voice towards the seabed. Tortoise Spirit of the Jie sect, along with my disciples, seeks an audience with the demon master. Her voice was not loud, yet it pierced the watery veil and delved straight into the profound depths, surely reaching the ears of the one dwelling below. In truth, even before she spoke, Kunpeng, cultivating in seclusion within the demon master palace, had already sensed the disturbance upon the sea. The northern abyss was his lair, meticulously managed over 2 kalpas of tribulation. Every grain of sand, every ripple, every wisp of breath and thought could not escape his perception. The moment when she, Tortoise Spirit, and the others entered the northern sea, their spiritual auras had already tugged at his heart and mind. Before his words faded, the sea abruptly split asunder, and a figure soared up from the abyssal depths. The newcomer bore sharp, fierce brows, an aura thick with demonic energy, and robes that billowed, as if carrying the fury of wind and thunder. He was none other than the lord of the northern abyss, the demon master Kunpeng. With his personal arrival, Tortoise Spirit immediately led the 3 others in performing the rites of juniors. Good. In just 1 kalpa's absence you have already attained the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm. Kunpeng swept his gaze over Tortoise Spirit's spiritual aura, offering a word of praise first. Merely a stroke of fortune, Tortoise Spirit replied, her eyes lowered. Today's visit is not for idle chatter, but for a matter of grave importance. Hearing her still address him as Demon Master, Kunpeng understood well this was no social call, but a mission. As such, he dropped his aloofness and raised a hand to guide them. Please enter the palace for a detailed discussion. After they were seated and tea was served, Kunpeng asked after a few pleasantries, speak then. What brings you here? When Shi rose, straightened his robes, composed his expression, and bowed deeply. Senior Kunpeng, we have come solely for the river map and the Luo script in your possession. Kunpeng's expression darkened slightly. These two primordial treasures were the only trump cards he had left. He paused briefly, then spoke in a calm tone that carried a sharp edge. Oh, the river map and the Luo script are ancient relics of the demon race. Could it be that disciples of the human race intend to seize them by force? He had long discerned the human origins of Wenqi and Tongtian, one a golden immortal, the other an immortal, mere novices on the Dao path in his eyes. Earlier he had assumed Tortoise Spirit was merely guiding them, and paid them little heed. Now that Wenqi had spoken, he realized this golden immortal was the true principle. Senior misunderstands. Wenqi shook his head. This junior would not dare demand treasures, nor do I have any intention of claiming them for myself. He paused, his gaze candid. The former Fushi who was once close to you has now reincarnated into the human race and inherited the position of the human sovereign. This visit is to exchange treasures on his behalf. Kunpeng's eyes flickered, his brows twitching slightly. Turbulent waves surged within his heart. Could Fushi have truly preserved a sliver of his true spirit, evading the witch demon tribulation, and been reborn as a human to become the human sovereign? Having long resided in the northern abyss, he had closed his doors to the world after the tribulation and never delved into the recent affairs of the human race. Upon hearing this now, he immediately began to calculate on his fingers. A moment later his fingertips halted and his brows knitted tightly. Indeed, the river map, the Luo script, and Fux's destiny were intertwined. The karmic ties remained unbroken. During the final battle between the witch and demon races, Fushi had relied on these two treasures to preside over the grand starry sky array. But witnessing the fall of the ancestral witches and the collapse of the demon emperor with the tide of fate turning, Kunpeng had read the times and fled with the treasures. With the loss of the array's core, Fushi had exhausted his strength and perished. If Fux's true spirit had been utterly extinguished, that would have been the end of it. But the sage Nuwa had shielded him quietly, sending his faint wisp of light into the womb of a human. This debt of karma now fell squarely upon Kunpeng's head. In his past life, the Emperor Fushi had stood above the demon master. The demon court had established 4 sovereigns, with Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun at the apex, while Fushi and Nuwa stood alongside as Shi Emperor and Hua Empress, ruling together. Though Kunpeng had governed education and enlightenment, he had ultimately remained subordinate. In this life, the human sovereign Fux's cultivation was still at the Tai golden immortal realm, yet behind him stood Empress Nuwa with even Pangus, 3 pure ones subtly offering their protection. Not to mention, even if Fushi had been reincarnated as a human, once the mystery of the fetal womb was unraveled, he would still be Nuwa's elder brother, and the human race itself was created by Nuwa's own hands. Turning his gaze to the one Shi before him, a human saint teacher whose sleeve still carried the faint unique aura of Hua Imperial Palace, Kunpeng's fingers slowly traced the edge of the table, silent for a long moment. But those 2 treasures, he truly could not bear to part with them. In the current primordial wilderness, how rare were top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. All he had left was this single pair. Though the river map and the Luo script did not align with his own Dao, they were ultimately formidable weapons that could aid him in conquering all directions. If he handed them over now, he would have nothing left to secure his standing in the world. In the primordial wilderness, all living beings valued but 4 things: wealth, companions, method, and land. Wealth meant spiritual treasures and spiritual roots. Companions meant fellow Taoists. Whether siblings, Dao partners, or master and disciples, method referred to cultivation techniques, and sect secrets. Land was one's own Dao arena. Among the 4, wealth held the foremost position. Clearly, innate spiritual treasures carried immense weight in the eyes of immortal cultivators. When Shi, seeing Kunpeng's furrowed brows and hesitant expression, understood the situation well. Were he in Kunpeng's place, using the Kongtong seal to suppress his fortune and the purple lightning hammer to awe the demon horde, how could he easily let them go if someone suddenly came demanding them? He immediately ceased his pressing and softened his tone. Senior Kunpeng, please rest assured. I have already stated clearly. This visit is solely for an exchange, not a seizure. As his words faded, he produced 3 items from his sleeve and held them steadily in his palm. They were the 3 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures personally bestowed by Empress Nuwa: the demon-suppressing tower, the demon-binding rope, and the demon-refining cauldron. Kunpeng was stunned, and Tortoise Spirit and Songjia also raised their eyes in astonishment. These 3 treasures. Are they not the personal supreme treasures of the Sage Empress? How did they come into Wenkai's hands? When she stood holding the treasures and gave Kunping a slight nod, the Sage Empress knew the Demon Master lacked suitable vessels for severing his incarnations. She specially sent me with these 3 treasures to exchange for the river map and the Luo script. The demon-suppressing tower excels in defense, the demon-binding rope in offense, and the demon-refining cauldron balances both. They all align with the Demon Master's Dao, surpassing those 2 divination instruments. However profound the river map and the Luo script may be, they ultimately lean towards heavenly calculations which do not resonate with the Demon Master's ambition to command all demons and suppress the 8 desolations. With these 3 treasures in hand, the demon race can truly be commanded as one. In truth, when she needed not elaborate. Kunping, as one of the 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace, could discern the weight of matters at a glance. These 3 spiritual treasures not only resonated with his Dao, but also secretly aligned with his innate demonic power. The tower could suppress the demon heart, the rope could bind the demon soul, and the cauldron could refine the demon form. With all 3 treasures complete, they could well serve as the foundation for severing the 3 corpses. Seeing the glint in his eyes and the smile beginning to form at the corners when she and Tortoise Spirit exchanged knowing glances, this journey to the northern abyss was as good as secured. 3 for 2, exchanging for 2 items he couldn't use and had left gathering dust. Why would he refuse? Moreover, if they had truly been of use, he would have already refined them into treasures long ago. Why wait until today? Kunping's heart was indeed stirred with eagerness, yet a trace of hesitation lingered on his face. Having lived through countless eons securely seated in the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm, he could discern the good from the bad at a single glance. It was just. Fux's death in his past life was caused by his own withdrawal at the critical moment. That karmic debt of that tribulation remained unwashed. He felt both guilt and fear. The Holy Mother Tortoise Spirit, observing his expression, stepped forward half a pace and spoke in a warm yet firm tone. Since you know this is the Sage Empress' decision, simply comply. The witch demon tribulation has long since concluded. The human race is now on the rise, and the grand momentum of heaven and earth has shifted. How could the sage's magnanimous heart cling to old grudges and jeopardize the new order? Upon hearing these words, Kunping's shoulders relaxed slightly, as if a great weight had been lifted. He let out a hearty laugh, his gaze sweeping over Gui Ling before settling on Wen Qi. Gui Ling, as expected of the direct disciple of the Xuanmen, possesses profound insight, making me seem rather petty in comparison. Pausing for a moment, he flicked his sleeve and bowed deeply towards the depths of chaos. That was the direction of the Wuhuang Palace. As he straightened up, he held 2 jade scrolls glowing with starlight, and ancient patterns, he too, in Luo Shu. At this point, the precious artifacts needed for Fux's path to enlightenment ultimately fell into Wenkai's hands, and the Demon Master Kunping also acquired 3 true relics of his own. This time, because when Qi and Gui Ling were present, not only did it spare Nuan Yangyang the dilemma between the human and demon races, but it also prevented Kunping from being labeled as treacherous and despised by the 3 sects of the Xianmen. The trip to the northern underworld was peaceful, without any conflict, each party taking what they needed, achieving a win-win situation. After the spiritual treasures changed hands, Kunping's attitude towards the 3 was entirely different. His words were warm, and his demeanor composed, treating them as if they were his own juniors. Having cultivated through 2 lifetimes, when Qi spoke with measured grace, engaging in a natural exchange with Kunping, Gui Ling and Song Jie, however, felt somewhat restrained, overwhelmed by the honor, even moderating their breathing. When Qi seized the opportunity and smiled as he spoke, "Senior, it is said that you once comprehended the mysteries from the symbols of the Dao, creating the written language of the demon race, earning the title of Demon Master. Is this true?" Ha ha ha. Kunping chuckled while stroking his beard, his eyes gleaming. "Indeed, there is truth to it. May I ask you to share the original demon script with us, so that we may broaden our horizons?" "Why not? Just watch." He lightly waved his sleeve, and above the dome of the Demon Master Palace, 3,000 ghostly lights flickered into existence, resembling stars, descending upon the land like water reflecting the sky. In the moment the symbols first appeared, when Qi and Song Jie both trembled, as if an invisible force had seized their consciousness. Gui Ling, however, remained calm. Having the bloodline of the demon race, the meaning of the symbols was already etched into her very bones. But when Qi and Song Jie, being postnatal beings, had never faced such pure manifestation, at that moment when Qi truly understood Kunping's talent lay not in the height of his cultivation, but in his ability to transcribe the ineffable Dao into recognizable, communicable, and inheritable characters stroke by stroke. As it is said, the Dao that can be told is not the eternal Dao, or the name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of myriad things. The great Dao is formless, nurturing heaven and earth. The great Dao is unfeeling, operating the sun and moon. The great Dao is nameless, sustaining all things. I do not know its name, I call it Dao. From this it can be understood that the Dao is ultimately invisible, unattainable, and unspeakable. Only the heart can resonate with it. Who would have thought Kunpeng could transform this elusive principle into 3,000 tangible demon scripts, each stroke infused with heavenly secrets? Indeed, he lived up to the title of Demon Master. When Kai's heart shook, still savoring the hidden meanings flowing within those characters. Meanwhile, Song Jie felt as if he had fallen into a torrent, completely enveloped by a silent rushing river of the Dao. The palace's furnishings, the lighting on the walls, even the sound of Gui Ling's breathing all faded away, leaving only those demon scripts, each word shimmering, each sentence resonating. Seeing her disciple's eyes slightly closed, his breath steady, an ethereal blue aura emanating from him, Gui Ling suddenly realized this was not mere contemplation, but a genuine entry into the realm of enlightenment. She had never imagined that Song Jie would open a door through this demon script. Seeing him stable in form with a long-lasting aura and no signs of going off course, Gui Ling finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, a glance at Wen Qi standing nearby, his lips slightly curled, an expression calm, stirred something in her heart. Could it be that this nephew had known all along about Song Jie's affinity with the primordial demon script? Otherwise, why would he insist on bringing him to the Demon Master Palace? With this thought, Gui Ling finally understood why the Tongtian patriarch repeatedly praised Wen Qi for his keen insight and understanding. This person was indeed a blessing for the Jie Jiao, setting aside the matter of the human emperor, becoming his disciple for now. Just the tide of fortune he brought along had thickened the spiritual energy surrounding the entire Jie Jiao. Even Song Jie, it was he who personally recommended to be his disciple. The more she thought about it, the more secure she felt. The more she looked at Wen Qi and Song Jie, the warmer her heart became, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of her eyes. This scene naturally caught Kunpeng's eye. He did not interfere, merely observing as Song Jie sank into the realm of the Dao. Now that the demon race had retreated to the background, the human race was the true master of heaven and earth. As a demon master, he only needed to fulfill his role. Why meddle with the fortunes of the human race? Even the Saint Nuwa nodded to allow the human race to flourish. Oh, what need was there for him, a demon master, to speak out? In the end, this position of demon master was not one he wished to occupy. Back then, in the battle against Hongyun's self-detonation severely injured his primordial spirit, and Di Jun and Tai, he took the opportunity to force him into the demon race, even using the demon summoning banner to capture a fragment of his true spirit. This position was one he shouldered, not one he fought for. As Song Jie's aura gradually stabilized, Kunpeng raised his hand to sweep a gentle light, supporting his form, carefully placing him onto the mat. He then turned to Gui Ling and smiled, saying, Gui Ling, your fortune is indeed not shallow. Your disciple's cultivation is still shallow, yet the depth of his fortune is remarkable. He continued, he is on par with young friend Wen Qi. I foresee that these two postnatal beings will likely surpass me, an old Taoist, in the future. The rise of the human race is truly not mere words. Gui Ling stood up upon hearing this, slightly bowing, and replied, Senior's praise is unwarranted. Although Wen Qi and Song Jie possess some understanding, how can the realm of the Hanzhi Golden Immortal be easily attained by postnatal beings? Gui Ling, you are mistaken. Kunpeng shook his head, his gaze bright. For those who cultivate the Tao, a solid foundation is indeed essential, but what truly determines the fate of the world are understanding, temperament, and insight. Beast sovereigns like Shun and I and the dragon phoenix Qilin, are they not innate great clans that were born at the beginning of chaos? Yet now, with a handful of loam, hardly anyone even mentions their names anymore. After a long while, Song Jie slowly opened his eyes. His cheeks flushed, his eyes bright, and unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips, he appeared as if he had just drunk divine nectar, radiating a refreshing vigor. Clearly he had gained a great opportunity. He steadied his mind, adjusted his attire, and quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply to Kunpeng. Junior Song Jie, thank you for the grace of imparting the Tao, senior. For what do you thank me? Kunpeng waved his hand, his tone magnanimous. Song Jie, your realm may not be high, but the light of your heart aligns with what I seek. Indeed, we are on the same path. When she understood in his heart Kunpeng had seen in Song Jie the innate affinity he had with the demon script, it was not something learned, but something inherently within him. Kunpeng no longer looked at Wen Qi, turning instead to Gue Ling. After the war between the witches and the demons, Gong Gong furiously crashed into the Buzhou mountain, causing the heavenly pillar to collapse. The Tongtian saint went to the northern underworld to retrieve the limbs of his friend the Xian turtle to prop up the four poles and stabilize the chaos. After the Xian turtle perished, its carapace returned to my hands. He continued, today seeing that this object is connected with Song Jie, I shall gift it to him. Gue Ling, upon seeing the dark blue turtle shell, trembled slightly at her fingertips, her throat tightening. That was the remnant shell of her ancestor, the Xian turtle of the Northern Sea. Had it not been for Tongtian taking the four limbs, she would likely still be trapped in the deep sea mud, unable to transform for eternity. But after a moment of bewilderment, she suddenly froze. Although the Xian turtle's carapace was not an innate supreme treasure, with a little refining it could become a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure. In terms of offense, it was not inferior to the innate. In terms of defense, it surpassed the ordinary. Kunpeng actually casually bestowed this item upon Song Jie. When she lowered his gaze, remaining in his past life, Song Jie created characters, carving them into sand and soil, but the script was scattered by the wind, his merits unformed, leading to a heavenly tribulation that burned his body. Along with the characters he created, both were obliterated in the thunderfire. Now with a piece of the mystical tortoise shell in hand, words can carry the Tao and literature can solidify forms. At this moment, Song Jie possessed both the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the spring and autumn brush bestowed by the celestial teacher, and the tortoise shell armor granted by the Kunpeng. The foundation for the creation of characters by the human race was already stable, awaiting only the final step. As soon as Song Jie laid eyes on the tortoise shell from the Northern Sea, his heart surged with warmth. This item was clearly meant for him. In the depths of his mind, a thought surged. It was time to do something for the human race. I'd Song Jie of the human race, thank you for the treasure, master. He suppressed the chaotic thoughts within his divine sense, not pondering too much, and bowed deeply to Kunpeng. Young friend, you are aligned with my Tao. Please offer some guidance. It is a matter within my duties. Moreover, you are a disciple of the tortoise spirit sect, so this armor rightfully belongs to you. As soon as Kunpeng finished speaking, Wen Qi stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, thank you, master, for your generosity. Yet he felt a sudden shock in his heart. In the primordial era of his past life, Kunpeng was indeed one of the most unfortunate. Even more so than the three-nosed Taoist of the Chan sect, Huang Long. At least Huang Long had the primordial heavenly venerable searching for the dragon cave as his place of cultivation and held an innate spiritual treasure, the twin swords, but Kunpeng. In the Zixiao Palace, the holy seat was vacant, and the matter with Han Yuan had offended Xinyuanzi. The true spirit was already tightly bound by the treasure of summoning demons. With no treasures, no land, and no disciples, he was utterly alone, without anyone to converse with. Yet now he had casually given such a heavy treasure to Song Jie. When she was moved and no longer hesitated, he immediately took out the treasure of summoning demons entrusted to him by Nuwa. As the supreme innate spiritual treasure appeared, the atmosphere in the demon master's palace grew slightly heavy. Kunpeng's expression changed suddenly, his brows furrowing. How can this be in your possession? He stared at the banner, his eyes filled with suspicion. How could a treasure of the demon race fall into the hands of a human? He never expected Wen Qi to reveal it at this moment. Seeing this, Wen Qi merely smiled and said, do not panic, master. This treasure is temporarily entrusted to me by the Holy Mother. The order from the Holy Mother is that as long as the master is willing to exchange treasures, the true spirit can be reclaimed from this banner and no longer be bound. What a... Kunpeng's throat tightened, nearly speechless. He never anticipated that Nuwa would... When she continued, Master has done great service for the demon race. Now that the Holy One is far from the chaos, someone in the primordial demon race must bear the responsibility. Upon hearing this, Kunpeng immediately understood. It was not charity, but an entrustment. The Tao ancestor had long made it clear that Nuwa must not lightly enter the primordial world. Among the 6 saints, only she was confined outside the chaos. Taishang, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Zhuti were all establishing sects in the primordial world. Only she remained quietly guarding the chaos. And now the demon race had lost its prominent position on the heavenly land, its presence having long faded from the heart of the primordial world. In the east, Victory Divine Continent, and the south, Zhanbu Continent, places rich in spiritual energy, it was hard to find traces of demons. The remaining races were all cramped in the northern Jilu Continent. Malevolent spirits pervaded, making it difficult for humans to survive, with even the grass and trees growing crooked. By using Wenshi as a mouthpiece, Nuwa personally handed this responsibility to him. If the northern Jilu continent lacked a Kwasa saint to oversee it, it would likely not survive a few calamities before the demon race would be scattered. Kuenpeng no longer hesitated. He turned and bowed deeply towards the direction of chaos, then lightly pointed his fingertip, slowly drawing back the true spirit that had been separated from the banner for a long time. Kuenpeng, thank you, Holy Mother Nuwa. Thank you, young friend Wenshi. He straightened up, his voice steady. I know that the young friend is a saint of the human race, shouldering the great responsibility of revival. Today I vow here from now on the beings of the demon race shall not step foot into the East Victory Divine Continent or the South Janbu Continent. If anyone violates this order, human cultivators may execute them. I shall bear no grievance. Having received benefits, naturally one must reciprocate. This statement formally acknowledged the human race's territory. Excellent. Congratulations, Master, on regaining the true spirit. The Tao can be anticipated. I appreciate the young friend's kind words. This journey to the northern underworld yielded gains for all three, yet none appeared deliberate. Nuwa had retrieved the proof of the Tao for her older brother in her past life, and through Kunpeng's hands stabilized the group of wavering and unanchored demons in the northern Jilu continent. Kuenpeng, although having given up 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures, had exchanged them for 3, even more suitable treasures for his own path. The true spirit was liberated, authority was granted, and moving forward, he would govern the demon race with legitimacy. Although the tortoise spirit Saint Mother took nothing after Songjia obtained the armor, the heavenly lock that had bound her for many years was about to break. Songjia had merely traveled north with his master to observe the primordial scene, unexpectedly obtaining this tortoise shell armor. Its defensive capabilities were not inferior to that of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Although the tortoise ancestor had perished, its limbs still supported the 4 poles, and once this armor was refined into an acquired spiritual treasure, it could attract the fortune of the 4 poles and receive the merits of heaven and earth if he were to obtain the Qian Kuan Ding to counteract the innate. Its might would not be inferior to that of the Taishang Leijin's treasure of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the Qian Kuan Ding had long since hidden deep within the primordial world, and the saints had searched for it in vain, its whereabouts still unknown. As for Wenshi, on the surface it seemed he gained nothing. However, that was not the case. The East Victory Divine Continent and the South Janbu Continent would henceforth become the ironclad base of the human race. From now on, if any demons caused trouble in these 2 continents, humans could directly exterminate them, free from karmic ties. Before departing, the Kuenpeng Taoist quietly transmitted sound to Wenshi, indicating that the 4 seas of the primordial world, east, south, west, and north, each concealed opportunities. Such opportunities could not be encountered by those without great fortune, nor could they be utilized by those lacking great merits. As the supreme being of the sea, Kuenpeng had sensed their movement early on, but knew that his fate was incompatible, ultimately destined to miss out on the treasures. After much contemplation, he decided to entrust all 4 of these fortunes to Wenshi. The depth of merit and abundance of fortune possessed by Wenshi were evident to all keen observers. Kunpeng's actions were both to cultivate goodwill and to convey a sentiment to the 3 teachings of the Xianmen. The group returned to Kongtong Mountain without disturbing Fushi and Nuwa. Gathering in the small courtyard of the agricultural deity halfway up the mountain, Wenshi recounted the events of the northern underworld in detail to Xuandu, Jinling, and others. As for the past matters between the Holy Mother Nuwa and Kuenpeng, he did not mention a word. Seeing that his junior brother had indeed retrieved the He-Tu and Luo Shu, the Grandmaster Xuanda's face lit up with a smile, and he clapped his hands in praise. The time has come. Fushi should now comprehend the acquired 8 trigrams. The Holy Mother Jinling interjected, "Eldest brother, please wait here. This matter will be handled by me and the Tortoise Spirit senior sister. It will be done properly." "Good." Xuandu nodded, his expression resolute. In the southern region of the human territory, the Weishui River flowed across. Recently, Fushi had been preoccupied with the fortunes of the human race and often sat quietly by the Weishui River. One day, as usual, he arrived and had just settled down when he suddenly saw the water surface heaving, a whirlpool quietly forming at the center of the river, growing larger and larger until it eventually swallowed the entire Weishui River. Fushi had already attained the status of Attain Golden Immortal, and upon seeing this, he was not startled, only focusing his mind in wait. Soon a massive beast broke through the water. Its shell as strong as iron, limbs like pillars adorned with mysterious patterns. It was none other than the mystical tortoise. On the back of the tortoise lay a map and a book quietly resting. Although Fushi had achieved something in his cultivation, he was ultimately a postnatal being, and his divine sense had not yet received the imprint of the heavenly Dao. Thus, he could not recognize that the tortoise before him was the last true species left in the primordial world, nor did he know that it was in fact the transformed form of the fourth direct disciple of the Jia sect, the tortoise spirit Saint Mother. For others she might not be inclined to respond, yet for her nephew, Wenxi, who personally spoke, she had no choice but to make this journey herself. As the mystical tortoise swam closer, Fuxi felt a stirring in his heart, as if he heard the heavenly sound whispering, "This is my opportunity." He reached out to take the map and booked the tortoise's head, slightly nodding before it turned and sank back into the water, disappearing without a trace. Fuxi stood holding the treasure, his primordial spirit trembling slightly as waves surged within his Dao heart. He immediately sat cross-legged by the Wei River, closing his eyes in deep meditation. On Kongtong Mountain, Xuandu, Jinling, Guiling, and Wenji gazed into the distance toward the Wei River. Seeing Fux's aura gradually stabilize and spiritual light faintly flicker, they all nodded slightly. Xuandu especially felt this most deeply. If Fuxi could deduce the later Heaven 8 trigrams from his innate spiritual treasure, his merit as the human sovereign would be complete. As his senior brother, his mission on this journey had finally come to fruition. From now on, they only needed to wait quietly for the Earth Sovereign to be born and grow. Then Fuxi could choose an auspicious day to pass on the throne of the leader of humanity. In the palace of Huahuang, the sage Nuwa's gaze held warmth. In the 8 scenery palace on Shouyang Mountain, Taishang Laozi sat motionless, the corners of his lips slightly raised. In the Azure Tour Palace on Jintao Island, the whisk in Tongtian's hand hung gently as his brows relaxed. Each of the 3 sages harbored their own thoughts. Nuwa hoped her elder brother would complete his merit and ascend to sainthood, solving the mystery of his birth. Taishang was pleased that the grand trend of humanity was initially settled with the matter of the human religion in the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Concluded, Tongtian was gratified that his disciples Jinling and Guiling had contributed their full strength. They would naturally share in this merit. More critically, once Fux's merit was complete, the second of the 3 sovereigns of heaven, earth, and man, the Earth Sovereign, was destined to be born. And the teacher of this Earth Sovereign was none other than Tongtian's chief disciple Duobao. Yet within Tongtian's joy there was also a trace of contemplation. The Heaven Sovereign was different from the Earth Sovereign. Fux's position had been jointly recommended by all sages to the Dao ancestor and personally appointed by him. Xuandu only needed to guard the Fenggun tribe and wait patiently. But the remaining 7 positions in the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were all to be chosen from among humanity themselves. Their names, their appearances, their innate talents, their karmic opportunities. Even sages could not deduce them in reverse. If Duobao failed to find the true Earth Sovereign or mistakenly identified the wrong person, the loss of face for the Jia sect would be a minor matter, but misjudging the grand trend of the heavenly Dao would be an irredeemable catastrophe. By the way, River Fux's fingertips gently touched the river map and Luo Shu. Suddenly memories surfaced from the depths of his primordial spirit, not like a first encounter, but like a reunion. These 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures contained a total of 48 layers of prohibitions. At Fux's Tai Golden Immortal cultivation level, he could refine, at most, 36 layers. Fuxi painstakingly dissolved the innate prohibitions on the 2 treasures layer by layer, gradually comprehending. These river map and Luo Shu were originally supreme, innate treasures capable of deducing the workings of heaven and earth. For Fuxi himself, the use of this treasure was undoubtedly tied to his own path to the Dao. But for the post-heaven human race still struggling in ignorance, it was the most crucial support at the moment. He entered seclusion to refine them, and several years passed in the blink of an eye. During these years his mind was entirely immersed between the river map and Luo Shu, no longer aware of the passage of day and night in the outside world. Only the flowing opportunities for deduction from the 2 treasures surged silently and layered endlessly within his sea of consciousness. When all 36 layers of innate prohibitions had been completely stripped away, Fuxi suddenly felt a resonance. A faint glimmer of light rose from the depths of the 2 treasures. Though only a thread, it was enough to be called the opportunity to reach the heavens. Among the post-heaven human race, no one had ever been able to glimpse such heavenly secrets before. Ha ha ha. From this day forth our human race no longer has any worries. By the banks of the Wei River, Fuxi laughed uproariously at the sky, his voice shaking the reeds and startling a few white egrets into flight. Nuwa, who had been guarding the shore and caring for him all these years, saw this, and her brows relaxed, her smile warm and soft. Brother, have you truly grasped the true essence this time? Fuxi turned around, the light in his eyes not yet faded, and declared loudly, "Sister, the heavy stone on the hearts of our people has finally been lifted today." He then pointed towards the northwest. "Come with me to Kantong Mountain. I want to borrow Senior Brother's purple gold furnace to refine a new treasure." Seeing the two of them approaching on clouds from afar, Wenji and Xuandu exchanged a smile, saying nothing. After Fushi and Nuwa arrived at the mountain, Xuandu, without a word, took out the superior, innate spiritual treasure, the purple gold furnace, and handed it to Fushi. Jinling Xingmu and Gailing Xingmu were still pondering what exactly was this treasure being refined for. Xuandu and Wenji, however, already knew in their hearts. What Fushi was going to refine was precisely the post-heaven supreme treasure that would lay the foundation for humanity, the 8 trigrams diagram. How could a senior brother stand by idly while his junior brother refined a treasure? Xuandu immediately rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Fushi. One steadily controlled the Dao fire at the base of the furnace, the other concentrated his power to shape the form, their heat control and magical power perfectly synchronized. Fux's 10 fingers moved nimbly, forming hand seals as fast as the wind, while his incantations were spoken with deep resonance. Heaven and earth have upper and lower. All things are divided into yin and yang. Within this treasure there must exist one yin and one yang. The yang is represented by a solid line, the yin by a broken line. I sit upon this mountain where the 8 directions qi flows endlessly. Thus I use these 2 qi of yin and yang to deduce the principles of the myriad phenomena of the 8 directions. Pure yang is Qian, pure yin is Kun, yang containing yin is Li, yin containing yang is Qin, yang giving rise to yin on top is Dui, yin giving rise to yang on top is Zhan. Yang containing yin below is Sun, yin containing yang below is Zhen. Now with Qian, Kun, Zhen, Zhen, Sun, Li, Kun, and Dui I derive the later heaven 4 symbols from the primordial 2 forms, completing the sequence of the 8 trigrams. Qian is heaven, Kun is earth, Sun is wind, Zhan is thunder, Qin is water, Li is fire, Zhen is mountain, Dui is marsh. Qian is the father, Kun is the mother, Zhan is the eldest son, Sun is the eldest daughter, Qin is the middle son, Li is the middle daughter, Zhen is the youngest son, Dui is the youngest daughter. Qian is symbolized by the horse, Kun by the ox, Zhan by the dragon, Sun by the rooster, Qin by the pig, Li by the pheasant, Zhen by the dog, Dui by the sheep. With these 8 trigrams, heaven and earth find their positions, mountains and marshes communicate their chi, thunder and wind excite each other, and water and fire complement each other without conflict. When the 8 trigrams interweave, one follows them to observe the past and reverses them to examine the future. Therefore the way of the I Ching values the counting of reversals. The later heaven 8 trigrams are complete. 3 years later a clear resonant cry pierced the air. From this moment on, the primordial land finally possessed a method of deduction and a guiding principle for the world that truly belonged to humanity. Fushi pointed his fingertip, condensing the images of the 8 trigrams into the spiritual treasure within the furnace. The treasure that leaped out from the purple gold furnace was precisely the supreme post-heaven spiritual treasure, the 8 trigrams diagram. Xuandu the great master lowered his gaze to stare at it slowly, letting out a long breath. He knew that his mission, ordered to assist the human sovereign, had now quietly come to an end. Since Fushi had already established the way of the 8 trigrams, the grand Dao was set. They only needed to await the Earth sovereign's birth, complete the succession of the throne, and the day of perfect merit would not be far off. As soon as the 8 trigrams diagram was completed, the heavenly Dao immediately bestowed merit. However, the heavenly Dao held back most of this merit for the time being. It would only be shared with all upon the day Fushi attained the Dao. Fushi, Nuwa, Xuandu, Wenji, Gailing, Xingmu, Baiming, Kuanpun all had to wait for that time. Only the merit borne by the spiritual treasure itself was not withheld by the heavenly Dao and was poured entirely upon it. In an instant, the 8 trigrams diagram's radiance became inwardly restrained, its aura deep and profound, leaping from a post-heaven spiritual treasure to a supreme post-heaven merit spiritual treasure. Ha ha ha, magnificent! 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 Fushi exclaimed 3 times in succession, his laughter hearty and free of any obstruction. Then with a slight flick of his sleeve he collected the 8 trigrams diagram into his palm. Speaking of which, the human race now held no small number of merit spiritual treasures. Swirenshi, Yukashi, and Zishi each held one. Fushi himself possessed 3 treasures: the fishing net, the 100 family names, and the 8 trigrams diagram. However, the fishing net and the 100 family names had long been sent by him to the 3 ancestors of humanity to suppress the race's fortune. Since humanity did not yet have its own supreme treasure to guard its destiny, merit spiritual treasures had to temporarily serve in their place. As for the dazzling array of post-heaven merit spiritual treasures in Wenzi's possession, there was no need to count them. The few innate divinities on Kongtong Mountain did not give the 8 trigrams diagram a second glance. What truly moved them was that Fushi with his mortal body had been able to so swiftly deduce this complete set of later heaven 8 trigrams that connected all principles and pointed directly to the source. They all knew clearly in their hearts the path of the human sovereign was nearing its end. With the post-heaven human race obtaining these 8 trigrams, future endeavors in farming, city-building, medicine, divination of fortune, distinguishing seasons, and settling marriages would all have a basis and a proper order. A true great flourishing was already at the threshold. Everyone stepped forward one after another to offer their congratulations, their words sincere and earnest. Once the clamor subsided, when Qi stepped forward slowly, his voice as calm as ever. Fushi, you have created the heavenly mechanism and the enlightenment vessel for the human race. From now on there will be evidence for seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune, and turning bad luck into good fortune will be a possibility. The transmission of the Tao cannot be delayed. You should return. Fushi clapped his hands and laughed heartily. What the Holy Master said is true. I almost missed the important matter. He turned around and grasped Nuwa's wrist. I must take my leave now. Seeing him rush to leave, Xian, Du and Qi Jinling, Gui Ling, and others all laughed in unison, their laughter echoing through Kongtong Mountain and lingering for a long time. Fushi, eager to depart, wished to return to the human race quickly to disseminate the post-heaven 8 trigrams. As soon as he stepped into the Chun territory, he immediately summoned the tribal leaders from Chun and the other 8 territories. He personally demonstrated and explained each hexagram, teaching the newly created post-heaven 8 trigrams thoroughly to the crowd. With the founder personally imparting the knowledge, this method spread rapidly among the tribes like spring water filling a canal. From then on, common natural disasters like wind, rain, thunder, and landslides could no longer easily claim many lives. The lives of the human race stabilized once more, gradually becoming vibrant. In the wilderness, the population of the human race flourished day by day, and their fortune became increasingly substantial. This change was immediately noticed by several saints. On Mount Shumi, the Taoist Zhuan-Ti gazed at the surging fortune of the human race, letting out a sigh with a hint of gloom furrowing his brow. That moment of hesitation back in the Zixiao Palace caused a great opportunity to slip away. The fortune of the human race ended up in the hands of several saints from the east. Under the Bodhi tree, Jia-in saw his junior brother in distress and spoke softly. Why must you be anxious, junior brother? The affairs of the world are like a wheel. After this turn there will be another turn. As for the cause and effect of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, we in the West have temporarily missed it. There is still a long road ahead with many opportunities to come. Zhuan-Ti lowered his head for a moment, then raised his eyes to agree. What my senior brother said is right. The past cannot be pursued, but the future is still open. Yet there is still a lingering discomfort in my heart. Compared to the solemnity of the 2 saints in the West, the several saints in the East breathed a sigh of relief. In the Palace of 8 Scenes, Laozi stroked his beard and smiled, while Nuwa in the Palace of Snails also nodded with a smile. One was relieved for his elder brother, and the other was joyful for her disciple. Meanwhile, Tsang Jie and the Holy Mother Gui Ling returned from the North Sea and had been residing in Kongtong Mountain since. It wasn't that they voluntarily stayed with the human race, but rather when Qi had privately reminded Gui Ling, your disciple still has unfinished business among the human race. Upon hearing this, Gui Ling did not hasten to take Tsang Jie back to Jinao Island. The emperor of the human race, Fu, she had once comprehended the 8 trigrams by the Weishui River, and since then the human race felt that the Weishui was akin to the earlier Leshui, possessing spirit, grace, and destiny. Tsang Jie cultivated to the level of celestial immortal, often coming down from Kongtong Mountain to walk by the Weishui River, listening to the idle chatter of fishermen and woodcutters, watching the rise and fall of cooking smoke. On this day he again walked to the place where Fu Shi attained enlightenment. Just as he stood firm, he saw Wen Qi and the Holy Mother Gui Ling already standing by the riverbank, their garments fluttering slightly in the wind. Tsang Jie felt a stir in his heart, quickly stepped forward, and bowed respectfully. In truth, he had only guessed half right. Wen Qi had indeed come specifically to find him, while the Holy Mother Gui Ling was invited along the way. At this moment the master and disciple stood side by side, both unclear about the situation, waiting silently for Wen Qi to speak. In truth, he had only guessed half right. Wen Qi had indeed come specifically to find him, while the Holy Mother Gui Ling was invited along the way. At this moment the master and disciple stood side by side, both unclear about the situation. Before his words had even faded, Tsang Jie's true spirit trembled, his heartbeat suddenly quickened, his blood surged like a tide, and even the innate spiritual energy around him began to stir. Holy Master. Those demon characters are profoundly mysterious, as if they resonate faintly with the path I seek. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a heat on his face. How could he, merely a celestial immortal, dare to speak the words Great Dao? If someone were to hear this, they might scoff. A morning mushroom knows nothing of dusk and dawn. How could a mere human boy discuss the Great Dao? Fortunately, there was no one around, and when she and Gui Ling bore no blame. Gui Ling merely nodded gently. Disciple, if you have any thoughts, just speak them out. With these words from his master, Tsang Jie steadied himself and continued, the demon characters created by Kuan Peng transform the true meaning of talismans into forms that can be recognized and passed on, which is truly marvelous. When I first saw them, my heart trembled as if I had a sense of familiarity. He paused, then whispered, but I am a post-heaven being. How could I resonate with the innate demon characters? Seeing his brow furrowed in doubt when Kai's gaze was calm as he spoke slowly word by word, Tsang Jie, the day you achieve your Dao is today. If Kuan Peng can establish demon characters for the demon race, why can't you establish characters for the human race? With his skill in creating characters, he is called the Demon Master. Your work should not be inferior to his. Human race characters? Creating characters. These few words struck Tsang Jie's heart like a bell vibrating continuously within his spirit. The sound was quiet but rolled through his consciousness like thunder grinding through the depths of his soul. Hearing these words, the Holy Mother Gui Ling's expression changed slightly, her breath momentarily halted. Her heart surged with waves no less than Tsang Jie. If demons have demon characters, how can humans be without characters? The demon characters originated from the North Sea Kuan Peng, formed by the coincidence of heavenly principles. The human race still records events with knots and ropes, without characters, without order, without transmission. This monumental task of creating characters at the dawn of the world unexpectedly fell on the shoulders of her disciple. She immediately began to silently cultivate her mystical power. The more she calculated, the more shocked and stirred she became. What surprised her was that this disciple had been recommended to her by Wen Qi early on, and he could have chosen another good teacher such as Hanzhi. She had privately pondered why Wen Qi did not include Tsang Jie in Hanzhi's teachings. Now it suddenly became clear. Wen Qi had already seen that Tsang Jie possessed extraordinary roots beyond what ordinary fortune could bear. Although Hanzhi's foundation was thick, it could not support this dual destiny. Only she, the Holy Mother Gui Ling, was capable of bearing this vast opportunity for Tsang Jie. He was originally a direct disciple of the Jie sect, and also the only incarnation of the mysterious turtle in the world. Tsang Jie's fortune clashed naturally, and he could withstand it. Realizing this layer of understanding, the Holy Mother Gui Ling felt a jolt in her heart. What Wen Qi was doing was anything but ordinary. The rise of the human race was entirely initiated by his path of grains. The positions of the 3 sovereigns among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were also determined by him personally. Such a figure not only bears great merit, great fortune, and great blessings, but also understands strategy and knows gratitude. Otherwise, how could Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, and Hanzhi securely hold the positions of Imperial Master? How could the Holy Mother Jin Ling preside over the teachings of Nuwa and the Huashu clan? And the stirring in her heart was due to witnessing the quietly budding transformation within her disciple Tsang Jie. Tsang Jie currently had a shallow cultivation, merely a short period of practice. But once he established characters for the human race, the merits of the heavenly Dao would surely pour down like a deluge. With this foundation of merit, how could his future be underestimated? Back in the day, the 3 ancestors merely created plows, nets, and fire sticks for the human race, and those 3 items drew the favor of the heavenly Dao, promoting their cultivation from human immortals to great Luo golden immortals. How could she as his master not be pleased? At this moment, Tsang Jie's mind had settled, and his thoughts were clear. If Kuan Peng can create characters for the demon race, why can't I, Tsang Jie, establish characters for the human race? As these words fell, he felt a slight weight on his back, his knees slightly bent, and he deeply bowed to Wen Qi. Tsang Jie, thanks the Holy Master for your guidance. A simple sentence carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. He first entered the path of immortality thanks to Wen Kai's guidance. Upon joining the Jie sect, he became a direct disciple of the 3rd generation and was also personally recommended by Wen Qi. It's a small matter, no need to say thanks. With a clear heart towards the Dao, just go ahead and do it. Having received Wen Kai's approval and the Holy Mother Gui Ling's silent consent, Tsang Jie immediately sat cross-legged by the Weisha River, immersing his mind into the innate runes with no distractions. He had seen the demon characters of the demon race before and personally witnessed Fu Zai's divination. At this moment, he he already had a plan in his heart. The 3 talents are heaven, earth, and man. The 3 lights are sun, moon, and stars. With a turn of thought, the 6 characters were fixed. The human race's writing shall begin with these 6 characters. Just as he reached to take out the low-grade, innate spirit treasure Chuanxiu, by the copy, with a sharp shout from when she split the air, Sangjia. Human script is no ordinary thing. Ordinary vessels cannot bear it. Quickly fetch the back shell of the Xian Gui Laozu. Sangjia froze, then realized with a jolt if he simply wrote it by hand, he would not only ruin the first true script, but also lose a meritorious treasure. When she had not expected that Kunpeng would bestow the Xian Gui Laozu's carapace upon Sangjia. His original plan had been, should that shell be unavailable, he would ask the Turtle Spirit Mother to bear the inaugural characters in her true form. With Gigio's protection, the innate human script would surely endure. The Turtle Spirit Mother could thereby receive heaven's generous favor, and when the future tribulation of deification came, she would have grounds to avoid it. Now that the shell lay in hand, there was no need to trouble his master. A disciple writing upon his teacher would be contrary to propriety. The Turtle Spirit Mother, however, did not dwell on such niceties. She only watched her disciple steady his breath, fingertips glowing, warmth welling in her heart. The Xian Turtle's carapace was brought forth, and in an instant swelled to the size of a mountain. Sangjia stepped onto it. Left hand gripping the brush, right hand forming a seal, he spoke the true words, Tian. The summit, the supreme, above, deriving from the Great One. This character is Tian. Where the brush touched, a character took shape. Immediately the sky above the Weishui surged with wind and cloud, spiritual energy rushing like a tide. D. Things, the place where myriad things are arrayed. This character is D. Run, benevolence. The virtue of heaven and earth, the junction of yin and yang, where ghosts and spirits convene, the concentration of the 5 elements, refined qi, the noblest of heaven and earth's dispositions. This character is Run. Boom. With every word pronounced, a stroke fell. With every character completed, the color of the 9 firmaments deepened by 3 ranks. When the 6 characters Tian, Di, Run, Ri, Yuexing all appeared, both banks of the Weishui were already swallowed by ink-black clouds. Lightning serpents tore through the heart of the cloud bank. Thunder crouched in the throat, trembling before it even sounded. When Kai's brow knitted, he finally comprehended why in his past life, when Sangjia completed the characters, a thunder tribulation had struck, devouring both man and script. Only 6 characters, and heaven's might was already so violent. If all 3,000 characters were to be made, no doubt the 9 skies themselves would split open. The moment the first stroke of Tian fell within the ancestral hall of humanity, Sui Ren Shi, Yu Chao Shi, and Zi Ishur looked up in unison. In Qin's lands, Fuxi and Nvua paused in their divinations. On Mount Kantong, the Jinling Xingmu closed her jade scroll. The Grand Dharma Master of Xuandu rose from his seat. Huashu, Shikui Niu, and He Huang all halted and turned their gazes. In the blink of an eye, the saints of the human race gathered along the Weishui's banks. When they learned that it was Sangjia, a disciple of the Turtle Spirit Mother, who was fashioning characters, the figures of Xuandu, Jinling, Kui Niu, and the others exchanged glances. Each expression different, yet none could hide the astonishment in their eyes. No one had expected that Sangjia, who had only cultivated to the Tianxian realm, would in silence accomplish such a world-shaking deed for humankind. Sui Ren Shi, Yu Chao Shi, and Zi Ishur could not conceal the smiles on their faces. Every line of their brows shone with exhilaration. Now, besides the 3 progenitors, the human race already had sage teachers and an emperor, with the addition of Sangjia. Such a swell of destiny plainly heralded a great flourishing. When they saw Wen Qi standing to one side, their hearts brightened. Now it made sense why so many seekers once clustered about him, yet he had only taken Sangjia away. It was not caprice, but foresight. He had long known this man's uncommon fate. In that instant, the 3 clearly felt the momentum about Sangjia surging like a spring tide, ascending in furious measure. Jinling Xingmu and the Grand Dharma Master of Xuandu trembled inwardly. They had known that when she had taken the Turtle Spirit Mother and Sangjia north to pay respects to the demon teacher Kunpeng, they had only not understood why he insisted on bringing along a Tianxian. Only now did the truth dawn. This youth not only carried great destiny for humankind, he held within him a vast opportunity. The Grand Dharma Master of Xuandu sighed silently when Kai's scheme was woven with such depth as to leave not a single leak. From founding schools and preaching the way to enlightening and opening minds, his hand was everywhere within the human world. He told himself that even he, a Luo Jinxian, even if he ascended to the state of Han Yuan, could never have coined characters. Jinling Xingma's thoughts grew heavier still. Among Jigio's disciples Duo Bao Daoist and Wudong Xingmu had assumed the imperial teacher posts, Zhao Gongming Yunxiao and Hanzhi had accepted the imperial teacher positions bestowed by Wen Qi. Even she herself had by Wen Kai's recommendation taken the place of her master to instruct the followers of Nvua and Huashu Shi. Now the Turtle Spirit Mother's disciple was another whom he had recommended early on, counting it up every event that led to the human race's rise. Each and every one traced back to this nephew disciple. He had not only paved roads for humankind, he had with a casual hand garnered concrete benefits for his own master and elders. At that thought Jinling Shengmi's eyes flashed, and light returned to her heart in the coming measuring of tribulation. If one wished to amass the merit to slay the corpses and resolve the threefold bondage of good and evil, it would indeed fall upon Wen Qi. And just as Songjia finished the stroke and the character formed, the saints of the primal age nearly all felt it at once. A sage's Yuanshan rests with heaven, and thus discerns the flow of cause and effect. They use heaven's gaze to inspect the long river of time, able to trace backwards and peer into the present, yet such knowing is always two-sided. If a matter touches no other saint, it is like clear water reflecting the moon, the before and after plainly visible. Thus the Supreme Elderly One knew in advance that Fushi would be born among the Fenggun tribe, because other sages had not interfered with that heavenly pattern. But once many wills are entangled, the river of time becomes like fog over mountains hard to penetrate. Hence the Tongtian Zhaozhu in his prior life perceived the peril of the Fengshan tribulation, yet could not foresee Jigio's eventual fall. What Songjia created were pictographic characters. When humans beheld the script, they could comprehend, perceive truth, and recognize tone. This is the fundamental difference between human writing and the sigils of the demon folk or the way scripts of Dragon Phoenix and Shilin. 3,000 characters he carved stroke by stroke upon the turtle's hell. These 3,000 were not mere mnemonics, they were manifestations of the Great Way. Each character held hidden profundity, every brush carried ultimate principle encompassing 3,000 paths. With the final stroke drawn, Songjia set the brush down. In an instant the vault of heaven churned with rolling thunderclouds, and a black heavenly lightning thick as a colossal pillar crashed down. Boom! It struck squarely upon the freshly formed innate human script on the carapace. This character rebelled against heaven, whether in Wen Kai's past life or this one the Tao would not permit its existence. When the shaman demon tribulation once occurred, the demon scripts could be born because the demon clans had sprung from heaven and earth like children from a parent, and the Tao tacitly allowed what Kunping forged. Humans, however, are born later and multiply swiftly. If every person wielded this innate script in time, they would oppress the myriad clans. The primordial order of the world would be overturned. Thus, the instant the characters were born, heavenly punishment followed. Not to punish men, but to obliterate the script. As the saying goes, man's calculation cannot outmatch heaven's. Yet heaven's power is not boundless. At that moment, the heavenly lightning met its match. The shell Songjia used was none other than the carapace of the Xian Gui Laozu of the Northern Sea. Though the Xian Gui had fallen to the Tongtian Zhaozhu, its 4 limbs had long ago been melted by Nvua, with the supreme innate spirit treasure, Liantian Lu, into the 4 extremities of the primordial world. As the heavenly lightning descended, the carapace suddenly drew upon the power of the 4 extremities. The merit and momentum accumulated by the 4 extremities since they propped up the heavens poured into the shell, like rivers meeting the sea. Those watching gaped. The azure lightning in the sky bared its claws in fury, yet hung poised, and did not descend. The carapace shone through its whole body, self-ritualized, and before all eyes transformed into a supreme postnatal meritorious treasure. The merit gathered by the 4 extremities was vast and weighty, rivaling even the fortune the 3 pure ones and Pangu inherited from the Father God. That this shell should attain such creation was natural and fitting, not at all incongruous. The treasure of virtue possesses its own spirit. After formation, it suddenly shrinks in size and gently falls into Songjia's palm. As the treasure enters his grasp, Songjia feels a warm familiarity requiring no refinement or recognition. The restrictions have vanished, and the spirit is now bound. Just as when Qi received the Kongtong seal back in the day, the treasure chooses its master, and the will of heaven has long been determined. Marvelous! This is indeed a supreme instrument of virtue. The 3 ancestors have inherited the flame of humanity, and you shall be the book of civilization for the human race. As the words fell, the mysterious turtle shell quietly condensed, transforming into a thin book. 3,000 primordial characters fell like stars into a jade plate, all sinking within. On the cover of the book, 2 characters emerged. Civilization, the strokes, ancient and unad. The thunderclouds in the sky had long gathered without dispersing. When Shi lifted his gaze towards the heavens and turned to Tongtian, saying, Tongtian, the characters have been formed, the virtue established, why not hasten to inform the Honghuang and proclaim it to the heavenly way? Tongtian was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure. There were still formalities to be completed. He adjusted his attire, straightened his posture, and called out heavenly Dao above. The human race, Tongtian, reflecting on our people's interrupted heritage and lack of written language today, creates 3,000 proper characters to convey the Dao, record events, and pass down through generations. I hereby announce this to the heavens and myriad realms, beseeching the heavenly Dao to observe. Before his words could fully conclude, the sky resonated with 3 thunderclaps. The clouds that had already lingered did not disperse, but instead pressed down even heavier. The wind swept across the banks of the Wei River, stirring the sand as clouds thickened like ink and lightning slithered between the gaps like a serpent. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation truly understood the characters could not be destroyed, thus the one who wields the brush must be destroyed. Boom! A purple-black lightning bolt thicker than an embrace tore through the sky, striking directly at Tongtian's head. Yet Tongtian did not unfurl the book of civilization, instead standing firm and placed his shoulders slightly, sinking his spine straight as a pine. He already knew that within this calamity lay benefits. During his prior transformation, the thunder had tempered his bones, enhancing the flow of his veins. Now he intended to utilize this force to refine his body. To speak of it, he truly had to thank Wen Qi. Tongtian was older than Fu Shi, yet the human emperor Fu Shi had already achieved the status of Attain Golden Immortal, while he had only reached the realm of the Celestial Immortal. The two had similar backgrounds and comparable fortunes, yet only differed by a slight margin on the path of cultivation solely, because Wen Qi had selflessly taught him the 9 revolutions mystic art. This art could only be entered by those of great virtue or those with extraordinary bloodlines. The threshold was extremely high, yet those who succeeded became stronger than adamantine, possessing few rivals among their peers, and could even dare to clash head-on with primordial spirit treasures. Within the human race, only Wen Qi and Tongtian were worthy of this method. Though their bloodlines were not innately divine, they were filled with virtue, heavy as a mountain, perfectly aligning with the Dao. The two practiced both the 9 revolutions mystic art and the 9 revolutions primordial art, upper clear spiritual treasure scripture, advancing on dual tracks, their foundations growing thicker, while their progress became increasingly solid. Thus one remained at the golden immortal stage, while the other ascended to the celestial immortal, neither due to laxity, but rather from a solid accumulation. At this moment, the first bolt of heavenly lightning descended, striking Tongtian's shoulder. He trembled all over, though his flesh did not break. His bones felt as if struck by 1,000 hammers. This was precisely to refine his form with the thunder fire and draw upon the heavenly might to temper his soul. It must be known that the Honghuang thunder tribulation is divided into 9 levels: the heavenly thunder of the capital used by Pangu to open the heavens, the chaos thunder commanded by the chaos demon god, the purple cloud thunder presided over by Hongjun, and the heavenly Dao, the 3 clear thunder belonging to Taiching, Yuqing, and Shangqing respectively, the 5 elements thunder transformed from the 5 elemental energies, the 5 color thunder refined by ordinary immortals, the destruction thunder, the might that obliterates all, the creation thunder, the power of life, and the tribulation thunder, descending from 19 to 99, responding to the tribulation. Wen Qi's transformation back in the day involved merely 3 levels of heavenly thunder. Fu Shi ascended after enduring the 9-fold tribulation. Yet after Tongtian withstood the 9-fold heavenly thunder, the clouds not only did not disperse, but instead roiled like boiling water, the lightning shifting from purple to ink, with gray-white fissures hidden within. That was the omen of the destruction thunder about to manifest. Everyone held their breath. In the past, when Pangu wielded the Chaos Green Lotus, the heavenly opening axe, and the creation jade tablet to carve out the world, he was still heavily injured by this lightning. The Chaos Green Lotus has 36 grades shattered into primordial spirit treasures. The Lotus platform split into 2. Those touched by the essence of heaven and earth became the heaven and earth cauldron, while those marked by the patterns of creation became the creation cauldron. The Lotus stem broke into 2 segments. One became the creation spear, the other the god-slaying spear. The mature lotus seeds condensed into the 24 grades of creation green lotus. 7 immature lotus seeds scattered to form the 12 grades of virtuous golden lotus, 12 grades of pure world white lotus, and 12 grades of reincarnation purple lotus. Among 7 supreme spirit treasures, half-mature lotus seeds transformed into the treasure lotus lamp. 5 lotus leaves birthed the primordial 5-direction flaw. When she took a step forward, his foot landing soundlessly, yet it seemed to still the winds and thunder. With his left hand holding the creation whip and his right hand emitting a